The script of Yang Yu's life was initially inscribed with the grand word ordinary. With merely 3 days remaining until his 20th birthday, the Beastmaster space remained eerily silent, and he found himself revising the resumes he had submitted to various factories, even in his dreams. Then came the devastating news. His grandfather, a monarch-level Beastmaster, had met with misfortune while exploring a secret realm, all in pursuit of a mysterious breakthrough. Opportunity, a celestial egg, known as the Sun Egg, procured at the cost of his own life. Cradling the scalding, divine egg, which had been exchanged for the life of a loved one, Yang Yu was engulfed in a tempest of grief and guilt. How could an ordinary person, not even a Beastmaster, possibly uphold such a heavy legacy? Yet, just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, the Sun Egg in his arms erupted with a sudden burst of energy. An oceanic torrent of solar primordial power surged into his body, shattering the shackles that had bound him for 2 decades, and in a display of unbridled ferocity, it unveiled an unprecedented supreme Beastmaster space imbued with the laws of the sun. A pinnacle from the very outset? No, this was a cataclysmic breakthrough that shattered the ceiling. Chapter 1, Awakening. At South Mountain University, the boys' dormitory was suffused with a unique aroma blend of instant noodles and sweat, which could be euphemistically termed youth, yet unflatteringly described as the scent of a reclusive young man. Yang Yu was fixated on his computer screen, fingers tapping furiously at the keyboard as he crafted his resume, his brow furrowed tightly. Just 3 days remained until he turned 20. In this world, turning 18 marked a significant threshold. Most individuals would awaken their own Beastmaster space on or around their 18th birthday. In essence, this phenomenon involved creating a unique space within one's body to form a pact with a spirit beast, thus embarking on the path of a Beastmaster destined for greatness and glory. Should one reach the age of 20 without such an awakening, it would signify a grim Fatian ordinary life, dutifully studying, working, marrying, and bearing children, all while hoping that the next generation might awaken their potential. Yang Yu was destined to be one who would be nailed to the pillar of mediocrity. Why you go? Where are you submitting your resume? I heard that factory in the neighboring city offers decent benefits, including meals and accommodation. Called a friend from the upper bunk, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Submit a resume? Just cast a wide net surely. Something will turn up. Yang Yu sighed, silently lowering the figure in the expected salary section one more time. Reality necessitated humility. The seasoned Beastmasters competed fiercely for resources, explored secret realms, and defended cities, while ordinary folk like himself could only hope to secure a stable job to make ends meet. He had long resigned himself to this fate. On his 18th birthday, he felt nothing. On his 19th, the stillness persisted. Now, nearing 20, apart from the remnants of his lunch, there was no sensation of awakening within him. It appeared that the lineage of Beastmasters in the Yang family had peaked with his father, Yang Jifan, and had utterly stagnated with him. Suddenly, his phone buzzed insistently. Upon checking, he saw it was his father. "Dad?" Yang Yu answered, puzzled, as his father rarely called at this hour. The voice on the other end was unusually somber, even hoarse. "Xiao Yu, pack your things and come home quickly." "What happened, Dad?" "I'm about to defend my thesis." Yang Yu's heart sank, a foreboding feeling washing over him. "Your grandfather has passed away." The voice faltered momentarily, as if taking a deep breath to muster the strength to continue. "Come back to pay your respects." With a jarring thud, Yang Yu's mind felt as though it had been struck by a heavy object, plunging into a blank abyss. Grandfather has passed away? The grandfather who always wore a warm smile, who loved to stroll with his birds and boast about his past exploits, a monarch-level Beastmaster, robust enough to bend steel with his bare hands? How could this be? What happened? Yang Yu's voice sounded distant, and Dryde will talk when you return. Buy the next available train ticket and be careful on the road. His father's voice bore an overwhelming weariness before the call ended. Yang Yu stood frozen with his phone in hand, staring blankly until the screen dimmed. Noticing his unusual demeanor, his roommate leaned over and asked, "You go, what's wrong? Did something happen at home?" Snapping back to reality, Yang Yu hurriedly began to shut down his computer and pack his belongings, his voice trembling. "I need to get home right away." The 6-hour train ride felt like an eternity. The rapidly receding scenery outside blurred into obscurity as his mind churned with memories. Riding on his grandfather's shoulders as a child, begging him to recount tales of his adventures, and secretly petting his grandfather's majestic and gentle spirit beast Siege. image flashed before him, solidifying around the haunting words, "Your grandfather has passed away." How could it be so sudden? His grandfather was a formidable beastmaster, although aged. The strength of his contracted spirit beasts should have ensured his safety. What could have transpired? By evening, Yang Yu finally returned to the familiar city, dragging his suitcase through an atmosphere thick with an oppressive heaviness. The morning hall had been prepared white wreaths, flickering candles, and the scent of incense hung heavily in the air. Grandfather Yang Qi lay quietly at the center of the altar, draped in silk, his complexion pale, yet seemingly at peace, as if merely asleep. Yet the absence of his familiar, robust laughter was painfully palpable. His father, Yang Jifan, stood nearby, clad in black, his shoulders sagging under the weight of grief. The vibrant spirit he once embodied had vanished, leaving only bloodshot eyes and profound sorrow that he held a half-burned cigarette between his fingers, ash accumulating without care. Upon seeing Yang Yu, Yang Jifan merely lifted his eyelids, his voice hoarse. "You're back, Dad." Yang Yu's throat constricted as he placed his luggage down and approached the altar, gazing at his grandfather's serene visage. Tears threatened to spill, and he blinked vigorously to suppress them. His gaze drifted to the side of the altar, where three massive spirit beasts lay quietly. On the left, one was cloaked in jade-like scales, its form elongated and graceful, adorned with long dragon whiskers, and four formidable claws protruding from its abdomen, exuding a majestic aura even while at rest. This was one of his grandfather's earliest contracted spirit beasts, the monarch-level jade-scale dragonfish. Despite its name, it was a close cousin to true dragons, capable of soaring through the clouds and commanding rivers truly formidable. In the center lay a slightly smaller creature, its body resembling exquisite porcelain, smooth and delicate, with a subtle luminescence flickering across its surface, and eyes as gentle as jade. This was the mist porcelain loach, also a monarch-level spirit beast, possessing dual attributes of earth and water, with formidable defensive capabilities and the ability to conjure foggy illusions. To the right lay the most peculiar of the trio, resembling a gargantuan eel, deep purple in hue, its skin sleek and subtly crackling with faint arcs of electricity, its eyes sharp and spirited. This was the purple lightning eel, endowed with both water and electricity attributes, known for its aggressive nature and lightning-fast speed, one of his grandfather's primary battle companions. These three spirit beasts had accompanied grandfather Yang Qi through countless trials over the decades, rising from weakness to monarch-level status, and their bond was as profound as that of family.by lineage. Yang Yu ought to address them as uncle. In this moment, they too bowed their heads, their immense forms radiating an indescribable sorrow and fatigue, particularly the purple lightning eel, which bore visible yet unhealed scorch marks, a testament to its recent harrowing battle. Yang Yu approached the trio of spirit beasts and respectfully addressed them. "Uncle Jade Scale, Uncle Mist Porcelain, Uncle Purple Lightning." The three spiritual beasts slowly lifted their heads, their gazes settling upon Yang Yu. Within their eyes resided a tapestry of complex emotion, sorrow, affection, guilt, and an almost imperceptible hint of anticipation. The purple electric eel fluttered its eyelids, its voice resonating directly within Yang Yu's mind, steeped in profound weariness and a hoarse timbre. "Young master has returned?" It managed to conjure a semblance of a smile, yet it appeared more heart-wrenching than comforting. Master ventured to the source of the blazing sun. The source of the blazing sun? A shiver coursed through Yang Yu. It was a notoriously perilous, strank, secret realm, said to be the very place where the sun's power had fallen. The environment was exceedingly harsh, rife with violent fire energy, yet it also nurtured countless rare fire and light resources, as well as advanced spiritual beasts, making it a domain only the most formidable beast tamers dared to explore. Master has been stuck at the pinnacle of level 49 for many years. The purple electric eel continued, its voice laced with the pain of remembrance. He has long sought an opportunity to break through to level 50. This time, he felt a chance had finally arrived. He claimed to have sensed a remarkably pure and potent essence of solar origin there. We accompanied him deep into the core area of the source of the blazing sun, where the searing heat and energy storms were arduous even for the three of us to endure. Ultimately, at the center of a lava lake, we discovered an egg. The purple electric eel emphasized, extraordinarily unique, entirely golden, as if it were composed of the purest sunlight, with natural flame patterns coursing across its surface. It emanated an unimaginable heat and life energy. Master asserted that it was undoubtedly a divine object, of an astonishing rank, likely containing a fragment of the true solar principle, serving as the key to his breakthrough. Master was exhilarated and resolved to attempt to form a contract and absorb the egg's power on the spot, leveraging its energy to shatter his bottleneck. The three of us stood guard over him. The electric eel's voice darkened, laden with profound self-reproach. Initially, everything progressed smoothly. Master's aura began to ascend, and the egg appeared to respond to his call, its radiance intensifying. We all believed success was imminent. Its body trembled slightly, arcs of electricity crackling uncontrollably. But then, without warning, an indescribably terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. It felt as though the sun itself was enraged. We could scarcely perceive the source of the threat, only hearing a deafening roar akin to a tiger's growl before witnessing a bolt of golden lightning descend, targeting Master. And the egg, the azure-scaled dragonfish, emitted a low whimper, its massive tail sweeping through the air, stirring up a mist of moisture. The smoked porcelain eel's body glimmered with accelerated light, betraying its inner turmoil. The purple electric eel inhaled deeply. Continuing, the three of us immediately exerted ourselves to intercept. The azure-scaled summoned torrential waters to extinguish the flames, while the smoked porcelain erected the strongest ceramic barrier in a bid to withstand it. I summoned the mightiest thunder, but it was futile, completely futile. Its voice brimmed with a sense of impotence. That tiger, composed entirely of burning golden flames, was majestic, ferocious, and overwhelmingly powerful. Its strength undoubtedly surpassed that of a monarch, and likely reached the imperial level, perhaps even beyond. Our attacks merely tickled it. It shattered all our defenses with a single paw, the searing power nearly incinerating us. We were hurled away by the shockwave it unleashed, grievously wounded, utterly unable to withstand it. The electric eel's voice choked. In the blink of an eye, as we struggled to rise, we saw the tiger's paw had already extracted Master's heart. A chill enveloped Yang Yu, his fists clenching involuntarily, nails digging deep into his palms. Imperial level, perhaps even beyond. Such entities were the stuff of legends. His grandfather was merely at the pinnacle of the monarch level. How could he possibly have a chance against such an adversary? Master, the purple electric eel's voice was steeped in boundless sorrow. In his final moments, he clutched that egg tightly, refusing to let go. With his last ounce of strength, he protected it. The tiger seemed momentarily stunned, then seized Master's body, glanced at the egg, released an ambiguous low growl, and vanished in a flash of golden light. We staggered over, but Master was beyond saving. The azure-scaled dragonfish's voice joined in, resonating with a tremulous wave akin to water. With his final breath, he entrusted the egg to us, instructing us to ensure it was delivered to T. O. Xiaoyu. The gentle mental energy of the smoked porcelain eel brushed softly against Yang Yu. Master lamented that his greatest regret in life was not witnessing your awakening as a beast tamer. He hopes you can inherit this egg, embarking on the path he could not accompany you on. The three monarch-level spiritual beasts, at this moment, resembled aged souls bereft of their closest kin, engulfed in profound sorrow. Yang Yu stood there, dazed, the harrowing image of his grandfather's sacrifice seared into his mind, rendering his heart in anguish, rendering him breathless. That ever-jovial old man had ultimately perished in a valiant quest for an opportunity that might enable him to become a beast tamer. With great effort, the purple electric eel shifted its body, carefully presenting an egg, cradled in weak arcs of electricity, to Yang Yu. The egg was approximately the size of a basketball, radiating a warm, pure golden hue. Its shell was not smooth but adorned with an intricately formed layer of esoteric flame patterns that seemed to flow, resembling liquid sunlight. It exuded a gentle golden aura and an indescribable warmth, neither scorching nor painful, but rather imparting a sense of nascent live sanctity. Yet, the glow appeared somewhat dim, as though its energy had been significantly depleted. This was the egg bought with his grandfather's life. Yang Yu trembled as he extended his hand, cautiously accepting it. The egg felt warm to the touch, not burning, but heavy, as if it bore the weight of his grandfather's profound hopes and life. Cradling the golden egg, he walked step by step to a nearby bench, collapsing onto it. He felt as if all his strength had been drained, his mind a cacophony of turmoil. Sorrow, rage, disbelief, and a sliver of bewildered impotence. His grandfather was gone, sacrificed for this egg. This egg was a precious legacy, obtained at the cost of his grandfather's life. Yet, he was merely days away from turning 20, still an ordinary individual without an awakened beast taming space. What was he to do with this egg? He couldn't even form a contract. His grandfather's final hope might be utterly unattainable. Finally, his father, Yang Zhifan, stirred, extinguishing the nearly burning cigarette in the ashtray before silently lighting another. Amidst the swirling smoke, his profile appeared particularly haggard and aged. He glanced at the egg in Yang Yu's arms, his expression complex, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately succumbed to a long sigh, uttering not a word. The morning hall fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the burning candles and the heavy, stifled breaths of the three powerful spiritual beasts. Yang Yu lowered his gaze, fixated on the warm, golden egg in his embrace. The flowing flame patterns seemed to come alive before his eyes, gently undulating. As he gazed, his eyes began to sting and swell. He reminisced about his childhood, recalling how his grandfather held a small hand, guiding him to touch the icy scales of the blue-scale dragonfish, the smooth, porcelain-like skin of the porcelain eel, and the crackling electric arcs on the body of the purple electric eel. His grandfather would always laugh heartily, saying, "Little you, do not fear. They are all Grandpa's companions, and they are your uncles as well. Once you awaken, I will seek the mightiest and most magnificent spirit beast for you." Yet, as time passed, his awakening was delayed, and his grandfather's smiles grew increasingly rare, though he never relinquished hope. He would continuously find various legendary herbs and treasures reputed to nourish the spirit and awaken potential, yet to no avail. He even secretly took him to the fringes of low-tier secret realms, hoping for a stroke of luck to encounter a wild spirit beast willing to approach him. It wasn't until after his 18th birthday that his grandfather gradually began to accept the harsh reality, but Yang Yu could clearly perceive the regret lingering in his grandfather's eyes. However, even until his last breath, his grandfather had still been thinking of him, sacrificing his final moments to procure this seemingly ethereal hope. "Grandpa," Yang Yu murmured, his voice so hoarse it was barely audible. "Why were you so foolish? I might just be an ordinary person. I don't even possess a beast-controlling space. How am I to inherit it?" He was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of guilt and helplessness. His grandfather had paid the ultimate price, yet what could he offer in return for such a weighty expectation that felt as if it could crush him? Just as despair threatened to drown him in guilt, an unexpected transformation occurred. The golden sun egg cradled in his arms seemed to resonate with his tumultuous emotions and the deep-seated longing and remorse he harbored for his grandfather. Suddenly, it radiated a spectacular glow. No longer was it the faint aura of before it erupted into a brilliant, non-blinding golden light, akin to a miniature sun awakening within his embrace. The previously languid flame patterns on the eggshell sprang to life, swirling with fervor, growing ever brighter and more fervent. An unimaginable, supremely pure solar energy and life force erupted, instantly enveloping the entire spirit hall. Buzz! The candle flames were snuffed out by this overwhelming energy. The three sovereign-level spirit beasts simultaneously raised their heads, their enormous eyes filled with shock and disbelief. They sensed a supreme aura emanating from the egg, one that made their very souls trembly as solar power, far purer and more primordial than the golden tiger that had wounded them. Yang Yu's father, Yang Zhifan, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, standing rigidly, oblivious to the cigarette that fell from his fingers, his mouth agape as he stared at the radiant egg in Yang Yu's arms. "What is this?" the purple electric eel exclaimed in astonishment. Yet what astonished everyone, including Yang Yu himself, was that this vast and magnificent, yet remarkably gentle, solar energy did not obliterate everything around it. Instead, it seemed to find an outlet, surging eagerly into Yang Yu's body. Ugh! Yang Yu felt an indescribable torrent crashing into him. It was not pain, but an exquisite sense of fulfillment. It was as if he, a parched sponge for 2 decades, had been thrown into an endless ocean of warmth. Every cell in his body rejoiced, fervently absorbing this sudden influx of pure energy. A rich golden aura enveloped his skin, rendering him an imposing figure. Yet, the energy was too immense, too tumultuous. It rampaged through his body, threatening to burst him apart, just as Yang Yu felt he was on the brink of being torn asunder by this force. Deep within his dantian, of a long dormant corner, sealed by layers of shackles, suddenly, crack! A sound barely perceptible, yet resonating clearly within his soul, echoed. It felt as though something had shattered. Immediately thereafter, an indescribable, terrifying gravitational pull erupted from that fractured point. Like a black hole forming in the universe, it ravenously devoured the surging solar energy, flooding into him. The once chaotic energy torrents, which had nearly overwhelmed him, now found their direction, surging like rivers converging into the sea toward that point. Yang Yu's body quaked violently. He felt his consciousness being drawn by an immense force, plummeting downward until he finally sank into that newly opened, radiant space filled with boundless golden light and searing warmth. His beast-controlling space, awakened 3 days before his 20th birthday, ignited by the solar egg his grandfather had procured with his life. And thus, it awakened in a manner so earth-shattering. Moreover, this space felt vast and profound, remarkably stable, infused with the purest and most exalted essence of solar energy. It was nothing akin to the low-tier beast-controlling spaces described in textbooks, which were merely a few cubic meters in size, with muddled attributes. This was an unprecedented leap. Within the spirit hall, the golden light gradually dimmed, yet the sun egg continued to emit a warm glow, harmonizing with the residual golden radiance enveloping Yang Yu. The 3 sovereign-level spirit beasts and Yang Jifan were left utterly astounded, as if petrified, their gazes fixed upon Yang Yu, who appeared to be in a profound state, his eyes gently closed. The entire spirit hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 2. The Assistant. In the funeral hall, a blinding golden light flashed, almost lifting the roof off. Yang Yu held the scorching solar egg, feeling akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting, filled not with air, but with an entire sun. The energy surged violently into his body, stretching his meridians to the brink of rupture, just as he felt he would explode in the next instant, becoming the first person in history to be killed by an egg deep within his abdomen. It was as though a lock that had been sealed for 20 years suddenly clicked open. Immediately thereafter, an invisible black hole formed within him, voraciously and greedily devouring the solar energy that was nearly killing him. The tumultuous flow of energy that had been rampaging moments ago now obediently surged into the newly formed abyss. Yang Yu's body went limp, nearly collapsing onto the floor, his consciousness hazy, as if he had sunk into a warm, golden expanse, a place vast and limitless, suffused with a breath that made him feel utterly at ease. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It could have been mere seconds, or perhaps an eternity. The blinding golden light in the funeral hall gradually diminished, ultimately retracting into the egg in Yang Yu's arms. No, it could no longer be called an egg. The shell was now riddled with cracks, gently quivering. Everyone was rendered speechless. Yang Jifan's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg inside, oblivious to the smoke nearing his hand. He stared in disbelief at his son, once deemed useless, who was on the verge of being sent to work in a factory, now emanating such terrifying energy fluctuations, yet sitting there as if nothing had happened, albeit slightly pale. You Yuzi? Yang Jifan's throat was dry, his voice trembling uncontrollably. You just... Before he could finish his question, a sharp crack resounded. The shell in Yang Yu's arms completely shattered. A dazzling golden light flashed, blinding those present. When the brilliance subsided, they beheld a small kitten. Indeed, it was a kitten. It was roughly the size of a palm, bathed in a pure, warm golden hue reminiscent of sunlight, fluffy, and with large golden eyes akin to 2 molten amber orbs, curiously surveying the world around it. It tilted its small head and let out a dainty yawn, revealing its tender gums, appearing utterly harmless, even somewhat adorable. Is this it? After such a cataclysmic commotion, this is what hatched. Though it was undeniably charming, it fell far short of the anticipated dragon, phoenix, or mighty tiger. The 3 monarch-class spirit beasts were equally perplexed, exchanging glances filled with question marks. They sensed an exceptionally pure solar essence radiating from this little creature, one that made their very souls tremble with comfort, yet its appearance, size, and energy level, which felt pathetically weak, were far from their expectations. The purple electric eel, having mingled with humans the longest, was quick-witted, suddenly recalling something. It emitted a flicker of electricity and produced a pair of seemingly high-end glasses with light golden lenses, delicately offering them to the still-dazed Yang Yu. Master, put these on and take a look. The purple electric eel's voice resonated directly in Yang Yu's mind. Instinctively, Yang Yu accepted the glasses and donned them. Upon wearing them, the world appeared unchanged. Yet as he glanced at the golden kitten in his arms, a series of faint golden data streams instantly materialized on the lenses. Name: Son of the Sun, Daylight Tiger. Species potential: catastrophic level. Current level: Ordinary level. Skills: Light Shield, Light Blade. Attributes: Sun, Light, Fire. Yang Yu gasped sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. Catastrophic level potential. Although he was a newly awakened novice, he had learned from textbooks that spirit beast potentials ranged from ordinary, elite, extraordinary, hero, monarch, ascendant, supreme, emperor, heavenly emperor, to catastrophic. A catastrophic level potential represented the pinnacle of spirit beast potential in the mortal realm. It indicated a terrifying existence capable of inducing natural disasters. With sufficient resources and a steady growth trajectory, it was guaranteed to become a heavenly emperor or even a catastrophic level overlord in the future. And this seemingly adorable little creature in his arms began with a catastrophic level potential. Moreover, it possessed 3 attributes: sun, light, and fire. What kind of divine beginning is this? While he was still in shock, the golden kitten seemed to adapt to its surroundings. It licked its tiny pink tongue across its paws, then blinked its large eyes at Yang Yu. It appeared to sense the comforting, kindred energy emanating from him, the newly awakened Supreme Beast Master Space, and slowly stood up, teetering down Yang Yu's arm, making its way to his feet. It then raised a front paw, gently and tentatively placing it upon Yang Yu's shoe. At the very moment its tiny paw made contact, buzz! A complex and ancient array suddenly illuminated beneath Yang Yu and the golden kitten simultaneously. In the next instant, 3 resplendent beams of light shot into the sky. One was a pure golden hue, containing boundless, searing solar heat. Another was a warm, bright yellow, dispelling all shadows. The last was a fierce, blazing red, consuming all in flames. The 3 colors of light intertwined, illuminating the entire funeral hall once more. With energy fluctuations far purer and more terrifying than when the eggshell had exploded, a powerful contract force permeated the air. The massive body of the azure-scaled dragonfish trembled violently, exclaiming in disbelief, its mental energy oscillating incredible. It's actually a triple attribute primal contract. This is exceedingly rare. Having lived for hundreds of years, it had scarcely encountered spirit beasts with dual attributes, let alone one that resonated with 3 primal attributes upon contracting. This indicated the spirit beast's potential and attribute purity were unimaginably high. The brilliance of the contract persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Yang Yu felt a slight warmth on his wrist and looked down to see an ancient rune materializing, clearly displaying the number 1. First level Beastmaster. From this moment forth, Yang Yu was no longer an ordinary individual, but a legitimate Beastmaster with a catastrophic level potential spirit beast. Overwhelming joy, the sorrow from his grandfather's sacrifice, the fatigue from his recent awakening, and the exhaustion drawn from the contract swirled together, inundating Yang Yu like a tidal wave. His vision darkened, his body weakened, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, completely losing consciousness. The golden kitten, the son of the sun, Daylight Tiger, was startled by this sudden turn of events, but seemed to sense that its master had merely fainted from exhaustion. It nestled close to Yang Yu's ear, nuzzling its small head against his cheek, emitting faint whimpering sounds, before curling up into a fluffy golden ball, snuggling against Yang Yu's ear, and drifting into a deep slumber. Having just been born and completed a contract, its energy consumption was immense. The funeral hall fell silent for a moment. Yang Zhifan finally snapped back to reality, rushing over to support his son, checking his breathing. Upon realizing he was merely exhausted and sleeping, he let out a long sigh of relief, yet tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He embraced his son, weeping like a child. "Son, my son, you've awakened. You really have awakened. I thought our lives would be like this, that it was all my fault for being useless." This middle-aged man, burdened with the weight of his family, having just endured the pain of losing his father, now witnessing his son's miraculous awakening, was utterly overwhelmed. His emotions collapsing under the weight of profound joy and sorrow. 3 sovereign-level spirit beasts gazed quietly, their colossal eyes reflecting a blend of satisfaction and complexity. The home they had steadfastly protected finally held a glimmer of new hope. Yang Yu felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. In this dream, a mist enveloped the surroundings until his grandfather, Yang Qi, appeared, hands clasped behind his back, smiling amiably as he emerged from the haze, exuding the same vitality and irreverence of old age. "Xiao Yu, how are you? Have you missed your grandfather?" he inquired, leaning closer with a cheerful grin. "Grandfather?" Yang Yu felt a rush of emotion, his nose tingling with unshed tears, and without a moment's thought, he opened his arms to embrace him, only to find himself grasping at emptiness, his form passing right through his grandfather's translucent figure, nearly causing him to stumble. "Oh dear, slow down," grandfather exclaimed, startled, as he turned to offer support, but his hand merely passed through Yang Yu's arm. A hint of embarrassment flickered across the old man's face as he rubbed his hands together. Ah, I forgot. I am now but a thought, a remnant of spiritual energy. Intangible. As Yang Yu beheld his grandfather's ethereal visage, memories of the morning hall surged forth, overwhelming him with profound sorrow, and tears flowed freely. Unrestrained like pearls strung on a broken thread, he slowly rose from the ground, gazing at his grandfather, unable to utter a word through his sobs. A fleeting expression of tenderness crossed grandfather's face as he symbolically reached out to wipe Yang Yu's tears, even though he could not touch him. Oh dear Xiaoyu. Do not cry, do not cry. You are all grown up now. See, grandfather has come. He floated before Yang Yu, his tone shifting to one of pride and joy. Grandfather knows. You have awakened. You are now a beast tamer. Ha! I have awaited this day for 2 decades. It was all worth it. My life has not been in vain. He animatedly gestured, despite lacking a physical form. That egg. That sun egg. It is your final birthday gift from grandfather. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? A true gift. After a moment of laughter, he glanced to the side, though the dreamscape held nothing. My 3 old companions, Qinglin, Yanxi, and Zidian, they should still be here. You may inquire whether they would be willing to accompany you and assist you. They have been with me for decades. Our bond runs deep. I surmise there should be no issue. Typically, when a beast tamer perishes, their contracted spirit beasts either die in battle or dissipate. But who would have thought that your grandfather could achieve this feat, allowing the beast tamer to fall first? Ha ha! The old man laughed heartily, as if this were not a tale of sorrow, but rather a boast worthy of pride. As laughter filled the air, his figure began to fade, and his voice grew faint. Ah, time is nearly up. This fragment of thought cannot linger much longer. Xiaoyu, grandfather loves you, he whispered, the final words barely escaping like a sigh, as his essence completely dissipated into the mist. Grandfather, don't go, Yang Yu exclaimed, reaching out desperately, but grasping only at Void. A pang of anguish struck his heart, and he jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar ceiling of his home. He lay in his own bed. Beside him, 3 majestic spirit beasts lay faithfully by his side, akin to guardian deities. Yanxi, the porcelain catfish, was the first to notice his awakening, its smooth, ceramic body shifting as it emitted a gentle wave of spiritual energy. Young master, you are awake. It gently nudged the drowsy Qinglin, the dragon fish, and the meditative Zidian, the electric eel, with its tail. The 2 behemoths lifted their heads. Concern etched upon their faces as they turned towards Yang Yu. Yang Yu rubbed his still aching forehead and propped himself up. How long have I been asleep? Where's my father? Yanxi replied, you have slumbered for a day and a night. Your father has gone to work. He has already explained the situation to your school and arranged for your leave of absence, or rather, transfer. Since you have awakened as a beast tamer, you must start anew at the Beast Tamer Academy. Shannon University will issue you a certificate and recommend you for admission to the local Beast Tamer Academy. Beginning your studies as a freshman, Yang Yu paused, the realization dawning upon him. Indeed, his life's trajectory had irrevocably altered. No longer would he seek employment or toil in factories. He was to embark on a journey into an entirely new realm, one that belonged to beast tamers. He remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the 3 powerful sovereign-level spirit beasts at his bedside. Grandfather was gone, but they remained. Uncles, Yang Yu spoke earnestly. What are your plans moving forward? Qinglin, the dragon fish, swayed its massive head, its voice deep and resonant like flowing water. I may return to the surging sea. It is my birthplace, more suited for my cultivation. It hesitated, feeling the weight of leaving after decades of guarding the Yang family. Yanxi interjected, its tone gentle and serene. I wish to stay and accompany the young master. Jifan is alone now, burdened with family matters and the grief of losing grandfather. It is too lonely for him. The young master it referred to as Yang Jifan. Finally, Yang Yu turned his gaze to Zidian, the electric eel. Zidian raised its eyelids, arcs of electricity crackling across its body, its voice crisp and decisive. Qinglin, do not return to that wretched sea. Stay here with me and assist the young master. It turned to Yang Yu, its gaze sharp and resolute. The hope that grandfather exchanged his life for must not dissipate. Young master, you are just beginning. You require guidance and protection. We 2 old fellows still have some use. Qinglin's eyes brightened at this. Realizing that aiding the young master and witnessing his growth alongside that formidable little creature was far more engaging than languishing in the sea, it immediately lifted its head, its voice resonating with newfound vigor. Yes, Zidian is right. Young master, I shall also stay. I will assist you. Yang Yu looked at them, warmth flooding his heart. Though grandfather was no longer present, he had left behind such invaluable family members. He took out his phone and dialed his father, Yang Jifan, informing him of the spirit beast's decisions. On the other end, Yang Jifan paused for a few seconds before responding, his voice slightly choked. All right, that's good. I'm busy here. You take care of yourself. If anything arises, call me anytime. If you need money, just say so. It was a typical display of concern from a Chinese father, clumsy yet genuine. After hanging up, Yang Yu felt invigorated. He glanced at the golden kitten, curled up and still fast asleep by his pillow, a name he had given it, Xiaoyang. He looked once more at the two sovereign-level spirit beasts by his side. Let us go, Yang Yu declared as he swung his legs over the bed, stretching his limbs. We're off to school to register. At the high-speed railway station, Yang Yu carried a simple backpack, with Xiaoyang perched on his shoulder, curiously scanning the surroundings, its fluffy tail swishing back and forth. Due to its small size, it resembled an ordinary pet cat, albeit with a rather striking color, and according to regulations, such small, harmless contracted beasts could accompany their owners without the need for an additional ticket. However, Qinglin and Zidian trailed behind him, presenting a different dilemma. One, a 7 to 8 meter long creature resembling a true dragon. The other, a 5 to 6 meter long electric eel pulsating with violet arcs. Their sheer presence was undeniably striking and imposing. Passers-by instinctively stepped aside, casting astonished, curious, and envious glances in their direction. Apologies, sir, but your two companions exceed the size limit and have not been detected as being linked to your contract. They will require full-price adult tickets, the ticket agent said, wiping sweat from their brow while attempting to maintain a professional demeanor. Yang Yu sighed. All right, I'll buy tickets for my uncles. This experience is indeed unique. Ultimately, one person, one cat, one dragon, and one eel passed through security via a special channel and boarded the high-speed train to the city where the Beast Tamer Academy was located. Qinglin and Zidian had to settle in the designated area for large cargo compartments, attracting the frequent gaze of train attendants and other passengers. Yang Yu sat in his seat, cradling Xiaoyang, his gaze fixed upon the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window. The little creature on his shoulder yawned, extending its tiny tongue to lick his fingers, sending a tingling sensation through him. His life had, much like the high-speed train he was on, veered onto an entirely different track. What awaited him at the Beastmaster Academy ahead? He gently touched the rune representing level 1 on his wrist, glancing at the napping Xiaoyang beside him and the two formidable bodyguards stationed at the carriage's connection. Chapter 3, Enrollment, accompanied by Xiaoyang. With the now diminutive yet still imposing azure-scaled dragonfish and the purple electric eel trailing behind, Yang Yu made his way towards the Southern Mountain Beastmaster Academy. This striking ensemble drew attention from all directions, capturing the gaze of every passerby, rendering them a moving spectacle. Look, what kind of spirit beast is that? Such a potent aura. Is it a dragonfish and an electric eel? Their quality must be at least hero grade or above. My firehound is trembling. Who is that kid in front? He looks unfamiliar, yet he possesses two such powerful spirit beasts at such a young age. A rich second-generation heir, perhaps? What about that golden kitten on his shoulder? Is it a pet? It seems rather weak. The murmurs of the onlookers flowed incessantly, yet Yang Yu remained unfazed, preoccupied with navigating his way. Xiaoyang crouched on his shoulder, curiously scanning the surroundings, seemingly fascinated by everything. The azure-scaled dragonfish and the purple electric eel, on the other hand, maintained their composure, accustomed to such scrutiny. The majesty of their monarch-level status demanded it. After a considerable search, Yang Yu finally located the grand entrance of the Southern Mountain Beastmaster Academy. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. The academy was indeed distinct, bustling with young beast masters and a myriad of spirit beasts. While most were ordinary or elite level, the occasional glimpse of extraordinary beings invigorated the atmosphere. Following the directional signs, Yang Yu found the registration area for new students, the admissions office. The office door stood ajar, revealing a male teacher in his 30s, bespectacled and slightly balding. Engrossed in organizing documents, he mumbled to himself, the quality of this year's new students seems decent. There's even a boy who has contracted a high-tier iron-armored rhino with impressive defensive capabilities. Yang Yu knocked gently on the door. Please come in. The teacher replied without looking up. Yang Yu entered, politely introducing himself. Hello, teacher. I am a new student here. My name is Yang Yu. Oh, Yang Yu. The teacher finally raised his head, adjusting his glasses as he searched through a list on the table. Yang Yu, the one recommended by Southern Mountain University, found it ordinary. Upon noticing a note in the remarks column hinting at a recent awakening, he scrutinized Yang Yu closely. The clearly visible level 1 rune on his wrist left no doubt. A freshly awakened novice. I see, the teacher concluded, his tone becoming more casual. Do you have your paperwork? ID, recommendation letter, and your spirit beast for registration? No need to summon the ordinary ones. Just fill out a form to record potential level and attributes. Before he could finish, Yang Yu's golden kitten curiously poked its head out from his shoulder. Oh, another pet cat? Quite unique in appearance. However, we need to register contracted spirit beasts, the teacher said with a smile. Just as Yang Yu was about to explain that Xiao Yang was indeed his contracted beast, two massive shadows slowly entered the office, blocking much of the light at the entrance. The azure-scaled dragonfish had minimized its size, but still measured 3 to 4 meters in length, its jade-like scales shimmering as it curiously surveyed the office. The purple electric eel had also shrunk somewhat, but still exceeded 2 meters, its smooth purple skin flickering with arcs of electricity. They had grown concerned as Yang Yu had been inside for too long and approached to check on him. The balding teacher instinctively glanced towards the entrance. Just that one look. He jumped from his chair in fright, the swivel seat sliding away with a squeak and crashing into the filing cabinet behind him. His glasses skewed askew, trembling fingers pointed towards the doorway, his face turning pale as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Monarch-level. This teacher was at least a beast spirit level, over 30, and his eyesight was sharp. The pure water energy and draconic aura of the azure-scaled dragonfish, combined with the ferocious electric energy and unfathomable power fluctuations of the purple electric eel, exuded an unmistakable pressure that could only belong to monarch-level spirit beasts. And not just any fledgling monarch, but seasoned and formidable ones. While the academy did possess its share of monarch-level spirit beasts, they were typically the mounts of the principal, vice principal, or a few elder professors, rarely seen. How could they suddenly appear in his humble admissions office? And 2 of them. What was going on? An ambush? No, they seemed rather calm. Are you all right, teacher? Yang Yu, startled by the teacher's reaction, quickly inquired. Why, Yang Yu? The teacher stammered, pressing himself tightly against the filing cabinet as though seeking some semblance of safety. Are they yours? He gazed at Yang Yu, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. A level 1 beast master, accompanied by 2 monarch-level spirit beasts? Which legendary tale had this prince sprung from? Who carried 2 monarch-level guardians with him? Surely, even an imperial prince wouldn't enjoy such treatment. Yes, they are my uncles, Yang Yu explained somewhat awkwardly. They accompanied me because they were worried. Uncle. The teacher was even more bewildered. When did spirit beasts acquire such familial titles? However, he quickly realized that this might be a form of honorific, indicating the spirit beasts of an elder in the family. The sheer magnitude of the family behind this boy must be terrifying. Dispatching 2 monarch-level beasts just to escort a student to school? The teacher forced himself to regain composure, adjusting his glasses and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. His demeanor shifted a complete 180 degrees, from casual to profoundly respectful, even a touch obsequious. So it is you, Yang Yu. My sincerest apologies. Please, take a seat. He hastily positioned his chair straight, wiping it with his sleeve before inviting Yang Yu to sit. Yang Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable with this overt enthusiasm. Teacher, there's no need for formality. I can stand. Let us proceed with the paperwork. Yes, the paperwork. Right away, the teacher rushed back to the computer, his fingers trembling as he began to operate it. Stealing a glance at the 2 formidable beings at the door, he noted that they seemed indifferent to the office. But that suffocating pressure remained palpable. The teacher's thoughts were tumultuous. Damn, I almost overlooked this. This is no ordinary student. Clearly, he is a ferocious dragon crossing the river. A level 1 beastmaster? Nonsense. He must be a scion from some hidden noble family, employing some secret technique to conceal his true level. Yes, that must be it. The level 1 rune on his wrist is surely a facade. Otherwise, how could these 2 monarch-level spirit beasts be so dutifully following him? As he pondered, his reasoning became increasingly plausible, and his attitude grew even more reverent. Yang Yu, your information has been recorded. What is the name of your contracted spirit beast? The teacher asked cautiously, his gaze turning towards the little Xiao Yang perched on Yang Yu's shoulder. He could no longer afford to regard it as merely a pet cat. Anything that warranted the escort of 2 monarch-level spirit beasts must be extraordinary. Yang Yu gently set the little creature down on the desk. This is it. Its name is Xiao Yang. Standing on the desk, Xiao Yang tilted its head at the balding teacher and softly mewed. The sound was sweet and melodious. The teacher hurriedly pulled out the Academy's specialized high-grade identification device, far less capable than the one offered by the purple electric eel, but sufficient for a general assessment, and scanned Xiao Yang. Beep. Name: unknown, unregistered. Race potential: undetectable, extremely high. Current level: ordinary. Skills: light shield, light blade. Attributes: light, fire. The data on the assessment device made the teacher gasp in astonishment. Undetectable potential, and an attribute marked with a question mark. This apparatus is capable of identifying the potential of battle generals. How could it fail to fully discern the nature of this little feline? Moreover, possessing 2 skills at an ordinary level, and both light and fire attributes. What manner of monstrous spirit beast is this? He resolutely reaffirmed his belief. This is undoubtedly a rare spirit beast cub of extraordinary strength, something beyond his comprehension. This student, Yang Yu, has a background that is unfathomable. The teacher's hands trembled even more as he solemnly entered Xiao Yang's data into the system, specifically annotating it with extremely high potential, requires close monitoring. All right, all done. Student Yang Yu, your paperwork is complete. The teacher managed to muster the warmest smile he could, presenting the student ID and dormitory key with both hands. Your accommodation is in, the originally designated 4-person ordinary dormitory. Would you prefer to switch to a single villa area? The environment there is far superior and would also be more convenient for your, uncles to rest. He cast a glance at the doorway. No. The ordinary dormitory is just fine. Yang Yu quickly waved his hand. He was not here to indulge in luxury. That simply won't do. The teacher insisted vehemently. With your capabilities and circumstances, you must reside in a single room. I shall arrange it immediately. Here, take the key. I will promptly arrange for you to be transferred. Fearing he might offend this exceptional individual, he forcibly pressed a clearly more prestigious key into Yang Yu's hand, adorned with a tag indicating a standalone villa. Yang Yu. All right then, it seems futile to argue. And here is your class schedule. Courses include basic theory, physical training, spirit beast cultivation, and combat practice. All of these are essential. The teacher hesitantly inquired, given your situation, some foundational courses might. I need to learn them all. I will start from the beginning. Yang Yu stated earnestly. He truly knew nothing, save for possessing an extraordinary space and an impressive spirit beast, with theoretical knowledge at a complete zero. The teacher suddenly enlightened. Oh, experiencing life. Incognito visits. I understand now. The offspring of affluent families are indeed different. Understood. We shall proceed with the standard course arrangements. Student Yang Yu is truly humble and eager to learn. The teacher praised him profusely. Finally completing all the formalities, Yang Yu nearly fled the admissions office. The teacher's enthusiasm was somewhat overwhelming. Upon exiting, the azure-scaled dragonfish and purple lightning eel approached him. Young master, is everything settled? Yes, it's all done. Let us proceed to the dormitory. Yang Yu sighed in relief. Following the address on the key, he made his way toward the so-called standalone villa dormitory area. The journey sparked quite a commotion. Isn't that teacher Liu from the admissions office? Why is he being so courteous to that new student? Look behind him. Those two spirit beasts. My heavens, what an intimidating aura. That must be at the monarch level, right? Absolutely monarch level. The pressure from them is even greater than our Dean's Stormhawk. What sort of background does this new student have? Monarch level spirit beasts as bodyguards? Look, they're heading toward the villa area. Isn't that a place even seniors in their 4th year aren't qualified to reside in? The whispers grew louder than before. Yang Yu felt akin to a monkey in a zoo, uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Xiao Yang, however, appeared quite thrilled, perched on his shoulder, mewing as if accepting worship. The azure-scaled dragonfish and purple lightning eel remained unfazed, displaying a calm demeanor. Monarch-level spirit beasts are the center of attention wherever they go. They were accustomed to it. At last, they arrived at the standalone villa. The environment was indeed tranquil, featuring a small training ground, and the house was quite spacious. Dear uncles, Yang Yu felt a bit awkward, thinking it unfair to have 2 monarch-level spirit beasts squeezed into a dormitory. Do not worry, young master. The purple lightning eel crackled with arcs of electricity. We have our own accommodations. This courtyard is quite large. I can coil beneath that tree over there. It pointed toward a large tree in the corner of the yard. The azure-scaled dragon fish swayed its body. I sense there is an artificial lake within the academy, with decent water quality. I shall go there to lounge. It is not far from here. Should you require anything, young master, just call us with your mental energy, and we shall be there instantaneously. With that, the 2 uncles did not wait for Yang Yu's response. The azure-scaled dragon fish soared into the air, transforming into a streak of azure light toward the artificial lake. The purple lightning eel swiftly darted beneath the tree, coiling into a circle, its arcs of electricity retracting, resembling a purple sculpture, entering a state of rest. Yang Yu observed this scene, feeling a warmth in his heart. He cradled Xiao Yang and stepped into his new dormitory. After placing down his luggage and gazing out at the beautiful surroundings, Yang Yu took a deep breath. His academy life was about to commence here. Although the beginning was somewhat excessively ostentatious, he resolved to adapt. He stroked Xiao Yang's soft fur, and the little creature let out a comfortable purr. Xiao Yang, we shall strive together from now on. Meow. Chapter 4, The Alley. Barely 2 days into residing in the standalone villa, still reveling in the novelty, classes officially commenced. He was assigned to the 1st grade, A, class, reputed to be one with relatively good talent. On the first day of class, theory, the teacher discussed the most fundamental aspects of spirit beast nurturing, energy absorption, and the basic classification of spirit beast habits. Yang Yu listened intently. As he was indeed starting from scratch, his notebook filled with dense notes. His studious demeanor appeared somewhat odd to the others. Those who could enter class typically had some background or possessed considerable talent, often displaying a hint of arrogance. Seeing Yang Yu, someone deemed a relationship account, as rumors suggested, considering he moved into a villa area right at the start and was accompanied by 2 terrifying spirit beast bodyguards. Pretending to be studious, many privately scoffed at him, especially the class leader, Li Zhong. This fellow's family operated a spirit beast feed company, possessing a bit of wealth, and he had contracted a perfect level, Woodvine spirit beast, making him one of the top students among the newcomers. He often flaunted his authority as class leader, looking down upon others. He particularly disliked Yang Yu, believing this guy must have taken a shortcut and was merely a pretentious show-off. Hey, newcomer. As soon as the class bell rang, Li Zhong, flanked by 2 lackeys, blocked Yang Yu's desk, casting a sidelong glance at him. I heard your background is quite formidable. 2 monarch-level spirit beasts as bodyguards? Is that true? Yang Yu was packing his notes and did not lift his head. They are my uncles, not bodyguards. Uncles? Huh. Sounds rather affectionate, Li Zhong sneered. Who knows if your family just hired them to put on a show for you? A true beastmaster relies on their own abilities. Are you brave enough to practice in the afternoon combat class? Let me see just how capable this relationship account truly is. Surrounding classmates turned their attention, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yang Yu furrowed his brows. He did not wish to stir trouble, but was not one to shy away either. Moreover, he genuinely wanted to test Xiao Yang's abilities. All right. Yang Yu closed his notebook, calmly looking at him. Li Zhong did not expect such a swift agreement, momentarily taken aback. Then sneered, good. Don't chicken out this afternoon during combat class. In the afternoon, at the combat training hall, the practical classes for first-grade students primarily focused on basic combat, allowing students to familiarize themselves with the rhythm of battle alongside their spirit beasts. When it was Yang Yu and Li Zhong's turn to take the stage, a crowd gathered around. Even the teacher cast a few extra glances. After all, Yang Yu was now quite the celebrity. Yang Yu, where is your spirit beast? Release it. Li Zhong shouted from the opposite side of the arena, purposely raising his voice. He had already summoned his wood vine. It was a 3-meter-long, thick green vine, rough in texture and covered in sharp thorns, writhing on the ground like a living python, emanating waves of energy indicative of its perfect, extraordinary level, truly formidable among newcomers. With a flicker of thought, Yang Yu activated the Beastmaster Space. A brilliant golden light flashed, and Xiao Yang gracefully landed before him, shaking its golden fur as it curiously regarded the menacing vine that loomed before it. Meow? A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, only to be shattered by uproarious laughter. Uft. Ha! What is that? A pet cat? In gold. Must be dyed, right? I'm dying. He intends to use that thing against the class leader's wood vine? I bet it won't last 3 seconds. Li Zhong was doubled over with laughter. Yang Yu, are you kidding me? You're relying on that? What about your 2 Lord-level uncles? Afraid to call them out? Ignoring the mockery, Yang Yu simply advised Xiao Yang, be cautious. Seemingly understanding, Xiao Yang turned, meowed at Yang Yu, nodded its little head, then faced the vine once more, striking what it believed to be an intimidating pose, which was merely a stance with its little rear raised and tail erect. Wood vine. Entangling attack. Bind it like a zongzi. Li Zhong commanded with a sweeping gesture. The wood vine surged forth like a green lightning bolt, accompanied by a whistling wind, its numerous tendrils unfurling like a vast net aimed at Xiao Yang. Should it become ensnared, given the current disparity in size and strength, Xiao Yang would surely be unable to break free. The onlookers were convinced of the outcome. In that instant, buzz, a palm-sized, solid shield radiating a warm glow, the light shield, materialized before Xiao Yang. Though small, it expertly blocked the most ferocious point of the wood vine's entanglement. Bang! The wood vine collided with the light shield, producing a muffled thud, yet it was firmly repelled. The shield remained unyielding, not even a ripple disturbing its surface. What? Li Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Was there truly a defensive skill? Wood vine, use your thorn whip. Shatter it. The wood vine swiftly altered its strategy, lashing out like a whip against the light shield. Crack, crack, crack. The resounding strikes echoed, but that diminutive light shield stood resolute, impervious to the wood vine's relentless assault. Not even shifting from its position, Xiao Yang, sheltered behind the shield, even had the leisure to lick its little paw and yawn. What kind of absurd defense is this? Li Zhong felt urgency rising within him. Wood vine, unleash your full strength. Toxic spikes. The top of the wood vine violently split open, several glimmering, emerald-tipped spikes shooting forth, striking the light shield, only to produce a series of light chimes, bouncing harmlessly off without leaving a mark. Xiao Yang's light shield, imbued with a trace of solar essence, was not something an extraordinary plant vine could breach. The disparity in energy quality was insurmountable. Had enough? Yang Yu calmly inquired, observing the beads of sweat forming on Li Zhong's brow. Li Zhong's face flushed crimson. Feeling deeply humiliated, don't get cocky. If you have the ability, attack. Hiding behind your shell is no skill. Yang Yu turned to Xiao Yang, Lightblade. Finally putting down its half-licked paw, Xiao Yang flicked its little head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blades, as thin as gossamer yet remarkably sharp, glimmering with a blinding radiance, swiftly formed and spun in a triangular formation, arcing toward the wood vine. The speed was astonishing. Li Zhong barely had time to issue a command to evade. Slish, slish, slish. 3 sharp sounds echoed as deep gashes were instantly sliced into the wood vine, emerald sap splattering forth. It writhed in agony, emitting a sound akin to a whimper. Its offensive momentum collapsing, retreating as it evidently sustained serious injury. The skill Lightblade, also a manifestation of solar essence, it was extraordinarily sharp. The arena fell into stunned silence. All gazes were fixated on the elegant golden cat that had landed gracefully and resumed licking its paw, contrasting sharply with the injured, trembling woodvine, and finally landing on the composed face of Yang Yu. What manner of creature is this cat? Its defense is impenetrable, yet its offensive power is formidable. The energy fluctuations are hardly intimidating. Li Zhong's complexion shifted from red to pale, and then to a sickly green, an expression of utter dismay. He hastily withdrew the injured woodvine, shooting Yang Yu a furious glare before turning on his heel and storming off. What a disgrace. The instructor approached, astonished as he glanced between Xiao Yang and Yang Yu, jotting notes before declaring, Yang Yu wins. As school ended, Yang Yu cradled Xiao Yang in his arms, departing the training hall under the complex gazes of the crowd. His spirits were high. Xiao Yang's performance had exceeded his expectations. However, he remained oblivious to the resentful and defiant gaze Li Zhong cast at his retreating figure. Damn it, a mere cat. It must be due to the skills of that spirit beast. It has nothing to do with that kid. He just got lucky. The more Li Zhong thought, the angrier he became. He pulled out his phone, retreating to a corner to dial a number. Hello? Brother. I've been bullied. Yes, there's a new student at our school. Quite arrogant. His spirit beast is a bit peculiar, but I suspect that kid has no real ability. Great. Thanks, brother. Right at the alley where he lives. It's called Explosive Spirit, right? Level 40? That's more than enough. That'll scare him senseless. Let him know what real power is. Upon hanging up, a sinister smile crept across Li Zhong's face. His brother was involved in the underworld, acquainted with individuals who specialized in less than savory tasks. Possessing spirit beasts contracted through dubious means for illicit work. A level 40 explosive spirit, while not particularly intelligent, boasted fierce combat prowess, making it a sledgehammer to crush a mere freshman. He could almost envision Yang Yu begging for mercy. Unbeknownst to Yang Yu, he ambled homeward with Xiao Yang in his embrace, taking a shortcut through a seldom-traveled old alley. Suddenly, as he reached the middle of the alley, a scorching wave of heat surged toward him. The scene at the alley's mouth distorted as a creature composed entirely of blazing flames and chaotic energy slowly coalesced. It lacked a fixed form, resembling an ever-burning, explosive fireball with 2 voids at its center, pulsating with a furious red glow, fixated on Yang Yu. An overwhelming pressure emanated from it. It was a battle general level 40, spirit beast. Explosive spirit. A fire and energy type, notorious for its explosions and flames. It was exceedingly dangerous. Xiao Yang instantly bristled, leaping from Yang Yu's arms to stand protectively in front of him, emitting a low growl. Its body crouched low as a small, light shield reappeared. Yet, facing the pressure of a level 40 spirit beast, this petite shield appeared woefully inadequate. Yang Yu's heart plummeted. Level 40. This was far beyond his current capabilities. Who was it? Why were they attacking him? He immediately thought of Li Zhong. Roar. The explosive spirit unleashed a deep, thunderous roar, rapidly forming a massive fireball to hurl at him. Instinctively, Yang Yu reached to summon Uncle Qinglin and Uncle Zidian, uncertain if they would arrive in time. However, just as the critical moment approached, a cold, commanding snort echoed through the narrow alley, as if emerging from the depths of the nether. Accompanied by this chilling sound, a vast, unparalleled aura, suffused with endless moisture and draconic might, crashed down like a towering tsunami, instantly obliterating the explosive spirit's searing and violent presence. In the next moment, a streak of azure light appeared before Yang Yu, as if teleporting, not in a shrunken form, but in its complete form, the azure scale dragonfish. Its colossal form, nearly 10 meters in length, nearly filled the entire alleyway, the jade-like scales shimmering with a cold luster under the dim light. The dragon whiskers fluttered, and its immense, icy eyes fixed coldly upon the trembling blaze spirit. The terrifying pressure of a lord-level beast was palpable, solidifying the air around it. The fireball, which the blaze spirit had conjured halfway, extinguished with a soft pop, its entire energy body quaking violently, emitting fearful squeaks, unable to even entertain the thought of escape. This was the absolute terror that lower beings felt when confronted with an apex predator in the food chain. How dare such trifling energy remnants disturb the young master? The voice of the azure-scaled dragonfish was icy and filled with disdain. It did not even employ any skills. It simply raised one massive claw and, with a gentle grip, clasped the trembling mass of fiery energy. There was no sound, no explosion. The level 40 blaze spirit was extinguished like a candle snuffed out by an unseen hand, crumbling into the most primitive particles of fire energy, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. After this display, the azure-scaled dragonfish slowly turned around, its massive body shrinking to 2 or 3 meters in length. Lowering its head, its tone softened and became reverent. "Young master, you were startled. I have been secretly following you. Such a cowardly creature is unworthy of your personal attention." Yang Yu gazed at the now tranquil alley, then at the respectful azure-scaled dragonfish, letting out a long sigh of relief, his back already damp with cold sweat. In that moment, he had truly sensed the breath of death. "Thank you, Uncle Qinglin." Yang Yu expressed his sincere gratitude. Little Yang also retracted the light shield, bouncing over to rub against the enormous claw of the azure-scaled dragonfish, meowing affectionately, as if to say that uncle was magnificent. A trace of tenderness flickered in the eyes of the azure-scaled dragonfish, gently nudging Little Yang with its claw. "Young master, shall I investigate who orchestrated this?" The azure-scaled dragonfish inquired, a hint of murderous intent lacing its tone. The dignity of a lord-level spirit beast cannot be so brazenly provoked. Yang Yu paused momentarily, then shook his head. "I can probably guess who it is. Never mind, Uncle Qinglin, this lesson is sufficient." He understood that if Uncle Qinglin were to act, Li Zhong and his brother would face consequences far graver than mere lessons. He did not wish to provoke a matter of life and death at this time. The azure-scaled dragonfish regarded Yang Yu for a moment before nodding. "Young master is merciful. Let us return home." It shrank its form and trailed behind Yang Yu, resembling the most loyal of guardians. Yang Yu cradled Little Yang, stepping out of the alley, the setting sun casting a golden hue upon him. Through this experience, he gained a clearer understanding of the dangers of this world and the importance of possessing formidable power. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Li Zhong and his brother, who were observing the alley through special means, were utterly terrified upon witnessing the appearance of the azure-scaled dragonfish, their monitoring equipment shattering in an instant. Both collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, the dampness in their trousers betraying their fear. A lord-level spirit beast has been following him all along. Li Zhong stammered, completely petrified. It dawned upon him that he had provoked an entity far beyond his reckoning. To be extinguished by the other party would be easier than squashing an ant. In the days that followed, whenever Li Zhong saw Yang Yu, it was as if he had encountered a ghost. He would take a detour, his head nearly buried under the desk in class, no longer daring to provoke Yang Yu in the slightest. Chapter 5, The Prodigy. Yang Yu had been residing in the independent courtyard for nearly a week. This week had been remarkably fulfilling. He attended classes punctually, absorbing theoretical lessons with even more diligence than before the college entrance examination, his notes flying off the pages. As for practical lessons, ever since he and Little Yang effortlessly overcame the class leader Li Zhong's wooden vine creature, no one dared challenge him again. He relished the peace, practicing diligently in a corner of the training ground with Little Yang. Little Yang was growing at a frightening pace. That diminutive, light shield was now wielded with increasing proficiency, appearing in an instant at his command, remarkably sturdy. The light blade had evolved from a single strike to multiple, capable of launching 2 to 3 at once. Swift and cunning, even curving to pursue the training dummies. Yang Yu himself was not idle. He discovered that his supreme beast space was astonishingly powerful, even without actively training. The space itself was gradually absorbing external spiritual energy, refining it into the purest solar energy to nourish both him and Little Yang. It was as if he possessed a 24-hour, uninterrupted, fully automated training aid. Thus, even when he returned home at night merely to embrace Little Yang in sleep, he would awaken the next day feeling a slight increase in strength for both himself and his beast companion. If only his classmates, who toiled daily meditating and scrambling for a mere scrap of training resources, knew of this, they would undoubtedly be envious to tears. Life continued in this tranquil manner until the day of his 20th birthday. The day of his birthday happened to fall on a weekend, with no classes. Yang Yu had no intention of making a fuss. He simply wished to spend the day quietly in the courtyard. His father, Yang Zhifan, called, his tone tinged with guilt, explaining that family matters kept him away for the time being, and he transferred some money for Yang Yu to treat himself to something nice. Yang Yu felt no particular grievance. He was not one to concern himself with such things. However, As he gazed at the purple electric eel dozing in the courtyard and the azure-scaled dragon fish occasionally bubbling in the distant artificial lake, he felt a pang of longing for his grandfather. If only grandfather were here, he would undoubtedly have orchestrated a grand birthday celebration, inviting all of his old friends for a lively gathering. In the evening, he sat on the steps of the courtyard, cradling little Yang, watching the sun sink gradually below the horizon. The orange-red glow bathed the courtyard, enveloping both him and little Yang in a warm light. Little Yang seemed to sense his subdued mood, curling up quietly in his embrace, nuzzling his chin with its fluffy head. Little Yang, I turned 20 today. Yang Yu softly spoke, stroking its soft fur. If it weren't for grandfather and you, I might be tightening screws in some factory right now. Meow, little Yang gently replied, its amber eyes reflecting the sunset, sparkling with brilliance. Grandfather said this was his birthday gift to me. Yang Yu gazed at the sunset, the mingling of his longing for grandfather and heavy expectations causing a bittersweet ache in his heart, yet filling him with strength. Just as the last rays of the sun were about to vanish beyond the horizon, at the moment when his feelings of longing and gratitude peaked, a hum resonated. The supreme beast space within him suddenly surged into action, as if responding to some resonance. The last thread of the purest solar glow in the sky was violently drawn into his beast space, transforming into an imperceptible streak of light, vanishing into his being in an instant. Simultaneously, little Yang abruptly lifted its head, its golden fur standing on end, exuding a strong attraction. Greedily absorbing this rare solar essence produced during the transition between dusk and night. Boom. Yang Yu felt an energy far purer and more powerful than usual flooding into his limbs and bones. There was no need for him to actively guide it. This energy was ravenously devoured and refined by the supreme beast space, then fed back into every corner of his body. His bones emitted subtle cracking sounds. His muscle fibers trembled slightly, becoming more resilient, while his internal organs were cleansed and nourished by the warm energy. Most importantly, his beast space itself was expanding and solidifying at an astonishing rate. Level 1, Level 2. Level 3. The barriers of the Beast Master's ranks crumbled like paper before this vast energy, and the dominance of the supreme beast space easily shattered one after another. When the last trace of energy was fully absorbed and night descended, speckled with stars, Yang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, a faint golden light flashing briefly within. He instinctively glanced at his wrist, only to see the rune denoting his level, with the number glaringly transformed into 5. He had skyrocketed from level 1 to level 5 in an instant. A single moment of enlightenment had propelled him 4 levels forward. Yang Yu was utterly astonished. His mouth agape, unable to close it for quite some time. He was aware of his formidable spatial abilities, yet this rate of advancement was nothing short of absurd. It was faster than a rocket launch. Meow. The little Yang in his arms suddenly emitted a louder, more authoritative cry than usual. Yang Yu quickly looked down and saw that a soft yet radiant golden aura was emanating from the little creature. Its body visibly expanded, growing from the size of a palm to nearly that of 2 hands. The golden fur glistened more brilliantly, and a faint, sun-like pattern began to appear on its forehead. It had successfully transcended from the ordinary tier to the elite tier. More importantly, through the Beast Master contract, Yang Yu could distinctly sense that the little creature was nurturing its 3rd skill within. Shield of Light, Light Blade, and little Yang seemed to be reveling in its newfound power. It leapt from Yang Yu's arms to the center of the yard, slightly lifting its head. In the next moment, the radiance surrounding it intensified, transforming it into a miniature sun that illuminated the entire yard as brightly as day. However, this brilliance was not blinding. Rather, it radiated warmth and healing energy. Yang Yu felt the subtle fatigue he had been unaware of dissipate under this luminous glow, invigorating him and leaving him in an exceptionally fine state. Even the purple electric eel napping beneath a tree raised its head in surprise. The almost imperceptible scars on its body exhibited a slight itch, hinting at healing under the light. This was astonishing. Yang Yu was both elated and shocked. Radiant healing. The 3rd skill that little Yang had awakened was a wide area healing ability. Attack, defense, healing. This was what made an elite tier. Little Yang had already become a perfect all-rounder. Although the healing power seemed modest at present, its strategic significance was immense. Wonderful little Yang. Yang Yu exclaimed as he lifted the little creature high into the air. Little Yang meowed proudly, licking his fingers with its tiny tongue. On Monday, during the practical combat class, the instructor once again paired students for duels to consolidate skills and enhance coordination. When it was Yang Yu's turn, his opponent was a classmate who had contracted AI rock gorilla. The gorilla was rugged and powerful, a formidable contender among the newcomers. As the battle commenced, the rock gorilla roared and charged forward. Yang Yu concentrated, commanding, little Yang, use Light Blade to harass it. Little Yang immediately unleashed 2 or 3 light blades, accurately striking the path of the oncoming gorilla. Although it could not pierce its tough exterior, it successfully slowed the beast's momentum. Now is the time. Charge in, use the shield of light, and then attack its joints with the light blade. Yang Yu ordered. Little Yang transformed into a streak of golden light, dashing to the front of the rock gorilla, a small shield of light materializing before it. Boom. The rock gorilla's fist slammed into the shield, which remained unyielding, though the recoil left its arm tingling. In that moment of confusion, Little Yang's light blade precisely struck its knee and elbow joints. Although it still did not breach the defenses, the impact caused the rock gorilla to veer off balance. Good. We won, Yang Yu thought, preparing to summon Little Yang back. Just then, the classmate, flustered, shouted, "Rock gorilla, use rock throw." The gorilla steadied itself, grabbing a training stone from the ground, ready to hurl it. However, in its haste, it accidentally scratched its own arm, a small trickle of blood seeping out. That minor injury was inconsequential in the heat of battle. Yet, upon seeing the blood, an idea abruptly struck Yang Yu. Almost instinctively, he commanded through the contract, "Little Yang, try your new skill. Use it on it." Receiving the command, Little Yang halted its attack, radiating a warm golden glow. Radiant healing. The gentle golden light rippled outward like waves, enveloping the rock gorilla in an instant. Both the classmate and the gorilla were momentarily stunned. Then, to their astonishment, the tiny scratch on the gorilla's arm healed at a visible rate beneath the warm golden light, leaving no scar behind. Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The little golden cat, it hadn't been attacking, it had been healing its opponent. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Soon, the entire arena erupted into raucous laughter. What is he doing? Healing his opponent? This is hilarious. What kind of strategy is that? The heartwarming approach? Is Yang Yu here to entertain us? They jeered. Does his spirit beast have a few screws loose? The classmate with the rock gorilla, now recovering from his stupor, flushed with anger, feeling deeply insulted. Yang Yu, what do you mean by this? Do you look down on me? Yang Yu, flustered, stammered. Little Yang, meow. Did I do something wrong? Embarrassment flooded him, and he felt as if he could dig his toes into the ground. He quickly communicated through the contract. No. This skill is meant for allies, not for opponents. Little Yang tilted its head, seemingly puzzled, as it retracted its glow. The instructor, unable to suppress a chuckle despite maintaining a facade of authority, cleared his throat. Ahem. Yang Yu, one must discern the appropriate context for skill usage. However, your spirit beast has indeed mastered a healing skill, which is quite rare. Please step forward. Yang Yu, blushing under the laughter of his peers, approached the instructor. The teacher took out an identification device and scanned Little Yang. Ding. Level, Elite. Skills, Shield of Light, Light Blade. Radiant Healing. Status, Healthy, Energetic. Indeed, it is elite and possesses a healing skill. Quite impressive. The instructor nodded in satisfaction before casually glancing at Yang Yu to assess his progress as a beast master. When the light from the identification device scanned the level rune on Yang Yu's wrist. Ding. Beast Master level, 5. Level 5 now, progress is. The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at the screen displaying the number. Level 5. You were only level 1 during last week's entrance assessment, weren't you? His voice rose sharply, filled with shock and incredulity. In just 1 week. You've jumped for levels. How is this even possible? The instructor's exclamation drowned out the laughter echoing through the arena. All laughter ceased abruptly, as if someone had choked off their voices. Gazes refocused on Yang Yu, now filled with awe, confusion, and expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. In a mere week, from level 1 to level 5? Was this the pace of human progression? Not even aboard a spaceship would one achieve such speed. Even those geniuses, with abundant resources, would consider it swift to level up once a month. What sort of monster was this? Li Zhong stood among the crowd, his face pale, instinctively shrinking back, utterly deterred from provoking Yang Yu any further. He now believes that those 2 monarch-level uncles from the other party might genuinely be here to see the child. And this child is even more intimidating than his uncles. Yang Yu was somewhat dazed after being scolded by the teacher. He touched his nose and, feeling a bit embarrassed, stammered, I just had a birthday and suddenly had some insights, and then. The teacher responded with a stunned silence, while the classmates around them gasped in disbelief. You had a mere birthday revelation and managed to leap for levels. If that's the case, should we all celebrate our birthdays every day? The teacher took several deep breaths, struggling to contain the tumultuous waves of emotion within him. His gaze towards Yang Yu transformed entirely, shifting from that of viewing a mere privileged student to recognizing an unprecedented, extraordinary genius. Good. Excellent. The teacher exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. Yang Yu, You must continue to strive forward. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. No, wait here. I shall report this to the academic office immediately. Your situation demands special cultivation. With that, the teacher abandoned the class, hastily taking the identification device and rushing off, seemingly to confer with the college authorities. Yang Yu found himself standing alone in the center of the field, enduring the gazes of his classmates as if he were a prehistoric monster on display. The small sun on his shoulder appeared to revel in the attention, proudly lifting its little head and mewing, exuding an aura of strength. Yet, Yang Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation within. It seemed that remaining low-key would now be an arduous task. Chapter 6, The Cave 1. The practical assessment for new students at the Southern Beast Master Academy has finally arrived, with the destination being the school's controlled low-tier secret realm, the Spirit Echo Cave. This cave yields various low-tier energy cores and spirit herbs, making it an ideal locale for novices to gain experience and accumulate their first fortune. Early in the morning, the students of Class A gathered at the entrance of the cave, chattering excitedly yet nervously. Many summoned their contracted spirit beasts, creating a cacophony of howls and roars, turning the scene into a lively spectacle. Yang Yu arrived, with the iconic golden kitten, Xiao Yang, perched on his shoulder. A bit further behind him, the shrunken Qinglin dragonfish and the purple lightning eel waited quietly, their invisible monarch-level pressure causing the surrounding classmate spirit beasts to tuck their tails and remain silent. The leading teacher, Mr. Wang, appeared to be a stern middle-aged man. He took out a roster to call the roll. Upon reaching Yang Yu's name, he adjusted his glasses and glanced at the two monarch-level spirit beasts, his brow furrowing. Yang Yu, Mr. Wang began, according to school regulations, for the fairness and purpose of the new student's secret realm trials, assistance from high-tier spirit beasts not contracted by the student is prohibited. Your two uncles cannot accompany you inside. Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered this aspect. The Qinglin dragonfish leaned its massive head closer, speaking gently within Yang Yu's mind. Young master, the rules are as such. We shall wait for you outside. Rest assured, Xiao Yang will protect you well. The purple lightning eel flicked its tail, crackling with electricity in agreement. Yang Yu nodded. Understood, teacher. I will go in now. Observing Yang Yu's compliance, Mr. Wang's expression softened slightly. Many classmates breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if this fellow were allowed to enter with two monarch-level spirit beasts, the assessment would lose all meaning, and they might as well just follow behind to pick up the scraps. Li Zhong stood nearby, witnessing the scene with a smug smirk. Surrounded by a few sycophants who typically trailed after him, he mused, without those two old monsters backing him, let's see how arrogant he remains. He whispered to his followers, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. Soon, Mr. Wang finished explaining the precautions, which were nothing more than the usual advice about safety, signaling for help in emergencies, and prohibiting internal conflicts. Then he waved his hand, declaring, the Spirit Echo Cave trial begins now. Enter in teams or individually, with final scores assessed based on the value of collected resources and exploration progress. The goal is to achieve at least a C rating to pass. The crowd erupted into a flurry of activity as students began forming teams. Several individuals quickly clustered around Li Zhong. Zhonggu, take us along. Zhonggu, you must have prepared thoroughly, right? Following you guarantees high scores. Li Zhong reveled in this moment of adulation, clearing his throat. He retrieved a meticulously detailed parchment scroll from his storage ring, flaunting it. See this? The perfect guide for this Spirit Echo Cave. My brother achieved an S rating with this. It clearly marks monster distributions, resource points, and even some hidden paths. Stick with me, and you can all secure at least a B rating. Whoa, an S-rated guide. Zhonggu is amazing. We're set. The flattery flowed like a river. Li Zhong's vanity swelled immensely as he scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Yang Yu, who was preparing to enter the cave alone. An idea struck him, and he strolled over with his entourage, blocking Yang Yu's path. Well, is this not our privileged student, Yang Yu? Li Zhong exaggeratedly exclaimed. Going in alone? What about your two monarch-level uncles? Oh right, they can't come in. Ha. His followers chimed in with mocking laughter. Yang Yu, disinterested, attempted to sidestep him. However, Li Zhong moved to block him again, lowering his voice with a mocking and condescending tone. Hey, don't say I'm not looking out for you. How about this? Publicly kneel and apologize for embarrassing me during the practical class last time, and then follow behind our team. I'll ensure you get a taste of victory. At least a C rating. Otherwise, what can you do with just that glowing pet cat on your shoulder? You'll probably be devoured by slimes upon entry. His words were laced with scorn. The few followers eagerly awaited Yang Yu's response. Finally halting, Yang Yu regarded Li Zhong's smug countenance and the fawning classmates beside him, and found it somewhat amusing. A faint smile curved his lips, as if he had just heard a particularly dull joke. Heh, he chuckled lightly, too lazy to respond. and simply sidestepped Li Zhong, disappearing into the cave's darkness. That dismissive laugh stung Li Zhong more than any retort could have. He felt as though he had struck a pillow, only to be met with silent disdain. You, Yang Yu, just you wait. Li Zhong's face flushed with anger. Don't let me run into you inside the cave. He waved his hand furiously, leading his elite team into the cave. Inside, the Spirit Echo Cave was more expansive than expected, though the light was exceedingly dim, illuminated only by some luminescent moss. The air was damp and chilly, pervaded by the scent of earth and decaying plants. Li Zhong's team lit several torches, but the flickering flames only illuminated a radius of about 10 meters, beyond which lay an indistinct gloom, creating an unsettling feeling as if something lurked in the shadows, watching them. Everyone stay calm. Follow the guide, Li Zhong urged himself. Unfolding the guide map, at the first fork in the path, he declared, take the left. The right leads to a dead end and potentially elite rock monsters blocking the way. They cautiously proceeded according to the guide's instructions. Meanwhile, Yang Yu had ventured deeper into the cave and soon grew impatient with the oppressive darkness. He nudged the small sun on his shoulder. Little one, it's too dark. Brighten things up a bit. Meow, Xiaoyang responded, seemingly awaiting this command. In the very next moment, it leaped directly from Yang Yu's shoulder, and upon hitting the ground, it erupted with a warm and intense golden radiance. Buzz. It was as if a miniature sun had suddenly ignited within the cave. The soft yet penetrating golden halo rapidly spread out, illuminating the corridor ahead and behind for nearly 100 meters with crystalline clarity. All shadows were banished, revealing even the intricate textures of the stone walls. The previously ominous atmosphere was instantly dispelled. Well done, Yang Yu chuckled, reveling in the fact that this illumination was far superior to that of 100 torches. Xiaoyang proudly swished its tail, leading the way like a diminutive searchlight. The brilliance was so striking that it faintly reached the rear where Li Zhong and his companions were situated. Why is it so bright ahead? One of the underlings looked up, puzzled. Could it be that some luminescent treasure has emerged? Another speculated. Li Zhong furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the guide. This is strange. The guide indicated that there shouldn't be such phenomena in this first segment. Regardless, let us proceed and see. Meanwhile, under the protection of the feline searchlight, Yang Yu strolled with remarkable ease. Soon, as they rounded a bend in the corridor, two semi-transparent, jelly-like slimes, each standing a human height, were drawn out by the radiance, wriggling forth from either side. Xiaoyang, deal with them, Yang Yu said in a calm tone. Xiaoyang didn't even pause, merely tossing its head. Whoosh, whoosh. Two solid crescent-shaped blades of light shot forth, slicing through the cores of the two slimes with unerring precision. Puff, puff. The slimes didn't even have time to scream before they were vaporized into wisps of green smoke by the light blades imbued with solar essence, leaving behind only two small, faintly glowing inferior energy cores. Xiaoyang scampered over, nudged the energy cores towards Yang Yu's feet, and mewed up at him. Not bad. A little treat. Yang Yu bent down to collect them, feeling quite pleased. At that very moment, while Yang Yu effortlessly dispatched the slimes, Li Zhong's team was cautiously nearing the corner. Everyone, be careful. The guide states that two slimes respawn here. Li Zhong whispered urgently, directing his team. Wang Lei, your ironhide rhinoceros has tough skin. Take the lead. Zhang Hao, prepare your Windblade Wolf for ranged attacks. Others. He hadn't finished outlining his strategy when the two slimes that Yang Yu had overlooked, perhaps they simply hadn't appeared on his route, suddenly sprang from the opposite corner in a rapid, gooey assault towards the team. What the hell? Why are they coming from this side? Li Zhong exclaimed, startled. The guide hadn't mentioned this. Quickly dodge. The team instantly fell into disarray, nearly dropping their torches. Bang, bang. The two slimes crashed into the group, although they lacked offensive power. Their sticky bodies and surprise attack sent two sluggish underlings sprawling, their spirit beasts yelping in fright. Useless, Li Zhong cursed, swiftly leaping back. Wooden vines. Find them. His wooden vines immediately emerged from the Beast Taming Space, the dark green tendrils swiftly ensnaring one of the slimes. The other slime lunged at another underling's Windblade Wolf. Shadow Mouse, go. Li Zhong, unwilling to take chances, summoned his second spirit beast. A shadow darted from his Beast Taming Space, an entirely black mouse with blood-red eyes. Approximately half a meter long, it moved with astonishing speed, transforming into a black streak as it lunged at the slime attacking the Windblade Wolf. Its sharp teeth imbued with shadow energy sinking in fiercely. Sizzle. The slime lost a significant chunk, its movements noticeably slowing. It's the Shadow Mouse that Brother Zhong recently contracted. Incredible. The underlings quickly showered him with praise. Li Zhong raised his chin in pride. My father spent a fortune acquiring this for me. A dark-type beast, with innate potential reaching the monarch level. Perfect for dealing with these mindless, elemental creatures. With the cooperation of the wooden vines and the shadow mouse, the two slimes were quickly subdued. However, the team appeared somewhat disheveled. Several members' clothing stained by the slime's goo, and their spirit beasts were a bit shaken. Damn it, what a troublesome start. Li Zhong grumbled as he collected the energy cores dropped by the slimes. Feeling even more disgruntled as he recalled the flash of golden light he had glimpsed in the distance and the swift end of the battle. Stay alert. Follow the guide. Don't fall behind. He took out the guide, meticulously comparing it to their surroundings. Ahead, the guide mentions a small patch of luminescent grass here, worth some points. They carefully made their way to the indicated corner and indeed discovered several herbs emitting a faint glow. The guide was spot on. Collect them quickly. Li Zhong felt slightly uplifted. Meanwhile, on Yang Yu's side, there was no need for any guide. With Xiaoyang acting as a super searchlight, all hidden resources and lurking monsters were laid bare in the bright light. Meow? Xiaoyang pointed with its paw to a crevice above the stone wall. Yang Yu looked up and saw several decent quality moonlight mosses growing there. Meow meow. Xiaoyang then rubbed its head against an inconspicuous rock. Yang Yu approached and uncovered a small cluster of starstone Oregon. It was as if he was accompanied by an automatic resource radar, one that also provided illumination and protection. Collecting resources was effortless and enjoyable, with exploration proceeding at an astonishing pace, occasionally encountering solitary cave bats or rock monsters. Xiaoyang would dispatch them with a couple of light blades or a paw of light shield, effortlessly securing experience packs and energy cores. Before long, Yang Yu's temporary scorekeeper displayed that his exploration progress had reached 20, with resource collection ratings steadily improving. In contrast, Li Zhong's team, despite having the guide to steer them clear of detours, found their pace significantly slowed by adhering strictly to the outlined route, requiring careful evasion of monster hotspots indicated in the guide. After they finally cleared a designated rock monster and collected a batch of resources per the guide, Li Zhong glanced at the team's public scorekeeper. The exploration progress bar had just barely ticked to 10. Why is it so low? Li Zhong felt somewhat dissatisfied, having expected they would progress much faster. Brother Zhong, this is already quite quick. Without the guide, we might not even have reached 5. One underling quickly reassured him. Yes, steady and sure, we'll definitely score high. Li Zhong huffed, but could only console himself with such thoughts. He put away the guide, preparing to direct the team towards the next resource point when suddenly, he faintly heard a very weak, yet seemingly excited, meow, from deep within the cave ahead. Li Zhong's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 7. The Cave, 2. Yang Yu, accompanied by Xiaoyang, advanced through the Lingyun cave as if strolling through his own backyard. Xiaoyang's searchlight functionality was incredibly useful. All hidden resources and ambushing monsters were rendered visible under its brilliant glow. When encountering anything foolish enough to charge at them, Xiaoyang would simply flick its paw, dispatching them with a few light blades, all with effortless grace. Their exploration progress soared, quickly surpassing 50, and their resource collection ratings were startlingly high. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Zhong's team faced a far more arduous journey. They meticulously followed the strategy guide, successfully evading numerous major hazards, yet they continuously encountered minor setbacks. The guide is rigid, while the subtle changes within the cave and the randomly spawned creatures do not adhere to any script. Damn it, the guide states there are only 3 cave bats here. Why are there 5? Li Zhong, while commanding his shadow rat to attack, vented his frustration with expletives. Mu Tongue brandished her vines, assisting him in fending off the bat's assaults. Watch out, Zhonggu, one of his subordinates exclaimed in alarm. Li Zhong turned around, only to find a slippery bog had appeared beneath his feet. He nearly stumbled into it. What the hell is this place? He awkwardly leapt aside, glancing at the guide. This isn't right. It should be a dry passage. How could there be a swamp? After a hard-fought battle, they finally cleared the bats and navigated around the bizarre bog. Not long after, the passage opened up before them, revealing a vast underground cavern. At the center of the cave lay a murky, bubbling swamp, exuding a pungent odor of decay. They had arrived. The guide indicated this was the swamp area, home to a minor boss, the swamp giant turtle. Once defeated, a treasure chest would await. Li Zhong's eyes lit up as he hastily reviewed the guide, noting that the turtle had high defense, moved slowly, and was vulnerable to fire and lightning. Unfortunately, his team possessed neither. He surveyed his team. Most of the spirit beasts were physical or wind types. His shadow rat was of the dark type, and Mu Tongue was of the grass type, all of which were countered by this earth-water dual-type turtle. Never mind. We'll push through. The guide mentioned it could be worn down. Li Zhong steeled himself, rallying his team with firm commands. Wang Lei, lead with your iron-armored rhino to draw its fire. Zhang Hao, use your wind blade wolf for ranged harassment. Aim for its eyes. Li Li, your water arrow turtle. Just cheer it on. Everyone else, wait for the right moment to strike. My shadow rat will target its vulnerable neck and limbs. It must be said, although Li Zhong lacked luck, he displayed commendable leadership skills, having a solid foundation and considerable theoretical knowledge. The team members sprang into action. The iron-armored rhino charged at the swamp giant turtle, its hefty body slamming into the turtle's shell. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the iron-armored rhino stumbled back several steps, while the turtle remained unmoved. Enraged, the giant turtle let out a low growl, extending its long neck from the murky water and snapping its jaws, lined with jagged teeth, towards the iron-armored rhino. Wind Blade Wolf. Attack its eyes, Li Zhong shouted. Whoosh. Several wind blades struck the turtle's head with precision. Though they inflicted minimal damage, they successfully drew its attention. Shadow Rat. Go. Li Zhong commanded as his shadow rat transformed into a darting shadow, dashing towards the turtle's neck and sinking its shadow-infused teeth into the flesh. Sizzle. The effect was remarkable. The giant turtle violently shook its neck, flinging the shadow rat away, yet a deep wound, oozing dark blood, was left behind. Effective. Keep it up, Li Zhong exclaimed, exhilarated. The team members, seeing a glimmer of hope, directed their spirit beasts to besiege the turtle. Moo Tongue wrapped her vines around the turtle's limbs, while the other spirit beasts seized the opportunity to attack. Although progress was slow, given the turtle's thick hide and high defense, they were indeed gradually whittling down its health. The scene was intensely collaborative, appearing quite methodical. Meanwhile, as Li Zhong's team engaged fervently with the swamp giant turtle, drenched in sweat, Yang Yu and Xiao Yang had ventured deeper into the cave. The air grew increasingly tainted, permeated by an indescribable stench reminiscent of rotting corpses. Ugh! Xiao Yang seemed to detest the odor, crinkling her little nose, her own radiance dimming slightly. Suddenly, a painful, frenzied roar, brimming with a savage aura, erupted from the depths of the dark passage. Following that, the ground trembled under heavy, drum-like footsteps, reverberating throughout the entire cave. Yang Yu's expression hardened. A colossal creature approaches. Xiao Yang immediately leapt in front of Yang Yu, crouching low and emitting a threatening growl, her glow intensifying, illuminating the path ahead. A massive entity charged forth from the shadows. It resembled a gigantic rhinoceros, yet its body was severely decayed, exposing patches of stark white bone, with maggots writhing in the putrid flesh. Its eyes were a murky crimson, filled with madness and agony. Wherever its hooves struck, the ground appeared corroded. Corrupted Kodo Beast. A terrifying creature mutated by malevolent forces. Goodness. Yang Yu was taken aback. The visual impact was overwhelming. Xiao Yang. Light blade. Whoosh. Whoosh. Several light blades sliced through the air, accurately striking the Kodo Beast. PFFF. PFFF. The blades cleaved through the rotting flesh, even severing a few ribs. Yet the Kodo Beast seemed impervious to pain, merely slowing its advance before charging even more furiously. The wounds, now dripping with dark green, foul-smelling pus, only fueled its rampage. Light shield. Xiao Yang instantly conjured a light shield. Boom. The Kodo Beast's massive body collided violently with the shield, producing a deafening sound. The shield shook violently, its radiance dimming significantly, but ultimately held firm. Xiao Yang was jolted back a few steps, shaking her little head. Such tremendous strength. Yang Yu thought, alarmed. This creature's power far surpassed any adversary they had previously encountered. Xiao Yang, evade. Don't confront it head-on. Use light blade to wear it down. Yang Yu swiftly altered his strategy. Utilizing her petite form and incredible speed, Xiao Yang began to dart around the Kodo Beast, unleashing light blades that sliced with surgical precision at the creature's body. However, the results were minimal. The Kodo Beast exhibited formidable vitality and seemed immune to pain. With every wound, it grew even more ferocious, barreling through its surroundings and shattering nearby stone pillars. The battle devolved into a grueling struggle. Sweat beaded on Yang Yu's forehead as he directed Xiao Yang to dodge and attack. Xiao Yang's energy consumption was immense, causing her speed to gradually wane. At one point, she narrowly avoided a direct hit, but the Kodo Beast's sharp horn grazed her body, and although it didn't strike home, the corrosive dark energy scorched her golden fur, leaving a charred mark. Ugh, Xiao Yang cried out in pain. Yang Yu's heart ached. Xiao Yang, heal yourself. Immediately, Xiao Yang radiated a warm, glory-healing light, swiftly mending the charred mark before their eyes. In that fleeting moment of healing, Yang Yu keenly observed the frenzied Kodo Beast suddenly stiffen, its blood-red, murky eyes. Upon encountering the warm, pure glow of glory healing, revealed a fleeting glimpse of pain and yearning, almost human-like. It instinctively raised a front hoof, as if attempting to shield itself from the blinding light. This subtle gesture ignited a spark of inspiration in Yang Yu's mind. This monster, it fears light? Not entirely. It reacted less to the light blades, but it is pained by the healing light. Or rather, The healing energy seems to purify the corrupted forces within it, inflicting immense suffering, yet also awakening a buried instinct. Xiaoyang. Yang Yu yelled decisively, "Don't heal yourself. Use the healing spell on that beast. Shine it on." Although Xiaoyang was puzzled, she executed Yang Yu's command without hesitation. It immediately changed direction, casting the warm golden radiance of luminous healing like a spotlight, abruptly illuminating the massive form of the corrupted Kodo beast. Muh! The Kodo beast emitted a heart-wrenching wail, starkly contrasting with its previous frenzied roars. That sound was filled with unimaginable agony. Its colossal body convulsed violently, rolling as if it were being seared from within, from the festering wounds upon its body. Hissing white smoke billowed forth as copious amounts of black mist and murky green ichor were forcibly expelled and vaporized. The spectacle appeared excruciatingly painful. The Kodo beast crashed against the cave walls in a frenzy, causing the very earth to tremble. Yang Yu and Xiaoyang watched anxiously. Ultimately, when the last trace of black mist was purified, the Kodo beast ceased its struggles, collapsing to the ground. Its form seemed to have shrunk a size. Though still marred by countless scars, the repugnant signs of decay had vanished, revealing its original deep brown skin, cloaked in thick fur. Its eyes, no longer blood red, transformed into clear and weary orbs, filled with confusion and relief. It struggled to lift its head, gazing at Yang Yu and Xiaoyang, its expression devoid of madness, replaced instead by gratitude and profound fatigue. A low, hoarse yet remarkably clear voice resonated directly within Yang Yu's mind. "Thank you, young Beastmaster, and you, Child of Light." Yang Yu was taken aback. Could it be that the spirit beast was capable of telepathic communication? This Kodo beast was extraordinary. "Is it you who speaks?" Yang Yu cautiously inquired. Indeed, the Kodo beast's voice faltered weakly. "I am grateful to you for dispelling the corruption and madness within me with the pure power of light, allowing me a fleeting moment of clarity before my complete demise." A hint of sorrow glimmered in its enormous eyes. "I was once merely an ordinary Kodo beast in this mind, tasked with hauling or leading a mundane yet stable existence. Until that deranged individual arrived." The Kodo beast's tone brimmed with fear and hatred. "He is a madman who claims to be a biologist. He brought forth dreadful concoctions, transforming the workers within the mine into mindless zombies and turning the guard dogs into decayed monstrosities. He warped the ancient moss and mushrooms that thrived in the cavern into twisted trance. He injected the most heinous and malevolent serum into a swamp frog, metamorphosing it into the sinister and cunning, corrupted frogman, becoming the minion of that lunatic. And I," the Kodo beast's voice trembled with pain, "was infused with a potion that incited madness and decay, becoming the grotesque and frenzied creature you witnessed, compelled to guard this tainted land." The Kodo beast's eyes flickered with fear. That madman even subjected himself to the most dreadful serum, transforming into something neither human nor ghost, lurking in the depths of the mind, exuding an endless aura of torment and malevolence. "Young Beast Master," it implored, gazing at Yang Yu with earnestness. "If you possess the ability, please delve deeper, seek out that deranged scientist, and with the power of the Child of Light by your side, purify him completely. Perhaps, from him, you may discover the antidote to eradicate this pollution. Only thus can this cursed mine attain true liberation, and we, the trapped souls, find peace." Upon uttering these words, the Kodo beast seemed to expend its final reserves of strength, its massive head slowly drooping, its body beginning to emit soft glimmers of light, becoming somewhat translucent. The exploration of the cavern had reached its conclusion for outsiders, yet the path to liberation was just beginning. "Complete it, and you shall receive the mine's profound gratitude." Its voice grew fainter until, ultimately, its form dissipated into countless motes of light, vanishing into the ether. Left behind was a remarkably pure purification energy core, brimming with immense life energy, and Yang Yu's wrist communicator instantaneously surged from a previous 70 or 80% exploration progress to a full 100. Moreover, beside it appeared a golden, flickering additional prompt. Hidden task, source of purification activated. Objective, purify the mad scientist, seek the antidote. Reward, unknown, gratitude of the mind. Yang Yu took a deep breath, picked up the warm energy core, and, upon seeing the prompt on the communicator, his gaze solidified with determination. "The mad scientist, the corrupted frogman, the antidote," he murmured, then turned to Xiaoyang perched on his shoulder. "Little one, it seems our task is far from over." "Meow?" Xiaoyang exclaimed, its eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, seemingly more radiant and pure following the recent act of purification. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the cavern, after considerable effort and teamwork, Li Zhong's squad had finally vanquished the swamp colossal turtle. "We did it." Ha. Li Zhong, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Watching as the giant turtle disintegrated into motes of light, leaving behind a treasure chest, and several materials, beaming with pride. See, this is the power of teamwork. This is the importance of strategy. Though his subordinates were equally fatigued, they still showered him with praise. Brother Zhong's leadership was phenomenal. Without him, we certainly wouldn't have succeeded. This A-grade evaluation is in the bag. Li Zhong, brimming with self-satisfaction, opened the treasure chest, acquiring several commendable elite-grade materials and an exceptional piece of equipment. He cast a content glance at the team's shared score tracker. The exploration progress wobbled, settling at 55. 55. That's quite high already. The top score for this assessment is undoubtedly mine. Before Li Zhong could finish his boast, his smile abruptly froze on his face. He noticed that the personal ranking on the score tracker had suddenly refreshed. The name leading the pack, far ahead, was Yang Yu. The exploration progress displayed a shocking 100. No, this is impossible. Li Zhong leapt up, his eyes wide with disbelief, pointing at the communicator. His voice cracking. How could he have 100? Cheating. He must have cheated. He definitely snuck that Lord-level spirit beast in with him. I must report him. His frantic roars echoed throughout the cave, while Yang Yu, accompanied by Xiao Yang, ventured deeper into the mine, towards the source of the hidden task. Chapter 8, The Cavern, 3. Li Zhong's squad, after tremendous exertion, finally defeated the sturdy swamp colossal turtle, each member collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Yet, upon witnessing the materials and equipment unveiled from the treasure chest, Li Zhong felt a swell of pride once more. See, sticking with Brother Zhong means feasting on the spoils. He patted the strategy guide, noting that the next destination, as per the guide, was the Kodo Beast Corridor, where the creatures were known for their thick hides and high attack power, albeit being rather dim-witted and slow. We can employ a kite strategy, gradually wearing down a few of them to gather plenty of thick hides and mighty horns, both of which are excellent treasures. Although the team was weary, the prospect of rewards spurred them on, and they showered Li Zhong with compliments. Brother Zhong is incredible. The strategy is divine. After a brief respite, the group cautiously approached the so-called Kodo Beast Corridor per the guide's instructions. Indeed, upon arrival, they spotted a massive Kodo beast. Its deep brown fur resembling a small mountain, sprawled out, squinting as if dozing off. It appeared, somewhat fatigued, yet its body was immaculate, devoid of any signs of decay, exuding a sense of calm stability. Just one. Splendid. Li Zhong exclaimed with delight. Stick to the plan. Ranged spirit beasts lead the charge. Draw aggro. Melee fighters flank for damage. Treatment? We have no treatment. Just endure it with self-medication. He had not thoroughly examined the differences between the ferocious temperament described in the guide and the actual behavior of the Kodo beast. And he issued an attack command without hesitation. Whoosh. Crack. A wind blade and a water arrow struck the slumbering Kodo beast. Awakened from its rest, it slowly opened its eyes. Those were clear, wise eyes, devoid of any feral rage. It gazed at the unwelcome guests before it, nostrils flaring as it exhaled a plume of white vapor, and a deep, gentle voice resonated in the minds of all present. Who are you? Why do you attack me? Everyone was taken aback. A spirit beast can speak. What level of spirit beast is this? Li Zhong was momentarily stunned but then erupted with joy. Holy cow. It can talk. This must be a mutated elite monster. Perhaps even a hidden boss. The loot will be even better. Quick. Unleash everything. Take it down. We can collect the gear and then ambush that fool Yang Yu outside and finish him off. He shouted with uncontainable excitement. However, the instant he uttered Yang Yu's name, the previously gentle Kodo beast's eyes widened in shock. An indescribable aura of terror emanated from its being. What? You dare to harm our hope? Its voice transformed, filled with astonishment and wrath. With a thunderous roar, it let out a deafening bellow that echoed like a signal throughout the corridor. The ground trembled violently, as though 1,000 galloping steeds were charging forth. In the horrified gaze of Li Zhong's team, Kodo beasts of gigantic stature surged from every direction. Caverns, forks in the path. Even emerging from behind the rock walls. 1, 2, 10, dozens, hundreds. Their eyes burned crimson, nostrils flaring, fixated on Li Zhong and his companions. The foremost beast, embodying the remnants of the consciousness of the Kodo beast purified by Yang Yu, or perhaps temporarily reshaped by the cavern's power, stomped the ground with its massive foreleg and roared. It is they who seek to harm the purifier. Crush them. With a resounding collective roar, the 100 Kodo beasts lowered their heads, their sharp, colossal horns aimed menacingly at Li Zhong's team. In the next heartbeat, a torrent of steel-like charges commenced. I can't believe this. Li Zhong was paralyzed with fear, his face paling. The guide did not mention anything about this many beasts. Run. Help. What tactics? What coordination? In the face of overwhelming numbers and strength, it is all nonsense. Li Zhong's team was overwhelmed in an instant. like bowling pins struck by a bowling ball, crushed beneath the stampede of the Kodo beasts, turning into beams of white light, and they were ejected from the dungeon. At the resurrection point at the cave's entrance, beams of white light flickered as Li Zhong and his lackeys appeared, utterly bewildered and shaken. They exchanged glances, though uninjured. The feeling of being trampled by the Kodo beasts lingered. Li Zhong, one team member, was the first to react, eyes reddened with fury. Grabbing Li Zhong by the collar, "Aren't you the one with the guide?" "What was that? What the hell was that?" "Hundreds of Kodo beasts. You called them slow and foolish. I nearly developed the psychological trauma." "Exactly. You got us killed. My rating. It's all ruined. Refund me. Return the money for the guide." The group surrounded Li Zhong, seething with anger, ready to tear him apart. Li Zhong himself was dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down his face as he stammered, Brothers, let us discuss this. This was purely an accident. The guide didn't mention this. It must be a bug in the dungeon." "Yes, definitely a bug." At that moment, the assessment instructor approached with an impassive expression, holding a report card. Li Zhong's team received their final evaluation. Li Zhong, B grade. Wang Lei, C grade. Zhang Hao, C grade. Lu Yang, D grade. Except for Li Zhong, who barely scraped AB due to his previous command and output during the swamp turtle fight. The others were all rated C. And even one who had slacked off and died the quickest received AD. Upon hearing the results, the C and D grade members' eyes turned red, glaring intensely at Li Zhong. Li Zhong felt a chill run down his back, nervously chuckling. Brothers, next time, I promise to lead you to victory." "Victory, my foot." Someone cursed, and the group dispersed angrily, too indignant to glance at Li Zhong again. This time, he had thoroughly alienated the team. Meanwhile, Yang Yu remained oblivious to the farce unfolding outside. Accompanied by Xiao Yang, he ventured deeper into the mine, guided by the Kodo beast's purification. The further they walked, the more oppressive the air became, thick with decay. Soon, they encountered the first genuine residents, sluggish, ragged, and pallid miner zombies. Sensing the presence of the living, they howled and converged. Yang Yu furrowed his brow, ready to command Xiao Yang to attack, but suddenly felt a shift in thought. "Xiao Yang, don't harm them. Try to heal them." Xiao Yang tilted its head, though perplexed, it complied. It leaped onto a slightly elevated rock, radiating a warm, potent, radiant healing glow, illuminating a vast area like a small sun. The stumbling miner zombies, engulfed in this sacred light, trembled violently, emitting anguished hisses. Dark smoke sizzled from their forms. The grotesque features and pallor gradually fading as clarity returned to their eyes, before they all collapsed to the ground, as if succumbing to slumber. Although they did not revert to living beings, the insidious, corrupting energy had been completely purified. Effective. Yang Yu felt a surge of joy. They pressed on and soon encountered the twisted, withered tree men, clawing and flailing. Likewise, Xiao Yang's radiant healing light dispersed the dark energy, restoring the gnarled branches to their original state, transforming them back into quiet, softly glowing ancient trees, which even waved their branches amicably at Yang Yu and Xiao Yang. Thus, Yang Yu expended little effort, moving as a living purifier. Wherever he went, zombies fell into slumber, tree men were restored, as if he brought life and redemption. The purified miners and trees gazed at him with gratitude, silently watching him venture deeper. At last, they arrived near a vast underground lake, shrouded in thick humidity and a putrid stench. At the lake's center was a small island, upon which stood a crude nest. Inside the nest was a colossal figure, a dark green, pus-covered, evil frogman, wielding a twisted bone staff, watching them warily. It was the minion spoken of by the Kodo beast. "Croak! Intruders! Die!" The evil frogman let out a shrill scream, brandishing its bone staff, summoning countless tentacles made of sewage and bones from the lake to ensnare Yang Yu and Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, be careful." This time, the purifying light seemed less effective. The sewage tentacles merely shriveled slightly, yet continued their advance. The dark power of this evil frogman was evidently more potent and refined. The battle erupted in an instant. The evil frogman incessantly summoned tentacles and unleashed dark arrows, while Xiao Yang nimbly dodged, slicing with light blade and blocking with light shield. Yang Yu anxiously directed the fray. This was a formidable confrontation. The malevolent frogman, having the advantage of terrain and formidable strength, gradually forced the valiant Xiao Yang into retreat, causing cracks to appear in his luminous shield. Just as Yang Yu pondered a strategy amidst the escalating peril, a cacophony erupted behind him. Roars, hisses, thuds. Upon turning, Yang Yu beheld the miners' zombies, whom he had purified into slumber, now struggling to rise. Additionally, the withered treants, having regained their forms, approached with heavy steps. Their gazes, once clouded, now burned with clarity and fury directed at the frogman. "Protect the purifier," they hoarsely cried. "Avenge us. Drive away that monster." Without hesitation, they surged forth. The miners shielded Yang Yu from the dark arrows aimed at him, while the treants lashed out at the murky tendrils with their resilient branches. Though their offensive might was feeble, their sheer numbers and disregard for their own safety alleviated an immense burden from Yang Yu and Xiao Yang in an instant. The frogman was momentarily stunned by this unexpected counterattack. Now Xiao Yang. Maximum power. Rapid-fire light blades. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu bellowed. Xiao Yang summoned every ounce of power, erupting in a torrent of scorching light blades, which rained down upon the unprotected frogman like a tempest. The frogman let out a series of chilling wails as countless light blades pierced through him, ultimately exploding into a viscous, dark green sludge, which was then entirely vaporized by the purifying light that followed. The battle was over. The surviving miners and treants bowed deeply to Yang Yu and Xiao Yang, before gradually becoming transparent and dissolving peacefully into the air, having been completely purified and liberated. Yang Yu felt a surge of complex emotions as he and Xiao Yang paused to recuperate, then ventured onto the island at the heart of the lake, where they discovered a hidden entrance to the final laboratory. Upon entering, they found themselves in a starkly contrasting laboratory, filled with various intricate instruments and glass vials. A disheveled scientist, clad in a tattered white coat and exhibiting an unwholesome green hue, was feverishly concocting a bubbling, bizarre potion, his back turned to them. His voice, hoarse and deranged, echoed in the air. "It's almost ready, my daughter, my Nana. Father will surely bring you back to life. You will be by my side once more." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu halted his intended attack and cautiously approached. "You need not cling to this obsession." He could not help but interject. The scientist abruptly turned, his initial shock morphing into a terrifying gleam in his mad eyes. "Ah, a living specimen. Fresh living experimental material. Nana, you have hope now. Father will bring you back." He cackled maniacally, seizing a syringe filled with green virus and lunging toward them. Foolish obstinacy. Yang Yu's expression darkened. "Xiao Yang." In an instant, Xiao Yang sprang forward. The scientist wielded considerable strength and speed, the syringe aimed recklessly at Xiao Yang. However, Xiao Yang, more agile, continuously sliced at him with light blades and raised a luminous shield in defense. Crucially, Xiao Yang emanated a radiant glow of radiant healing that enveloped the scientist. Initially oblivious, the scientist soon sensed something amiss. The green hue of his skin began to fade, the slime beneath evaporating, and the dark, frenzied power that sustained him rapidly dissipated. "Ah, no, my power, my research," he cried in terror, his movements slowing. Ultimately, as the majority of the dark energy was purified, the scientist collapsed to his knees, his green skin returning to a normal hue, the slime vanishing to reveal a pale, weary face that faintly hinted at a once civilized appearance. The madness in his eyes evaporated, leaving behind confusion and profound sorrow. What have I done?" he murmured, gazing at his restored hands, touching his face, and then surveying the horrific instruments and virus samples around him, as if finally grasping the gravity of his actions. He suddenly looked up at Yang Yu and Xiao Yang, tears streaming down his face. You purified me? Please, save my daughter. Bring her back. I will do anything. Pay any price." Yang Yu gestured for Xiao Yang to cease, his emotions swirling as he inquired, "Where is your daughter?" The scientist scrambled to a corner of the laboratory, clearing debris to reveal a cold metal sickbed. A small girl lay there, her complexion pale and devoid of breath, clearly having been dead for some time. With a heavy sigh, Yang Yu nodded to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang leapt forward and unleashed radiant healing upon the girl. A warm glow enveloped her, but she remained unresponsive. Once life has utterly departed, it seemed that such healing energy could not restore it. Yang Yu shook his head. The scientist fell to his knees before Yang Yu, prostrating himself and pleading, "Please, try again. It must be possible. As long as she can live, I will serve you faithfully for a lifetime." Yang Yu, unable to harden his heart against the scientist's desperate gaze, allowed Xiao Yang to attempt numerous times, even varying the intensity of the light, yet the girl remained immobile. Just as Yang Yu was about to surrender hope, a daring, even somewhat mad thought flashed through his mind. He addressed the scientist, struggling to articulate, "Could you transform your daughter into a zombie?" The scientist's head shot up, stunned. Yang Yu pointed at Xiao Yang. "I will purify her immediately. Perhaps, by employing poison against poison, we might awaken her dormant life essence." The risk was immense. The scientist's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, as if seizing the last lifeline. He nearly crawled to the lab table, frantically retrieving a vial of the most potent, preserved dark green virus. Trembling, he injected the virus into his daughter's cold body. In the next moment, the girl's body convulsed violently. Her eyes flew open, completely white. With a ghastly shriek, she sat up and bit the nearest target, her father's arm. "Ah!" The scientist screamed in agony, yet his face bore a twisted expression of anticipation and hope. "Now, Xiao Yang, Maximum power. Purification. Yang Yu shouted. Xiao Yang concentrated all her might, summoning an unprecedented, pure golden beam of light that descended like divine retribution, enveloping the girl entirely. The girl emitted a heart-wrenching scream, her body shaking violently as dark mist was forcibly expelled and evaporated. Moments later, the light dissipated. The girl lay quietly back on the bed, her skin restored to a healthy hue, even displaying faint signs of breath and heartbeat. Yet, her eyes remained shut, devoid of any signs of awakening. Ignoring the darkening wound on his arm, the scientist fell to the floor before the bed, trembling fingers checking for his daughter's breath. She lives. She truly lives. My daughter, you are alive. He wept with joy, but soon he realized that she exhibited no awareness, resembling a mere shell. Yang Yu paused in silence before delivering the somber truth. She, though alive, may never awaken. The scientist cradled the warm, yet unresponsive body of his daughter, enveloped in a profound silence for an extended period. Ultimately, it seemed as though he had come to a complete understanding of reality, finding solace in his acceptance. He gently laid his daughter down and approached a locked cabinet at the experimental station, inputting a code to retrieve a small metallic box, which he then presented to Yang Yu. This was the antidote that would completely purify the virus. Thank you for allowing me to awaken from the madness without succumbing to total destruction, and thank you for granting Nana a dignified resting place. His voice was hoarse, yet remarkably calm. He picked up a half-pack of damp cigarettes from the laboratory table, extracted one, ignited it, took a deep drag, and then, holding his daughter's lifeless form, pressed a button on the experimental table. A beam of white light enveloped the pair. Farewell, thank you. The scientist and his daughter, along with the laboratory, gradually dissipated in the radiant light. Simultaneously, the metallic box in Yang Yu's hands transformed into a stream of luminescence, merging with the cavern. The entire Ling cave trembled violently. All traces of darkness and decay swiftly vanished, reverting to the dim yet ordinary appearance of a typical mine. Yang Yu and Xiao Yang were gently propelled out of the cave by a soft force. Outside, every participant's scoreboards emitted blinding golden light. Freshman Yang Yu has completed the hidden task, Source of Purification, Comprehensive Evaluation, SSS Grade. Received additional rewards. A golden beam descended from the heavens, enveloping Yang Yu. An indescribable energy, one that would fundamentally alter the essence of his life, surged into his body. Gene upgrade, one time. This energy initially aimed to flow into his brain, enhancing his mental capacity, but was suddenly drawn into the supreme beast space within his dantian. Yang Yu felt a searing pain radiate from the beast space, as if it were about to tear apart. Yet, moments later, the agony subsided, and the energy seemed to be fully absorbed and transformed by the beast space, subsequently emanating a novel stream of information imprinted deep within his soul. This was not a mere enhancement of attributes, it was a skill. A permanent passive skill named Gene Evolution. Gene Evolution, the ultimate ability resulting from the supreme beast space absorbing special energy and undergoing mutation. It can consume vast amounts of energy to directly optimize and guide the evolutionary process of the bloodline genes of contracted spirit beasts. There is an extremely low probability of triggering super evolution. Yang Yu felt his heart race at the description of this skill. This ability was truly extraordinary. Chapter 9, Gene Evolution. Emerging from the Ling cave with an SSS rating and having acquired a skill that sounded unbelievably powerful, Gene Evolution. Yang Yu walked with a newfound vigor. Upon returning to his solitary courtyard, he eagerly began to explore this new concept swirling in his mind. Gene Evolution. Capable of optimizing and guiding the evolutionary process of spirit beast bloodlines, made Yang Yu's eyes sparkle as he stroked Xiao Yang's head. This was far more formidable than any rare treasure. It was akin to rewriting the very code of existence. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his gaze inevitably drifting toward the two uncles in the courtyard. The azure-scale dragon fish was comfortably curled up in the small pool it had created with water energy, dozing peacefully, sunlight reflecting softly off its jade-like scales. The thunder eel, on the other hand, was coiled beneath the large tree in the corner, tiny arcs of electricity crackling on its body as if enjoying a static massage. These two were indeed supreme beings, with solid foundations and considerable bloodline potential. If he could optimize their genes, the results would surely be phenomenal. Without hesitation, Yang Yu took a deep breath and approached the pool. Uncle Azure Scale, may I propose something? Yang Yu smiled, a hint of flattery in his tone. The azure scale dragon fish lazily opened one eye. Is there something you need, young master? I have recently acquired a skill that might, perhaps, be able to purify your bloodline and optimize your genes, Yang Yu said, rubbing his hands together. Would you care to give it a try? A spark of interest flickered in the azure scale dragon fish's enormous head. Oh, such a skill exists? Young master, Your fortunes are indeed profound. How may I assist? Just relax and don't resist, Yang Yu thought to himself, feeling uncertain, yet he steeled his resolve and focused his energy. Activating the skill known as Gene Evolution, locking onto the azure-scaled dragonfish. Buzz. The moment the skill was activated, Yang Yu felt as though an invisible hammer had struck his head with tremendous force. His vision went dark. Instantly, he sensed that every ounce of strength, mental fortitude, and even vitality was being mercilessly siphoned away, drawn toward an intangible vortex. It felt as though a small water pump were attempting to drain the entire Pacific Ocean. He nearly collapsed from the exertion. Ugh! Yang Yu let out a cry, his legs buckling beneath him as he barely managed to brace himself with his hands on his knees, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his complexion as pale as parchment. Meanwhile, the azure-scaled dragonfish's reaction was even more intense. Roar! It unleashed a howl of excruciating pain. Its massive body thrashed violently within the pool. The sensation not one of optimization, but rather as if someone were wielding a chisel to burrow into every scale, bone, and bloodline within it, tearing apart and reshaping its very essence. The primal agony, stemming from the core of life itself, was unbearable even for this ancient monarch-level spirit beast, who had endured countless battles. It writhed in torment, its powerful tail thrashing wildly, splashing water everywhere, until it finally collapsed in the pool, gasping for breath, its gaze vacant. Young master, what have you done to old Qing? The thunder eel, alarmed by the sudden upheaval, darted over, witnessing its suffering companion and the wavering Yang Yu. It was frantic, electric arcs dancing chaotically around it, utterly clueless about how to proceed. Should it assist Yang Yu or help Qing? Its entire being was in a state of confusion. The commotion was terrifying. Those unaware might think Yang Yu was committing fratricide. The entire ordeal lasted perhaps a mere 10 seconds. Yet for Yang Yu and the azure-scaled dragonfish, it felt like an eternity. As the horrific sensation of extraction and tearing receded like a tidal wave, Yang Yu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, feeling utterly drained, his mind buzzing, and his vision blurred. Meanwhile, the azure-scaled dragonfish, lying in the pool, began to undergo a profound transformation. Its originally jade-green scales deepened in hue, the edges shimmering with a faint golden radiance. Its body visibly expanded, becoming longer and more powerful. The two horn-like protrusions atop its head, previously mere bumps, now broke through the skin, transforming into two crystalline dragon horns, seemingly carved from pure crystal. Its foreclaws became increasingly sharp, glinting with a chilling light. A presence far more magnificent and imposing than before emanated from it. Energy fluctuations surged dramatically, shattering the barriers of monarch-level existence, soaring higher. Level 61, 65, 70. It leaped 2 tiers in an instant, ascending from the pinnacle of monarch level to the formidable status of emperor level. Azure-scaled Dragon Lord. It slowly raised its head from the pool. The previous pain entirely dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort and strength. Feeling the power surging within, it gazed at its revitalized form. Its enormous eyes filled with incredulous elation. This feeling, its voice deepened and resonated with authority. My bloodline has been utterly purified. The concentration of dragon lineage has significantly increased. The bottleneck has vanished. Young master, what divine skill is this? Yang Yu lay sprawled on the ground, weakly waving his hand, nearly devoid of the strength to speak. Beside him, the electric eel gaped in astonishment, its eyes nearly bulging out. Envy, jealousy. Its drool was almost about to spill over. If eels could drool, that is. In a sudden rush, it darted in front of Yang Yu, its massive head nuzzling desperately against Yang Yu's embrace, its voice a blend of urgency and flattery. Young master, my dear young master, beloved young master, please look at me. Pity the poor Uncle Electric Eel. I share a bond of life and death with old Qing. You cannot favor one over the other. Just grant me this one favor. Just once. I beg of you. From now on, let me zap whoever you wish. Direct me east, and I shall never stray west. It was on the verge of tears. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if missed, would lead to centuries of regret. Yang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the electric eel's pathetic yet impatient demeanor. He felt utterly drained, his body weak and his head pounding as if pierced by needles. Yet, gazing into the electric eel's expectant eyes and recalling the unwavering protection it and the Qinglin dragon fish had provided, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Damn it, let us go for it. Uncle Electric Eel, brace yourself. He summoned the last remnants of his dwindling mental energy and activated Gene Evolution, targeting the electric eel. At the moment the skill was unleashed, the terrifying sensation of his soul and body being torn apart surged once more, even more violently than before. Yang Yu's vision blackened, as if he were witnessing countless stars exploding. On the brink of losing consciousness, he seemingly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. He thought he saw his grandfather. Yang Qi, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. You little rascal. Got yourself into a bind, didn't you? Did you think this skill was used like that? Ha. Surely, it was an illusion. Pain-induced hallucinations. Oh, Yang Yu cried out once again in agony. Meanwhile, the electric eel was enjoying a similar supreme VIP experience. Writhing on the ground in pain, purple lightning erupting uncontrollably, scorching patches of grass in the courtyard. Moments later, the torment subsided. An astonishing transformation occurred upon the electric eel. Its once smooth purple skin sprouted crystalline scales, its body grew more robust, and 4 small bulges appeared on its abdomen, the nascent form of dragon claws. Its head became more fearsome, adorned with a lightning-shaped thunder rune on its forehead. The arcs of electricity that once crackled around it now resonated with a deep, heart-pounding thunder. Its aura surged madly, breaking through to the Emperor level. Purple Thunder Dragon. Though its claws and dragon form were not yet complete, it had already taken a significant step forward. Roaring with exhilaration, the electric eel, no, the Purple Thunder Dragon, let out a bellow that intertwined dragon roars with thunderous echoes. Reveling in the newfound power coursing through its veins, soaring and spiraling in the air. Ha! I've made it. Old Qing. From now on, refer to me as Lord Thunder Dragon. The Qinglin Dragon King gave it a sidelong glance, snorting in disdain, too indifferent to engage with the boastful creature, yet deep within, he felt a sense of joy for his old friend. The 2 newly evolved Emperor-level spirit beasts, amidst their excitement, finally remembered to check on their great benefactor. There stood Yang Yu, his face as pale as a sheet, swaying unsteadily, his gaze vacant, as though his very essence had been siphoned away. Meanwhile, the obedient little Yang lingered nearby, tilting its head to observe the imposing Qinglin Dragon King and the awe-inspiring Purple Thunder Dragon. Its amber eyes filled with envy and a hint of grievance. Gently nudging Yang Yu's leg, it emitted a soft, expectant mew. Meow, Iao. Translation, Master. I want in too. Yang Yu struggled to lower his head, meeting the yearning gaze of the little Yang, and felt the emptiness within his own body and the pressure building in his skull. His vision darkened as the last vestiges of his strength evaporated. And without uttering a word, he collapsed backward, falling unconscious with a definitive thud. Young Master. Meow ow. The 2 newly evolved Emperor-level spirit beasts and the disaster-level cub were instantly thrown into a panic, bustling around chaotically, using their paws, transforming the courtyard into a scene of utter disarray. Chapter 10. The tumultuous Sea Yang Yu, accompanied by little Yang, had stirred up quite a commotion within the Spirit Rhythm Cave, achieving an unprecedented SSS-level rating, an event that could not be concealed. News spread like wildfire. Reaching the desk of Zhang Baichuan, the principal of the South Mountain Beast Taming Academy, by that very afternoon. SSS level. Are you sure there's no mistake? Principal Zhang exclaimed, his hand trembling as he nearly dropped his cherished purple clay teapot while staring at the report delivered by the academic director. It's absolutely verified, Principal. The scoring device recorded everything clearly. Exploration level, 100. Resource collection, S. Hidden tasks completed. Overall rating, SSS. This is the first occurrence since our school's establishment. The academic director was so excited that saliva flew from his mouth. Principal Zhang could no longer remain seated, pacing back and forth in his office. He recalled Yang Yu's name. He was the son of Yang Zhifan, who had been specially recruited despite not having awakened before. How could a single venture into a secret realm transform him so completely? An SSS rating. What extraordinary luck and prowess must he possess? How on earth did he manage that? Are there surveillance recordings? Principal Zhang pressed for answers. The Spirit Rhythm Cave is not equipped with surveillance cameras to protect student privacy and preserve the ecological balance of the secret realm. However, the energy detection at the exit shows that the energy fluctuations he brought out are quite unique, imbued with life and purification, unlike signs of battle. The director adjusted his glasses. Purification energy, SSS level. Principal Zhang pondered, his eyes glinting. He realized that this Yang Yu was far more complex than he appeared. There must be a hidden expert behind him, or perhaps he himself was that expert. I must see this for myself. Such a genius, no, such a prodigy, must be carefully nurtured and protected. Principal Zhang promptly made his way to the storage room, meticulously selecting a generous gift, a skill book radiating a gentle white light titled Blessing of Light Prisms. Then, following the registered address, he located the independent residence where Yang Yu lived. Upon reaching the entrance, Principal Zhang sensed something amiss. At the gate, 2 creatures lounged. On the left, in the pool, coiled a dragon fish of jade green, adorned with crystalline horns, exuding a regal aura without anger. On the right, beneath a large tree, lay a fully purple-scaled dragon, crackling with arcs of electricity, its gaze haughty and disdainful. The energy fluctuations emanating from these 2 spirit beasts left even him, a level 50 Beast King Tamer, feeling a chill run down his spine, his legs trembling slightly. This pressure far surpassed that of his monarch-level Storm Eagle. These creatures were at least Emperor level, perhaps even higher. When did such formidable, not to mention obviously owned, spirit beasts emerge in a small place like South Mountain City? And they were lounging at Yang Yu's doorstep? Cold sweat broke out across Zhang Baichuan's forehead as he forced himself to maintain composure. Adjusting his suit and mustering what he believed to be his friendliest smile as he stepped forward, esteemed seniors, may I inquire if Yang Yu resides here? The Qinglin Dragon King lazily lifted its eyelid. The purple thunder dragon emitted a powerful gust of electrified air from its nostrils. Principal Zhang felt an intensifying pressure and promptly clarified his identity. I am Principal Zhang Baichuan, here to congratulate Yang Yu on his outstanding achievements. I bear no ill intent. At that moment, the courtyard door creaked open. Yang Yu peeked out, surprised to see the principal. Principal? What brings you here? Haha. Yang Yu, congratulations indeed. An SSS rating. What a glory for our school. Principal Zhang entered the courtyard with a smile, yet his gaze involuntarily flickered towards the two gatekeepers. His heart pounding with apprehension. What sort of person is Yang Yu? To have two Emperor-level spirit beasts as his guardians? Even his father, Yang Zhifan, does not possess such prowess. Once seated, Principal Zhang produced a skill book, a small token of appreciation, not meant to be taken lightly. Light Prism Blessing. A light-based skill capable of inflicting additional damage equivalent to the enemy's lost life points, becomes quite potent at higher levels. Yang Yu took it, examining the practicality of its effects, and accepted it with a cheerful smile. Thank you, Principal. After exchanging pleasantries, Principal Zhang transitioned to the matter at hand. Yang Yu, your displayed abilities are exceptionally unique, particularly that purifying effect. Our school is currently facing a rather daunting predicament in the Surging Sea Secret Realm, and I would like to inquire if you would be willing to lend your assistance. Before he could finish, the languid azure-scaled dragon lord at the entrance suddenly lifted its head, its massive form crashing out of the water, coming to rest at the window. Its enormous eyes fixated on Principal Zhang with urgency and concern. The Surging Sea? What has transpired there? Taken aback by this unforeseen interruption, Principal Zhang gulped as he beheld the colossal dragon head mere inches away, his conviction solidifying. This is undoubtedly related to those of Emperor-level status. His tone became more reverent. Elder, it is as follows. He promptly detailed the situation. Recently, an evil beast master known as Black Eye has emerged in the Surging Sea. Wielding formidable power, he commands two monarch-level spirit beasts, one named Death Raven and the other Source of Plague. They have unleashed pestilence and death within the secret realm, contaminating the water sources and causing significant casualties among the water spirit beast populations, particularly the azure-scaled salmon and mud eel groups, which have nearly faced annihilation. Our school has dispatched a third-year elite team to patrol and defend the area, but they have suffered severe losses and can barely maintain a foothold. Upon hearing of the dire plight facing the azure-scaled salmon and mud eel, the azure-scaled dragon lord's breath became noticeably ragged, its eyes burning with fury and concern. Principal Zhang observed its reaction cautiously, continuing, We have organized several purges, but Black Eye is exceedingly cunning, hiding deep within the contaminated zones. His spirit beasts possess bizarre abilities, rendering conventional methods ineffective. I noticed that you, Yang Yu, seem to possess strong purification abilities. So I thought to ask if you and the two esteemed elders could possibly attempt to assist us by purifying an area, thereby saving the surviving spirit beasts and our students. Yang Yu pondered, stroking his chin. The task sounded perilously daunting. An evil beast master of monarch-level status. A full tier above the lord level. He was merely at the 5th level of the mortal realm, accompanied by the elite Xiaoyang. Although he had two emperor-level uncles. Still before he could complete his thoughts, the azure-scaled dragon lord abruptly turned, its massive head leaning toward Yang Yu, its tone resolute. Tinged with a hint of pleading, Young master, we must depart immediately. Let us go to the Surging Sea at once. So urgent? Yang Yu was momentarily startled. The nearby purple thunder dragon sighed, gliding closer, its body crackling with electrical energy, and solemnly explained, Young master, the Surging Sea is old Qing's homeland. The place of its birth and upbringing. It gazed into the distance, as if lost in memories. It is a vast and wondrous ocean at the southeastern edge of the continent, connecting to the boundless ocean beyond. The seabed is adorned with undulating mountain ranges, unfathomable trenches, and expansive, vibrantly colored coral forests. The waters are rich in spiritual energy and unique minerals, creating an ideal habitat for water spirit beasts. Old Qing was originally a common member of the vast azure-scaled salmon clan that thrived there. Their clan has existed for generations. Not particularly powerful, but numerous, living a tranquil life. The azure-scaled dragon lord's gaze softened and turned nostalgic as it added, its voice resonating like thunder. Indeed. I was but a small and naive fish back then, swimming among the coral with my kin, feasting on luminescent moss and shellfish. Though weak, I was carefree. Until I encountered my old master, Yang Qi, who took me from the sea to witness the broader world, leading to the being I am today. Its tone shifted, heavy with anger, yet that place will forever be my roots. The azure-scaled salmon and their symbiotic mud eels are my brethren. Now, there are those who wantonly slaughter my kin in my homeland, polluting the ocean that nurtured me. I cannot stand idly by. Its enormous eyes bore into Yangyu. Filled with determination, young master, I understand the peril involved. Yet, I cannot remain passive in this matter. Even if you choose not to accompany me, I must return. I implore you, assist me this once. Yangyu, moved by the unprecedented fervor and imploring gaze of the azure-scaled dragon lord, recalled his grandfather Yang Qi, and comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was not merely a task for old Qing. It was a return home, a quest to protect family. Taking a deep breath, he resolved without hesitation, nodding emphatically, "Very well. We shall go to the surging sea. Thank you, young master." A glimmer of gratitude shone in the azure-scaled dragon lord's eyes. Without further ado, it allowed Yangyu and Xiaoyang to leap onto its back. The purple thunder dragon followed suit. "Principal, please assist us in securing the fastest teleportation rights to the surging sea secret realm." Yangyu called back. Oh, certainly. No problem. I shall arrange it immediately." Principal Zhang, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, hastily acquiesced. Watching the two colossal beasts ascend with the youth and the cat, transforming into streaks of blue and purple light vanishing into the sky, he wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself, "The surging sea, it seems, is about to unleash true chaos through the Academy's dedicated emergency teleportation array." Yang Yu and the two beasts swiftly arrived at the entrance to the surging sea secret realm, a massive whirlpool gate situated at the edge of a coastal cliff. Upon emerging from the teleportation array, a potent scent of the sea assailed them, intertwined with a nauseating stench of decay. The once vibrant blue waters now presented a morbid gray-green hue, with dead fish floating belly up, and even the corpses of larger spirit beasts, their skin peeling and covered in festering sores. The previously golden sandy beach had become a murky wasteland, coated in a layer of viscous, dark green sludge. The entire environment reeked of death, devoid of even the cries of seagulls. Yang Yu stood dumbfounded by the scene before him. The severity surpassed his worst imaginings. Roar! The azure-scaled dragon lord unleashed a heart-wrenching and furious roar. It felt the torment and suffering inflicted upon its homeland. Damn those wretches! The purple thunder dragon seethed, arcs of electricity crackling around it, exclaiming that the level of pollution was far too severe. "That scoundrel Black, I must be turned to ash. Uncle Qing, Uncle Purple Thunder. Remain calm." Though shaken, Yang Yu maintained his composure. "First, we must locate the school's stronghold and ascertain the specifics of the situation." Following the coordinates provided by Principal Zhang, they swiftly flew low along the contaminated coastline. Soon, they spotted a small encampment protected by a pale blue energy shield, situated behind a higher cliff. Outside the shield, a swarm of corrupted sea wolves, eyes blood-red and oozing pus, were frantically assaulting the barrier, which flickered with light, on the verge of collapse. Inside the encampment, several students clad in Shannon Academy uniforms wore pale expressions, injured, desperately channeling spiritual energy into the shield, while their spirit beasts were mostly wounded and listless. It was indeed the school's stronghold. Yang Yu recognized it at a glance. "Leave this to me," the azure-scaled dragon lord bellowed, diving downwards with fury. There is no need for any particular skill. The colossal, emperor-level dragon form itself serves as the most terrifying weapon. Boom! It descended upon the corrupted sea wolves like a meteor, instantly flattening a vast area. With a sweeping motion of its immense tail, dozens more corrupted sea wolves were flung into the air like ragged cloth, disintegrating into minced flesh before they even hit the ground. The might of the dragon surged forth. The remaining corrupted sea wolves, overwhelmed by this irresistible aura of terror, lost control of their bowels and fled in panic, howling as they scattered. The students in the camp stood in stunned silence. They witnessed a flash of azure light descending from the heavens, and then that despair-inducing horde of corrupted monsters was torn apart as if made of paper. Only when the azure light dissipated did they discern that it was a magnificent green jade dragon lord, radiating an overwhelming draconic power. Upon its head stood a young boy alongside a golden kitten. "Why you are?" stammered a student who appeared to be the team leader, trembling as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. Such a powerful spirit beast. Could it be reinforcements? But that boy looks even younger than they are. Yang Yu leaped down from the dragon's head, brandishing his student ID. "First-year student, Yang Yu. Under the orders of the principal, I am here to provide assistance." "What is the current situation? Where is that black-eyed one?" "A first-year student." All the surviving students were left dumbfounded, feeling as though their worldview had been utterly shattered. Chapter 11. Reunion. Having resolved the crisis at the camp entrance, Yang Yu gleaned a clearer understanding of the black-eyed entity and its two malicious spirit beasts from the trembling upperclassmen. Death Crow, King level, extremely swift, adept at shadow ambushes and mental attacks, capable of spreading panic and despair, and exceedingly cunning. Source of corruption, King level, resembling a mass of rotting flesh constantly oozing dark green slime, without a fixed form. It can contaminate water and land, spreading a deadly plague. All living beings that come near it quickly decay and perish. It is the culprit behind the ecological disaster of the surging sea. These two fiends are a revolting combination. The crow harasses and ambushes, while the plague contaminates the environment. We are utterly powerless to counter them. An upperclassman said, still shaken. The teacher leading our group sacrificed himself to cover our retreat. The atmosphere grew heavy with despair. The azure-scaled dragon lord's enormous eyes burned with fury as it growled. They can wreak havoc no longer. Lao Zi, we shall split up. I will hunt down that flat-feathered crow, and you will root out that mass of rotten flesh. Ensure they are dealt with swiftly. The purple lightning dragon crackled with energy, just as I wish. Watch me turn that stinking mass into charcoal. Be careful, you too, Yang Yu urged. He understood that in battles of this magnitude, he and Xiao Yang were not yet in a position to intervene. The two emperor-level behemoths nodded and instantly transformed into two streaks of light, one azure and one violet, racing towards the depths of the surging sea. Their overwhelming presence sending chaotic ripples through the energy around them. The camp was temporarily secure. The upperclassmen began tending to the wounded and repairing the protective barrier. Yang Yu, feeling somewhat useless, was assigned to rest in a separate tent. Inside the tent, only Yang Yu and Xiao Yang exchanged wide-eyed glances. Outside, the sounds of crashing waves and the bustling upperclassmen could still be faintly heard, but Yang Yu felt a twinge of boredom. He sat cross-legged, observing the little golden kitten in front of him as it groomed its paws. Though the little creature had not participated in the battle, it remained vigilant, its golden aura flickering gently. Thanks to Uncle Qinglin and Uncle Zidian, Yang Yu thought, stroking Xiao Yang's head. We are still too weak. We must strengthen ourselves without delay. He recalled the skill, gene evolution. The last time he had used it on the two uncles, it had nearly drained him dry, but the results had been remarkable. I wonder what would happen if I used it on Xiao Yang. A bold idea surged forth. Xiao Yang was his primary contract beast, their souls intertwined and energies shared. Logically, the consumption should not be as great as it would be for others. Moreover, Xiao Yang's potential was boundless. Perhaps the effects would be even more pronounced? Xiao Yang, come here, Yang Yu beckoned. The little creature obediently approached, nudging its head against his hand. Bear with me, it might hurt a bit. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yu focused his mind and once again activated the skill that evoked both love and loathing within him. Gene evolution. Target, Xiao Yang. Buzz. The moment the skill was unleashed, Yang Yu felt a sharp pain in his head, as if pierced by needles, accompanied by a rapid loss of energy within his body. Yet, compared to the harrowing sensation of nearly being soul-sapped during the last evolution for Qinglin and Zidian, this time was markedly more bearable. Though he still experienced headaches and fatigue, it remained within tolerable limits. There is hope. Yang Yu felt a surge of joy and gritted his teeth to endure. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang, enshrouded in golden light, let out a low growl that was both pained and invigorated. Oh well, its body visibly expanded within the golden glow. From its original size of 2 palms, it now measured nearly half an arm in length, though its overall shape still resembled a larger cat. Its limbs had grown robust and powerful, faintly embodying the presence and majesty of a king among beasts. The faint sun emblem on its forehead had become considerably clearer. Its golden fur gleamed more brilliantly, as though each strand contained pure sunlight, radiating warmth and vitality in a more profound and vigorous manner. After a moment, the golden light dissipated. Yang Yu felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing, but he managed to hold on. He quickly turned his gaze toward Xiao Yang. Name, Sun's Child. Daylight Tiger, Youth Phase. Race Potential, Catastrophic Level. Current Level, Elite Level. Skills, Light Shield, Light Blade, Radiant Healing. Attributes, Sun, Light, Fire. It worked. Xiao Yang successfully transitioned from the juvenile phase to the youth phase. Its power had surged to the elite level. Simultaneously, Yang Yu felt a tremor within the beast controlling space in his dantian, expanding a notch, and a stream of pure energy coursed throughout his body. The level rune on his wrist flared with heat, the numbers becoming blurry before leaping to 10. He had risen 5 levels in one go. Ascending directly from level 5 to level 10, he had officially become a Beast Master level Beast Tamer. What a thrill. Yang Yu reveled in the enhanced strength and the more stable beast controlling space, unable to resist throwing a punch in celebration. Though his head still swam slightly, this had been a tremendous gain. Xiao Yang, too, rolled about excitedly on the ground, acclimating to its enlarged body and newfound strength, emitting a woo. A woo sounds before vigorously rubbing its larger head against Yang Yu and licking his face. All right, I know you're amazing. Yang Yu chuckled, embracing it. Let us go see how the two uncles are faring. Meanwhile, deep within the surging sea, a battle had reached its conclusion. The azure-scaled Dragon Lord, wielding absolute mastery over Emperor-level power and familiarity with the hydrological dynamics of the surging sea, had encountered little resistance. Its vast consciousness swept across the waters like a radar, swiftly locking onto the Death Crow, which was resting amidst a cluster of rocks, absorbing dark energy. The crow sensed the approaching dragon's terrifying might, and in a panic, it attempted to escape into the shadows. Oomph, wretched beast. Where do you think you're going? The azure-scaled Dragon Lord scoffed coldly, gently pressing its claw against the surface of the sea. Boom. The waters within 100-meter radius instantly froze, solidifying like the hardest ice, ensnaring the crow's shadow within. The crow struggled desperately, yet it was utterly incapable of breaking free from the Emperor-level domain's restraint. The massive dragon head of the azure-scaled Dragon Lord leaned closer to the crow, trapped within the icy mass, its voice icy. Speak. Where are your rotten flesh accomplices and your master, Black Eye, hiding? The raven trembled in terror, yet seemed bound by some unseen restraint, keeping its beak firmly shut while casting a venomous glare at the azure-scaled Dragon Lord. Stubborn, eh? A glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the azure-scaled Dragon Lord as he flicked his claw, sending a droplet of seemingly ordinary seawater hurtling like a bullet into the ice block, precisely striking the raven's throat. In an instant, the Dragon Lord focused his thoughts, and that droplet of water within the raven transformed into a weight of 1,000 pounds, spiraling chaotically within, colliding violently. A piercing scream erupted from the raven, a sound so wretched it seemed to tear the very air apart, its eyes bulging in agony. The torment from within far eclipsed any external assault. It felt as though its innards were being shattered. I'll speak. The master, accompanied by the source of pestilence, has gone to the Guardian's lair. Lord Linlong is on the verge of a crucial breakthrough. They intend to interrupt her and seize her core of power. The raven, overwhelmed by pain, wept and confessed everything. Upon hearing the name Linlong, the azure-scaled Dragon Lord's massive form quivered slightly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. With a swift grip of his claw, bang! The ice encasing the raven shattered instantaneously, reducing it to powder. In the next moment, the azure-scaled Dragon Lord transformed into a torrent of azure energy, racing towards the heart of the turbulent sea, the Guardian's lair. Nestled at the center of a vast, vibrant coral forest, the lair was meant to be a sanctuary of rich spiritual energy, serene and beautiful. Yet now, a murky green miasma of plague enveloped the entrance, the magnificent corals withering visibly, darkening and rotting. At the entrance of the lair, a massive, dripping mass exuding an unbearable stench, this source of pestilence, extended numerous decaying tendrils, violently assaulting the thin, shimmering barrier that protected the lair. The barrier was on the verge of collapse, its brilliance dimming. Within, a slender, elegant dragon-like creature, adorned with scales resembling iridescent glass, coiled languidly, its breath uneven, evidently at a critical juncture in its breakthrough, defenseless against the external onslaught, relying solely on its instinctual barrier for protection. If I tear through this shell and consume the power core of this little creature, I shall evolve to the Emperor level. The source of pestilence cackled ominously, intensifying its attacks. At that moment, a thunderous roar imbued with boundless fury reverberated like thunder. The azure-scaled Dragon Lord arrived, witnessing the scene before him, especially the fragile figure within the crumbling barrier, ignited a fierce rage within him. Without a moment's hesitation, his colossal tail, wielding the force of a tidal wave and the terrifying power of a sovereign, swung down like a massive axe, striking the source of pestilence with tremendous force. Boom! The source of pestilence was utterly unprepared for the sudden onslaught of a sovereign-level presence. Its decayed form was violently torn apart by the ferocity of the blow. A deluge of murky green slime and shredded flesh splattered everywhere, emitting hissing sounds of corrosion. Those splattered remnants, upon contact with the azure-scaled Dragon Lord's scales, were effortlessly repelled by a layer of jade-green radiance, unable to erode even a fraction. Who dares to thwart my endeavors? The remnants of the source of pestilence, now fragmented, writhed in an attempt to reassemble, emitting a furious roar of rage. You seek my life. The azure-scaled Dragon Lord offered no quarter, opening his maw to unleash a highly concentrated, pressurized, high-pressure water cannon that thunderously struck the core of the coalescing source of pestilence. With a despairing shriek, the core of the source of pestilence was utterly obliterated, annihilated. The remaining decayed flesh instantaneously lost vitality, dissolving into ordinary rot, swept away by the surging currents. The crisis was averted. The azure-scaled dragon lord finally exhaled in relief, cautiously approaching the precarious, shimmering barrier. The dragon-like creature within seemed to sense the threat had passed, slowly opening its eyes. They were orbs as pure as the finest glass, beautiful and profound, tinged with weariness and vigilance. She gazed at the unfamiliar yet formidable azure-scaled dragon lord beyond the barrier, her expression imbued with confusion and gratitude. "You. Who are you?" Her voice was soft and melodious, carrying a hint of frailty. The azure-scaled dragon lord beheld the exquisite iridescent dragon before him, a complex array of emotions flickering in his massive eyes: nostalgia, sentiment, and perhaps a touch of shyness. He slightly diminished his imposing form, as if wishing to appear less intimidating, his voice softening to an unusual gentleness, even stammering. Lin Long, Guardian, do you not remember me? Many years ago, I was but a small, ordinary azure-scaled salmon, often frolicking in this coral forest. Once, I nearly fell victim to a whirlpool, and you saved me, encouraging me, saying I was special." Hearing this, the Guardian Ling Long's glass-like eyes sparkled with surprise and reminiscence, her gaze scrutinizing the azure-scaled dragon lord as if searching for traces of the past upon his majestic head. "Yes, is it you? That stubborn little fish?" Her voice brimmed with incredulous joy. You have grown so powerful." "Indeed. I left my homeland and encountered many things and many people." The azure-scaled dragon lord's voice grew somber, tinged with a sense of weariness. The dragon and the fish, separated by the waning barrier, seemed to drift back to a distant past, their eyes reflecting an indescribable sentiment. The currents flowed silently between them, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. Just then, Old Qing, have you dealt with your end? I've turned the Raven's lair upside down, and still haven't found that rotting mass, huh?" A bolt of purple lightning zipped in, shattering the serene ambience with the raucous voice of the purple lightning dragon. Upon seeing the remnants of the shattered source of pestilence in the unscathed Lin Long, it paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. "Well done, Old Qing. A hero saving a damsel. Swift on your feet." It sidled up to the azure-scaled dragon lord, nudging him with its claw, or fin, winking. "If eels had eyebrows, TSK, who would have thought you old fellow had a taste for this? This iridescent little creature is quite a sight, isn't she?" The azure-scaled dragon lord was instantly flustered, his dragon visage, if fish had faces, flushing with embarrassment. "Why you speak nonsense?" Lin Long, the guardian, also lowered her head, feeling a twinge of shyness. Just then, Yang Yu, having just arrived, witnessed the scene. Observing the flustered azure-scaled uncle, whose gaze repeatedly darted toward Lin Long and the beautiful, elegant, bashful iridescent dragon, he quickly grasped the situation. He hurried forward, forcibly pulling the incessantly chattering purple lightning dragon away. "Uncle Purple Lightning, it seems there are still remnants of the plague over there. Let us go take care of it." "Huh? Where? Didn't we shatter it all?" The purple lightning dragon looked utterly bewildered. Let us go. Hurry," Yang Yu insisted, dragging the massive electric bulb away, leaving the azure-scaled dragon lord and Lin Long to continue their reunion amidst the gradually dissipating points of colorful light. Chapter 12, The Child of the Moon. With the crisis averted, the miasma of plague outside the lair was swiftly purified by the azure-scaled dragon lord's power, and the waters began to regain their clarity. However, Guardian Lin Long, having forced herself to maintain the barrier against the source of pestilence, was left severely drained, and with her breakthrough interrupted, her aura was exceedingly weak, the shimmering barrier teetering on the brink of collapse. "Are you all right?" The azure-scaled dragon lord leaned in closely, his voice laced with concern, the earlier dominance entirely absent, replaced by a tender caution. Fortunately, Lin Long's voice was soft and laced with fatigue. Her breakthrough had been interrupted, and the backlash of power required time for recuperation. "This simply won't do," bellowed the thunder dragon, his voice booming. "This cursed place has just witnessed a battle, and the energy is in utter chaos. That scoundrel known as Black Eye could be lurking nearby. How can you possibly meditate in this state? What if that brat comes back for a surprise attack?" Yang Yu approached, observing Lin Long's weakened condition. After a moment's thought, he addressed the azure-scaled dragon king. "Uncle Qing Lin, Aunt Lin Long is in a precarious state and requires assistance. My little Yang's radiant healing seems to possess purifying and restorative properties. Shall we give it a try?" The azure-scaled dragon king's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, young Master-S Little Tiger's miraculous healing light can even purify that terrifying corruption. It would surely be effective for healing and stabilizing energy. He swiftly turned to Lin Long, his gaze filled with inquiry. Lin Long looked at the young boy before her, and the small golden tiger radiating warmth on his shoulder, nodding her consent. "I would be most grateful." Yang Yu nodded to little Yang, who chirped and leapt onto a clean coral, emanating a soft and brilliant radiant healing light. like a miniature sun that enveloped Linlong and the entire entrance of the nest. The warm, pure, life-infused light seeped into Linlong's body, eliciting a soft sigh of relief as she felt the dark injuries and chaotic energies within her being swiftly soothed and repaired. The nearly shattered multicolored barrier visibly solidified and thickened. What a remarkable power! Linlong marveled, feeling even better than during her previous meditation. Both the Azure Scale Dragon King and the Thunder Dragon felt rejuvenated, the fatigue from the earlier battle dissipating entirely. However, this alone may not suffice. The Azure Scale Dragon King remarked, gazing at Linlong. Your breakthrough opportunity was interrupted, and your foundation may be unstable. Linlong, do you trust me? And Old Z? Linlong met the Azure Scale Dragon King's sincere and concerned gaze and gently nodded. Excellent. Old Z, lend me your strength. The Azure Scale Dragon King roared, unleashing his immense imperial energy without reservation, transforming it into the purest essence of water element power, gently enveloping Linlong. The Thunder Dragon also let out a mighty roar, brilliant purple lightning erupting around him. Yet, this lightning was not destructive. Rather, it embodied a vibrant life force. He controlled this power, merging it with the Azure Scale's water energy to form a wondrous composite energy of aquatic thunder, which likewise infused Linlong's being. I shall assist as well. Yang Yu concentrated, channeling his newly attained level 10 power through the Beast Master Space to Little Yang. With this boost, Little Yang's radiance surged once more, maximizing the effects of radiant healing. The three powerful forces, led by the imperial energies of the Azure Scale and Thunder Dragon, harmoniously converged with Yang Yu and Little Yang's purifying light, seamlessly integrating within Linlong. Linlong's body trembled violently as her iridescent scales emitted an unprecedented brilliance. Her form began to elongate and expand, undergoing an astonishing transformation. The previously more fish-like and serpentine lines became elongated and graceful, with four crystal-clear claws, adorned with multicolored scales. Emerging from her abdomen, her singular horn atop her head became more pronounced and sharp, resembling a finely crafted crystal. Her aura surged dramatically, shattering previous bottlenecks and continually rising. The radiance persisted for a full quarter of an hour before gradually dissipating. When the light faded, what stood before everyone was no longer a merely dragon, but an even more majestic, dignified, and breathtaking iridescent flowing jiao. Her size had significantly increased, her lines fluid and powerful, her entire body covered in shimmering, multicolored scales, gently emitting a soft and dreamlike glow that illuminated the surrounding dark sea exquisitely. A formidable pressure far exceeding her past emanated from her, unmistakably reaching the imperial level. We have succeeded. The Azure Scale Dragon King exclaimed joyfully. Linlong, now to be called iridescent flowing jiao, feeling the surging power within her and her newfound form, was filled with astonishment and gratitude. She gazed at the Azure Scale Dragon King, the Thunder Dragon, and Yang Yu with deep respect, lowering her head. I am eternally grateful for your assistance. This debt shall never be forgotten. Haha, it was but a trivial matter. From now on, we are allies. The Thunder Dragon laughed heartily. The Azure Scale Dragon King regarded the beautiful and powerful iridescent flowing jiao with admiration, a hint of unnoticeable affection gleaming in his enormous dragon eyes. Linlong lifted her gaze to meet his, her glass-like eyes shimmering with tenderness and bashfulness. Having experienced life and death trials and a shared breakthrough, a subtle emotional connection swiftly blossomed between the two formidable dragons, jiao. The currents of the sea flowed quietly between them, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Yang Yu watched this scene with an understanding smile, quickly tugging the Thunder Dragon away, who seemed eager to play the role of a third wheel. Uncle Zidian, over there seems to be some beautiful shells. Let us go have a look. Huh, shells. I have no interest in such things. Wait, young master, don't pull me away. As the tumultuous sea gradually calmed and began to shimmer with pink bubbles. In the distant city of Nanshan, within Li Zhong's private training room, Li Zhong's countenance darkened as he struck a punching bag with frenzied intensity, while Mumu Tung and Enshu trembled nearby. Useless. All of you are worthless. Yang Yu, why do you monopolize all the good fortune? An SSS rating. A monarch-level spirit beast as a bodyguard. Now, even the crisis of the tumultuous sea is resolved? You're stealing the spotlight. He spat venomously as he punched and cursed. At that moment, his phone buzzed with an encrypted message from an unknown number. Do you wish to uncover the secret of Yang Yu's power? At the edge of the tumultuous sea battlefield, collect that item, and you shall acquire what you desire. Attached was a blurry photo of a sizable, still writhing piece of dark green flesh, remnants of the corruption source, submerged in murky seawater. Li Zhong's pupils constricted, and his heart raced. He immediately leveraged his family connections, spending a hefty sum to hire a specialized and reckless mercenary team to secretly venture to the edge of the tumultuous sea battlefield. Days later, a sealed Cold metal container was discreetly delivered to Li Zhong. He carefully opened a crack, and a nauseating stench of decay wafted out. Inside the container lay a fist-sized piece of dark green rotting flesh, writhing as if it possessed a life of its own, emanating a sinister glow. It was indeed a fragment of the corruption source. Ha! Li Zhong cackled madly. His face contorted with a maniacal and wicked grin as he gazed upon the vile morsel. Yangyu, just you wait. You can purify it, can you? I shall seize the very plague you fear. When we meet next, I want you and your damned cat to kneel before me in supplication. He slammed the lid shut, his lab echoing with his deranged laughter. Meanwhile, at the other end of the continent, within a mysterious palace perpetually shrouded in shadows and extreme cold, the malevolent beast master Black Eye trembled as he knelt on the icy floor, unable to lift his head. Before him loomed a towering throne forged from jet black ice, upon which sat a figure shrouded in darkness, seemingly merging with the surrounding shadows. Master, the mission has failed. The corruption source and the death crow have both been destroyed. Black Eye's voice trembled with fear. Oh, the man on the throne spoke in a languid, chilling tone. 2 king-level spirit beasts could not handle a group of students and a newly awakened little spirit? Pray, elaborate. Black Eye, unable to conceal the truth, recounted in detail everything that transpired in the surging sea, particularly the sudden emergence of 2 extraordinarily powerful Emperor-level spirit beasts, the Azure-scale Dragon Lord and the Purple Lightning Thunder Dragon, and the boy's enigmatic purification ability. The man seated upon the throne listened intently, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest. Upon hearing about the intense purifying radiance, the solar-like aura, and the golden tiger-shaped spirit beast, his fingers abruptly halted. Son of the sun, he murmured softly, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Just then, a silvery blue figure silently materialized beside the throne. It was a wolf seemingly forged from ice and moonlight, its form elegant and fluid, its gaze cold and haughty, emanating a faint moonlight and chill. With a gentle leap, it crouched at the man's feet, nuzzling its head against his hand. It was none other than the Moonlit Howler. The man on the throne extended his hand, tenderly stroking the wolf's icy fur, a playful and intrigued smile slowly curling at the corners of his lips. Son of the sun, Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed throughout the vast, frigid hall. Imbued with the joy of discovering an intriguing toy. How utterly fascinating. He had initially anticipated merely clearing out some insignificant nuisances, only to reel in such an interesting little sunfish. He cast a glance at Black Eye, who lay prostrate at his feet, his tone chilling once more. Begone. Though the mission has failed, the information you brought back holds some value. Go to the punishment hall and accept your penalty. Yes, thank you for your mercy, my lord. Black Eye exclaimed, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, and hastily crawled away. In the now empty hall, only the man on the throne and the Moonlit Howler remained. The man gazed into the distance, as if he could pierce through endless space to the surging sea. To Yang Yu and little Sunday light and darkness, sun and moon. A fateful confrontation? He chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with confidence and a hint of mockery. Little one, grow swiftly, do not keep me waiting too long. Your brilliance will eventually become the most exquisite twilight that accentuates my eternal night. The Moonlit Howler raised its head, letting out a cold, prolonged howl that echoed through the void. A woo. It seemed to respond, or perhaps, declare war. Chapter 13, Returning to School. After spending another half-month in the surging sea, the aftermath was finally drawing to a close. During this time, Yang Yu was far from idle. Accompanied by Little Sun, he diligently purified some lingering polluted areas while seizing the opportunity to cultivate. Following the purification, the spiritual energy in the surging sea had become even more pristine and abundant, particularly the water and light elements, which were exceptionally vibrant, providing an ideal environment for Little Sun's growth. Each day, Little Sun chased after the revitalized fish and shrimp in the sea, reveling in its newfound vitality, and its golden aura grew increasingly solid. At last, one evening, after absorbing a copious amount of sunset essence, it successfully broke through, advancing from the elite level to the extraordinary level. Its size increased substantially, now comparable to that of a medium-sized dog, having entirely shed its kittenish cuteness, exuding a faint regal presence akin to that of the king of beasts. Its golden fur shimmered like the finest silk, reflecting a molten glow under the setting sun. The sun pattern on its forehead had become more intricate and defined. In conjunction with this breakthrough, it instinctively comprehended a new attack skill, Solar Slash. This was no longer the thin light blade of before, but rather a colossal slash. More concentrated and searing, seemingly forged from liquid sunlight. Its power was astonishing, capable of cleaving massive boulders cleanly, the surface smooth as a mirror, emanating steam. Yang Yu's level also surged to 17, officially elevating him to a mid-tier Beast Tamer, and he felt his Beast Taming Space within him stabilize and expand significantly. On this particular day, after returning from purifying a coral area, Yang Yu and Little Sun encountered the azure-scaled Dragon Lord and the colorful flowing Jiao, who were swimming gracefully together in the sea, engaged in a low conversation, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Yang Yu, with his keen eyesight, caught a glimpse of Aunt Linlong's abdomen from afar. It seemed considerably rounder than before, although the Jiao's form was naturally elongated and graceful. That curvature did not seem to indicate mere weight gain. He nudged the purple lightning thunder dragon, who was idly discharging electricity at a fish nearby, and winked, lowering his voice. Uncle Purple Lightning, look. The purple lightning thunder dragon lifted its massive head, squinting its arclit eyes to scrutinize the two swimming away. Suddenly, understanding seemed to dawn upon it, and its enormous mouth broke into an exceedingly human-like, mischievous, and excited grin. Old Qing, you sly dog. Quick on the draw. Are we becoming a father already? It conveyed telepathically to Yang Yu, its tone rife with jest. Yang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that Uncle Qing's homecoming journey had yielded monumental results. Not only had he resolved the crisis and rescued his beloved, but it seemed their next generation was also assured a commendable efficiency. Uncle Purple Lightning, we seem a bit superfluous here, Yang Yu remarked with a grin, noting that the aftermath was nearly complete and it was time to return. Let Uncle Qing stay behind to safeguard his home. We should refrain from being third wheels. Indeed. Let us go. I must ensure to collect a wedding gift from old Qing. The purple lightning thunder dragon nodded vigorously. Thus, Yang Yu bid farewell to the azure-scaled Dragon Lord and Linlong, explaining that the school had urged his return for registration. The azure-scaled Dragon Lord, lost in the sweetness of his newfound romance, did not think too much of it, repeatedly expressing gratitude to Yang Yu and inviting him to visit often. Linlong also nodded gently, her eyes filled with appreciation. Yang Yu and the purple lightning thunder dragon stifled their laughter and departed the surging sea via the teleportation array. At the entrance of the Southern Beast Tamer Academy, Principal Zhang Baichuan personally led a group of school leaders, along with the elite third-year team members whom Yang Yu had rescued, who were already waiting. Upon the activation of the teleportation array, when Yang Yu and the imposing purple lightning thunder dragon appeared, the crowd immediately erupted in excitement. He's back. Senior Yang Yu has returned, and there's Senior Purple Lightning. Those who had once witnessed Yang Yu commanding the two Emperor-level spirit beasts to vanquish the crisis and purifying the plague with miraculous light now gazed at him with fervent admiration and gratitude. Especially the few senior female students, their eyes ablaze with eagerness, their flirtatious glances nearly rivaling the crashing waves. Yang Yu, you've worked hard. Thank you. Principal Zhang rushed forward, tightly grasping Yang Yu's hand and shaking it excitedly. The crisis in the surging sea has been completely resolved, and the ecosystem is rapidly recovering. You have rendered a great service. The school takes pride in you. Principal, you are too kind. This is merely what I ought to do, Yang Yu replied, feeling somewhat bashful amidst the commotion, offering a humble smile. No one can take away this credit. Principal Zhang waved his hand grandly, and a secretary promptly presented a tray. Upon it lay a shimmering bank card and an egg. Yang Yu, this is the reward you and the school deserve. Principal Zhang announced, lifting the bank card. This contains a bonus of 100,000 union coins, a token of our appreciation. He then gingerly cradled the egg. The egg was approximately the size of a rugby ball, its shell a warm, milky white, adorned with faint golden, chain-like patterns, emanating a soft yet steady energy fluctuation. This is the most significant reward. Principal Zhang's tone turned solemn. This is an egg of the exceedingly rare Star Guardian beast. Unlike combat spirit beasts, guardians do not occupy a slot in your beast taming contract. Oh, Yang Yu's interest was piqued. This was the first time he had heard of such a creature. Guardians cannot directly engage in battle, but they possess exceptionally unique supportive abilities. Principal Zhang elucidated that this celestial guardian beast possesses a quality rating of level 3, extraordinary. The quality determines both the potency of its supportive capabilities and its potential for growth, with its level being fixed. Once hatched, it can bestow a permanent attribute enhancement upon all your combat spirit beasts. Currently, it is known to slightly augment the physical defense and energy resistance of all deployed spirit beasts. Furthermore, as your affinity with it increases, new enhancement effects may be unlocked. Although it cannot evolve itself, Principal Zhang cast a meaningful glance at Yang Yu and lowered his voice, suggesting, perhaps your unique ability could yield some unexpected effects on it. Yang Yu felt a stirring in his heart. Could gene evolution also be effective for the guardian beast? He accepted the weighty egg, imbued with a peculiar energy, and could distinctly sense a warm little life pulsating within. Thank you, Principal. This gift truly resonates with me. A permanent defense boost for the entire team. This is nothing short of a divine artifact, and it may even be upgraded with skills. You deserve it all. Principal Zhang patted his shoulder, his face beaming with satisfaction. Go home and rest well. Your future is boundless. Amidst the gazes of admiration and envy, Yang Yu cradled the guardian beast egg, accompanied by the diminutive Xiao Yang nestled on his shoulder and the purple lightning dragon, which had transformed back into a bracelet on his wrist. As he made his way toward his solitary courtyard. Chapter 14, Poisoning. In the bustling cafeteria of the South Mountain Academy, Yang Yu sat in a corner with Xiao Yang, who was enjoying a special dish of meat paste infused with light-type spiritual materials. Just then, a furtive figure approached. Yang Yu looked up to see Li Zhong, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, holding a delicate jade box, in stark contrast to his usual arrogant demeanor. You, brother you. Li Zhong bowed and spoke with exaggerated respect. Are you eating? I admit my previous mistake. I failed to recognize the mountain before me. Be magnanimous and do not hold it against me. Yang Yu furrowed his brow, remaining silent. What goodwill could a weasel have when wishing a chicken a happy new year? Noticing Yang Yu's lack of response, Li Zhong, undeterred, opened the jade box. Inside lay a translucent blue paste, exuding a faint mist and a fragrant aroma. Clearly not an ordinary item. Brother Yu, this is a premium, water spirit meal that I specially procured from, by Bo Tan. It greatly benefits water-type spirit beasts, purifying their bloodlines and stabilizing their foundations. Just a small token of my apology, please do accept. Li Zhong spoke earnestly, though his eyes stealthily darted toward the purple lightning bracelet resting on Yang Yu's wrist. Yang Yu was about to coldly refuse when, sensing the enticing aroma of the water spirit meal, the purple lightning dragon sprang forth, its little eyes fixated hungrily on the delicacy, emitting a guttural sound from its throat. Clearly craving it, it did not wait for Yang Yu's consent, swiftly extending its tiny claw to snatch the water spirit meal and devouring it in a few bites, letting out a satisfied belch crackling with electricity. Uncle Purple Lightning, Yang Yu exclaimed, but it was too late. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Li Zhong's eyes, quickly masked as he nodded and bowed. Your spirit beast is indeed generous. I shan't disturb your meal any longer. I shall take my leave. With that, he swiftly turned and fled, as if fearing Yang Yu might change his mind. Yang Yu watched his retreating figure, then glanced at the innocent-looking purple lightning dragon, which was licking its lips in delight. With a sigh of resignation, he hoped he was merely overthinking things. In the afternoon, at the practical training ground, Yang Yu was engaged in basic exercises when a cacophony erupted outside. He saw Li Zhong storming in with a large entourage, brazenly shouting, Yang Yu, get out here. Everyone froze, turning their gazes toward Yang Yu. Had Li Zhong lost his mind? Who dared speak to Yang Yu like that? After all, he was currently the most prominent figure in the academy, protected by two formidable emperor-level spirit beasts. Yang Yu lifted his eyelids, calmly regarding him. Encouraged by the attention he garnered, Li Zhong became even more brazen, bellowing, Yang Yu, who do you think you are? Relying on your family's background and two ancient monsters for protection, you run rampant in the academy. You stole my resources and let your spirit beasts take my water spirit meal. Do you dare face me like a man and have a one-on-one duel? Right now? To the arena. His audacious words left everyone dumbfounded. How shameless could one be? Yang Yu observed Li Zhong's brazen demeanor, his earlier doubts deepening. However, he found no interest in exchanging barbs and merely uttered two words, as you wish. With that, he strode toward the largest arena. The purple lightning dragon transformed back into a bolt of lightning, landing and returning to its miniature dragon form, lazily trailing behind him, even yawning, clearly dismissive of the challenger. The referee arrived, frowning at the scene, but with both parties consenting, he had little choice but to announce, first year, Yang Yu versus Li Zhong. The rules are to pull punches. Prepare, begin. A sinister glint flickered in Li Zhong's eyes as he summoned his two spirit beasts, Woodvine and Dark Rat. However, today's Woodvine seemed peculiar. The originally dark green vines were entwined with almost imperceptible dark green patterns, emitting a faint, yet unsettling aura of decay. The Dark Rat's eyes were blood red, brimming with ferocity. Yang Yu's perceptive abilities immediately caught the whiff of an ominous plague. Although it was deliberately concealed, it was unmistakable. Li Zhong was indeed up to no good. That water spirit meal was certainly problematic. Uncle Purple Lightning, be cautious. End this quickly. Yang Yu warned immediately. Roar. Understood. The purple lightning dragon lazily replied, transforming into a purple flash, charging toward the opponent. Facing such a minor character, it couldn't be bothered to use skills, intending to simply swat them away with its claws. Yet, just as it approached Woodvine, preparing to strike, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A roar. The purple lightning dragon suddenly emitted a pained roar, its momentum abruptly halting, its massive body shaking violently. The brilliant electric light surrounding it dimmed and became chaotic, akin to a flickering light bulb. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all, the emperor-level purple lightning dragon collapsed like a tower deprived of support, crashing onto the arena and raising a cloud of dust. Its eyes shut tightly, its body twitching slightly. It appeared to have instantly lost all combat capability. Uncle Purple Lightning. Yang Yu's expression changed dramatically. Haha, useless. What Emperor-level spirit beast? Merely a paper tiger. You've fallen into my trap. Li Zhong cackled with wild delight. Woodvine, find that cat. Dark rat, eliminate it. The dark green patterns on Woodvine flared to life, its speed surging as it lunged toward the unsuspecting Xiao Yang perched on Yang Yu's shoulder, exuding a foul, decaying stench. The dark rat transformed into a shadow, its claws aiming straight for Xiao Yang's heart. The attack was ruthless, clearly intent on murder. Xiao Yang reacted swiftly, instantly erecting a light shield. Bang! Woodvine crashed into the light shield. While it did not break through, the attached plague aura caused the shield to emit a hissing sound of corrosion. The dark rat's claws were also thwarted. However, Xiao Yang was ensnared and unable to mount an effective counterattack. Yang Yu felt a surge of desperation, ready to issue commands. At this critical juncture, a sharp, anxious chirp echoed from behind Yang Yu. The guardian beast egg, which had remained quietly nestled in his pocket, suddenly erupted with a dazzling display of vibrant colors. Out sprang a little creature, fluffy and plump, resembling a small hedgehog yet akin to a diminutive hamster. Its entire body adorned with resplendent, crystal-like multicolored scales. It seemed to sense the overwhelming malevolence and its master's peril, and with a determined opening of its tiny mouth, it unleashed a powerful breath. A pure, radiant aura, imbued with the forces of order and purification, instantly spread forth like ripples across the arena. This light, though not blinding, radiated a sacredness that cleansed all impurities. The malevolent dark vine's grotesque, dark green patterns rapidly diminished, as if exposed to the blazing sun, evaporating with a ghastly hiss. The constraining power it wielded slackened instantaneously. The dark mouse, too, shrieked as if seared by a branding iron, flung away amidst clouds of black smoke. Guardian skill, order purification. Meow. In that moment, little Yang felt the constraints loosen and the pressure diminish significantly. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, fueled by rage, it leaped from Yang Yu's shoulder, its body unfurling gracefully in midair, golden fur standing on end as though transformed into a miniature sun. Solar slash. At maximum power, a colossal crescent-shaped strike, refined to perfection and seemingly composed of liquid sunlight, cleaved through the air with a magnificent force to purify all malevolence. Swish. The light flashed. The dark vine was cleaved in twain, it severed and charred, all traces of its pestilent aura utterly purified and evaporated. The dark mouse, sliced in half, disintegrated into ash without uttering a sound. Instant annihilation. Li Zhong's maniacal laughter froze, morphing into sheer terror and disbelief. No, it can't be. My plague. How could it? The referee, equally astonished, promptly declared, Yang Yu wins. Yang Yu did not spare Li Zhong a glance. He rushed into the arena to assess the condition of the Thunder Dragon. There lay Uncle Zhidian, his massive form crumpled on the ground. His once crystalline scales now dull and even tinged with darkness. His breath was faint, the arcs of electricity no longer flickering around him, replaced instead by a nauseating stench. Familiar yet insidious, emanating from the source of decay. Uncle Zhidian. Yang Yu's heart plummeted. Outside the highest-level intensive care unit of the Academy's infirmary, the finest healing beast masters and instructors stood helpless, their expressions grave. This plague is too peculiar. It does not merely corrode and destroy, it resembles a living curse, continuously adapting and consuming the host's energy. Our purification skills and antidotes have minimal effect. Instead, they seem to be absorbed and adapted by it. The chief healer wiped the sweat from his brow, addressing Principal Zhang Baichuan and Yang Yu, who had rushed in upon hearing the news. Is there truly no solution? Principal Zhang paced anxiously. Just then, a flash of azure light appeared, and the azure-scaled Dragon King, sensing the imminent peril of his old comrade, hastened back to the infirmary. Upon witnessing Uncle Zhidian's condition, its immense dragon eyes narrowed in fury and sorrow. This is a modified variant of the plague from the Surging Sea, more insidious, more malevolent, specifically targeting individuals with powerful energy. The azure-scaled Dragon King's voice resonated with a deep, furious tone, indicating that a formidable figure well-versed in this matter lurked behind the shadows. Common methods will prove utterly ineffective. It turned its gaze sharply towards Yang Yu and Principal Zhang, its massive head nodding gravely. There is but one solution. We must immediately take Uncle Zhidian back to the Surging Sea. That realm is the source of water elemental essence, and with my collaboration with Lin Long, harnessing the power of the entire secret realm, we may gradually strip away and purify this malignant force. However, this will require time, much time. Yang Yu gazed at Uncle Zhidian, writhing in agony upon the hospital bed, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Very well, Uncle Azure Scaled. I entrust you with this task. You must save Uncle Jidian. The Azure Scaled Dragon King gently nudged Yang Yu with its massive horn, its tone unusually solemn. Rest assured. Young master, I shall risk my very life to save Uncle Jidian. During our absence, you must take care of yourself. Li Zhong and his unseen puppeteer will not rest easy. Exercise utmost caution. With that, the Azure Scaled Dragon King carefully enveloped Uncle Jidian in a gentle flow of water, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot skyward with remarkable speed towards the surging sea. Yang Yu remained rooted in place, watching the distant point of light fade into oblivion, silent for a long while. Little Yang sensed its master's turmoil and gently nuzzled against his leg. The little guardian beast that had achieved great merit also hopped back onto his shoulder, emitting soft chirps as if to console him. Yang Yu's gaze gradually shifted from worry and anger to a cold, piercing intensity. Li Zhong, and those who stand behind you, you have crossed the wrong person. Chapter 15, Lingyue. In the dimly lit basement, Li Zhong knelt on the ground like a defeated dog, trembling, too afraid to raise his head. Before him stood a tall man clad in a black trench coat, elegantly swirling a glass of red wine, his back turned to Li Zhong. The air was thick with an oppressive and frigid aura. Master, I have failed. Li Zhong's voice quivered with tears and fear. That Yang Yu, his damned cat suddenly erupted. And that strange guardian beast purified my dark vine and dark mouse. I beg you, grant me another chance. I swear I will silence. A cold, emotionless voice cut through Li Zhong's lamentations. The man slowly turned around. Under the light, a strikingly handsome, yet pallid face emerged, with features carved as though from stone, and narrow eyes of a rare silver gray, seemingly holding the chill of millennia, devoid of warmth. A mocking smile played on his lips, oozing with disdain and an air of omnipotence. It was Ling Yi, the master of the Moonchild. He took a delicate sip of his wine, his silver gray gaze sweeping over the trembling Li Zhong, his tone light, yet piercing like an icicle. Truly, difficult to kill. You can't even handle this trivial matter. A waste is indeed a waste. Must I go personally? The final phrase seemed to be a self-reflection, or perhaps a query directed at the shadows at his feet. Li Zhong was stricken with terror, repeatedly bowing his head. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare trouble the master. It is the servant's inadequacy. The servant deserves to die. Ling Yi set down his wine glass, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a disquieting sound. Enough. He suddenly smiled, a beautiful yet dangerous grin. Remaining hidden in the shadows has grown rather dull. Just right. I wish to personally observe what this so-called child of light truly is. I hope it allows me to indulge for a while longer. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. Begone. Your punishment will be addressed upon my return. Li Zhong felt as though a great weight had been lifted, scrambling out of the basement in a panic. His back drenched in cold sweat. The following day, at the Southern Mountain Beastmaster Academy, in the office of the dean, a boy dressed in a crisp white shirt and khaki trousers, radiating sunshine and charm, stood smiling before the dean. His warm smile and clear eyes made him appear as a friendly and amiable top student to anyone who looked upon him. Good day, teacher. I am the new transfer student. My name is Lingyue. His voice was gentle and polite as he presented his transfer documents. The dean, upon seeing the conspicuous emblem from a super prestigious family that he could hardly provoke, broke into a cold sweat, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. So, you are Lingyue. Welcome, welcome. I am uncertain which class you wish to attend. Our school offers an elite class. There is no need for such formality. Lingyue responded with an innocent smile. I believe the first grade class it would be quite suitable. I have heard that the learning atmosphere there is quite vibrant. Moreover, I have heard that there is a remarkably talented student named Yang Yu at your school. Might I sit beside him? I wish to learn from him. Yang Yu? Class A. A deskmate? The director was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Absolutely no problem. I shall arrange it right away. Lingyue, you truly are eager to learn. Soon, under the curious gazes of Class A students, the homeroom teacher escorted the new student, Lingyue, into the classroom. Class, quiet down. This is Lingyue, who has just transferred here. Let us extend a warm welcome. Lingyue stood at the podium, beaming with a radiant smile as he introduced himself. Hello everyone. My name is Lingyue, with Ling representing lofty aspirations and US symbolizing transcendence. I look forward to your guidance. His graceful demeanor and striking appearance immediately garnered considerable affection from his classmates. Following the teacher's instructions, he was seated beside Yang Yu. Lingyue settled comfortably, turning to Yang Yu, extending his hand with an exceptionally sincere smile. Hello, deskmate. I am Lingyue. From now on, we shall be deskmates. I look forward to your guidance. Yang Yu, engrossed in his reading, was momentarily taken aback by the new deskmate's warmth. The other's smile was inviting, and his gaze was clear, eliciting no sense of animosity. He smiled back and shook hands, Hello, I am Yang Yu. In that fleeting moment of their hands clasping, Yang Yu sensed that Ling Yu's fingers were somewhat frigid, but thought little of it. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. An SSS-level evaluation, truly impressive. Ling Yu exclaimed with an expression of admiration, initiating a conversation with Yang Yu. Though Yang Yu was typically reticent, Ling Yu possessed a remarkable gift for conversation and appeared well-versed in various subjects, seamlessly engaging in discussions about beast mastery theories and practical skills. His sincere demeanor gradually eased Yang Yu's initial reservations, and they began to converse more freely. By the end of the class, the two had surprisingly formed a congenial rapport, almost akin to friendship. As the dismissal bell rang, Ling Yu casually draped an arm over Yang Yu's shoulder. Come on, deskmate, let us go for a meal. Which dining hall has the best offerings? You must recommend it to me. Yang Yu found Ling Yu's familiarity somewhat amusing, yet he sensed no malice in him. So he nodded. All right, I'll take you to try it out. The two strolled towards the cafeteria, engaging in light-hearted banter, drawing the attention of their peers, particularly the female students whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Look, Senior Yang Yu is with the new handsome boy. They seem to have a great rapport. They both possess such striking looks. Walking together is quite a sight. At that moment, a small head peeked out from Yang Yu's collar, curiously observing his new friend. Simultaneously, a small creature emerged from Ling Yu's shirt pocket. It was a silver-blue, fluffy little beast, resembling a young wolf, yet also reminiscent of a fox cub. With striking ice-blue eyes that conveyed a languid and aloof demeanor, curiously inspecting the golden little creature before it. It was, in fact, a diminutive variant of the moonlit howling celestial wolf. The two fated little beasts locked eyes for the first time at such proximity. In that instant, an enigmatic force, seemingly sourced from their very essence, began to quietly blossom between them, drawing them closer. There was no animosity, no antagonism. Rather, an indescribable sense of affinity and curiosity emerged. The little golden creature mewed softly, leaping from Yang Yu's shoulder to his arm, inching closer. The little celestial wolf completely emerged from Ling Yu's pocket, landing in the palm of his hand and also drawing near. The two little beings, noses touching, sniffed each other curiously. Their ice blue and amber eyes were filled with inquisitiveness. An almost imperceptible resonance began to emanate from their energy fields, a faint mingling of moonlight and sunlight swirling between them. Amidst this captivating atmosphere, a group of passing girls chanced upon this tender exchange. Ah, look, Yang Yu and Ling Yu. They're spirit beasts. How adorable. My goodness, they are greeting each other. How heartwarming. What a celestial scene. I ship this pairing. The girls erupted into excited squeals and chatter upon witnessing the affectionate gaze exchanged between the two. Yang Yu, suddenly feeling awkward, buried his toes into the floor, his face flushing crimson. He hastily scooped up the little golden creature, tucking it back into his embrace, and hurriedly made his way toward the cafeteria. Let us go, let us eat. Ling Yu observed Yang Yu's hasty retreat, and then glanced down at the innocent little celestial wolf in his palm, bursting into laughter as he waved at the group of girls with nonchalance. Don't make a fuss. We are merely good friends. His candid demeanor elicited further admiration from those around him. In the cafeteria, the two settled down with their meals, following the earlier embarrassing incident and their ongoing light-hearted conversation. Their bond seemed to deepen. Yang Yu sighed and casually remarked, speaking of which, there used to be a student in our class named Li Zhong, who was particularly bothersome, always causing me trouble. Just yesterday, he inexplicably confronted me, employing some underhanded tactics that nearly harmed my spirit beast. Ling Yu paused momentarily, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, which quickly softened into a look of concern. Li Zhong? Oh, I am familiar with his family. It seems to be a minor clan, one that appears to be a vassal to our Ling family's inconspicuous branch. He set down his chopsticks. Producing the latest model of his phone, his tone is casual as if discussing the weather. This is a trivial matter, deskmate. Do not let it trouble you. I shall make a call. He dialed a number, his tone shifting to one of indifference and superiority. Hello? It's me. The Li family from Shannan City has a member named Li Zhong who has displeased my friend. Kindly ensure that their household manages their dog properly. Do not let it run amok. Yes, that will suffice. He concluded the call, hanging up in less than 10 seconds. Yang Yu stared in astonishment. Is that all it takes? Wouldn't that trouble you too much? Ling Yu picked up his chopsticks once more, his smile radiant. Not at all. It's merely a matter of a single sentence. Now let us eat. Indeed, within 10 minutes, a figure rushed into the cafeteria, flustered and panicked, scanning the room until he spotted Ling Yu. He stumbled over, collapsing in front of Ling Yu's table. It was Li Zhong. His face was ashen, sweat pouring down his brow, his clothing askew as he gazed at Ling Yu with sheer terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Young Master Ling, I am sorry. I had no idea. I truly did not know that Yang Yu is your friend. I was wrong. I shall not dare again. Please, I beg of you. Have mercy on my family. Ling Yu did not even lift his eyelids, treating Li Zhong as if he were nothing more than a wisp of foul air. He leisurely lifted a piece of meat to his mouth, chewing and swallowing before casually uttering a single word, scram. That word seemed to possess an enchantment. Li Zhong fell silent at once, even too fearful to weep, bowing his head repeatedly before scrambling away as if granted a pardon, not daring to linger a moment longer. The cafeteria fell into a stunned silence, the students rendered speechless. Yang Yu too was taken aback. He gazed at the ever-smiling Ling Yu and, for the first time, sensed a disquieting energy and formidable presence concealed beneath his genial exterior. Ling Yu appeared unaffected by the earlier incident, cheerfully offering Yang Yu a piece of rib. The flies have been chased away. It is peaceful now. Let us eat, deskmate. Yang Yu cast his eyes upon the rib in his bowl, then back at Ling Yu's impeccable smile, and for the first time, a vague instinctive wariness began to stir within him regarding this seemingly amiable friend. Chapter 16. The Dark Eyes. Li Zhong had been missing for several days. At first, no one paid much attention, assuming he had simply lost the courage to attend school. It was not until a janitor discovered his lifeless body, stiffened and contorted in a corner of an abandoned equipment room on the school's back mountain, that the gravity of the situation became apparent. The cause of death remained a mystery. His expression was twisted in an extreme manifestation of terror, as if he had glimpsed an incomprehensible horror in his final moments. There were no external injuries, and the examination results indicated sudden cardiac arrest. As news spread, discussions erupted within the school, but they were quickly subdued. Whispers circulated that he must have offended someone he should not have, or perhaps dabbled in forbidden powers that had rebounded upon him. When Yang Yu heard the news, he fell silent for a moment, saying nothing, only gently stroking the head of Xiaoyang nestled in his embrace. He could vaguely guess who was behind this. That sunny classmate who smiled so brightly, whose methods were far more ruthless than he had imagined. This incident was soon overshadowed by another significant event. The monthly arena assessment had commenced. This was a tradition at Shonen Academy, where a competition was held at the end of each month to allocate cultivation resources for the following month based on rankings. The first place in this month's assessment would directly qualify for the top honors of the semester, a prestigious accolade that could influence end-of-term rewards and opportunities for admission to higher institutions. Yang Yu rubbed his hands in anticipation, eager to prove himself and assess the growth he and Xiaoyang had achieved during this time. The competition unfolded without suspense. Yang Yu hardly needed to direct, as Xiaoyang handled everything with ease. Shield of Light absorbed all attacks. Light Blade sliced with precision. When faced with the troublesome opponents hiding behind their defenses, a single, Radiant Slash, taught them a lesson. Occasionally sustaining minor injuries, Radiant Healing restored Xiaoyang's state in an instant. As an elite-level creature, Xiaoyang was a formidable force within the confines of the mortal realm, particularly with the power containing the essence of the sun, which exerted additional suppression over many attributes. With relentless momentum, just a few hours later, Yang Yu firmly stood atop the main arena, crowned as the champion. Below him were countless gazes filled with admiration, envy, and even a hint of fear. At that moment, his classmate Ling Yu ascended the stage with a smile. "Classmate, you are truly impressive." Ling Yu applauded, his smile sincere, igniting Yang Yu's competitive spirit. "How about we have a match? A friendly contest, just for fun." Yang Yu, intrigued by Ling Yu's flawless smile and curious about the abilities of this enigmatic classmate, nodded in agreement. "All right." The referee, seeing it was merely a spar, consented. Both released their spirit beasts simultaneously. Xiaoyang leaped into the arena, its golden fur shimmering in the sunlight. Opposite them, Ling Yu summoned a small wolf cub, entirely silver blue. With fluffy fur and a relaxed yet proud demeanor, Xiaoya, the youthful nickname of the Moonlit Howler. As the two spirit beasts entered the arena, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A hum reverberated as an invisible force field expanded around them. Xiaoyang radiated a warm and fiery domain of sunlight, while Xiaoya enveloped itself in a serene and chilling moonlight domain. Light versus darkness, sun versus moon. The opposing attributes countered and annihilated each other, creating a sizzling energy boundary in the center of the arena. And so it begins. Ling Yu commanded with a smile. Xiaoya Moonshadow Flash. In an instant, Xiaoya's form blurred, transforming into a swift silver streak, launching a rapid side attack on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, Shield of Light. Left flank. Yang Yu reacted with lightning speed. Bang! Xiaoya's claws struck the Shield of Light with a dull thud, the moonlight clashing violently with the sunlight. Moonlight impact. Ling Yu pointed. Xiaoya unleashed a chilling silver beam, aiming directly at Xiaoyang. Light blade go? Yang Yu commanded, and several golden blades shot forth, colliding with the silver beam in midair, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light and danger. The two spirit beasts darted across the arena, colliding repeatedly. Golden sunlight clashed with silver moonlight, intertwining and annihilating. Each impact sent ripples of energy reverberating through the air. Xiaoyang's radiant slash was immensely powerful, yet Xiaoya's moonshadow flash was faster, always narrowly evading or using moonlight barrier to mitigate most damage. Xiaoya's eclipsing claw possessed a chilling penetrative force, slightly weakening the shield of light. But Xiaoyang's radiant healing could instantly restore its status. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with the attributes counteracting each other, making it impossible for either side to gain a decisive advantage. The audience watched in awe, scarcely daring to breathe. Both Yangyu and Lingyu remained fully focused, continuously issuing commands and countering attacks. After a stalemate lasting a full 10 minutes, Yangyu noticed that Xiaoya's energy seemed to be more sustained. The moonlight domain was gradually eroding and weakening Xiaoyang's sunlight domain. If this continued, Xiaoyang might succumb to exhaustion first. We cannot delay any longer. Xiaoyang, give it everything you've got. Radiant slash. Yangyu resolved to unleash a powerful attack. Xiaoyang roared, the essence of the sun surging within, creating a strike far larger than before, tearing through the arena towards Xiaoya. Ling Yu's gaze sharpened. Xiaoya, Eternal Night Guardian. A shield materialized before Xiaoya, deep and seemingly composed of endless night. Boom! The radiant slash crashed against the Eternal Night Guardian. Light and darkness clashed furiously, shaking the entire arena. At that moment, amidst the blinding brilliance, no one noticed the small guardian beast on Yang Yu's shoulder, a colorful scaled hamster, quietly opening its mouth. A barely perceptible, multicolored aura infused with stabilizing power surged into the energy stream of Xiaoyang's radiant slash. This power did not amplify the attack, but significantly stabilized and purified the energy structure of the radiant slash, enhancing its annihilating effect against darkness. Crack! The Eternal Night Guardian shield emitted a faint cracking sound. Although it had not shattered completely, its defensive efficacy was greatly diminished. The residual force of the radiant slash penetrated through, striking Xiaoya despite its considerable weakening. Xiaoya staggered back several steps, its silver glow flickering chaotically, evidently having taken a hit. As the light dissipated, Lingyu observed the slightly panting Xiaoya and then glanced at the innocent-eyed guardian beast on Yangyu's shoulder. A flicker of surprise and amusement crossing his features. With a smile, he raised his hand. Stop. Classmate, you win. Your guardian beast is quite intriguing. Yangyu let out a sigh of relief, smiling. It was just luck. He had not anticipated the little creature's auxiliary effect would prove so beneficial. A win is a win. Lingyu generously approached and patted Yangyu's shoulder. It seems I have to step up my game for our next spar. As they conversed, Yangyu's communicator suddenly buzzed. It was an encrypted message from the tumultuous sea. Yangyu quickly connected, and the voice of the Azure Scale Dragon Lord came through. Weary yet relieved. Young master, I have good news to share. Uncle Z has been rescued. That's wonderful. Yangyu exclaimed with joy. How is Uncle Z? He has been saved, and the mutated plague within him has been completely eradicated. The Azure Scale Dragon Lord's voice grew somber. However, the cost was great. To eradicate the affliction, we had to strip away a portion of his thoroughly polluted essence. His level has dropped to King Ascendant. Moreover, his size has diminished significantly, and most critically, his strongest, Thunder, attribute essence has nearly extinguished. He now resembles a purple lightning dragon rather than a purple lightning thunder dragon. Yangyu's heart tightened at the news. The decline in rank, the shrinking of form, and the loss of the once mighty lightning attribute must be an immense blow to the proud Uncle Zidian. However, do not fret too much, young master. The Azure Scale Dragon Lord hastened to offer comfort. For surviving is a stroke of fortune. Moreover, Linlong mentioned that with gradual nurturing, there might still be a possibility of recovery, albeit requiring time and resources. What resources are needed? I will find a way, Yangyu declared immediately. No rush. Focus on your studies first. We are here for you. The Azure Scale Dragon Lord reassured him before ending the call. Yangyu's emotions were somewhat complicated. He felt joy for Uncle Zidian's survival, yet sorrow for his condition. He scratched his head, pondering, gene evolution, could it possibly help Uncle Zidian recover from the loss of his essence, or even reactivate the lightning attribute? Perhaps next time, when I am feeling better, I shall certainly give it a try. Beside him, Lingyue had been listening intently, her expression filled with concern. Classmate, is something amiss with your uncle? Do you require assistance? Yangyu sighed and briefly explained how Uncle Zidian had contracted a modified plague while saving him and was now undergoing treatment in the tumultuous sea. Although he had survived, his strength had significantly diminished. Lingyue frowned slightly upon hearing this and promptly retrieved her phone. The tumultuous sea is contaminated, is it? My family has several subsidiary companies specializing in environmental purification and ecological restoration. I will have them dispatch the most professional team to assist with the subsequent pollution. As a token of my goodwill. Before Yangyu, she made a call, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Yang Yu felt warmth spread in his heart. Despite Ling Yue's formidable background, she was undeniably honorable. Ling Yue, thank you. I appreciate your help. It's but a small matter, Ling Yue replied with a cheerful laugh. With remarkable efficiency. That very afternoon, a specialized team from Ling's environmental technology arrived at the tumultuous sea, commencing extensive purification and ecological restoration efforts. Among the team, an engineer wearing a mask, with a piercing gaze and nimble movements, caught Lin Long's eye as she happened to glance at the Guardian's lair. Lin Long suddenly froze, instinctively stealing another look. That engineer's silhouette, along with those eyes, bore an unsettling resemblance to that malevolent beastmaster, Black Eye. Just as she intended to approach for a closer inspection, she was gently restrained by the Azure Scale Dragon Lord. What is the matter? The Azure Scale inquired. Nothing at all, Lin Long shook her head, convincing herself that she must have been mistaken. How could someone sent by young Master Ling Wei be Black Eye? She chuckled and strolled away with the Azure Scale Dragon Lord, attributing her unease to recent fatigue. The engineer, catching sight of their departure, concealed a barely perceptible, cold smirk beneath his mask. Chapter 17, A Blessing in Disguise. Deep within the tumultuous sea, at the Guardian's lair, the magnificent form of the seven-colored flow dragon Lin Long coiled at the center of a nest adorned with soft seaweed and luminous pearls, her abdomen swollen, radiating a gentle yet potent life force. The Azure Scale Dragon Lord, now perhaps to be referred to as the Azure Xiaolin Dragon, anxiously stood guard nearby, his immense eyes unblinking, filled with worry and anticipation. The birthing process was far from easy. Powerful energy waves surged from Lin Long's being, causing the very waters of the nest to tremble slightly. Hold on, Lin Long, the Azure Scale whispered softly, nuzzling his companion gently. At that moment, from the shadows at the entrance of the nest, an engineer clad in the uniform of Ling's environmental engineering team, who had been silently working with his head bowed, suddenly tore away his disguise. It was none other than Black Eye. With a maniacal and grotesque grin, he unleashed the dark energy that had been suppressed within him. The Guardian is about to lay eggs? What a fortuitous opportunity. Destroy them. My master shall reward me handsomely. He disregarded his own safety, transforming into a streak of black light, hurtling towards the defenseless Lin Long, who was straining to give birth. In his grasp, he held a concentrated mass of foul, pestilential energy. You dare! The Azure Scale Dragon Lord erupted in fury. Although his rank had fallen, the instinct to protect his mate awakened every ounce of his potential. His colossal tail, infused with seething rage and the remnants of his draconic power, swept through the air with the force of a collapsing mountain, striking with unprecedented speed. Boom. Black Eye had not anticipated that this ailing dragon could unleash such strength, or perhaps he was simply courting death. He was akin to a fly colliding with a speeding train, his body obliterated mid-air by the wrathful strike, disintegrating into a spray of foul blood and shattered flesh, instantly meeting his demise. However, in the final moment of his disintegration, he summoned the last vestiges of his vengeful power and hurled the concentrated pestilential liquid towards Lin Long and the eggs beneath her. You shall not. The Azure Scale Dragon Lord did not hesitate. He twisted his massive form, using his broad back to shield against the toxic deluge. Sizzle. The sound of corrosive destruction erupted. The sturdy scales upon the Azure Scale's back darkened, dissolved, and fell away at a visible rate. Unimaginable pain and the insidious plague energy surged into his being. Roar. The Azure Scale emitted a howl of profound agony, his immense form trembling violently, on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to fall, summoning the last of his strength to erect a feeble water shield, isolating the toxic mist from Lin Long. He could not falter. Lin Long and their offspring needed him. Azure Scale. Lin Long beheld her mate enduring all attacks for her sake, grievously injured, and let out a heart-wrenching cry. In her emotional turmoil, the birthing process accelerated dramatically. Amidst overwhelming sorrow and dread, 3 iridescent dragon eggs, brimming with potent life energy, were finally laid. The shells bore exquisite, multicolored patterns, gently shimmering with light. Yet, having withstood all toxins and expended his life force to safeguard the birthing, the Azure Scale could no longer endure. His massive form collapsed limply to the ground, revealing a horrific, corrosive wound on his back, his breath growing faint. His rank plummeted once more, descending to a perilous nadir, to the extent that he struggled to maintain his dragon form, devolving into the Azure Xiaolin Dragon. His size significantly diminished. Yang Yu and Ling Yue received urgent communications almost simultaneously regarding the incident at the tumultuous sea. Upon their swift arrival at the lair and witnessing the scene before them, they were both left astounded. Fragments of Black Eye's corpse floated in the water, exuding a vile stench. The Azure Scale, now reduced in size, lay feebly to one side, his back marred by horrendous corrosive wounds. Linlong, weak and coiled protectively around the 3 colorful eggs, her eyes filled with sorrow, fury, and fear. Uncle Azure Scale, Aunt Linlong. Yang Yu rushed forward, tears springing to his eyes instantly. He examined the Azure Scale's injuries, discovering that the pestilential toxin was exceedingly vile, continuously eroding his essence. He abruptly stood, gripping Ling Yue's collar, his fury threatening to erupt. Ling Yue, what the hell do you mean? Is this the specialized team you dispatched? Your people nearly caused the death of my uncle and aunt. They have ruined their eggs. Ling Yue did not resist, allowing Yang Yu to hold her. Her expression darkened with a foreboding intensity. She glanced at Black Eye's dismembered remains, a chilling glint flashing in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she pried Yang Yu's hand away and spoke in a low, icy tone. Yang Yu, calm down. Give me half an hour. She stepped aside, retrieving an encrypted communicator. Dialing a number with a voice colder than eternal ice. Investigate. The tumultuous Sea Project. Who arranged it? All personnel involved. Detain them immediately. In less than half an hour, several distorted spatial portals materialized outside the lair. A group of individuals clad in the attire of the Ling family servants, appearing frail, aged, and sickly, were roughly thrust out. Kneeling before Ling Yu and Yang Yu, visibly terrified, a man in black respectfully reported to Ling Yu, "Young master, we have ascertained the details. He is a distant nephew of a steward from the family's outer circle, known as He Yin, who infiltrated the environmental team through the back door. These individuals are his immediate relatives." Ling Yu did not spare a glance at the trembling figures before him, turning instead to Yang Yu, his tone laced with a hint of regret and undeniable coldness. "I apologize, brother. It is my failure to manage my subordinates that has allowed such scum to emerge. These are the family members of that wretch. You may decide how you wish to deal with them. Subsequently, I will ensure a satisfactory apology for you and your uncle and aunt. I truly had no foreknowledge that such vermin could infiltrate our ranks and commit such acts." Yang Yu surveyed the terrified elderly and children before him, then glanced at the severely injured Qing Lin and the weakened Lin Long, a tempest of fury surging within him. Yet, he was not a man who would indiscriminately slay the innocent. Taking a few deep breaths to quell his anger, he waved his hand dismissively. "Let them go. I do not wish to see them again. Your apology better save my uncle." "Understood." Ling Yu nodded and signaled to the man in black, who promptly dragged the pleading individuals away. Their fate was all but sealed. Yang Yu ignored Ling Yu and hastened deeper into the cave. He looked at the weakened Lin Long, who still shielded the egg with her body, and then at the fading Qing Lin, his resolve firming. "Aunt Lin Long, do not move, relax. Trust me." Yang Yu placed his hand upon Lin Long's massive form. Although uncertain of Yang Yu's intentions, Lin Long harbored unconditional trust in him and made an effort to ease her tension. Yang Yu concentrated all his energy, channeling his beast mastery space, once more invoking the extraordinary skill of genetic evolution. The targets, the critically injured Qing Zhao Lin Long and the recently delivered, extremely frail Qicai Liu Jiao. He sought to save them both simultaneously. Buzz. A tremendous surge of energy was instantly siphoned away. Yang Yu felt as though his head might explode, his very soul trembling. Roar. Lin Long emitted a cry that intertwined agony and relief. Her body writhed violently in a cascade of vibrant light, twisting and reshaping. The wounds on her back healed rapidly, her form becoming more elongated, graceful, and powerful. Her colossal strength surged back, even exceeding her previous capabilities. In the blink of an eye, a more majestic, formidable dragon adorned with scales reminiscent of the most exquisite rainbow glass, emanating a terrifying imperial aura, materialized within the lair. Oversea Color Dragon, an imperial-level beast. However, in his effort to save both, Yang Yu had overexerted himself to an alarming degree. At the instant Lin Long completed her evolution, he could endure no longer. Uffed. He violently spat a mouthful of blood, followed by blood seeping from his eyes, nose, and ears. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed backward, completely losing consciousness. "Young master." The newly evolved Lin Long gasped in shock. The following day, Yang Yu awoke slowly in his bed within his modest courtyard. His head throbbed painfully, and he felt as though he had been utterly drained. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a figure slumped beside his bed. Seemingly asleep, it was Ling Yu. As Yang Yu stirred slightly, Ling Yu awoke with a start, raising his head to reveal a face tinged with fatigue and concern. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Yang Yu regarded him with a mix of emotions, ultimately shaking his head. "Yes, I'm awake. How are Uncle Qing Lin and Aunt Lin Long?" Ling Yu handed him a cup of warm water, his tone calm yet imbued with a reassuring strength. "Do not worry. I have summoned the finest, ancient dragon blood and essence of life from the family treasury to administer a medicinal bath for your uncle and aunt. Aunt Lin Long has fortuitously broken through to the imperial level and is in excellent condition. Uncle Qing Lin's life has been preserved, the toxins have been eradicated. Although his origin has suffered severe damage, with the nourishment of dragon blood and essence of life, with time and cultivation, he should have a substantial chance of recovery. Perhaps even a chance to rebuild his foundation due to this misfortune. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu let out a long sigh of relief. It was perhaps the best news he could have received. Ling Yu continued, maintaining that calm, yet icy demeanor. Additionally, I have executed all 17 of He Yan's immediate and collateral relatives. Not a single one was spared. Yang Yu was taken aback, disbelief flooding his expression as he looked at Ling Yu. Executed? 17? You. Ling Yu's expression remained unchanged. As if discussing a trivial matter. They conspired or benefited from He Yan's actions, did they not? They deserved their fate, did they not? This way, no one will dare target you or those close to you again. As Yang Yu gazed into Ling Yu's tranquil yet unyielding eyes, a chill raced up his spine. He felt a tumult within, grappling with the cruelty of such collective punishment while, shamefully, sensing a profound sense of security in his total protection. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. At the very least, it seemed he genuinely wished to assist me. He should not harbor any ill intentions toward me, right? Chapter 18. Machinery and Life. 1. Life appeared to settle back into a semblance of tranquility. The relationship between Yang Yu and Ling Yu had taken on a somewhat delicate nuance. On one hand, Yang Yu felt gratitude for Ling Yu's assistance during the tumultuous events of the surging sea, even if it was instigated by Ling Yu himself. And he recognized the strength and loyalty of this companion. On the other hand, Ling Yu's callous disregard for human life, swiftly executing entire families, sent a shiver of wariness through Yang Yu's heart. Outwardly, they remained amicable friends, attending classes, dining, and training together. Xiao Yang and Xiao Yu often played together. Their relationship oscillating between harmony and conflict, a mysterious attraction and repulsion mirroring the interplay of light and dark. Yang Yu also finally grasped the fundamental differences between his core abilities and those of Ling Yu. His supreme beast mastery space and genetic evolution stemmed from the creation fragment of the solar egg's power, focused on optimization, guidance, the gift of rebirth, and ascendant evolution. In contrast, Ling Yu revealed that his core ability, Child of the Moon, leaned towards a peculiar manifestation of destruction, specifically resurrection of the dead. He could resurrect recently deceased spirit beasts, even beast masters, in some form. Yet their power would plummet to about 5 of their former strength, and they would permanently lose their capacity for growth, resembling absolute loyal undead servants. This was a terrifying power, a desecration of life, and a reversal of rules. Yang Yu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back after hearing this. Such an ability was profoundly sinister. Yet Ling Yu chuckled, stating it suited him well, as he could clean up the trash and still put it to use. That day, the auditorium of the South Mountain Academy was filled to capacity. The academy had invited a distinguished guest lecturer, an expert in mechanical beast mastery from the Advanced Mechanical Academy of Gear City, Professor Garen, clad in a white lab coat and donning goggles. He was accompanied by several intricately designed mechanical dogs that gleamed with metallic luster, presenting an impressive sight. Good afternoon, students. Professor Garen's voice boomed, brimming with fervor. Today, I shall open for you a gateway to a new world. That is, the future of mechanical spirit beasts. The enormous screen behind him flickered to life, showcasing an exhilarating promotional video. On assembly lines, countless parts were being assembled into various mechanical spirit beasts. On the battlefield, mechanical spirit beast legions charged fearlessly. In the cities, mechanical spirit beasts undertook various tasks. I know, many of you, and even many of the faculty. Professor Garen cast a glance at a spirit beast biology teacher in the audience who appeared rather displeased, harbor biases against mechanical spirit beasts, believing they lack life, lack soul, are mere cold constructs. But today, I am here to tell you, mechanical spirit beasts are the future. This is indeed the optimal solution for civilian beastmasters. He proclaimed loudly. They are formidable. When compared at the same level, the output power and defensive capabilities of mechanical spirit beasts far surpass those of flesh and blood. They are economical. As long as the production line is operational, they can be produced in any quantity. There is no need to rely on fortune or risk one's life in perilous realms searching for rare spirit beasts. Their potential for evolution is immense. By simply replacing parts with superior components and integrating more advanced modules, their capabilities can be continuously enhanced. There are no bloodline limitations. Most importantly, they can be contracted with zero difficulty. There is no need to cultivate emotional bonds or achieve soul resonance. A mere simple mental command code is sufficient for absolute obedience. His words detonated like a bomb among the students below, especially for those from ordinary backgrounds who struggled to contract good spirit beasts. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it true? Zero difficulty in contracting? Affordable and efficient? Does this mean I could also possess a powerful spirit beast? It sounds incredibly cool. Professor Galen was quite pleased with the response, waving his hand. Hearing is merely a perception. Seeing is believing. Today, I present to you the latest generation of mass-produced combat spirit beasts from Gear City, the Iron Dragonfly and Iron Grasshopper. Several assistants wheeled out 2 large crates. Upon opening them, a series of identical metallic insects lay neatly arranged inside. They were crafted from a matte gray alloy, their compound eyes resembling red optical sensors. And their wings were high-frequency vibrating metal sheets emitting a buzzing sound. Iron Dragonfly Heroic Grade. Fast, equipped with micro-armor-piercing projectiles and cutting wings. Iron Grasshopper Heroic Grade. Exceptional leaping ability, outfitted with high-frequency vibrating blades on its legs and a self-detonation module. Today a special offer. Only $998. A heroic grade mechanical spirit beast to take home. Professor Galen shouted like a salesman. This price ignited the entire audience. $998. You couldn't even buy a decent hair for that amount outside. Here, one could acquire a heroic grade spirit beast. The students instantly went wild, rushing forward to make purchases. Yang Yu and Ling Yu were swept up in the fervor. Exchanging glances, both intrigued. Hey, it looks quite fun. Shall we buy one to play with? Ling Yu raised an eyebrow. Sure. Let us see what the quality of these mechanical spirit beasts is. Yang Yu nodded. The 2 each bought one. Yang Yu chose the Iron Dragonfly, while Ling Yu opted for the Iron Grasshopper. After acquiring them, they easily completed the contract using the mental encoding method taught by Professor Galen. Indeed, it was effortless. Akin to connecting a remote-controlled toy. Let us head to the training ground and give it a try. Yang Yu felt invigorated. Upon reaching the training ground, Yang Yu commanded, Iron Dragonfly, ascend, reconnaissance mode. The Iron Dragonfly immediately buzzed into the air, hovering and transmitting the scanned images back to Yang Yu's mind. The resolution was satisfactory. Quite interesting, Yang Yu nodded, then decided to test its combat capabilities. Xiao Yang, go and spar with it, but be gentle, don't break it. Meow. Xiao Yang lazily hopped into the arena, eyeing the metallic creature above. Iron Dragonfly attack. Utilize cutting wings. Yang Yu ordered. The Iron Dragonfly dove down swiftly, its metallic wings vibrating at high speed, producing a piercing noise as it slashed toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't even use a skill, merely lifting a paw casually. Slap. Like swatting a fly, the descending Iron Dragonfly was instantly flattened against the ground by a single swipe. Sparks flew, and it lay still. Yang Yu, this is absurdly fragile. Wasn't it supposed to be powerful at the same level? On the other side, Ling Yu's experience was even more ludicrous. Iron Grasshopper, jump, use vibrating blade legs to attack that target. Ling Yu commanded. The Iron Grasshopper leapt abruptly, only to miscalculate and crashed headlong into a nearby alloy pillar. With a loud thud, it broke 2 legs upon impact, collapsing on the ground and convulsing. Xiao Yu approached curiously, pawing at the metallic wreck. Crack. Clatter. The already damaged Iron Grasshopper was disassembled by Xiao Yu's playful prodding, scattering its parts everywhere. Ling Yu. He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Just as the 2 stared at their heaps of scrap metal in silence, a furious roar erupted from the entrance of the training ground. Galen, you scoundrel. You're leading my students astray. A furious Professor Wong, who taught spirit beast biology, stormed in, his face flushed with rage, hair nearly standing on end. Brandishing a thick tome titled The Theory of Spirit Beast Evolution, charging straight for Professor Galen. Seeing him approach, Professor Galen stood his ground defiantly, hands on hips. Old Wong. What do you mean by leading astray? I'm guiding the students towards their future. Your antiquated theory of natural evolution should have been discarded long ago. Nonsense. Professor Wong slammed the book onto the table, shouting, can mechanical creations even be called spirit beasts? They possess no life, no soul, no potential for growth. They rely solely on an assembly of parts. This is what you call a spirit beast? It's nothing but a toy. Garbage. You know nothing. Professor Galen retorted angrily. Soul? Life? Those are mere illusions. Power is what is tangible. Just look at how much time and money it takes to cultivate an elite spirit beast. I can produce 100 in a single day on the assembly line. Mass production? What good is 100 pieces of junk? Professor Wong pointed at the flattened Iron Dragonfly and the disassembled Iron Grasshopper on the ground. Look, is this what you call powerful? Heroic grade? Reduced to toys by natural spirit beasts of the same level. They shatter at the slightest touch. Zero difficulty in contracting? Yes, because there's no need for a contract at all. It's merely a remote control model. They simply don't know how to use them. The tactics are flawed. Professor Galen maintained his stance. Tactics? What kind of tactics are involved here? Other than executing commands, what else can they do? Do they possess instincts? Combat intuition? Can they protect their master in moments of crisis? Can they evolve autonomously? Professor Wong exclaimed passionately. Instincts? Intuition? Those are just synonyms for inefficiency and uncertainty. Absolute obedience is the optimal solution. A soulless machine can never comprehend the greatness and infinite possibilities of life. The two professors, representing the traditional path of natural evolution in beast mastery and the emerging mechanical ascension in beast mastery, stood in the center of the training ground, their faces flushed and voices raised, nearly ready to come to blows. The surrounding students watched in astonishment. Yang Yu and Ling Yu exchanged glances again, then looked at their heaps of scrap metal, smiling helplessly. Yang Yu picked up Xiao Yang, gently stroking its head. You're still the best. Although caring for you is demanding, you are a true companion with flesh and blood, a partner with whom I share a genuine connection. Xiao Yang contentedly squinted its eyes, nuzzling his hand. Ling Yu kicked at the scattered parts on the ground, saying to Xiao Yu, it seems that you get what you pay for. I still have to rely on you. Xiao Yu proudly lifted its little head. Chapter 19, Machines and Life, 2. In the grand auditorium of Shannin Academy, the atmosphere was charged, nearly explosive. Professor Wang, the biology instructor, and Professor Galen, the mechanical instructor, stood on stage, their faces flushed and voices raised. And had it not been for the principal intervening, they likely would have come to blows. Galen, those iron scraps of yours are misleading the students. Lifeless trinkets. Professor Wang waved his fist. Old Wang, you are outdated. Obsolete. Machinery is the future. It embodies efficiency. Professor Galen slammed his hand on the table. The students below were divided into two factions, clamoring away, unable to persuade one another. Principal Zhang Baichuan, overwhelmed by the noise, slammed his hand on the table. Enough. The room fell silent in an instant. What is the use of arguing? Practice yields true knowledge. Principal Zhang adjusted his glasses, surveying the crowd. As the school had just obtained temporary development rights for a newly discovered low-level secret realm, Rusty Canyon. Within this realm, numerous native creatures and mystical beasts coexist alongside remnants of a forsaken mechanical civilization. He paused briefly before announcing a momentous decision. The Academy has resolved to designate this location as your unique practical examination arena for an intense factional competition. Faction 1, the Biological Evolutionists, led by Professor Wang. They revere nature, nurture mystical beasts, and triumph through bonds and evolution. Faction 2, the Mechanical Ascendancy. Under the guidance of Professor Galen, they champion technology, crafting and enhancing mechanical beasts, and achieve victory through efficiency and absolute subservience. All students are invited to freely choose their faction based on their interests and philosophies. Competition rules. Both factions will simultaneously advance towards the central area, the core signal tower. From opposite ends of the canyon, the faction that can first seize the signal tower and successfully defeat the opposing faction's leading instructor will be declared the victor. Scoring system. Individual points will be calculated based on your contributions within the faction, defeating opposing units, completing tasks, gathering resources. The higher your final ranking, the more substantial the rewards. Prizes include advanced skill tomes, rare evolution materials, and even eligibility for entry into secret realms. Core gameplay. Regardless of the path you choose, you shall commence anew. Students of the biological faction must nurture and evolve their mystical beast companions. Students of the mechanical faction will need to collect components, construct, and upgrade their mechanical beasts. The secret realm is replete with abundant resources and tasks to facilitate your rapid development. As the principal's words faded, the students erupted in excitement. Mechanics. They are both striking and formidable. Biology. Mystical beasts possess souls. They are true companions. Which faction is superior? Which has the greater chance of victory? Yang Yu, without a moment's hesitation, positioned himself behind Professor Wang of the Biological Evolutionists. His innate connection to life, bolstered by Xiao Yang's presence, drew him naturally towards the living. The cold, unfeeling machinery seemed to lack the most crucial element. Ling Yu, with a sly smile playing on his lips, leisurely strolled to stand behind Professor Galen of the Mechanical Ascendancy. He found efficiency and absolute control intriguing, and casting a glance at Yang Yu, he mused that choosing the opposing side was invariably more amusing, was it not? The results of the selections emerged rapidly. Over 70 students opted for the Mechanical Ascendancy, while fewer than 30, including Yang Yu, chose the Biological Evolutionists. The rationale was simple. The mechanics appeared cooler, quicker, and more direct. Furthermore, although Professor Galen's earlier demonstration had been debunked, the impression of convenience and expediency lingered. The slow and laborious nature of biological cultivation seemed daunting by comparison. Professor Wang surveyed the sparse gathering behind him, his expression darkening. In contrast, Professor Galen reveled in his triumph. Quantity does not equate to quality. Professor Wang scoffed. Efficiency is paramount. Professor Galen retorted. The principal sighed, all right. Prepare to enter the secret realm. Remember, this is a simulated confrontation. Do your utmost to avoid fatal strikes. Now, let us depart. In the Rusted Canyon, the camp of the biological evolutionists was established behind a relatively dense thicket of metallic shrubs. Yang Yu quickly grasped the situation, his mood turning somber. Current analysis. 1. Quality advantage. At the same level, the comprehensive combat strength, agility, and growth potential of biological mystical beasts, ordinary grade, indeed surpass that of mechanical constructs, potentially achieving a 1-to-2 ratio. 2. Significant disadvantages. Extended development cycle. Biological mystical beasts require time to grow and evolve. Progress cannot be rushed. Numerical disadvantage. The opposing faction boasts a larger number, allowing for quicker resource gathering and the ability to manufacture more mechanical units, leading to overwhelming numerical superiority. Initial weakness. The biological faction starts with merely one ordinary-grade native mystical beast companion, such as a steel-claw weasel or steel-feather sparrow, necessitating gradual cultivation. Conversely, the mechanical faction can immediately scavenge to assemble a mechanical dog or mechanical spider. Though weak, they begin with a higher numerical advantage. The situation appeared dire. Yang Yu mused as he stroked his chin. Xiao Yang perched curiously on his shoulder, observing the timid steel-claw weasels in the camp, while the star guardian beast, a colorful little hamster, napped contentedly in his pocket. He realized he could not solely rely on himself and Xiao Yang. This was a team competition, and he needed to devise a strategy to galvanize the entire faction. Meanwhile, at the mechanical faction's camp, situated on a deserted metal platform, Ling Yu observed his peers fervently scavenging for scrap, dismantling components, and attempting to assemble their first mechanical unit. He smiled. He approached Professor Galen directly, presenting a black card. Professor, I wish to purchase all initial universal base component packs. Professor Galen was taken aback. All of them? Those are meant for all students. At 3 times the market price, the points will be deducted directly, Ling Yu stated flatly. Or, I could have my family speak directly with the academy? Professor Galen gulped. He recognized the student's formidable background and reluctantly nodded. Very well. While others struggled over a handful of screws and circuit boards, Ling Yu effortlessly assembled a colossal mechanical beast, entirely encased in heavy steel plating, sporting a pair of enormous alloy drill horns atop its head, an extraordinary level mechanical beast. The steel-toothed bull. Moo. The steel-toothed bull emitted a deep electronic sound, its eyes glowing red, exuding a palpable sense of power. The surrounding students stared in awe, their eyes filled with envy and resentment. Wow, starting with an extraordinary level. What are we even competing for? This tycoon is crushing us. Please, Great One, take us along. Ling Yu patted the metallic body of the steel-toothed bull and smiled at Professor Galen. Efficiency, is it not? With that, he mounted the steel-toothed bull, disregarding the others, and set off towards the depths of the canyon. His companion, Xiao Yu, perched elegantly atop the steel-toothed bull, resembling a queen on a royal procession. In merely half an hour, the mechanical faction, bolstered by Ling Yu's financial prowess, produced the first extraordinary level combat unit, gaining a significant early advantage and swiftly began purging the wilderness of low-level biological mystical beasts, constricting the living faction's operational space. The pressure on the biological evolutionists escalated instantly. Yang Yu, upon hearing the news at the camp, furrowed his brow. This Ling Yu truly stirred chaos wherever he went. We cannot wait any longer. Yang Yu addressed Professor Wang. Professor, I shall lead a team to undertake missions and quickly gather resources to elevate our mystical beast levels. He understood that he must rapidly enhance the combat capability of the entire biological faction. Otherwise, they would indeed be submerged by the mechanical tide. Thus commenced a practical confrontation between the philosophies of life, evolution, and mechanical ascension, marked by an exceedingly unbalanced beginning. Chapter 20, Mechanics and Life. 3. In the Rusted Canyon. The front lines of the biological evolutionists were a dismal sight. The mechanical ascendancy, wielding their numerical superiority, unleashed a deluge of low-level mechanical constructs, iron dogs, gear spiders, screw bees, overwhelmingly advancing. Although each individual unit lacked strength, their sheer numbers were daunting. On the side of the biological faction, students had just contracted their ordinary-grade mystical beasts, steel-claw weasels, steel-feather sparrows, hard-shelled snails, which, while capable of fending off 2 adversaries, were ultimately unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the enemy's wheel of war. Retreating steadily and barely managing to hold the entrance of their camp, Xiao Yang and the colorful little hamster guardian beast stood resolutely at the forefront. Xiao Yang, shimmering with golden light, utilized the light shield to absorb a barrage of attacks, while the light blades swiftly sliced through the encroaching mechanical units with remarkable efficiency. The guardian beast, sheltering behind, occasionally released small bursts of colorful radiance, bestowing weak order purification and encouragement aura upon wounded mystical beasts and weary students, barely maintaining their line of defense. Yet, Such a strategy was unsustainable. No matter how fierce Xiao Yang's efforts, his energy would eventually deplete. It was only a matter of time before their defenses were breached. Yang Yu observed anxiously, his heart racing. He must swiftly elevate the strength of the entire faction. He rushed to the incubation area at the rear of the camp, where some academy provided. Low-potential ordinary spirit beast eggs were available for novices to undertake tasks and engage in early cultivation. He casually picked up a newly hatched, fluffy little chick. The Kali chicken, ordinary type, skill, peck, cutie. You shall do, Yang Yu declared as he grasped the unsteady little chick in his hand, steeling his resolve. He was acutely aware of the immense cost associated with using gene evolution, yet he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts any longer. Finding a secluded corner, he concentrated his mind and activated that incredible skill once more. Gene evolution. Target, this utterly unimpressive Kali chicken. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for the familiar agony of having his soul seemingly torn apart, along with an overwhelming sense of weakness. However, a hum echoed. The skill had been unleashed. Contrary to his expectations of excruciating pain and debilitating weakness, he was instead met with an extraordinarily peculiar sensation, as though some invisible rule had been set into motion. To Yang Yu's astonishment, he suddenly perceived a remarkably clear, semi-transparent status bar materializing at the edge of his vision, akin to a game interface. It displayed boldly, health points, 5,000, 5,000. Energy points. Faction, biological evolutionists. Location, Rusty Canyon Safe Zone. What is this? Yang Yu's eyes widened in realization. It was the rules of a dungeon. This secret realm had been transformed into a specialized training ground by the Academy, endowing all participants with a data-driven perspective. Before he could contemplate further, he noticed the health points column suddenly flicker. Health points, 4990, 5,000. It had decreased by 10 points. Simultaneously, the Kali chicken in his grasp was enveloped in a soft white light, its body visibly growing. Its fluff shed away, replaced by sleek, glossy feathers. Its gaze sharpened. Claws became razor-like, and its size increased dramatically. Its essence surged from ordinary to extraordinary. Flash chicken. Extraordinary level, skills, high-speed movement, claw combo, flash strike. Guguda? The flash chicken chirped with excitement, darting around Yang Yu at incredible speed, whipping up a gust of wind. Yang Yu was momentarily stunned, then elation surged within him. He understood. In this unique training dungeon, the terrifying side effects of the gene evolution skill had been transformed into a mere deduction of fixed health points. Though his health had diminished, the soul-crushing agony and weakness had vanished. Moreover, it seemed that health points would gradually recover over time. Splendid. Fortune has favored me. Yang Yu couldn't help but laugh aloud. This was akin to finding a pillow when one was drowsy. In this dungeon, he could utilize this glitch skill relatively safely. He immediately took the flash chicken and dashed towards the camp's mission board. Treasure hunt mission. Collect 10 luminous metal shards. The flash chicken, with its astonishing speed, swiftly gathered them all. Capture mission. Catch the mechanical hamster, stealing parts. With a flash strike and claw combo, the flash chicken accomplished it in no time. Heartfelt mission. Help the old lady, NPC, cross the street. Yang Yu. Relying on the flash chicken's remarkable efficiency, Yang Yu completed several tasks in a short span, earning a substantial amount of faction points and biological feed. He promptly redeemed another, more powerful spirit beast egg at the camp store using his points. Electric bear, ordinary level. Skills, electric shock, bear hug. Following the same method, he activated gene evolution once more. Health points, 4980, 5,000. Another 10 points deducted. The electric bear evolved amidst a radiant glow. Its body expanded, fur bristled, crackling with electricity. It transformed into the extraordinary Thunder Bear. Its skills evolved into Thunderstorm Fist. Thunderquake Stomp. Let us go. To the front lines. Yang Yu commanded with a sweeping gesture, charging back to the precarious front lines with his freshly minted extraordinary Flash Chicken and Thunder Bear. Flash Chicken, harass from the left. Thunder Bear, Thunderquake Stomp from the right. The addition of these two fresh forces instantly altered the tide of battle. The Flash Chicken became a streak of white light, weaving through the mechanical horde, executing claw combos to dismantle joints and circuit boards. The Thunder Bear roared, its paw crashing onto the ground, unleashing a shockwave of electricity that obliterated a swath of low-level mechanical units. The pressure on the biological faction diminished significantly, and the students' morale soared. Wow, Brother Yu is incredible. Where did such extraordinary spirit beasts come from? Counterattack. Counterattack. Ling Yu, who had been leisurely observing from the rear and occasionally directing the steel tooth bull to stomp a few reckless ironclaw weasels, suddenly felt the pressure mount. He watched the two unexpectedly formidable extraordinary spirit beasts emerge, then caught sight of Yang Yu directing from the back. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly. a glimmer of sharp light flashing through. "Yangyu, my good deskmate," he murmured softly, a hint of excitement tugging at the corners of his mouth. "You truly are a rare genius. This ability to induce evolution is fascinating." No longer content to spectate, he commanded, "Xiaoyu, clear the field." Xiaoyu, who had been napping atop the steel tooth bowl, lifted its head, its ice-blue eyes gleaming with a cold light. It opened its mouth, unleashing a silent, moonlight wave, sweeping across the battlefield like a chilling tide. All low-level mechanical units caught in the sweep found their movements instantly slowed, frost coating their circuit boards. The spirit beasts of the biological faction also felt a wave of coldness and weakness wash over them. Shortly after, Ling Yu leaped off the steel tooth bowl and began fervently accepting tasks from the mechanical faction: sabotage facilities, data theft, hunt specific spirit beasts. Utilizing his immense personal strength and the overwhelming power of Xiao Yu and the steel tooth bowl, he completed tasks with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, he leveraged his financial prowess to buy up high-grade parts and energy cores painstakingly collected by his allies at prices far exceeding market value. Before long, amidst the envious and resentful gazes of those around him, he assembled a uniquely designed mechanical behemoth at the assembly station. It was a massive mechanical fish. Its entire body was encased in thick, dark gray armor, equipped with treads for traversing land, and its head bore two enormous searchlights emitting an unsettling red glow. Most terrifying of all were the two gigantic, agile mechanical alloy claws mounted on its sides. Iron-armed double-light fish. Heroic level. Crush them, Ling Yu commanded coldly. The iron-armed double-light fish emitted a deep rumble, its treads rolling as it charged onto the battlefield. Those enormous mechanical arms swung like the scythes of death, striking left and right. Bang! Crack! The flashed chicken attempted to evade with its high-speed movement, but the attack range of the mechanical arms was far too vast. It was struck by a single sweep, letting out a pained cry as it was sent flying, its glow dimming and combat ability lost. The Thunder Bear roared, launching a thunderstorm fist at the mechanical fish, yet the electricity merely danced harmlessly across the thick armor, achieving little effect. Another mechanical arm lunged forward, capturing the Thunder Bear tightly and slamming it down onto the ground. Boom! The Thunder Bear howled in agony, also brought down heavily. A heroic-level opponent utterly dominated an extraordinary-level spirit. The slight advantage they had just regained was immediately crushed back by Ling Yu's sheer resource power. The expressions of the biological faction students turned pale. Yang Yu watched as his two spirit beasts were swiftly defeated, feeling a pang of regret for his lost points. His gaze now heavy with concern. He cast a fleeting glance at his status bar, where his health points were gradually recovering, now standing at 4995, and then turned to observe the spirited Ling Yu across the battlefield. "Ling Yu, you truly are an insufferable nuisance," Yang Yu mused, licking his lips. Far from feeling disheartened, he found his resolve ignited even further. However, within this instance, it appeared that his external aid could also be unleashed to its fullest extent. The conflict between the factions had grown increasingly intense and unpredictable due to the full-throttle involvement of two notorious players. Chapter 21, Mechanism and Life, 4. Outside the biological camp in Rusty Canyon, the scene was dire. The hero-level, iron-armed twin lantern fish, conjured by Ling Yu, resembled a colossal bulldozer. Its massive mechanical arms swinging wildly, shattering the defensive line that the biological faction had painstakingly assembled. Yang Yu's swift chickens and thunder bears were swiftly incapacitated upon confrontation. Although they remained intact, their combat capabilities were temporarily diminished, leading Yang Yu to sorrowfully withdraw them for gradual repairs at the cost of his points. The ordinary tier iron-claw weasels and steel feather sparrows of the other students were utterly overwhelmed, forced to rely on metallic thickets and makeshift barriers merely to survive, suffering heavy casualties. Hold the line. Hold the line. Healing team, quickly bandage the injured spirit beasts. Professor Wong, drenched in sweat and hoarse from shouting, personally descended to cast healing auras with his monarch-level healing flower vine over the frontline spirit beasts. Yet, the effects were limited. The mechanical faction's offensive was relentless. Utterly unafraid of losses, as broken parts could simply be salvaged and reused. Each fallen unit on the biological side represented a tangible loss. Yang Yu observed his status bar slowly creeping back to 5,000, and glanced at the ostentatious iron-armed twin lantern fish and the nonchalant Ling Yu atop it. His brow furrowing deeply. "We cannot afford to clash head-on," he resolved. "That guy is a resource black hole. Even if we pooled our resources together, we wouldn't match his single expenditure." It was evident that he needed to devise an alternative strategy. He scrutinized the battlefield. The mechanical faction's advantages lay in their rapid resource conversion at the outset, merely scavenging parts to assemble, their overwhelming numbers, and their indifference to attrition, as lower-tier units could simply swarm and overwhelm. However, their disadvantages were stark. The low-level mechanical units exhibited primitive intelligence and rigid operational patterns, entirely reliant on the Beastmaster's commands. Should their coordination falter, or their formation be disrupted, they would devolve into disarray, akin to a scattered heap of sand. Conversely, while the biological faction began weak and developed slowly, their spirit beasts possessed fundamental combat instincts and intelligence, enabling them to adapt dynamically. Moreover, their growth potential was significantly higher. Our strengths lie in our potential for growth and adaptability. Yang Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. We cannot engage them in a war of attrition. We must resort to guerrilla tactics and exploit their developmental weaknesses. He swiftly approached Professor Wong. Professor, we cannot hold our ground this way. We are outnumbered and cannot afford to sustain losses. While tending to a wounded steel-feather sparrow, Professor Wong retorted, then what do you propose? Retreat? If we retreat any further, our camp will be lost. Not retreating. We need to change our strategy. Yang Yu hastily explained. Let us form a small team. Led by me, no more than 3 to 5 individuals. We will circumvent the main battlefield and infiltrate through the side canyon. What for? To meet our demise? Professor Wong glared. To complete missions. To seize resources. To capture wild spirit beasts. Yang Yu spoke rapidly, urging, let them hold the front line and buy us time. We will rush in. Complete missions to earn points, trade for feed, capture wild spirit beasts, and then evolve them. Upon hearing the word evolve, Professor Wong's eyes widened as if struck by a revelation. He recognized that this young man had a knack for the extraordinary. The 2 exceptional spirit beasts had arrived too swiftly. Do you have confidence? He whispered. It's better than being whittled away here. Yang Yu's gaze was resolute. Professor Wong gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll provide you with 5 individuals. They're all my top students, and their spirit beasts are well matched. I'll do my utmost to hold the front. You must act swiftly. Soon, 5 equally anxious elite students from the biological faction were summoned. Accompanied by their respective spirit beasts, an ultrasound bat for reconnaissance, ordinary tier, a hard-shelled shield turtle for defense, ordinary tier, a glowing grass sprite for healing, ordinary tier, and 2 main combatants, razor-toothed swift lizards, ordinary tier, along with Yang Yu and his primary spirit beast, Little Sun, and a temporarily low attack, but supportive, colorful hamster guardian beast. A formidable 6-member guerrilla team was formed. Our mission, avoid the main force, penetrate deep into enemy territory, and complete high-reward tasks at the fastest possible pace while scavenging resource points and capturing wild spirit beasts. Understood? Yang Yu issued a succinct command. Understood. The 5 students recognized this as their sole opportunity, their morale soaring. Let us move. Under the cover of Professor Wong's feigned assault by the frontline forces, the squad silently circumvented the main battlefield through a concealed metallic fissure, delving into the depths of Rusty Canyon. Upon entering the enemy's rear area, the atmosphere shifted markedly. Scattered mechanical units could still be observed patrolling and gathering resources, but their density was far less than that of the front line. Ultrasound bat. Scout ahead for pathways and resource points. Hard-shelled shield turtle. Stay vigilant at the front. Swift lizards. Provide lateral cover. The team coordinated seamlessly, directing their spirit beasts effectively. Yang Yu, meanwhile, perused the task list, swiftly filtering, abandon all low-point tasks. Only undertake the high-difficulty ones. He soon found 3 enticing missions. Clear the occupied mine. Rewards include significant points and rare ores. Rescue the trapped exploration team. Rewards include finished feed packages and special items. Hunt the mechanical boss gear plunderer. Rewards include massive points and core components. Let's head to the mine, Yang Yu declared, selecting their target. The squad promptly advanced towards the mine's entrance. On their way, they encountered a few stray mechanical spiders and dogs, but there was no need for Yang Yu to intervene. The 2 swift lizards, in conjunction with Little Sun's light blades, swiftly dealt with the threats. Little Sun even refrained from using skills, relying solely on its claws to shred the mechanical foes. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of an abandoned mine, which was guarded by a few rudimentary mechanical barricades and several mining mechanical mice. Swift lizard to the left, Little Sun to the right. Bat. Create distractions. Shield turtle. Take the lead. Grass sprite. Prepare to heal. Yang Yu directed quickly. The battle erupted instantaneously. Little Sun transformed into a streak of golden light, charging towards the mechanical mice on the right, its claws slashing through them with ease, scattering parts everywhere. The swift lizard to the left swiftly dispatched its target as well. The ultrasound bat emitted a piercing sound wave that slowed the remaining mechanical mice, while the shield turtle steadfastly absorbed the sporadic counterattacks. They breezed through, bursting into the mine. They discovered several mechanical units attempting to install a harvesting device. From within the depths, human cries for help resonated. It was the trapped exploration team from Genesis Technology. Charge in. Save them. The squad swept through, quickly neutralizing all mechanical units within the mine and rescuing the exploration team. Clearing the occupied mine. Task completed. Points and ores acquired. Rescuing the trapped exploration team. Task completed. A substantial supply of high-quality biological feed packages and several disposable protective field generators obtained. Excellent. The team cheered. Don't stop. Yang Yu maintained his composure. Next target. Hunt the gear plunderer. According to the map, it frequently appears at the abandoned shattered factory in the northwest. The squad wasted no time, immediately hurrying to their next destination. Along the way, they fortuitously stumbled upon a small group of wild, steel-spined porcupines, ordinary tier, hiding from a mechanical patrol. Capture them, Yang Yu commanded. The team members immediately gathered around. Although these porcupines were not particularly aggressive, their defenses were commendable. After some effort, they successfully captured 3 of them. Yang Yu, while he had indeed caught them, knew that taming and training would require time. A team member expressed anxiously. Ordinary-level spirit beasts took far too long to develop combat capabilities. Yang Yu glanced at the 3 trembling, bristling steel-quilled porcupines, and then at his own health points, which stood at a staggering 5,000, a smile creeping across his lips. Time. What we lack most is time, yet what we possess in abundance are methods. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the head of one of the steel-quilled porcupines. What are you doing, Yang Yu? The team members looked at him in astonishment. Buzz. Gene evolution. Activated. As the team members watched in disbelief, Yang Yu's health points diminished by 10. The ordinary-level steel-quilled porcupine was enveloped in a blaze of white light, emitting crackling sounds of growth. Its size visibly expanded, its quills becoming more robust and sharper, glinting with a metallic sheen, while its fangs elongated, its aura instantly surging. Steel Quill Fang Beast. Extraordinary level. Skill. Quill Rain. Barbaric Charge. How is this even possible? It evolved directly. Extraordinary level. The eyes of the 5 teammates nearly bulged out of their sockets, gazing at Yang Yu as though he were a deity. They had painstakingly completed tasks, fed their beasts, and barely saw any growth, while he merely touched one and it transcended. Stop gawking. We must act swiftly. Yang Yu offered little explanation and proceeded to replicate the process, evolving the other 2 steel-quilled porcupines into extraordinary steel quill fang beasts as well. A mere cost of 30 health points had yielded them 3 instant combat-ready extraordinary spirit beasts. You. One team member stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. A little trick, a special effect of the instance, Yang Yu vaguely explained now. We have 3 new fighters. Let us go confront that gear raider. The team members shook off their astonishment, replaced by a surge of elation and excitement. With such a powerhouse leading them, how could they fear defeat? The strength of the team had significantly increased, and they swiftly located the mechanical leader, gear raider, extraordinary level, meandering through the shattered factory. It appeared as a mechanical monstrosity, seemingly assembled from countless discarded gears, constantly spinning. Free Fang beasts. Charge head-on to draw fire. Xiaoyang. Look for an opportunity to strike its core. Everyone else, support with your spirit beasts. Combat orders issued. The 3 freshly evolved steel quill fang beasts roared as they launched into a barbaric charge, fearlessly colliding with the gear raider, causing gears to scatter. Xiaoyang transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, continuously slicing at its vulnerable points with his light blades. After a fierce battle, the gear raider collapsed with a thunderous crash, scattering gleaming parts and a blue glowing energy core across the ground. Mission: hunt the mechanical leader gear raider, completed. A bounty of points and core parts obtained. Retreat. Back to the camp. Yang Yu ordered without hesitation. The team, laden with bountiful spoils and the 3 newly acquired extraordinary spirit beasts, quickly retraced their steps. When they burst out of the canyon and returned to the biological camp, the front line was still struggling valiantly, but the defenses were perilously fragile. Professor Wong, upon seeing their return, was about to scold them for returning too quickly, but his gaze fell upon the 3 formidable extraordinary steel quill fang beasts and the excited smiles on the team members' faces, clutching their abundant resources, prompting him to swallow his reprimand. Professor, we struck gold. One team member shouted excitedly. Yang Yu approached the front line, observing the iron-armed double-lantern fish wreaking havoc across the battlefield and the calm Ling Yu in the distance. He distributed the newly acquired, one-time protective field generator to the frontline students and poured a plethora of feed packages and resources into the communal warehouse. Brothers, resources are plentiful. Feed is abundant. Tend to the injured immediately. Those in good condition, reinforce your spirit beasts at once. He shouted, pointing at the 3 steel quill fang beasts. Do you see? Extraordinary level is not a dream. As long as we hold on, we can continue to grow stronger. The mechanical tide is nothing to fear. The advantage is on our side. The students of the biological camp, witnessing the sudden addition of 3 extraordinary spirit beasts and an abundance of resources, felt their previously diminished morale ignite instantly. Yang Gu is amazing. Let us charge back. Let us smash those iron clumps. Professor Wang's face flushed with excitement. Waving his hand, healing team, logistics team, move quickly. Utilize all resources. Frontline. Hold the line. It's time to counterattack. Although Ling Yu's mechanical behemoth remained formidable, the biological camp, bolstered by the precious resources and fresh strength brought back by Yang Yu, finally stabilized their defenses and began to visibly recover. Growing stronger with each passing moment, Ling Yu, who had been observing from a distance, naturally noticed the changes on this side. His brows lifted slightly upon seeing the sudden emergence of 3 extraordinary biological spirit beasts. Oh, a gradual development? How intriguing, he stroked his chin, not only unperturbed, but rather exhibiting heightened interest. My dear deskmate, you always manage to surprise me. It seems I must adjust my strategy as well. He turned and began issuing new orders through the communication device of the mechanical faction. Chapter 22, Machinery and Life, 5. In the heart of the rusted canyon, the core signal tower loomed in the distance. After a period of frenzied development and intense skirmishes, both the biological and mechanical factions had amassed their powers to a peak, resembling 2 pressurized canisters on the brink of explosion. On the biological side, under Professor Wang's command and the relentless enhancement provided by Yang Yu, their strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. Extraordinary spirit beasts were no longer a rarity within the camp. Yang Yu led his guerrilla team on various missions, seizing resources, capturing wild spirit beasts, and without hesitation, employing gene evolution. His health points would drop, yet replenish automatically, functioning as though he were an eternal motion machine. Now, the main force of the biological faction consisted of 5 steel quill fong beasts, extraordinary level, frontline meat shields charging. 3 lightning leopards, evolved from swift cats, extraordinary level, high-speed assassins. 2 boulder giants, evolved from hard-shelled snails, extraordinary level, defensive fortresses. Several original, iron-clawed weasels, and steel feather sparrows had also reached their peak elite levels due to ample feeding, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. The entire faction was filled with high spirits, well-equipped, having exchanged points for numerous one-time shields and enhancement potions, sharpening their blades for battle. On the mechanical side, under Ling Yu's financial prowess and efficient command, the situation was even more exaggerated. He had nearly monopolized high-quality parts and energy cores within the faction, rapidly expanding and upgrading. The mechanical army had transformed from a ragtag group into a terrifying torrent of steel. 3 heavy assault treaders, heroic level, large tank units resembling steel-toothed bulls, equipped with ramming horns and grenade launchers. 5 hunter drone swarms, extraordinary level, high speed, equipped with mini-missiles and cutting nets. Numerous, swift mechanical wolves, elite level, fast and numerous. And at the center, the heroic level, iron-armed double-lantern fish, akin to a mobile fortress. The 2 armies faced off in a wide metallic wasteland before the signal tower, poised for confrontation. The air was thick with the pungent scent of machine oil, accompanied by the labored breaths of spirit beasts and the incessant hum of electricity. The atmosphere had reached a fever pitch of tension. Professor Wang and Professor Galen stood at the forefront of their respective factions, their expressions grave. They both understood that the moment of reckoning had arrived. Warriors of the biological evolution faction. Professor Wang raised his hand, his voice amplified through the loudspeaker. For the dignity and freedom of life, charge forward. Warriors of the mechanical ascendance faction. Professor Galen responded defiantly, for efficiency and eternal order. Crush them. A thunderous roar erupted, mingling with the roar of engines as the 2 armies surged forward like a deluge breaking through a dam, colliding with ferocity. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a veritable meat grinder. The steel-maned boar unleashed its brutal charge, slamming into the armored trampler with a deafening crash. The lightning leopard darted like streaks of lightning across the field, its claws tearing at the joints of mechanical wolves, only to be pursued and blasted by drones' missiles. The rock giant raised a colossal stone shield to protect its comrades from the hail of gunfire, sparks flying from the shield. The iron-armed double-light fish swung its massive mechanical arms, clearing small areas with each strike, yet soon found itself besieged by a cadre of extraordinary spirit beasts. The hunter drones circled overhead, dropping missiles and cutting nets, wreaking havoc on the biological faction, but they were met with reckless charges from the steel feather sparrows. The battlefield descended into utter chaos. The sounds of explosions, clashes, roars, and metal twisting filled the air. Yang Yu and Xiao Yang refrained from joining the fray. Their objective was to target the core of their opponents, Ling Yu. Likewise, Ling Yu and Xiao Yu disregarded the skirmishers, their gazes firmly locked onto Yang Yu. As if in perfect synchrony, the 2 pairs surged forth from the chaotic battlefield, racing toward one another. Ling Yu, Yang Yu. They simultaneously called out, casting aside all restraint and unleashing their full power. Xiao Yang. Solar Impact. Xiao Yu. Lunar Eclipse Torrent. Xiao Yang erupted in an unprecedented brilliance, transforming into a small sun, gathering all light and heat into a searing beam of blinding white light capable of melting steel, hurtling toward Ling Yu. In contrast, Xiao Yu summoned the frigid essence of moonlight, her form adorned with myriad twisted shadow runes, unleashing a profound and dark torrent seemingly capable of devouring all light, surging toward the radiant beam. The ultimate light of the sun versus the ultimate darkness of the moon. Boom! Light and dark, two extremes of opposing energy, collided violently at the heart of the battlefield. There was no sound, or rather, the sound had been engulfed by an indescribable explosion of energy. A highly unstable, distorted energy singularity was born at the center of the clash. It ferociously tore at everything around it: light, sound, metal shards. Even spirit beasts and mechanical debris were drawn into its maw. The singularity rapidly expanded, transforming into a miniature black hole that spun incessantly, exuding an aura of annihilation. What? This is bad. Both Yang Yu and Ling Yu's expressions shifted dramatically. They felt the irresistible pull of that horrifying force. They attempted to retreat, but it was too late. They were too close to the explosion's epicenter. The miniature black hole suddenly contracted inward, then unleashed its final and most powerful gravitational wave. Ugh. Humph. Yang Yu and Ling Yu, along with Xiao Yang and Xiao Yu, were utterly unable to resist this force, instantly lifted from the ground, transformed into four streaks of light, and violently drawn toward a colossal, unfathomably deep abandoned mine pit in the heart of the wasteland. Splash, splash, splash. The four beasts vanished directly into the depths of the dark pit. The miniature black hole, having consumed them, seemed to exhaust its energy, flickering violently before vanishing quietly, as if it had never existed. On the battlefield, the cataclysmic aftermath of the energy collision slowly dissipated. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden, incomprehensible turn of events. Instinctively halting their battles, staring in astonishment at the enormous pit that had swallowed the strongest forces of both sides. Professors Wang and Galen were equally dumbfounded. Yang Yu, Ling Yu, what power was that just now? Did the collision of the sun and moon create a black hole? And it took people with it? The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence, save for the crackling of lingering flames and the electrical sounds of malfunctioning mechanical units. The war had abruptly ceased in an unforeseen manner due to the sudden disappearance of their supreme commanders. Chapter 23, Mechanisms and Life, End. Yang Yu felt as though he had been plummeting through darkness for an eternity, until he suddenly crashed onto a heap of cold, jagged metal fragments, causing him to grimace in pain. Shaking his dazed head, he struggled to sit up and surveyed his surroundings. It appeared he was at the bottom of the vast pit. The light dim, surrounded by various rusted mechanical remains and discarded parts, the air thick with the scent of rust and machine oil. Xiao Yang. His first instinct was to locate his companion. Fortunately, Xiao Yang lay a short distance away, shaking his head as he rose, seemingly unharmed. The golden light on him particularly conspicuous in the dimness. The rainbow-hued guardian hamster also groggily emerged from his pocket, shaking off its fur. Meanwhile, Ling Yu awoke almost simultaneously, grunting softly as he sat up. His Moonchild, Xiao Yu, stood alert beside him, her ice-blue eyes scanning the unfamiliar environment. The two exchanged glances, instantly comprehending their predicament. They had fallen into the same isolated pit, and the battle outside was now irrelevant to them. However, almost simultaneously, their competitive spirits flared once more. Humph, who would have thought I'd end up with you? Ling Yu brushed off the dust from his clothes, his tone displeased. Likewise, Yang Yu retorted, his eyes quickly scanning the area for any potential resources. Before long, they nearly simultaneously discovered items appearing beside them. Yang Yu found a blue-white egg emanating a faint chill, accompanied by 2 bags of seemingly ordinary pet food. Ling Yu, on the other hand, discovered a fist-sized, complex mechanical core flickering with unstable arcs of electricity. Supplementary supplies from the instance? The thought emerged in both of their minds. Seems the system couldn't bear to watch any longer and has delivered you some feed. Ling Yu mocked, taking the initiative. He seized the mechanical core and darted out like a cheetah, swiftly rummaging through the surrounding debris for useful parts and energy conduits. His movements astonishingly quick. Yang Yu, not to be outdone, immediately cradled the egg, calling out, Xiao Yang, guardian beast, stay alert. He concentrated, attempting to hatch the egg. The shell quickly cracked open, revealing a palm-sized creature covered in tiny icy scales, looking somewhat dazed. A ice crocodile, ordinary level, emerged, emitting soft clicking sounds. Yang Yu promptly tore open a bag of pet food and fed it to the creature. The ice crocodile devoured the food voraciously, visibly growing a small size. Now's the time. Without hesitation, Yang Yu placed his palm on the ice crocodile's head. Gene evolution. Life points, 10. A flash of white light. Ice crocodile, frost crocodile, extraordinary level. Its size increased, and its icy scales thickened. Feed it another bag. Gene evolution. Life points, 10. Frost crocodile, ice armored crocodile, heroic level. Ice thorns sprout from the back, exuding a formidable aura. Genetic evolution. Health points, 10. Ice armored crocodile, glacier crocodile, royal level. Its size rivals that of a jeep, resembling a colossal ice sculpture of a dragon. Genetic evolution. Health points, 10. Glacier crocodile, extreme cold tyrant crocodile, imperial level. It resembles a moving iceberg, emanating an overwhelming chill that instills fear. Genetic evolution. Health points, 10. Extreme cold tyrant crocodile, polar ice crocodile king, monarch level. In its final form, it has grown several times larger, akin to a prehistoric behemoth, its body forged from the hardest millennia-old ice, with each breath carrying the chilling essence of frost. Its oppressive might is immense. After 5 successive evolutions, consuming 50 health points, a colossal monarch-level creature is born in mere minutes, standing tall behind Yang Yu. Meanwhile, Ling Yu is equally swift. Not only has he gathered numerous parts, but he has also found several relatively intact remnants of low-level mechanical beasts. A glimmer of light sparks in his eyes as he activates Resurrection of the Fallen. The remnants tremble, their eyes igniting with a faint red glow as they struggle to return to life, albeit in a weakened state. Ling Yu harbors no pity. He immediately engages, coldly dismantling the newly revived mechanical beasts. He violently salvages their most intact components, energy cores, and weapon modules, forcefully attaching and welding them to his initial mechanical core. His hands move with such speed that they leave afterimages, resembling the most intricate lathe, as the parts swiftly combine, fit, and connect. The core pulsates like a heart, greedily absorbing all components and energy, transforming and expanding wildly. Ultimately, accompanied by an agonizing screech of metal grinding and the roar of engines, a massive, menacing humanoid mech, alpha heavy armor, monarch level, rises from the ground. Its thick armor, robust energy cannons, and a single red glowing sensor radiate an intimidation comparable to that of the polar ice crocodile king. The two individuals nearly complete their creations simultaneously. Ling Yu leaps into the cockpit of the alpha heavy armor, sealing the hatch. The mech's enormous eye locks onto Yang Yu, and through the loudspeaker, Ling Yu bellows. Yang Yu, do you see this? This is efficiency. This is power. I have triumphed. I am the first. Boom. The energy cannon on the shoulder of the alpha heavy armor fires first. A massive beam of energy hurtles towards Yang Yu. Polar ice crocodile king. Absolute zero barrier. Yang Yu shouts. The polar ice crocodile king roars, unleashing frigid breath that instantly solidifies before it into a thick wall of ice. Boom. The energy beam strikes the ice wall, sending shards flying and creating cracks. Yet it successfully holds firm. Shatter it. Yang Yu commands. The polar ice crocodile king exerts its limbs, its vast body crashing forward like an avalanche towards the alpha heavy armor. Come on. Full power. Charge mode. Ling Yu grins wickedly, pushing the control stick. The thrusters behind the alpha heavy armor erupt with scorching flames, the massive body fearlessly colliding head-on. Bang! The monarch-level behemoth and monarch-level mech collide with the force of 2 meteors. The terrifying shockwave instantly spreads, tossing the metallic debris at the bottom of the pit into the air. Even Xiao Yang and Xiao Yu are forced to step back. The polar ice crocodile king's fangs scrape against the mech's armor, creating dazzling sparks, while the mech's iron fist crashes against the ice armor of the polar ice crocodile king, causing shards to fly. The two colossal entities grapple and collide, each clash shaking the earth. Yang Yu and Ling Yu are also igniting their true fury. Ling Yu, get down here. A faint halo appears around Yang Yu, Beastmaster skill, aura of light, his speed surging as he leaps onto the body of the alpha heavy armor, delivering a punch to the cockpit cover. Bang! The special alloy cover dents inward. Seeking death, Ling Yu opens the hatch and jumps out. Shadow energy flashing in his eyes, Beastmaster skill, shadow attachment, encounters Yang Yu with a punch. The two begin a fierce melee amidst the backdrop of their monarch-level titans clashing. Yang Yu's luminous fists and Ling Yu's shadowy punches collide, producing dull thuds. Both are skilled fighters, exchanging blows with vigor. At that moment, one mechanical arm of the alpha heavy armor is seized by the polar ice crocodile king, which bites down and violently flings it. Crack. Boom. The massive mechanical arm is brutally torn off, flying away and landing nearby, sparking with electricity. Ling Yu, entangled with Yang Yu, catches a glimpse of this with his peripheral vision, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He suddenly feigns an attack to push Yang Yu back. Dashing forward to seize the broken mechanical arm, thicker and heavier than himself. The shadow energy on his arm swiftly envelopes the mechanical limb, activating an emergency switch, causing the massive impact pin at the front to spring forth. Die Yangyu! Ling Yu roars, clutching the heavy mechanical arm as if wielding a colossal battering ram, unleashing a frenzied, mechanical punch towards Yangyu. This attack comes too swiftly, too fiercely, and unexpectedly. Yangyu barely has time to cross his arms, conjuring the strongest, light shield before him. Boom! The mechanical fist crashes against the light shield. The shield shatters instantly. Yangyu feels as if he has been struck head-on by a speeding truck, blood spurting from his mouth as he is sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily against a distant metallic wall, slowly sliding down, his vision fading to black as he loses consciousness entirely. Cough, cough, cough. Ling Yu, too, exhausts his energy, dropping the heavy mechanical arm as he kneels on one knee, gasping for breath, his entire body trembling. I've won. I've finally won. He struggles to rise, but his body weakens, and he begins to fall towards the ground. Just as he is about to hit the ground, an invisible yet extraordinarily gentle hand, seemingly composed of the purest energy and data streams, gently supports him, stabilizing him slowly. Ling Yu startles, raising his head warily. Who are you? A calm, neutral voice, as if resonating directly in the depths of his mind, responds. Child, you have done well. You have proven the potential and efficiency of the mechanical path. As the voice fades, the energy hand gently releases him, and a uniquely shaped, silver data-glowing, mech egg, pulsing as if alive, slowly lands in Ling Yu's hands. Simultaneously, a vast torrent of digital knowledge, brimming with endless mechanical wisdom and the secrets of creation, forcefully floods into his mind. The impact of the information makes him grunt, but he is quickly captivated and awed by the overwhelming knowledge. At the end of that information stream, he sees 4 characters and an imposing, perfect illusion representing the ultimate form of mechanical creation, son of machinery, creation spirit mech leopard. The voice concludes, I am creation, creation is me. I look forward to your performance. The voice dissipates, and the invisible hand vanishes as if it had never existed. Ling Yu is left standing in place, cradling the mysterious mech egg in his hands, his mind swirling with boundless mechanical mysteries, gazing at the distant unconscious Yangyu and the chaotic debris in the pit, engulfed in profound shock and contemplation. Chapter 24, Victory of the Biological Camp. At the bottom of the rusted canyon mine, Ling Yu stood rooted to the spot, cradling the mecha egg that shimmered with a data-laden aura. His mind surged with knowledge of the mechanical creation known as Chuang Ling Xie Bao, and within him, a tempest of emotions brewed. Creation, the offspring of machinery. He cast a glance at the unconscious Yangyu in the distance, then turned to the vigilant yet curious Xiaoyu beside him, his gaze laden with complexity. He had triumphed in battle, yet it seemed he had been ensnared in a deeper vortex. Before long, the Academy's rescue team finally arrived at the bottom of the pit. Upon witnessing the unconscious Yangyu, the standing Ling Yu, and the 2 formidable entities, the Polar Ice Crocodile King and Alpha Heavy Armor, both emanating a terrifying monarch-level pressure and temporarily ceasing hostilities due to the absence of their master's commands, they were all left astounded. This is monarch-level? They managed to achieve this. Quickly, save him. Assess the situation. Yangyu was urgently transported to the infirmary. Ling Yu, in silence, withdrew Xiaoyu and carefully stowed away the mecha egg and the core of the Alpha Heavy Armor. The Polar Ice Crocodile King, unable to be retracted due to Yangyu's unconsciousness, was temporarily overseen by the Academy's experts. The outcome of the dungeon confrontation match required mutual confirmation from both parties. All students were summoned to the auditorium, awaiting the announcement of the final rankings and results. Principal Zhang Baichuan stood on the stage, glancing at the data with an expression that bore a hint of peculiarity. From the perspective of final battlefield contributions and progress, the mechanical faction had indeed held a significant advantage by dismantling the core of the signal tower, yet, according to the statistical data and the final confirmation from both factions' core students, Zhang Baichuan cleared his throat. The ultimate victor of this Rust Canyon faction confrontation is the Biological Evolution faction. What? How is that possible? We were on the verge of flattening their stronghold. The mechanical faction students erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, expressing their dissent. The biological faction students exchanged bewildered glances, as they too felt fortunate to have merely held their ground. Zhang Baichuan raised his hand to quell the uproar. Silence. The results have been jointly confirmed by the representatives of both factions. Ling Yu, do you confirm this? All eyes turned to Ling Yu. With his hands in his pockets, he rose calmly, nodding. I confirm. Ultimately, I lost at the bottom of the pit. Yangyu surpassed me. His tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. The hall fell into a sudden silence. Ling Yu, admitting his defeat? At that moment, The infirmary door swung open, revealing a pale-faced Yang Yu, accompanied by Xiao Yang. He had overheard Ling Yu's words, and the result. Their gazes met, and after a moment of silence, Yang Yu nodded. I accept this outcome. He understood that had it not been for the intervention of that mysterious force, Ling Yu would have been the victor. By voluntarily conceding, Ling Yu had bestowed upon him this favor and victory. They shared an unspoken understanding. Thus, this grand confrontation concluded in a manner that astonished all. Life seemed to return to its former rhythm. Yang Yu and Ling Yu continued attending classes together, dining in the cafeteria and sparring on the training grounds, as if the life-and-death struggle at the bottom of the mine had never transpired. Yet, some things had undeniably changed. Ling Yu's level ascended rapidly, soon breaking through to level 24, Great Beastmaster. While astonishing, it remained within the realm of prodigious talent. What truly caused a stir was when, during a practical combat lesson, he summoned his second contracted spirit beast before the eyes of all. It was a mechanical life form, elegantly sleek and adorned with a silver-gray bioalloy armor, resembling a cheetah in both grace and agility. Its eyes glowed with a cerulean stream of data. Movements imbued with the flexibility of a living creature, yet marked by the precision and coldness of machinery. Mechanical Sun Chuang Ling Xie Bao, juvenile phase. Its mere appearance captivated every gaze. This unique life form, straddling the line between biology and machinery, emanated an aura of mystery and power. Ling Yu, you've contracted a second spirit beast? In such a form? The teachers gasped in astonishment. Contracting a second one at level 24 was indicative of a soul strength akin to a monster. Not to mention, this spirit beast was unheard of. Ling Yu gently patted the little cheetah's head, offering a faint smile. Just fortunate, had a bit of an encounter in Rust Canyon. He named it Xiao Chuang. Yang Yu, curious, leaned in to take a look, attempting to pet it, only to be disdainfully evaded by Xiao Chuang, which allowed only Ling Yu to touch it. Hey, quite the proud one, Yang Yu chuckled, commenting casually, but who named it? Xiao Chuang. How rather casual. Ling Yu shot him a glance, better than some people calling it Xiao Yang. Xiao Chuang's innate skill was also revealed. Summoning technique. Aji. It could expend energy to summon a humanoid combat unit composed entirely of pure machinery. Aji. This, Aji, maintained a level consistently 2 major tiers above Xiao Chuang. Currently, Xiao Chuang was in its juvenile phase, approximately at the elite level, meaning the summoned Aji would possess terrifying combat prowess comparable to a monarch-level entity. Although its duration was limited and each summoning required immense energy, this skill was simply extraordinary. Ling Yu's reputation as a prodigy resounded throughout the academy, even reaching the outside world. Dual contracts, a mysterious mechanical spirit beast, and an unparalleled skill, his prominence was unrivaled. One day, as Ling Yu was training Xiao Chuang and Xiao Yu in tandem, his personal communicator suddenly buzzed with an incoming call. It was a number he decidedly wished to avoid. The Ling family estate. Furrowing his brow, he stepped into a corner of the training ground to answer, his tone frigid. Hello. On the other end, a commanding yet deliberately gentle male voice emerged. Ling Yu's brow furrowed even deeper. State your business. There was a moment of silence on the line. Seemingly suppressing displeasure, the voice remaining calm. The family has received news that you have contracted the mechanical sun? Ling Yu's gaze sharpened, his tone growing colder. So what? A confirmation of his response led to the other party's breath quickening, struggling to maintain composure. Ah, good. You truly are the prodigy of the Ling family. Since you have gained its recognition, there are certain matters you ought to be informed of. Presently, the intelligence regarding the 5 Sons of Dominion is known only to the core members of our 5 major families within the entire Beast Master realm. The 5 Sons of Dominion are not ordinary spirit beasts. They are the 5 primal divine beasts said to have fallen to the mortal realm from the divine realm. They represent 5 supreme sources of power. They are the Son of the Sun, White Tiger of Daylight, representing Sun. The Son of the Moon, Howling Night Wolf, representing Moon. The Son of Creation, Chuang Ling Xie Bao, representing Creation. The Son of Valor, Flowing Radiance Lion, representing Courage. The Son of Glory, Wind Soaring Falcon, representing Glory. At first, the voice on the other end carried a hint of regret and apology. I initially believed that since you had not awakened your Beast Master space by the age of 20, you were destined for an ordinary path. And I would have to arrange some mundane tasks for you per family tradition to temper your disposition. I misjudged. Yet, not only have you gained the recognition of the Son of the Moon, but now you have also gained that of the Mechanical Sun. 2 spirits in your possession. Your father is greatly gratified. You may return home. Your father awaits you. The family needs you. The burdens of the future require your strength to bear. Ling Yu listened quietly, his expression impassive, with only the corners of his mouth curving into an increasingly icy smirk. Once the other party finished speaking, he slowly replied. devoid of any emotion. Why bother with such sweet words? Years ago, it was you who cast me out, leaving me to fend for myself. Later, upon witnessing my pact with the Child of the Moon, you summoned me back, hoping I would serve as a stepping stone for those inept brothers of mine, relegated to menial tasks by your command. Now, having forged a bond with the Child of Machinery, my burgeoning strength has become a source of unease for you, prompting those ancient figures to urge your abdication. Hasn't he it? Have you finally remembered me, the Chilean offspring? You desire my return to stabilize your crumbling authority, to preside over the chaos? Humph, a chilling laugh escaped Ling Yu's lips. Father, your machinations are transparent, even to my ears at the Academy. Allow me to clarify, not only for you, but for those antiquated figures as well. I, Ling Yu, shall not return. The stagnant waters of the Ling family are yours to navigate. My path, I shall tread alone. A moment of silence enveloped the call, followed by an uncontrollable surge of rage that seemed poised to erupt through the communicator. Unfilial son. You snap. Ling Yu, uninterested in enduring the tirade, abruptly severed the connection. He muted the device and tucked it into his pocket. Turning around, he noticed Yang Yu leaning against a nearby apparatus, observing him intently. Family call? Yang Yu inquired. Indeed, Ling Yu replied, his expression returning to its usual demeanor. Just a trivial matter. Let us go. It's time for a meal. All right. Yang Yu, refraining from further questions, patted Ling Yu's shoulder. Today, I'll treat you. To celebrate your new addition. Enough of that. You're nearly maxing out your cafeteria card, Ling Yu retorted playfully as they made their way to the dining hall. Bickering as usual. Xiao Yang and Xiao Yu followed suit, playfully jostling one another, while the newly joined Xiao Chuang walked gracefully and coolly beside Ling Yu. However, in a corner unnoticed by others, a glimmer of cold resolve and determination flickered in the depths of Ling Yu's gaze, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Chapter 25, The Ling Family. At the South Mountain Academy, within a standalone training facility, Yang Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, his brow furrowed in concentration. Opposite him, Xiao Yang lay yawning, its tail flicking restlessly. The colorful hamster guardian snacked on spirit fruit from a nearby bowl. Days had passed since their return from the Rust Canyon. Although they had ultimately secured victory due to Ling Yu's concession, Yang Yu felt no joy in the triumph. The battle at the pit had been a resounding defeat for him, and the sense of helplessness gnawed at his spirit. Strength, still insufficient, Yang Yu sighed, ruffling Xiao Yang's fur. That fellow's mechanical offspring is simply too formidable. How can one compete? Sensing his master's frustration, Xiao Yang nuzzled his palm and let out a soft meow. Merely offering comfort is insufficient. I must grow stronger. Yang Yu's gaze sharpened, determination solidifying within him. He sensed his amplified spiritual power and beast mastery space due to his recent level up. The last evolution of the coolie chicken seemed to have improved his control. The strain on his spirit was not as overwhelming. Once more. This time my target is you, Xiao Yang. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly placed his hands on Xiao Yang's furry head. Xiao Yang, hold on. We're going to do something big this time. Gene evolution. Initiate. A radiant light, more intense than any prior, erupted from within Xiao Yang, enveloping it in a colossal, incandescent cocoon. Roar. Xiao Yang emitted a cry that melded agony with exhilaration. Feeling its strength surge, its bloodline boiling, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Yang Yu gasped, his complexion paling as he felt his spiritual power burst forth like a released torrent. Far more tumultuous than any previous evolution of a spirit beast. His head felt as if it had been stuffed into a sun, scorching and swelling. On the verge of eruption, every vein in his body throbbed with sharp pain, a clear signal of energy being excessively drained. He clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat soaking his clothes. He fought to concentrate all his willpower, maintaining the nearly collapsing output of spiritual energy, struggling to guide the evolution process and stave off unconsciousness. The cocoon brightened, temperatures soared, and the thermometer in the training facility swung violently to the right, alarms blaring. Fortunately, the training ground was specially designed with energy containment systems. The colorful hamster guardian, startled, dropped its snack and darted behind Yang Yu, peeking out fearfully at its master's pained expression and the terrifying light cocoon. The entire ordeal persisted for a full 10 minutes, yet for Yang Yu, it felt like a century. As the brilliance gradually subsided and the heat receded, Yang Yu felt utterly drained, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Sustained only by sheer willpower, he lifted his gaze, and what appeared before him was no longer the golden feline, but a majestic, imposing true tiger. Its size had increased, with its shoulders nearly reaching Yang Yu's waist. Beneath the smooth muscle lines lay explosive power. Its coat, once soft and golden, now shimmered as if woven from liquid sunlight, radiating warmth and strength. The intricate kingly pattern on its forehead had become more pronounced, resembling a natural solar rune. In its amber eyes, golden flames flickered. Child of the sun, daylight tiger, heroic tear. I did it, Yang Yu croaked, nearly voiceless, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Feeling utterly drained, his mind buzzing, lacking the strength to even move a finger. Yet, witnessing the awe-inspiring Xiao Yang, transformed and resplendent. A fatigue yet satisfied smile spread across his pale face. Sensing her master's weakness, Xiao Yang hurriedly nuzzled against him, worry etched in her features. Releasing a gentle, radiant healing, energy that gradually nourished Yang Yu's nearly depleted spirit and body. After a considerable time, Yang Yu regained some semblance of strength. Struggling to sit up, he examined Xiao Yang's new state. Skills: 1. Light Shield Enhanced. 2. Light Blade Enhanced. 3. Radiant Healing Enhanced. 4. Solar Slash Enhanced. 5. Essence of the Sun New. Essence of the Sun, active skill. Xiao Yang taps into the core of solar energy within, transforming into a miniature, continuously burning sun, elemental energy form. In this state, all light and fire magic damage is significantly amplified. All attacks are guaranteed critical hits. Transforms into a pure elemental energy entity, immune to all forms of physical attack. Sustained energy consumption is immense, making prolonged maintenance impossible. This is astonishing. Yang Yu murmured in awe, his voice weak, yet filled with shock and elation upon reading the skill description. Ultimate magical damage. 100% critical hits. Physical immunity. This skill is nothing short of miraculous. Though it consumes vast energy and cannot be maintained for long, it is undoubtedly a trump card level explosive skill. Haha, Xiao Yang, you're incredible, Yang Yu exclaimed, wanting to embrace Xiao Yang's neck, but nearly toppling over from exhaustion. Xiao Yang quickly steadied him, purring proudly. Thoroughly satisfied with her newfound power, yet concerned for her master's condition. With this ability, next time, Yang Yu's eyes sparkled with sharp intensity. But fatigue soon washed over him again. Next time, I must first recover. At this moment, even staying awake felt like a challenge. He desperately needed deep meditation and substantial replenishment of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in a private room of a high-end restaurant outside the academy, Ling Yu leisurely sliced through a plate of spirit beast steak. Xiaoya squatted on her designated chair, delicately savoring the specially crafted moonlight essence. The new member, Xiaochuang, quietly nestled at his feet, his azure data eyes flickering subtly, seemingly analyzing everything around him. The door to the private room swung open, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in a crisp suit, his expression grave and his gaze piercing, followed closely by 2 composed bodyguards. Upon spotting Lingwei, the man's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions, scrutiny, surprise, and a barely perceptible eagerness. Second young master. The man inclined slightly, his tone respectful yet distant. Lingwei did not lift his gaze, continuing to slice his meat. Butler Ling, what a rare visit this is. Has my dear father finally grown restless? Or have the old codgers at home stirred up some new trouble? Butler Ling's expression remained unchanged. The head of the family hopes you can return home. Your current status is unparalleled. The family requires your strength. Humph. Lingwei set down his knife and fork, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. Need my strength? Is it to use me as a target to shield his precious sons from open and covert attacks? Or is it to showcase my twin talents? To bolster his standing and ensure he clings to the position of family head? Second young master, you misunderstand the head of the family. Misunderstand? Lingwei finally raised his eyes, a cold, mocking smile playing on his lips. Who was it that discarded me like refuse, ignoring my existence? Who feigned concern when I contracted Xiaoya, only to assign me the menial task of managing peripheral enterprises and writing reports for the eldest and third sons? Now that I have contracted Xiaochuang and the truth can no longer be concealed, they fear the other families learning about Ling's twin genius left to languish in obscurity. Worried that my uncontrollable power may transform into a threat, hence their urgency to summon me back for appeasement. Who is it now? Butler Ling was rendered speechless by this barrage of sharp words, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. The second young master before him was no longer the easily manipulable youth of yore. Second young master, the internal family dynamics are intricate. Nevertheless, you carry the blood of the Ling family. With such talent, returning to the family would grant you access to the best resources and support. Your future achievements would be boundless, far exceeding anything you could attain alone. Stop. Lingwei interrupted him. Resources? Support? I do not require charity. What I desire, I will seize for myself. As for accomplishments, he rose and moved to the window, gazing down at the bustling street below. My achievements will belong solely to me, not to the Ling family. He turned to face Butler Ling. Return and inform my father and those elders. If they wish for my return, they may. Butler Ling's eyes brightened. Let them first return, intact and respectfully. What they left of my mother. Ling Yue's voice turned frigid, then, publicly acknowledge my position in the line of inheritance, equal to that of the eldest and third sons. Finally, grant me unconditional access to all confidential family documents regarding the 5 sons of you. With each condition he stated, Butler Ling's complexion paled further. Each stipulation was practically a challenge to the current family head and the Council of Elders' authority and limits. Second young master, this may be impossible. Impossible? Ling smiled, his smile devoid of warmth. Then let us end this discussion. Maintaining the status quo is quite satisfactory. I would not mind letting the other families know how the Ling family treats its own twin genius. This was a blatant threat. Cold sweat trickled down Butler Ling's brow. Second young master, why go to such lengths? The family dynamics. My conditions have been stated. Lingwei returned to the dining table, donned his coat. Whether you agree or not is your concern. I shall take my leave. He lifted Xiaoya into his arms, and Xiaochuang silently followed, striding out of the private room, leaving behind a pale-faced Butler Ling and 2 bewildered bodyguards. Upon exiting the restaurant, the evening breeze caressed his face with a hint of chill. Ling Yue's icy demeanor gradually softened, revealing a trace of fatigue and complexity. He did not relish the intricate power plays, yet he understood that from the moment he contracted Xiaoya, and especially upon contracting Xiaochuang, he could no longer remain an outsider. He was destined to be drawn into the vortex of the Ling family. He cast a glance toward the academy, silently contemplating. Yangyu, my dear deskmate, you must grow stronger quickly. Otherwise, when I am compelled to confront that mess, I shall have no worthy opponent to face, which would be dreadfully tedious. Chapter 26, Imprisonment. Life at the Southern Mountain Academy seemed to have returned to a semblance of peaceful routine. Yangyu trained vigorously on the training grounds, striving to adapt to the newly evolved heroic powers of Xiaoyang, particularly honing the immensely taxing yet formidable skill known as Essence of the Sun. He needed to swiftly recuperate the mental energy depleted by the forced evolution. Lingwei, however, maintained his own pace, attending classes, dining, occasionally engaging in playful banter with Yangyu, and spending the majority of his time studying Xiaochuang while fending off the intermittent, dual-faceted disturbances from his family. The terms he had set forth evidently sparked significant discord and upheaval within the Ling family, making it difficult to reach a consensus anytime soon. Lingyue relished the tranquility, for he was in no rush. Yet, this tranquility did not persist for long. One evening, Lingyue departed the academy alone, heading to a mechanical parts specialty store in the city center that he particularly favored. Xiaoya napped on his shoulder while Xiaochuang quietly trailed at his feet. As he strolled through a narrow alley, a shortcut back to the academy, while carrying a bag of newly acquired rare components, calamity struck. Buzz, a powerful, suffocating spatial confinement field suddenly enveloped the entire alley. The air seemed to solidify, and all sound was utterly silenced. Lingyue's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively sought to summon Xiaoya and Xiaochuang. Yet, the assailants acted with greater swiftness, for shadowy figures materialized as if emerging directly from the depths of darkness, instantly surrounding him on all sides. Their speed was astonishing. One of them raised a hand, and an eerie shadowy ripple quickly spread out. Lingyue felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy blow, a buzzing sound resonating in his ears as his mental link was forcibly disrupted, severing the connection with Xiaoya and Xiaochuang. Ugh! Lingyue stifled a groan, his body swaying slightly. Xiaoya jolted awake, emitting a sharp howl, her surrounding moonlight surging as she attempted to retaliate. Xiaochuang's data eyes flickered wildly, his surface armor rapidly unfolding as he entered battle mode. But the other 2 shadows had already made their move. One formed intricate hand seals, and a complex binding rune materialized instantly, resembling a glowing net that ensnared Xiaoya. That rune contained powers specifically designed to counter shadow and moonlight energies. The other figure produced a spinning metallic disc that emanated a potent gravitational pull, targeting Xiaochuang. Mechanical containment. Forced shutdown protocol. A distorted blue beam shot forth from the disc, enveloping Xiaochuang in an instant. Xiaochuang's body stiffened violently, the data streams in his eyes flashing erratically as if resisting some formidable invasive command. His surface armor, uncontrollably, began to close, his movements becoming increasingly sluggish until, with a final click, it seemed his energy source was forcibly severed, leaving him frozen in place. The light in his eyes extinguished. Xiaochuang. Lingyue's eyes widened in despair. Just then, the final shadow, the apparent leader, moved. He stepped forward, his figure seemingly teleporting right before Lingyue. Lingyue barely registered his motion, feeling an irresistible, terrifying pressure descend upon him like a mountain. This was a man whose features were obscured, his aura unfathomable. Without uttering a word, the man extended 2 fingers, striking swiftly at Lingyue's brow. Lingyue felt a chilling, domineering force invade his mental realm. Forcibly suppressing all thoughts of resistance, and sealing off his beast mastery space. His vision darkened, and his body went limp, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. A middle-aged man swiftly supported the collapsed Ling Yu, lifting him with the ease of a mere piece of luggage. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, taking less than 5 seconds. Their training was impeccable, their coordination seamless, and their focus remarkably precise. It was evident that they had come prepared, possessing an intimate understanding of Ling Yu and his spirit beast abilities. The man, appearing to be the leader, cast a glance at the struggling and growling Xiao Yu, ensnared in a web of runes, as well as the motionless Xiao Chuang. He spoke coolly, "Take them both. Be cautious of the Moonchild's mental backlash, and ensure the mechanical child remains in a powered-down state during transport." Understood. The other 3 responded respectfully. One individual cautiously placed the ensnared Xiao Yu into a specially designed metal cage, its interior etched with runes. Xiao Yu thrashed violently inside, the moonlight gradually eroding the runes. Yet escape was not imminent. Another person meticulously secured the rigid Xiao Chuang in a transparent container filled with a cushioning fluid and an energy suppression field. The final person remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings to confirm their actions had gone unnoticed. The shadows of the alley shifted, revealing a seemingly ordinary black hover vehicle, which had been thoroughly modified on the inside, gliding silently into view. The 4 swiftly loaded the unconscious Ling Yu and the subdued spirit beasts into the vehicle. As the door closed, the hover car seamlessly merged into the flow of traffic, as if nothing had transpired. Several hours later, Yang Yu concluded his day of training and, having taken a shower, was preparing to rest when he discovered he could not reach Ling Yu on his communicator. Where has that guy run off to now? He isn't rummaging through the black market for junk again, is he? Yang Yu muttered, dismissing the thought. However, the following morning, Ling Yu's seat remained conspicuously empty. During the break, the homeroom teacher entered with a furrowed brow. Has anyone seen Ling Yu? He didn't return to the dorm last night, and I cannot reach him. The students exchanged worried glances, all shaking their heads. A sudden unease gripped Yang Yu's heart, a foreboding sensation taking hold. Although Ling Yu had an eccentric personality, he never skipped class without reason, nor did he stay out all night without a word. He immediately rushed to the places Ling Yu frequently visited, but found no trace of him. Attempts to contact Ling Yu on his communicator yielded the same disconnection. Something was amiss, and Yang Yu's expression darkened. He recalled Ling Yu's complicated family, along with the uncomfortable relatives who occasionally sought him out. Without delay, he approached Principal Zhang Baichuan. Upon hearing the report, Zhang's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He promptly reviewed the surveillance footage from around the academy and the area where Ling Yu was last seen. The footage confirmed that Ling Yu had indeed left the academy the previous evening, heading to a mechanical parts store in the city center. However, after entering a narrow alley on his way back to the academy, he vanished from all subsequent surveillance. The cameras in that alley had experienced a malfunction during that time, leaving a blank void. Deliberate. Zhang Baichuan slammed his fist on the table in frustration. This was a targeted kidnapping. The methods employed are extraordinarily professional and powerful, capable of tampering with municipal surveillance. Yang Yu's heart sank. He was almost certain that this incident was tied to the Ling family. Principal, we must. Zhang raised his hand to interrupt him, his expression grave. Yang Yu, I understand your concern for Ling Yu. However, this matter is far more complex. The capability to abduct Ling Yu so cleanly and suppress the Moonchild and Mechanical Child's resistance is beyond the reach of ordinary forces. It likely involves conflicts within the 5 major families. He took a deep breath. This has escalated beyond the Academy's capacity to intervene. I will report this immediately and leverage my personal connections to gather information. But you must not act on your own. Do you understand? Involving yourself at this level is perilous. Yang Yu clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his palms. He grasped the principal's meaning. Ling Yu had been taken back by his family through this disgraceful means. The family that had once discarded him like refuse, now, upon recognizing his immeasurable worth, had torn off their facade and sought to reclaim him in the most direct and domineering manner. Ling Yu, a surge of anger welled up within Yang Yu, was a mix of fury at the Ling family's unscrupulousness and a profound sense of helplessness. He knew that with his current strength, confronting the Ling family to retrieve him was utterly futile, a mere folly. All he could do was wait. Meanwhile, far from Shannon City, deep within a colossal castle complex, magnificent yet heavily guarded, situated in the heart of the continent, Ling Yu gradually opened his eyes. Pain radiated from the back of his neck, his mind still clouded. The connection to his Beast Taming Space was forcibly blocked by a formidable external force, allowing him only a vague sense of Xiao Yu and Xiao Chuang's presence, without the ability to summon them or communicate clearly. Shaking his head, he realized he was lying on a soft, expansive bed. The room was vast and well-equipped, yet it resembled a lavish prison. Approaching the singular metal door, He pushed with all his might, but it did not budge. There were no visible locks. Only a faint glow of energy flowing across the surface. Awake? A cold, emotionless voice suddenly emanated from a hidden speaker in the room. Ling Yu jerked his head up, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. Who are you? I am your temporary guardian, the voice continued. By the order of the family head. You are to remain here and rest until you come to terms with your situation. Come to terms? Ling Yu scoffed. What exactly am I supposed to come to terms with? Becoming your puppet? Second young master, please watch your language, the voice replied coldly. The opportunity provided by the family is a privilege. You need time to reflect, to understand your position and value. Only when you come to terms will you gain limited freedom. Limited freedom? He echoed mockingly. What a euphemism. Isn't this just house arrest? Ling Yu sneered. You drag me back like a dog, and then tell me it's a privilege? The Ling family's audacity is thicker than the city walls. The voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly unwilling to engage further. Food and water will be delivered on schedule. Any reasonable requests may be made. But until then, remain calm. With that, the speaker fell silent, leaving Ling Yu's taunts and curses unanswered. Ling Yu pounded his fist against the cold metal door, producing a dull thud. Sliding down to sit against the door, he buried his hands in his hair, his shoulders trembling slightly. It was not fear, but an overwhelming rage and a profound, chilling loneliness. He had ultimately failed to escape. The family he had desperately tried to break free from had reclaimed him in the most brutal manner. He glanced at the opulent yet frigid confines of his cell, memories of his carefree days at the academy flooding back, his desk mate, who despite their frequent bickering, brought him a sense of ease, and the days when he could train and study freely. Yu, he murmured softly, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. It seems I can only hope that you grow strong enough, fast enough, to shatter this suffocating prison. Chapter 27, The Prison Break. Ling Yu had been trapped in that lavish yet cold chamber for an indeterminate span of time. Each day, only the cold mechanical arms delivered food and water. The voice of his so-called guardian had not reappeared. Cut off from all external contact, the seals on his Beast Taming Space were exceptionally robust, preventing him from sensing the specific situations of Xiao Yu and Xiao Chuang. The manner in which he was treated like a prisoner ignited an inferno of rage and coldness within Ling Yu, nearing its zenith. Yet, he refrained from exhibiting any signs of distress, instead maintaining an unusual calm. Each day, he meticulously observed his surroundings, seeking even the slightest crack in his confinement. His gaze ultimately settled upon the specially crafted metallic shackles encircling his wrists and ankles, designed to suppress his energy and strength. These shackles were composed of a unique, exceptionally durable material, inscribed with runes that weakened energy. However, as Ling Yu regarded these restraints, a barely perceptible, icy smile crept upon his lips. Humph. To think they would use metal to bind me? How utterly foolish. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his remaining, feeble mental energy. Though the Beast Master Space was sealed, preventing him from summoning Xiao Chuang, his inherent talent as the Mechanical Sun Master, known as Mechanical Domination, was not entirely contingent upon the Beast Master Space. This ability was deeply rooted in his very soul, granting him an absolute comprehension and mastery over mechanical creations. He pressed the shackles of his hands together, allowing his mental energy to seep into the intricate structure of the metal like the most delicate of chisels. Analyzing, restructuring, accessing energy nodes. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The process was immensely arduous, akin to maneuvering fingers through glue. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Crack, crack. Crack, the nearly inaudible sound of metal grinding echoed. To his astonishment, the steadfast shackles began to writhe and reshape under the influence of his will. As if they were sentient, the metal disassembled and reformed, skillfully circumventing the core nodes of the weakening runes, ultimately coalescing into a rough, yet menacing metallic claw on his right hand. Meanwhile, the shackles on his feet loosened sufficiently to allow movement. With a sigh of relief, Ling Yu felt a surge of vitality, his expression pale, yet his gaze glinting with a fierce intensity. He clenched his fist, savoring the cold touch of the claw. Success. Now, it was time to put on a performance. He suddenly curled up, collapsing onto the ground, clutching his abdomen with both hands, emitting sounds of excruciating agony and despair. My stomach, it hurts. It hurts so badly. Help. Someone please. I'm going to die. His cries were haunting, reverberating through the confines of the chamber. Outside, behind the surveillance monitors, the cold guardian furrowed his brow, observing Ling Yu's tormenting writhes on the screen. He sensed it was not mere pretense. Trouble. The guardian muttered under his breath, reluctant to intervene, yet knowing that if anything were to befall the young master, he would bear the brunt of the consequences. He had to investigate. The metallic door of the chamber slid open silently. The guardian, a stern-faced man exuding a calm demeanor, cautiously leaned into the room. His sharp gaze swept over the writhing Ling Yu. Young master, what has happened to you? His voice remained as frigid as ever, tinged with skepticism. It hurts, so painful. Ling Yu wailed, laboriously rolling towards the door, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, inching closer to the Guardian. Just as he reached the Guardian's feet, an unexpected transformation occurred. The anguish in Ling Yu's eyes was abruptly replaced with a chilling intent to kill. He sprang from the ground, the crude yet lethal metallic claw on his right hand, fueled by all his fury and strength, crashed toward the Guardian's temple, seeking death. The Guardian reacted with remarkable swiftness, sneering as if he had anticipated this move. Instantly, a shimmering energy shield enveloped him. Simultaneously, he jerked his head aside. In his perspective, a young master whose powers were sealed, displaying such desperate resistance was utterly laughable. Bang! The claw struck the energy shield, causing it to flicker violently. Yet it successfully thwarted Ling Yu's sudden assault. Young master, this is hardly amusing. The Guardian's eyes gleamed with disdain as he reached out to subdue Ling Yu. However, at that very moment, a cunning smile crept onto Ling Yu's face, revealing his devious triumph. The claw, which had slammed against the shield, suddenly shot forth a sharp protrusion with astonishing speed. It seemed to possess its own propulsion, perfectly penetrating the energy shield at its most vulnerable node. With a soft yet chilling sound, the protruding metal, akin to a venomous serpent's fang, accurately pierced through the Guardian's eye socket, embedding itself deep within his brain. The disdain and mockery on the Guardian's face instantly froze, morphing into sheer shock and disbelief. His body stiffened, the light in his eyes dimming rapidly. Before he toppled backward, Ling Yu gasped for breath, sparing no moment for hesitation as he swiftly rifled through the Guardian's belongings, quickly discovering a uniquely shaped energy key. He pressed the key against the remaining shackles on his wrists and ankles. The runes flickered and extinguished, releasing him with a click. The sensation of reclaiming his power invigorated him. Glancing at the twitching Guardian on the ground, a glimmer of intent sparked in his eyes as he activated another talent. Resurrection of the Fallen. Chilling dark energy surged into the Guardian's rapidly chilling body. The Guardian trembled violently, the light in his eyes replaced by a hollow, murky gaze. Stiffly rising to his feet like a marionette. His strength was diminished, yet sufficient. Ling Yu commanded coldly, "Summon your spirit beast. Take me to find my spirit beast. Quickly." The revived Guardian, in a daze, complied, conjuring the summoning array. A flash of light revealed a shadow crab, heroic level, its body cloaked in a black shell, exuding a chilling aura, materializing within the chamber. The Guardian stiffly raised his hand, gesturing toward a certain direction. "Lead the way," Ling Yu ordered. With one man and one crab forging ahead, Ling Yu trailed closely behind, gliding through the labyrinthine corridors of the Ling family castle like a phantom. With the Guardian's identity and spirit beast paving the way, many barriers along their path were silently dismantled. Soon, they arrived before an even more heavily guarded metallic door, pulsating with streams of energy. The Guardian used his authority to unlock the door. Inside lay an expansive laboratory, various intricate instruments whirring into action. An elderly scientist, clad in a white lab coat with graying hair, was intently focused on a workbench, meticulously attempting to dismantle the silver-blue, lifeless little leopard, Xiaochuang. Bastard! Upon witnessing this scene, Ling Yu's fury surged to its peak. He immediately commanded the Guardian, "Attack that old fool. Stop him." Without hesitation, the resurrected Guardian directed his shadow crab to lunge at the elderly scientist. The old scientist, taken aback by the sudden assault, exclaimed in shock, instantly conjuring an energy shield to deflect the shadow crab's attack. Alarms blared throughout the laboratory, plunging it into chaos. "Who dares to cause a ruckus here?" the old scientist demanded, both alarmed and furious. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Yu surged forward, akin to a leopard, reaching the workbench. Xiaochuang. His heart ached as he caressed the cold body of Xiaochuang, pouring his mental energy into action, activating his mechanical domination talent to its fullest extent. His hands moved like lightning, deftly dismantling the probing lines and securing devices attached to Xiaochuang, restoring its form. Simultaneously, his formidable mental energy surged into Xiaochuang's core, forcibly awakening its suppressed consciousness and repairing the disrupted commands. Buzz! The dim data eyes of Xiaochuang ignited fiercely. Brilliant blue streams of light flickered wildly. The forcibly shut down system within it instantaneously rebooted, emitting a roar filled with fury and vitality in a vibrant electronic tone. With a mighty leap, it sprang from the experimental table, restoring its lively state, affectionately yet plaintively rubbing against Ling Yu's leg. "All is well now," Ling Yu reassured, gently patting its head, his cold gaze sweeping over the laboratory brimming with cutting-edge mechanical technology and precious materials. His eyes ultimately settled on the elderly scientist still entangled with the Guardian and the shadowy crab. Old man, I appreciate the gift you have prepared for me. Ling Yu spread his arms wide, unleashing his talent of mechanical dominion without reservation. The laboratory resonated with a deafening hum as every intricate instrument, precious metal, semi-finished mechanical creation, and even the metallic components within the walls seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, becoming ensnared in a frenzied, accelerating metallic whirlwind. The elderly scientist stood aghast. His spirit shattered. No, my research. Stop. Please stop. Ling Yu paid him no heed, his hands conducting the chaos like a symphonic maestro. Under his precise control, the colossal metallic whirlwind disassembled, reassembled, melted, and reconstructed with meticulous categorization. After a considerable duration, a thunderous crash resounded as a massive entity tore through the laboratory's ceiling, making its grand entrance. It was a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, towering at 5 meters, forged entirely from dark alloys, its lines menacing and imbued with a violent aesthetic. Its eyes blazed with crimson energy flames, and as its enormous steel tail swept through the space, it effortlessly crushed the remnants of the laboratory, radiating a terrifying, near-imperial pressure. Ling Yu crossed his arms, gazing with satisfaction at his new creation. The little creature nimbly leaped onto his shoulder. Let us proceed. Our next target is Xiaoyu. With the terrifying war beast, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, leading the charge, coupled with the Guardian's internal authority and the eerie resurrection of the dead, Ling Yu swept through with a dominating force, swiftly locating the restless Xiaoyu, confined within a specially sealed cage where her powers were similarly suppressed. The rescue was remarkably straightforward and brutal. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex smashed the cage with a single swipe of its claw. Upon her liberation, Xiaoyu let out a cathartic howl, and the icy blue moonlight illuminated the corridor instantly. Ling Yu, accompanied by the 2 rejuvenated divine beasts and the imposing mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, along with the almost lifeless Guardian, made their way directly to the heart of the Ling family castle, the family dining hall. The guards along the way attempted to intervene, but were either trampled under the Tyrannosaurus Rex's foot, frozen by Xiaoyu's moonlight waves, or effortlessly dealt with by the Aji, summoned by the little creature. Boom. The grand double doors of the family dining hall were flung open by the sweeping tail of the mechanical beast. Inside the dining hall, a long table was laden with exquisite dishes, yet it was devoid of guests, clearly indicating that the family gathering had not yet commenced. Ling Yu strode directly to the seat of honor, carelessly sitting down and propping his bloodied and dust-streaked feet, clad in prison garb, upon the polished, opulent table. He closed his eyes, as if indulging in a moment of tranquility. Xiaoyu squatted beside him, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, while the little creature perched on his shoulder, curiously observing the lavish dining hall. The massive form of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex loomed at the entrance, its crimson electronic eyes scanning the area, emanating an oppressive aura. Before long, footsteps echoed in the air. Ling Yu's father, the current head of the Ling family, was the first to emerge from the side door of the dining hall. A hint of fatigue and contemplation graced his features, as if he had just concluded family matters and was preparing to dine. Upon noticing the figure in the seat of honor, legs crossed, eyes closed, clad in prison attire, he froze in shock. His pupils dilated in disbelief. Soon after, the family elders and several core young descendants entered the dining hall, their jovial chatter abruptly silenced as they beheld the scene before them. Each person stood agape, as if ensnared by an enchantment, incredulously gazing at the second young master, who was supposed to be confined in a secret chamber, witnessing his brazen demeanor. The mechanical leopard on his shoulder, the moonlight wolf at his feet, and the terrifying mechanical giant looming at the entrance. The entire dining hall descended into a chilling silence. Ling Yu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet astonished faces before him, finally resting on his father's ashen visage. A mocking, icy smile curled at the corners of his lips as he spoke in a clear, calm voice. You have arrived, dear father. Chapter 28, Reckoning. Ling Yu's words, "You have arrived, dear father," pierced the suffocating silence of the dining hall like an ice pick. Ling Tianqing's complexion shifted from ashen gray to pale white, then to a sickly hue akin to that of a liver. He fixated on his son, perched with legs crossed, clad in prison garb, yet emanating a gaze as sharp as a blade, his lips trembling, yet unable to utter a single word. The scene before him utterly surpassed his comprehension and control. The elders and young descendants who followed were equally stricken with terror, barely daring to breathe. Some instinctively attempted to retreat, but were immobilized by the piercing gaze of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, which radiated an imperial-level pressure. Ling Yu, you are being audacious. Finally, an elder with snow-white hair, who usually held a revered position within the family, tremblingly pointed at Ling Yu and admonished, "Who gave you the audacity to sit here?" Where are your manners? What has become of the head of the family's authority? Manners? Ling Yu scoffed, his gaze lazily sweeping across the room. Whose manners? Yours? When you cast me aside like refuse, did you speak of manners? When you had me captured and confined in a secret chamber, did you speak of manners? When you dispatched individuals to study and dismantle my spirit beasts, did you speak of manners? His voice remained calm, yet it struck each individual like a whip across the face. And now you speak of manners to me? Ling Yu gradually lowered his feet from the table, leaning forward, elbows resting on his knees, his gaze transforming into that of a hawk. My manner is simple. Whoever displeases me shall cease to exist. Arrogant, another elder, known for his fiery temper, bellowed, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy. An ethereal giant eagle engulfed in flames materialized behind him. Subdue this rebellious son, he roared, forming seals with his hands, prepared to summon his primary spirit beast. However, before he could complete his incantation, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex at the door moved its colossal, battering ram-like steel tail without warning. Boom! The tail ripped through the air, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, striking the elder with pinpoint accuracy. No! The elder barely managed to emit a desperate scream. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the beastly elder, along with the half-formed fiery eagle apparition, was obliterated into a cloud of blood mist, akin to a crushed watermelon. Fragments of bone and flesh splattered onto those nearby. Instantaneous annihilation. Undeniably, a crushing, lethal blow. The dining hall was instantly suffused with a heavy scent of blood. Several young descendants screamed in terror, collapsing to the ground, some even losing control of their bladders. The remaining elders and Ling Tianqing also turned as pale as sheets, trembling as they gazed at the blood mist. Their eyes filled with unending dread. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex is of the imperial class. It might even surpass that. It is simply beyond their capacity to contend with. Ling Yu casually flicked at his ear, as if he had merely swatted a fly, his tone utterly unperturbed. Is there anyone else who wishes to discuss the rules? An oppressive silence ensued. An absolute stillness. No one dared utter a single word. Even their breaths were taken with utmost caution. Ling Yu's gaze languidly swept over the elders who, in their usual haughty demeanor, had once imposed their will upon him and even advocated for his expulsion. Each individual caught in his gaze felt as if they were ensnared by a venomous serpent, cold sweat instantly saturating their backs, desperately bowing their heads, too fearful to meet his eyes. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon his father, Ling Tianqing, whose complexion had turned ashen and whose body trembled slightly. Father. Ling Yu's voice was soft, yet laced with an icy chill. Behold, this is the family you have sought so diligently to uphold, a collection of sycophants, cowardly and complacent, who rely on their seniority. Does it not exhaust you to guard such worthless trash? Ling Tianqing opened his mouth, a raspy sound escaping his throat, yet no words emerged. The son before him was a stranger, a figure of terror, instilling a deep sense of dread within his very soul. It appears that a cleansing is in order. Ling Yu rose, stretching his wrists. The small wound on his shoulder flickered with data streams. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex blocking the doorway emitted a deep, disquieting roar of its engine. Beside him, the petite figure of Xiao Yu, with her ice-blue eyes, fixated on several elders radiating the strongest animosity. No, please, young master, spare us. We were compelled. It was the decision of the patriarch and the grand elder. Have mercy. We support you. We support your claim to the leadership. The cacophony of pleas for mercy, cries, and betrayal erupted, revealing their grotesque desperation. Ling Yu's expression remained devoid of emotion, only a frigid disdain evident upon his countenance. For the next few minutes, for some within the dining hall, it was akin to hell. The steel claws and massive tail of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, the chilling moonlight unleashed by Xiao Yu, and the precise strikes of the Eji summoned by Xiao Chuang rendered pleas futile, threats impotent, and escape utterly hopeless. The scent of blood grew increasingly pungent. When Ling Yu finally halted, nearly half of those who had stood in the dining hall were gone. The floor was littered with a gruesome array of blood and dismembered limbs. The surviving elders and offspring knelt upon the ground, their foreheads striking the floor repeatedly, trembling like leaves in a storm. Ling Tianqing stood frozen, eyes closed, his body shaking violently, tears streaming down his face. He wished to intervene, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. A cold, shadowy power emanating from the child of the moon had silently bound him, leaving him to witness this bloody purge with helpless horror. Ling Yu's prison garb was splattered with flecks of blood. A few drops adorned his pale face, rendering him akin to a Shura returned from the depths of hell. He paid no heed to the kneeling supplicants, striding directly to his father, who was trembling and weeping. He extended his hand, effortlessly retrieving a beautifully packaged, exorbitantly priced special cigarette and a diamond-studded lighter from the inner pocket of Ling Tianqing's tailored suit. With practiced ease, he flicked out a cigarette, inhaled its aroma, and then crushed the blue bead within the filter with his fingers. A soft crack echoed. He placed the cigarette between his lips and ignited it with the lighter. Taking a deep drag, he coughed violently, clearly unaccustomed to smoking. The acrid smoke causing him to splutter several times, his brows knitting together. Holding the cigarette, he regarded his father, whose complexion was ghastly and whose gaze was vacant, and remarked with a hint of disdain, "Next time, procure a pack with a fruit flavor. This one is far too harsh." Upon finishing, he casually discarded the half-smoked expensive cigarette to the ground, extinguishing it beneath his foot. Then, as if nothing had transpired, he turned and returned to the head of the dining table, resuming his seat. He picked up a pristine set of cutlery, gazing at the untouched, still steaming exquisite dishes before him, and began to eat. After a few bites, he seemed to recall something, glancing up at the chef, who had been nearly fainting from fear in the corner of the kitchen, witnessing the entire ordeal, and said, "The steak is overcooked. Replace it with a medium-rare one." His tone was as calm as if he were merely critiquing an ordinary lunch. The dining hall was left with only the soft sounds of cutlery clinking against plates and the stifled, fearful sobs of the survivors. Ling Tianqing slowly opened his eyes, staring at his son, who sat at the head of the table, quietly dining, blood-stained yet serene, his expression a complex tapestry of fear, shock, confusion, and a hint of indescribable despair. Chapter 29, Intelligence. Ling Yu methodically finished the last piece of medium-rare steak, elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin. As though the preceding bloodbath had been a trivial farce, he set down his knife and fork, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic, blood-soaked dining hall. The surviving elders and offspring remained prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, too afraid to lift their heads. Ling Tianqing stood, his complexion ashen, his gaze vacant, as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Ling Yu's eyes revealed no flicker of emotion, only a chilling indifference. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing downwards. A deep, shadowy blue light, thick with the essence of death, began to radiate from his palm, enveloping the shattered bodies of the elders on the ground like a chilling tide. Under the horrified gaze of all present, the lifeless, even mutilated corpses began to convulse violently, writhing. The sound of cracking bones echoed painfully, and grotesque shadowy tendrils emerged from the bloody stumps. One by one, the corpses, swaying unsteadily, grotesquely rose to their feet. Their eyes were devoid of life, only filled with hollow darkness and the occasional flicker of ghostly blue flames, standing rigidly like marionettes, exuding a nauseating stench of decay and death. Resurrection of the dead. A large-scale activation. One surviving young descendant, witnessing this horrifying scene, could no longer contain himself and promptly retched, quickly covering his mouth in fear of attracting attention. Even Ling Tianqing, upon seeing his former colleagues, and even elders, transformed into such a ghastly state, felt his stomach churn violently, his complexion growing even more pallid. Yet Ling Yu seemed to regard this as a trivial task, casually wiping his mouth with the blood-stained sleeve of his prison garb, as if to remove a non-existent smudge. Then, he lifted his ominous blue-glowing right hand and gently pushed forward toward the freshly risen undead elders. A chilling, invisible wave of shadow energy surged forth. The undead elders were swept away by this force, collapsing once more to the ground like scarecrows blown over by a tempest, their ghostly flames extinguishing entirely, leaving no trace of the horrific spectacle that had just unfolded. Only then did Ling Yu turn his gaze, his cold, emotionless eyes fixated upon his father, Ling Tianqing. Ling Tianqing trembled under that gaze, instinctively taking a half-step back. "Father." Ling Yu's voice was eerily calm, devoid of any emotional undertones. "The show is over. It is time to discuss serious matters." He approached Ling Tianqing step by step, the sound of his footsteps resonating distinctly in the stillness of the dining hall. He stood resolutely before Ling Tianqing, tilting his head slightly to gaze up at his father, who towered over him by a mere few inches, his tone leaving no room for doubt as he demanded all information regarding the 5 sons of Yu and the 5 great families. Ling Tianqing's lips trembled, and his eyes darted away. I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh." Ling Yu let out a soft laugh, laced with scorn. Was he still feigning ignorance at such a crucial moment? Did he think he could explain why he had successfully contracted Xiao Yu and Xiao Chuang? Did he believe the Ling family was so desperate to bring him back merely for amusement? The tendrils of a ghostly blue energy coiled and danced like a venomous serpent at his fingertips. "My patience is limited. Father, do not force me to employ unfilial means to extract the truth from your mind." Ling Yu's voice lowered, dripping with an unvarnished threat. "For instance, shall I compel you to rise and converse with me?" Ling Tianqing's gaze fell upon the chilling energy at his son's fingertips. then flickered to the lifeless bodies of his former colleagues strewn on the ground, a shiver racing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He had no doubt that this son, now utterly unhinged, was entirely capable of such actions. I will speak. I will speak. Ling Tianqing's composure shattered, his voice quivering with fear and desperation. I will tell you everything. Please, don't treat me like this. Ling Yu withdrew the energy, crossing his arms and regarding him coldly. Ling Tianqing took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain his composure, his voice still trembling. The 5 sons of Yu and the 5 great families are, in fact, not the same entity. Clarify. Ling Yu commanded, his brow furrowing. The 5 great families are the 5 most ancient beast-taming clans that govern the secular powers of the Beastmaster realm. Ling Tianqing struggled to articulate. Our Ling family is one among them. The other 4 are the Long family, who rule the eastern seas, the Xiong family, who dominate the northern wilderness, the Sha family, entrenched in the western deserts, and, recently embroiled in internal strife, the Yang family of the southern Forest Sea, who have just undergone a power shift. Ling Yu's eyes flickered. The Yang family? Is that the Yang family of Yang Yu? Internal turmoil? Power transition? He mentally noted this information, but refrained from interruption. Ling Tianqing pressed on. The 5 great families boast a long history and profound heritage, secretly controlling vast resources and influence, exhibiting both collaboration and competition amongst themselves. However, they are merely secular rulers. As Ling Tianqing's tone shifted to one of awe and trepidation, he continued. The 5 sons of Yu, they are legends. They are entities that transcend the mundane. It is said that in an exceedingly distant epoch, perhaps even at the dawn of creation, 5 supreme beings wielding the fundamental powers of the universe engaged in a conflict or perhaps met their demise. Their fragments of power scattered across the world. And through eons of accumulation and evolution, they ultimately manifested into 5 unique, infinitely potent primordial sacred beasts. This is the origin of the 5 sons of Yu. They each embody one of 5 ultimate primordial powers: the sun, the moon, creation, courage, and glory. Ling Tianqing cast a glance at Xiao Chuang perched on Ling Yu's shoulder and Xiao Yu at his feet. The moon sun and the mechanical sun you have contracted are 2 of them. They were not creations or possessions of the 5 great families. Rather, the families. Indeed, all forces in this world are in pursuit of them, studying them, yearning for their acknowledgement and power. Ling Tianqing's voice carried a tinge of bitterness, for it is foretold that those who gain the recognition of the 5 sons of Yu shall possess the potential to touch the essence of the world, even to alter its very rules. That is a power that surpasses all secular authority. Ling Yu listened intently, his gaze flickering. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. The origins of Xiao Yu and Xiao Chuang were far more astounding than he had imagined. So, the 5 great families and the 5 sons of Yu are not inherently connected? Ling Yu confirmed. Not at all. Ling Tianqing shook his head vehemently. The 5 great families are the 5 great families, and the 5 sons of Yu are the 5 sons of Yu. We merely know of the legend and have been searching for them. Historically, there have been vague records of the 5 sons of Yu appearing, but each occasion has incited bloody chaos. Those who received their acknowledgement were invariably titans who stirred the ages or calamities that brought forth disaster. He cautiously regarded Ling Yu. Your ability to contract 2 is simply unprecedented, hence the family would go to any lengths to bring me back. Seeking to control this power? Ling Yu completed the latter part of his sentence, the corners of his mouth curving into a cold smile. Ling Tianqing fell silent. Is there any further specific intelligence regarding the 5 sons of Yu, such as what they truly are, where they might be found? Ling Yu pressed on. I do not know, truly. Ling Tianqing exclaimed hastily. The specific forms, locations, and abilities of the 5 sons of Yu are top secrets. Perhaps merely fragmented information passed down orally, known only to a select few at the core of each family. Our Ling family may, perhaps, have the old patriarch privy to some information, but he has long since withdrawn from worldly affairs and has been in seclusion for many years. Beyond that, I truly have no knowledge. Ling Yu scrutinized his eyes, discerning no deception. What are the relationships among the 5 great families? Are there any agreements or conflicts concerning the 5 sons of Yu? On the surface, they maintain peace, yet beneath it, the struggles have never ceased. Particularly regarding resources and intelligence, Ling Tianqing answered candidly. It is certain that each family is secretly searching for the 5 sons of Yu. But this is a matter of the highest confidentiality. Sharing is out of the question, and even within the families, few are aware of the details. He paused, adding, especially the Yang family. Recently, they have just undergone internal turmoil. The former patriarch, Yang Jifan's faction seems to have fallen from grace. And now an elder named Yang Lin has seized power, commandeering the family with a rigorous internal purge, with little known about the specifics outside. Yang Jifan, Yang Yu's father? Fallen from grace. Ling Yu's brow furrowed slightly. If this news reached Yang Yu, having concluded his inquiries, Ling Yu fell into a brief silence. The dining hall was once again filled only with the weighty sounds of breathing and the lingering smell of blood. After a considerable pause, Ling Yu finally spoke, his tone reverting to its previous indifference. Very well, I understand now. He cast a glance at the survivors kneeling on the ground and at his father, who appeared lost. Clean this place up, he commanded. From now on, in the Ling family, I hold the reins. Any objections? None. None whatsoever. We shall obey the young master's command, no? We shall heed the family head's orders. The survivors, as if granted a reprieve, bowed profusely. Ling Tianqing opened his mouth, ultimately lowering his head in defeat, murmuring, yes. Ling Yu no longer regarded them, turning away with Xiao Yu and Xiao Chuang, accompanied by the massive mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, departing the bloody dining hall. He required time to digest this information and contemplate his next course of action. The Ling family, from this moment forth, would undergo a transformation. Chapter 30, The Yang Family, 1. At Shannon Academy, Ling Yu had been missing for several days. Yang Yu was restless. Principal Zhang Baichuan had utilized numerous connections to investigate. But the Ling family, being a colossal entity, maintained an ironclad hold on internal information, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to glean any insights. All that was known was that the Ling family seemed to be experiencing significant internal turmoil, though the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. This will not do. I cannot simply wait idly. Yang Yu resolved, determined to personally visit the Ling family. He recognized the risks involved, even acknowledging the recklessness of his decision. However, he could not stand by and watch as Ling Yu faced danger without intervening. Though that fellow was insufferable, he was his deskmate, a recognized rival, and a friend. He sought out Principal Zhang Baichuan to share his thoughts. Principal Zhang Baichuan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a lengthy period before finally sighing. I know I cannot dissuade you. The Ling family is far too deep in its waters. Here's what I will do. Under the guise of an official exchange visit from Shannon Academy, I will arrange an identity for you, allowing you to enter the outer regions of the Ling family openly. However, beyond that, I am powerless. Remember, be cautious in all matters, and do not act impulsively. If something feels amiss, retreat immediately. Thank you, Principal. Yang Yu nodded solemnly. Soon, the formalities were completed. Yang Yu, accompanied by Xiao Yang, set off in the Academy's exclusive hover vehicle, representing the esteemed students of Shannon Academy for an academic exchange, heading towards the Ling family's castle situated in the central region of the continent. Throughout the journey, Yang Yu felt a heavy weight in his heart. He gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, his fists clenched tightly. Ling Yu, you better not encounter any trouble. The hover vehicle descended in the reception area on the outskirts of the Ling family castle. The massive castle complex loomed like a sprawling steel beast, exuding an ancient and majestic aura, heavily guarded. They were greeted by an elder responsible for external affairs from the Ling family, whose demeanor was polite yet distant, with a hint of barely perceptible tension. Welcome, esteemed student from afar. May I inquire what specific aspects you wish to learn about during this academic exchange? The elder smiled in a formulaic manner. Yang Yu suppressed his growing anxiety and managed to smile in return. I primarily wish to understand the Ling family's advanced experiences in the cultivation of mechanical spirit beasts, particularly the technology concerning energy core stability. He fabricated a rationale while his eyes roamed the surroundings, searching for any clues. The elder adeptly deflected his inquiries, guiding him through some inconsequential, publicly accessible areas. Yang Yu felt a rising urgency. This approach would never allow him to reach the core. He needed to devise a plan. Just as he was on the verge of losing patience and considering using his mental energy to probe, a familiar figure staggered out from a corridor within the castle. It was the Guardian controlled by Ling Yu, his brain embedded with metal plates. The Guardian moved with a hint of stiffness, his gaze clouded, mechanically performing his daily patrol duties as per Ling Yu's previous commands. Yang Yu spotted him immediately. More importantly, he sensed a faint, residual shadow energy and chilling aura belonging to Ling Yu emanating from the Guardian. Yang Yu's heart raced. Ling Yu's power. He was indeed here, and he had taken action. The elder's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the Guardian, seemingly urging him to leave quickly. However, Yang Yu seized the opportunity, feigning curiosity as he pointed at the Guardian. Who is this? Oh, this is one of our internal security personnel, the elder hurriedly concealed. Yang Yu disregarded him, focusing intently as he cautiously released a gentle thread of light sensation imbued with Xiao Yang's essence, reaching out to the Guardian. The Guardian's body stiffened abruptly, and a minuscule ripple of awareness flickered in his murky eyes. The shadow energy within him instinctively resonated with Yang Yu's warmth, creating a faint connection and guidance. He rigidly turned around, slowly gesturing towards a deeper part of the castle. That single gesture was enough. Yang Yu instantly pinpointed the direction. He dropped the pretense and addressed the elder. Elder, I urgently need to use the restroom. Could you kindly direct me? The elder, without suspicion, pointed towards a direction. After expressing his gratitude, Yang Yu promptly led Xiao Yang in that direction. Upon turning a corner and ensuring no one was following, he instructed Xiao Yang to deploy the light shield, distorting the surrounding light for optical invisibility, then quickly advanced towards the depths of the castle, guided by the faint indication he had just received. His movements were swift, and fortune favored him as he adeptly evaded several patrols, delving deeper into the castle. At last, he arrived before an extremely heavy metal door, intricately adorned with elaborate carvings. From the crack of the door, a familiar, languid aura wafted out. Yang Yu took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. The sight within left him momentarily stunned. It was an exceedingly spacious and luxurious hall, with a thick, opulent carpet covering the floor, classical oil paintings adorning the walls, and a massive crystal chandelier hanging in the center. And there lay Ling Yu, clad in a loose, comfortable silk robe, sprawled languidly on an enormous, seemingly plush sofa, his head resting on Xiao Yu's soft belly, while in his hands was the latest ultra-slim tablet. Seemingly engrossed in a game, Xiao Chuang lounged beside him on the carpet, his data eye flickering as if analyzing the carpet's fiber structure. Several maids in uniforms stood nearby, trembling and barely daring to breathe, holding trays of fruits and beverages. This hardly resembled a scene of captivity. It looked more like someone reveling in the comforts of home. For a moment, Yang Yu almost thought he had arrived at the wrong place. Ling Yu seemed to sense someone entering and lazily lifted his eyelids for a glance. When he saw Yang Yu, who stood there dumbfounded, he too paused momentarily, before breaking into a familiar, teasing smile. Oh, isn't this my dear deskmate? How is it that the academic exchange from Shannon Academy has brought you to my living room? Your choice of venue is quite unique. Yang Yu's apprehensions, anxieties, and tensions melted away in that instant, replaced by an overwhelming impulse to rush over and give him a good beating. With a sullen expression, he approached and asked irritably, "What on earth is going on? They've been searching high and low for you outside, and here you are, enjoying yourself?" Ling Yu waved his hand, dismissing the terrified maids. He sat up, stretched lazily, and tossed the tablet aside. "Enjoying? Perhaps. I just had to deal with some unruly old folks at home. One must take a break after such exertion, no?" His tone was nonchalant, but Yang Yu keenly detected a lingering trace of bloodshed in the air. Along with Ling Yu's repressed, yet palpably dangerous aura, Yang Yu quickly comprehended the implications of dealing with those old folks. This guy had likely taken control of the Ling family in an exceedingly ruthless and bloody manner. "Are you all right?" Yang Yu asked, his tone softening slightly. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Ling Yu raised an eyebrow. "It's you who possesses quite the audacity to sneak in alone. Aren't you afraid of being mistaken for an assassin and dealt with by my family security? Enough of the chatter." Yang Yu plopped down onto the sofa beside him, with Xiao Yang curiously hopping up to inspect Xiao Yu and Xiao Chuang on the opposite sofa. Xiao Yu lazily flicked her tail, while Xiao Chuang tilted his head, observing Xiao Yang. "What on earth happened? How did you suddenly seize control of your family?" Yang Yu struggled to find the right words. Ling Yu chuckled, plucking a grape from the nearby fruit platter and tossing it into his mouth. "Nothing much, just that my old relatives wanted to confine me as a mere tool, and I disagreed. So, I took the liberty of dealing with their disobedience. Now, I am the one in charge here." He spoke lightly. Yet Yang Yu could vividly imagine the peril and bloodshed behind those words. "As long as you're fine," Yang Yu sighed in relief, but then frowned again. "What do you plan to do next? Stay here indefinitely? What else should I do?" Ling Yu shrugged. "It's comfortable here, with ample food and resources. Far superior to that rundown dormitory at school. Besides, I need some time to process certain matters." He turned to Yang Yu, his expression becoming earnest. "Since you're here, it saves me the trouble of figuring out how to inform you later. There are some things you ought to know." Yang Yu sat up straight. "What matters?" Ling Yu waved his hand, casting a faint layer of shadow energy that muffled sound and concealed them from prying eyes. He took a deep breath and proceeded to relay the information he had extracted from his father regarding the 5 sons of the emperor and the 5 great families, sharing every detail without reservation. Including the 5 progeny of the emperor, they are the primordial sacred beasts abandoned by the divine realm, each representing the sun, the moon, creation, courage, and glory. The 5 prominent families comprise the Ling family, the Long family, the Xiong family, the Sha family, and the Yang family, which has recently undergone a coup, with Yang Lin ascending to power. The 5 progeny of the emperor and the 5 great families share no direct allegiance. Rather, they are coveted objectives pursued fervently by all factions. Those who gain the acknowledgement of the 5 progeny possess the potential to alter the world. Yang Yu listened, his mind reeling with shock and tumult. He had not anticipated that the origin of Xiao Yang, son of the sun, was so remarkable. Furthermore, he never expected that his own family, the Yang family, was indeed one of the 5 great families, and it had just experienced a coup. Now, the head of the family was Yang Lin. But what of his father, Yang Jifan? The mention of the Yang family, the coup, and Yang Lin caused Yang Yu's complexion to pale, his fingers trembling slightly. What of my father? I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, Ling Yu replied, shaking his head. All I know is that it involves an internal power struggle, and your father's faction seems to have lost its influence. Currently, Yang Lin is in control of the Yang family and is conducting a thorough internal purge. The news is tightly sealed. Yang Yu's heart sank, a surge of worry and anger flooding over him. He finally understood why his father had been less communicative lately, his tone always tinged with fatigue and concealment. A significant incident had occurred at home. Simultaneously, he felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. Xiao Yang is the son of the sun. If this news were to spread, it would bring colossal trouble to him and his family. Ling Yu observed his expression, for once refraining from mockery, and calmly stated, I share this with you so you may be forewarned. This world is far more intricate and perilous than we can fathom. We have contracted with the 5 progeny of the Emperor. It is destined that we cannot lead ordinary lives. The path ahead will be fraught with challenges. He paused before adding, your Yang family's situation is precarious. You would do well to exercise caution. Yang Lin's rise to power is no trivial matter. Yang Yu took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his shock and anxiety, his gaze gradually hardening. I understand. Thank you. Ling Yu waved his hand dismissively. What is there to thank? This information serves no purpose if kept bottled up. If you find yourself in misfortune, it might brighten my mood a tad. Yang Yu's fleeting gratitude evaporated instantly. The two sat in silence for a moment, processing the overwhelming influx of information. All right, the information has been shared. Ling Yu reclined back onto the sofa, resuming his languid demeanor. Yang, our academic exchange has concluded. You may take your leave. If you linger any longer, I fear my newly arrived maid might be frightened to tears by your presence. Yang Yu understood that he was being urged to depart from this treacherous environment. The Ling family had recently undergone a bloody purge. It was indeed unsafe, and it was inappropriate for an outsider to remain here for an extended period. He rose, casting a deep look at Ling Yu. Take care. Ling Yu closed his eyes and waved his hand, a gesture of farewell. Yang Yu, accompanied by Xiao Yang, turned to exit the hall. Upon stepping out of the Ling family castle, he glanced back at the imposing structure, his emotions a tempest of complexity. While Ling Yu seemed to be unharmed and had instead taken control of the Ling family, the truth about the 5 progeny and the drastic changes within the Yang family weighed heavily upon him. Father, what has transpired at home? He clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with worry and determination. He must swiftly uncover the truth of the Yang family's plight. Chapter 31. The Yang family, 2. Yang Yu, along with 2 dragons, found himself encircled by the elite experts of the Yang family, the atmosphere thick with tension, poised to erupt into fierce conflict. Just then, a voice, authoritative and composed, echoed from the depths of the main residence. Halt. The voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable force that instantly quelled the bloodlust in the air. The Yang family experts surrounding Yang Yu immediately suppressed their auras, respectfully parting to create a passage. A middle-aged man adorned in a deep purple robe of the family head, his demeanor refined, yet eyes sharp as an eagle, slowly emerged. His steps were steady, his presence restrained, yet he exuded an aura of unfathomable depth. This was none other than Yang Lin, the newly appointed head of the Yang family. As he approached the chaotic remnants of the entrance, his gaze swept over the devastation. The unconscious Yang won, and finally settled on Yang Yu and the 2 dragons behind him, revealing a hint of perfectly timed astonishment and a barely perceptible chill. Yua? Yang Lin began, his tone imbued with the warmth of an elder, yet tinged with distance. When did you return? What has stirred up such a commotion? We are family. There is no need for discord. Yang Yu regarded his uncle, a cold smile forming within. What a masterful act. He lifted his chin, his expression impassive, and cut straight to the chase. Uncle, let us skip the pleasantries. What have you done? Yang Lin's gentle demeanor faltered slightly, a sigh escaping him as if feigning helplessness. I understand this is hard for you to accept. However, your father, my elder brother, has grown frail with age, and after many years of tireless dedication to the family, he has expressed the desire to relinquish his burdens and enjoy his twilight years. He entrusted the family to me. As his younger brother, I could only reluctantly take on the responsibility. His words rang with hollow grandeur, absolving himself of any wrongdoing. Yang Yu's eyes turned colder. Where is my father now? Your elder brother requires peace and quiet to recuperate. It is not wise to disturb him, Yang Lin replied, then swiftly shifted the conversation. However, since you have returned, it is only right that you see him. Follow me. He gestured invitingly, then turned to walk along a corridor at the side of the main residence, not bringing any guards. seemingly demonstrating sincerity. Yang Yu's gaze flickered momentarily as he instructed the Azure Scale Dragon King and the Purple Lightning Dragon in a hushed tone, "Stay here and remain vigilant." The two dragons growled softly in acknowledgement, their vigilant eyes scanning the surrounding Yang family experts. Yang Yu then followed closely behind Yang Lin. Yang Lin led him through a winding path to a relatively secluded courtyard behind the main residence. The environment here was tranquil, yet the guards were evidently more formidable. Their gazes toward Yang Lin filled with reverence and submission. Upon reaching a door that appeared to be a resting chamber, Yang Lin halted. "Your elder brother is inside, recuperating," he said, turning to Yang Yu with a knowing smile. You may enter alone. I shall not intrude upon your reunion." Yang Yu regarded him with keen suspicion, his alertness peaking. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door. The room was dimly lit, sparsely furnished, and suffused with a faint medicinal aroma. A bed lay at the far end, draped with curtains that obscured the occupant within. "Father?" Yang Yu called tentatively, stepping forward. Xiaoyang perched on his shoulder, amber eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Just as Yang Yu reached the center of the room, an unforeseen calamity struck. Boom! The ceiling above suddenly exploded. A fiery, tempestuous figure plummeted like a meteor, engulfed in searing flames and a destructive aura, delivering a devastating punch aimed directly at Yang Yu's crown. It was a colossal ape, its massive form rippling with bulging muscles, its entire body aflame with dark red fire. Its eyes, ablaze with rage and bloodlust, radiated an aura that unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the Emperor level. A surprise attack. A meticulously planned and utterly unforeseen lethal ambush. Roar! The fiery giant ape unleashed a deafening roar. The assault came too swiftly, too violently. The proximity was overwhelming, the force unparalleled. Even a beast master of the same rank would find it nearly impossible to withstand such a sudden onslaught. Yang Lin stood at the doorway, the facade of warmth long vanished, leaving only the icy intent to kill and a triumphant smirk at his cunning scheme's success. He never intended for Yang Yu to survive long enough to meet Yang Ji-fan. This is merely a trap. However, at this critical juncture, Yang Yu appeared to be well prepared. Or perhaps, Xiaoyang's combat instincts outpaced his thoughts. Meow! A roar, unprecedented in its majesty and fury, erupted from Xiaoyang. Reverberating like a tiger's cry, it leaped from Yang Yu's shoulder, suspended in midair, as the vast power of the solar essence within it erupted without reservation. Solar essence, fully unleashed. The blinding radiance engulfed the entire room in an instant. A terrifying wave of heat and light swept through everything. Xiaoyang seemed to vanish, replaced by a miniature yet intensely blazing sun, suspended in the air, radiating brilliance. The furious punch of the fire giant ape had yet to make contact with this solar entity. Merely approaching the sun's emitted rays and surrounding flames was enough. Hiss! Just as ice meets a red-hot iron. The fire giant ape's solid fists, ablaze with dark crimson flames, along with its arms and part of its body, were instantaneously vaporized and melted away by the overwhelming light and heat, leaving not even a trace of ash. Howl! The fire giant ape emitted a shrill and heart-rending scream, its remaining half-body violently blasted away by the immense shockwave, crashing into the wall, ignited in golden flames, twitching a few times before falling utterly silent. A beast monarch-level, terrifying spirit beast was effortlessly annihilated by the residual force of Xiaoyang's solar essence. The sneer on Yang Lin's face at the doorway froze, transforming into unparalleled shock and horror. His eyes nearly bulged out. "What kind of power is this?" he exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. "What manner of creature is that cat?" As the light gradually receded, Xiaoyang returned to its original form. Landing back on Yang Yu's shoulder, panting slightly, clearly exhausted from such a tremendous outburst, Yang Yu squinted against the sudden brightness but was entirely unharmed. He coldly regarded the pale-faced Yang Lin at the doorway. "Uncle, is this your idea of recuperation?" Yang Lin's complexion turned a ghastly shade, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He suddenly waved his hand. "Attack! Kill them!" Boom, boom, boom. The walls and floor of the room instantly shattered. Dozens of similarly blazing, diverse forms of giant apes burst through the walls, encircling Yang Yu and Xiaoyang. The entire room transformed into a hellfire. These were evidently ambush troops that Yang Lin had long prepared. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard, the vigilant Qing Lin Dragon Lord and the Purple Lightning Dragon also heard the tremendous explosions and energy fluctuations emanating from the backyard. Roar! The young master is in trouble. The Qing Lin Dragon Lord roared furiously, ready to charge forward. The Purple Lightning Dragon also emitted an anxious roar, electric sparks dancing around it. Yet, just as they were about to move, two crisp, metallic locking sounds echoed, seemingly from the depths of the void. two incredibly complex shadow chains and fiery shackles, adorned with bizarre runes, materialized out of thin air and precisely ensnared the necks and limbs of the Qing Lin Dragon Lord and the Purple Lightning Dragon. The chains tightened instantly. The runes glowed. A powerful sealing force, specifically targeting dragonkind and lightning energy, erupted, forcibly suppressing their powers. Roar. What? Hell. Damn it. The two dragons, startled and furious, struggled desperately. They unleashed their dragon breath, lightning crackling. But the chains proved exceptionally sturdy, the runes flickering erratically, temporarily binding them in place, unable to escape. Clearly, this was also part of Yang Lin's plan, to confine these two formidable dragons with specially crafted sealing chains, preventing them from aiding Yang Yu. In both battlefronts, Yang Yu and the two dragons found themselves ensnared in immense peril and stalemate. Chapter 33, The Yang Family, 3. Yang Yu and Xiao Yang were surrounded by dozens of fire giant apes, facing an unprecedented crisis. These giant apes were incredibly formidable, the weakest among them being at the king level, with the leading few being emperor level. They roared and exhaled scorching flames, turning the entire room into a sea of fire, the temperature high enough to melt steel. Although Xiao Yang had just annihilated an emperor-level giant ape, the explosive force of solar essence was immensely draining, rendering it unable to be used continuously. It could only rely on light shield to withstand the onslaught, countering with light blade and solar slash, each collision erupting with deafening booms and blinding brilliance. Yang Yu also exerted all his effort to channel the immense spiritual energy into Xiao Yang through the Beastmaster space, while simultaneously casting some lower-tier light spells for support and disruption. Yet the enemy was far too numerous. Moreover, their coordination was impeccable, their assault akin to a tempest. Boom. A heavy fist from an emperor-level giant ape struck violently against the light shield Xiao Yang had erected, causing the shield to flicker violently and develop cracks. Hiss. Another giant ape's fiery breath seized the opportunity to scorch the light shield, rapidly expanding the fissures. From the side, several king-level giant apes lunged forward, their claws slicing through the air towards Xiao Yang's flank. Xiao Yang unleashed an enraged tiger roar, the solar slash sweeping through, sending the attacking king-level giant apes flying and singeing them. However, the light shield, now bearing the brunt of the emperor-level assault, could no longer endure. Bang! The light shield shattered completely. Xiao Yang was thrown backward by the immense force, while Yang Yu felt the backlash, stifling a groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Roar! Several fire giant apes seized the moment, their eyes glinting with ferocity, pouncing simultaneously toward the temporarily unbalanced Xiao Yang and Yang Yu. Their burning claws were poised to tear the two apart. A cruel and triumphant smile crept onto Yang Lin's face at the doorway. It was over. This unexpectedly awakened nephew was destined to perish here, just at this critical moment. Boom! A sound far more terrifying than any prior, akin to the earth shattering, erupted from above everyone's heads. The entire Yang family estate shook violently. The ceiling and upper walls of the room where Yang Yu was located were instantly torn, ripped, and shattered as if made of paper by an indescribable force. Debris rained down like a torrential storm. Dust billowed skyward. Sunlight and a fierce wind surged into this infernal realm. Everyone was stunned by this sudden upheaval, instinctively looking up. There, a colossal, grotesquely terrifying mechanical entity loomed, hovering in the air, obscuring the sky. It was entirely forged from dark alloy, its lines embodying a brutal aesthetic. The cold metallic armor reflecting an eerie glow in the sunlight. A massive, battering ram-like steel tail swayed slowly. Most fearsome of all were its electronic eyes, ablaze with crimson energy, coldly surveying below, locking onto the fire giant apes and Yang Lin within the room. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus, a war beast forged by Ling. And upon the imposing metal head of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus stood a figure, facing the wind, clad in a perfectly tailored black trench coat. The hem billowed dramatically in the gusts. His face bore the familiar, wryly mocking expression, yet his gaze was as cold as steel. Perched on his shoulder was a silver-blue wolf, Xiao Yu, standing proudly. At his feet, a similarly silver-blue leopard, Xiao Chuang, had its eyes flashing with streams of data. It was none other than Ling. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ling Yu's gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield below and the trapped Yang Yu, shaking his head with a tone rife with mockery. Yang Yu, my dear deskmate, have you truly fallen so low in just a few days of my absence? Cornered in your own home by a band of monkeys? Where is the grandeur befitting the Sunchild's master? His voice resonated through the loudspeakers of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. Yang Yu, upon seeing Ling Yu, was momentarily stunned before exhaling in relief, retorting with annoyance. enough with the theatrics. If you finished your show, hurry up and lend a hand. Meanwhile, Yang Lin's expression shifted dramatically, a mix of shock and fury washing over him. Ling Yu, how could you be here? This is a family matter for the Yangs. It has nothing to do with you or the Ling family. Depart at once. Ling Yu, seemingly just noticing him, cast a disdainful glance. Oh, the head of the Yang family? My apologies, but I have no interest in your family affairs. He then turned his attention to Yang Yu, his tone suddenly chilling. However, my buddy here is a guest in your home and appears to be bullied by some ill-mannered monkeys. I cannot overlook that. You. Yang Lin trembled with rage. Ling Yu, do not overstep your bounds. Just because you control the Ling family does not mean you can act with impunity. The 5 great families are interconnected. Interconnected? Ling Yu scoffed, interrupting him. Who is connected to you? I have no desire to meddle in your Yang family's trivialities. But anyone who lays a hand on my friends is crossing a line. He disregarded Yang Lin further, snapping his fingers at the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Old Ba, clear the area. Be careful not to crush my buddy and his precious cat. Roar. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex emitted a deafening roar. A cacophony of engine growls and metallic howls. Its crimson electronic eyes blazed to life. In the next instant, whoosh, 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 its shoulder and back armor instantaneously opened, revealing dozens of launch ports. A swarm of miniature tracking missiles poured out like a horde of bees, trailing white flames as they accurately targeted every fiery giant ape in the room. Simultaneously, a massive beam of destructive energy began to charge in its gaping maw, the palpable energy fluctuations warping the very air around them. The fiery giant apes sensed the imminent threat, erupting in terrified roars as they abandoned their assault on Yang Yu, attempting to spew flames or leap away to evade. Yet, the missiles were remarkably agile, automatically homing in, and they swiftly collided with their targets. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosions echoed. Flames and shockwaves engulfed the giant apes. The king-level giants were obliterated in an instant. The emperor-level giants struggled to defend themselves with flames. Yet they too were left battered and screaming. Then, the charging destructive energy beam from the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex reached its peak. Boom! A crimson energy beam, over 3 meters in diameter, descended like divine retribution. It directly pierced into the room. No! Yang Lin let out a desperate scream. Rumble! 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 The earth trembled violently. The terrifying explosion and radiant light consumed everything. As the brilliance gradually faded and the dust began to settle, the original room, along with the small courtyard it occupied, had completely vanished. All that remained was a massive, charred pit with edges melting into a glassy texture. Within the pit, aside from Yang Yu and Xiao Yang, who were specifically shielded by Ling Yu's energy barrier, as well as a few fortunate souls, including Yang Lin and some of his subordinates huddled in the corners, albeit in a disheveled state, all the fiery giant apes, along with their master, if present, had been utterly vaporized, leaving not a trace behind. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, a pinnacle of emperor-level war machines, displayed an unfathomable might. Ling Yu lightly leaped down from the top of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, landing beside Yang Yu and brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. All done. He glanced at the enormous pit, pursed his lips, and remarked, "Perhaps I overdid it a bit. I'll be more careful next time." Yang Yu stared at the seemingly bottomless pit beside him, and then at Ling Yu, who wore a relaxed expression, his lips twitching slightly. "You call this clearing the area? Otherwise?" Ling Yu raised an eyebrow. "Should I engage them in one-on-one duels? What a waste of time." At that moment, 2 furious dragon roars and the sound of chains snapping echoed from the direction of the front yard. Clearly, the Qinglin Dragon Lord and the Xidian Dragon, sensing the terrifying energy explosion, had become utterly enraged and were struggling to break free from their specially made binding chains, racing towards them at full speed. Ling Yu whistled nonchalantly. "Oh, your 2 uncles have quite the temper." No sooner had he spoken than, boom, boom, 2 massive dragon figures, one blue and one purple, descended from the sky, landing at the edge of the deep pit. It was none other than the enraged Qinglin Dragon Lord and Xidian Dragon, having freed themselves from their restraints. Upon witnessing the scene and the unscathed Yang Yu, they first sighed in relief, only to quickly turn their wary gazes towards Ling Yu and his mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Young master, are you all right?" The Qinglin Dragon Lord hurriedly inquired. "Roar, what happened?" The Xidian Dragon growled lowly. "I'm fine." Yang Yu shook his head, gesturing towards Ling Yu. He arrived just in time. Ling Yu crossed his arms and nodded at the 2 dragons in acknowledgement. The Qinglin and Xidian dragons regarded Ling Yu with complex expressions. They were aware that he was the young master's classmate, the newly appointed head of the Ling family, and an exceedingly dangerous individual. Yet, it was indeed he who had saved the young master just now. At that moment, Yang Lin crawled up from the ruins. surveying the scene before him. The enormous pit, the annihilated army of fiery giant apes, the two dragons poised to strike, and that unfathomable figure operating the mechanical monstrosity. A veritable harbinger of doom from the Ling family. His heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He understood that today, as planned, had utterly failed. With Ling Yu as an unpredictable variable, he could not touch Yang Yu at all. Ling Yu's gaze shifted back to Yang Lin, turning icy. Yang family head. The show is over, and you've seen the pit. Can we speak civilly now? Where is my buddy's father? His tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable threat. The crimson electronic eyes of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex locked onto Yang Lin once more. Yang Lin's complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down. He realized he had no bargaining power left. Chapter 34, The Child of Wind. Ling Yu's chilling inquiry and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex's crimson gaze plunged Yang Lin into an icy abyss, extinguishing any will to resist. His lips trembled as he prepared to divulge Yang Jifan's whereabouts. Just as he was on the brink of speaking, an unforeseen twist unfolded. A figure, swift as lightning, materialized at the edge of the massive pit as if conjured from thin air, appearing silently and without warning. No one could discern how she had arrived. It was as though she had always stood there. She was a woman draped in a pale azure cloak, her stature regal, yet her features remained indistinct. Her presence was completely repressed, blending seamlessly with the wind, yet emanating an unfathomable depth, as if she breathed in harmony with the cosmos. Her arrival sparked no energy fluctuations, yet it instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Perched upon her shoulder was a magnificent falcon, its gaze sharp as a blade, its streamlined feathers shimmering with a brilliant azure golden hue. Though not particularly large, its mere presence commanded the center of the space, with all currents and rays of light seemingly swirling around it in a languid dance. At the moment the woman and falcon appeared, Yang Yu Xiaoyang, Ling Yu Xiaoyu, and the little Chuang at their feet all simultaneously lifted their heads sharply. Their pupils constricted abruptly, and their innate powers began to quiver uncontrollably. A message, strikingly clear and infused with excitement, vigilance, and a sense of kinship, instantaneously surged into the minds of Yang Yu and Ling Yu. The wind. It is the wind. The essence of a kindred spirit, embodying glory and freedom. Data analysis and energy spectrum matching confirmed. The child of the wind. Both Yang Yu and Ling Yu's expressions shifted dramatically as they received the message from their summoned beasts, a tempest of emotions swelling within them. The child of the wind. Among the 5 children of the beasts, the child of the wind had emerged at this very moment, in such a manner. Moreover, it had already been contracted. The woman appeared oblivious to the unusual presence of the 2 divine beast offspring, or perhaps she simply did not care. With a gentle lift of her hand, she appeared to casually point a slender finger at the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex hovering in midair, exuding an aura of royal terror. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no clash of radiant energies. Instead, a soft crack, followed by a faint yet grating sound of metal distorting and collapsing echoed. The massive, menacing mechanical Tyrannosaurus, which had just showcased its apocalyptic might, suddenly went rigid, from the point struck on its chest. A complex internal structure seemed to be infiltrated by an invisible and exquisitely precise force of disintegration. The next moment, boom! The colossal mechanical dinosaur disassembled like a house of cards, collapsing into countless parts and metal shards, cascading down like a waterfall into the pit, forming a small mountain. With a single blow, merely a nonchalant gesture, the peak of mechanical creation was instantaneously reduced to its most primordial components. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by this unfathomable spectacle that transcended comprehension. Ling Yu's pupils constricted to pinpoints. His mechanical Tyrannosaurus, the war beast he had painstakingly crafted, had been. Yang Yu, Qing Lin, and Zi Dian all gasped in astonishment. What manner of creature is this woman? Yang Lin, initially stunned, suddenly seemed to recognize something, exclaiming in disbelief, Sharan. You are the head of the Sha family, Sharan. You have contracted the child of the wind. His voice was laden with incredulity. The head of the enigmatic Sha family, which had long resided in the western desert, had silently contracted the child of the wind among the 5 children of the beasts. This was a monumental event capable of shaking the entire realm of beast tamers. The woman, Sharan, gently lowered the hood of her cloak, revealing a face that was not stunningly beautiful but possessed an extraordinary chill, exuding a resilience and tranquility honed by the trials of sand and storm. Her gaze was reminiscent of the starry sky in the desert, profound and distant. She did not directly answer Yang Lin's inquiry, but instead turned her attention to Yang Yu and Ling Yu, her voice like the gentle chime of wind bells, soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Have you 2 children made enough of a ruckus? The five great families have maintained a semblance of peace in the secular realm for so many years through mutual restraint. Is it not a tad excessive to cause such chaos, to the point of life and death, of dismantling homes? Her tone was remarkably calm, lacking any hint of aggression. Yet Yang Yu and Ling Yu felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Ling Yu's gaze turned icy. His rebellious nature could hardly tolerate such condescending demeanor and threat, especially since she had effortlessly dismantled his mechanical Tyrannosaurus. He disregarded her identity as a head of a family or her contracts. Anger and a thirst for battle instantly overwhelmed his rationality. Little Chuang, Ling Yu growled, summoning technique. Aji, the small mechanical companion at his feet, flickered madly. Its internal core operated beyond its limits. Buzz, a colossal, denser than any previous summon, energy-waving spatial portal materialized before Little Chuang, a humanoid mechanical unit, constructed entirely of dark golden alloy, with smoother lines and wielding a massive high-frequency particle vibrating blade, its eyes flashing a terrifying red light. Stepped forth from the portal, Aji had emerged. Its aura had reached the level of the Heavenly Emperor. Kill, Ling Yu uttered without hesitation, issuing the command. The particle vibrating blade in Aji's grasp emitted a piercing hum, transforming into a streak of dark golden lightning that cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Sha Ran. Ling Yu, no, Yang Yu exclaimed in alarm, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. He sensed the extreme peril posed by Sha Ran and her Child of the Wind. Sha Ran regarded the approaching Heavenly Emperor-level mechanical unit with unwavering composure, merely shaking her head gently. The Azure Falcon perched upon her shoulder, the Child of the Wind Falcon, stirred. It did not even take flight. It simply and elegantly fluttered its wings. Whoosh! An invisible and intangible, yet seemingly capable of slicing through all. The ultimate flow of wind surged past at a speed beyond comprehension. Snap! Zzz. The charging Heavenly Emperor, Aji, abruptly froze mid-motion. Its particle vibrating blade, its arm, its very frame, were instantaneously dissected and dismantled by countless exquisitely precise wind blades, as if performed by the most skilled of surgeons. In less than a second, boom! The Heavenly Emperor, Aji, met the same fate as the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, reduced to a lifeless pile of perfectly disassembled components, scattered about. Little Chuang emitted a pained electronic sound, the forced destruction of its summon causing its significant backlash. Ling Yu's complexion paled, a muffled groan escaping him, his eyes filled with shock and resentment. Sha Ran's gaze shifted back to the two, her calm demeanor unyielding. Shall we continue? It is commendable for the youth to possess zeal, but lacking discretion is nothing short of folly. Yang Yu gritted his teeth, realizing that this could not end quietly, though aware of the slim chances. He could not bear to watch Ling Yu face this alone. Little Yang, solar slash. Yang Yu joined the fray, seeking to disrupt. Little Yang roared, unleashing a concentrated blade of blazing white light towards Sha Ran. Once more, the Child of the Wind atop Sha Ran's shoulder gently flapped its wings. That solar slash, potent enough to cleave mountains, upon reaching Sha Ran, collided with an invisible, flowing wall of air, silently deflected, dispersed, and vanished without a trace. Not even the hem of her cloak was grazed, an absolute display of overpowering strength. Sha Ran did not move an inch. She merely observed them, letting out a soft sigh. Enough. She raised her hand, lightly sweeping in the direction of Yang Yu and Ling Yu. An overwhelming yet gentle gale enveloped both youths and their summoned beasts in an instant. They felt the world spin, their very essence entirely suppressed and sealed. Not even a finger could they move. The next moment, as the wind subsided, they found themselves effortlessly transported to the opposite edge of the pit. Gazing across at Sha Ran, Yang Lin, and others, they bore no injuries, yet that singular moment had utterly shattered their will to fight. The disparity was too vast. They were simply not on the same level. Sha Ran regarded them, her voice remaining placid. This concludes today's matters. Yang Lin, hand them over. The affairs of the Yang family shall be resolved internally. Do not let it escalate into chaos. She then turned her attention to Yang Yu and Ling Yu. You two possess exceptional talent and opportunity, but power is not to be wielded for wanton destruction and vengeance. Take heed, enough is sufficient. With that, she drew her hood back up, obscuring her visage once more. The Child of the Wind perched upon her shoulder cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yang and Xiao Yu, his eyes seemingly imbued with a faint warning and profound significance. Then, a gentle breeze swept through, and the silhouettes of Sha Ran and her wind child seemed to meld with the air, silently vanishing from the spot as if they had never existed. Only the crowd, flanked on either side of the pit, remained, gazing in astonishment, their emotions a tumultuous mix. Yang Yu and Ling Yu exchanged glances, each perceiving the shock, resentment, and a hint of reverence for true power reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 35, The Fool Was I. After Sha Ran departed with the Moonchild, the atmosphere grew exceedingly eerie and oppressive. On one side of the chasm stood Yang Lin and his loyal subordinates, their faces pale as parchment, still reeling from the terror they had just witnessed. They stared at the dismantled mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and a G, recalling the overwhelming force that had crushed them just moments before, their legs trembling with fear. On the opposite side, the expressions of Yang Yu and Ling Yu were equally grim. They had just endured a complete and utterly helpless defeat. Their once proud strength rendered ludicrous in the face of such an absolute disparity in power, especially for Ling Yu, whose painstakingly crafted mechanical Tyrannosaurus had been disassembled in an instant. His mood had plummeted to an all-time low. The azure-scaled Dragon Lord and the violet lightning dragon stood protectively beside Yang Yu, their dragon eyes brimming with vigilance and apprehension. Xiao Yang, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Chuang appeared somewhat crestfallen, weighed down by the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Moonchild moments ago. The air was thick with the stench of blood, the charred scent of despair, and an oppressive silence that felt almost palpable. Eventually, it was Yang Lin who broke the silence. He swallowed hard, his voice dry and raspy, tinged with unmistakable fear and capitulation. I will take you to see my elder brother. He was utterly terrified. The appearance and warning from Sha Ran, coupled with the unexpectedly formidable power and background displayed by Ling Yu and Yang Yu, especially their contracts with the legendary 5 children of Yu, made him acutely aware of the absurdity of his previous calculations and struggles. Continuing to resist would not only invite death from Sha Ran, but the 2 formidable beings behind him, particularly that madman from the Ling family, would undoubtedly make his life a living hell. Yang Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his shock and humiliation, and coldly regarded Yang Lin. Lead the way. Ling Yu, his expression dark, approached the pile of mechanical dinosaur parts, crouching down to place his hand on the remnants. Data streams flickered in his eyes as he activated his talent, mechanical domination. In an astonishing display, the scattered parts seemed to come to life, emitting a cacophony of clicks as they swiftly disassembled, reconfigured, and contracted, ultimately transforming into a cube resembling a complex metallic puzzle that fit snugly in his pocket. Clearly, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus had a unique recovery mechanism, although it had been dismantled. Its core components and design remained intact, allowing for future reassembly. This revelation somewhat improved his mood. Having completed this task, he stood up, hands shoved into his pockets, a disgruntled expression adorning his face as he followed suit. Yang Lin dared not delay, leading the way with trepidation, carefully circumventing the debris and heading deeper into the Yang family estate, towards a secluded courtyard by the sea. The guard stationed here, upon seeing Yang Lin accompanied by Yang Yu, Ling Yu, and 2 dragons, exhibited expressions of confusion. However, upon glimpsing the pallor of Yang Lin's face and the icy glares of the 2 formidable figures behind him, they wisely averted their gazes, refraining from further inquiries. Upon reaching a quaint courtyard, where the soothing sound of waves could be heard, Yang Lin halted and gestured towards the interior, murmuring, "Elder brother is resting inside." His tone was laden with complexity, fear mingling with a barely perceptible hint of frustration. Yang Yu inhaled deeply before pushing open the bamboo gate. The sight that greeted him rendered him momentarily speechless. The courtyard, modest yet meticulously maintained, was adorned with various flowers and plants. Directly opposite lay a golden sandy beach and an azure sea, the gentle sea breeze creating a picturesque ambience. In the center of the courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in a floral shirt and shorts, sporting sunglasses, lounged leisurely on a deck chair, his legs crossed, a chilled beer can in hand, savoring it with great delight. On a small table beside him were several plates of appetizers. He appeared vibrant and relaxed, utterly devoid of any semblance of being under house arrest or in need of recuperation. Upon hearing the door open, the man removed his sunglasses and squinted towards the entrance. A look of surprise illuminated his face upon seeing Yang Yu, and he sat up, waving enthusiastically. "Oh, son, you're back? Why are you home so early today? Did school let out?" This man was none other than Yang Yu's father, the former head of the Yang family, Yang Zhifan. Yang Yu was taken aback, observing his father's vacation-like demeanor and recalling his own trepidation, anxiety, and the perilous struggles he had just faced, nearly losing his life only to be unceremoniously delivered like refuse. An overwhelming surge of complex emotions washed over him: worry, relief, indignation, bewilderment, and an unnamable fury. He opened his mouth, struggling to articulate, "Dad? You're all right." "No, you. What is this?" He found himself at a loss for words. This was a far cry from the images he had conjured of confinement, abuse, and suffering. Yang Zhifan seemed oblivious to his son's tumultuous emotions, cheerfully tossing an unopened beer can his way. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? I'm living the good life here. Come, try this. The chilled beer is delightful. It was only then that he noticed Ling Yu, whose face was as dark as a cast-iron pot, and the azure and violet dragons peeking curiously from the doorway. Little Ling is here too? And old Qing and old Z. You all came? Wonderful. Let us celebrate. Waiter, bring more beer and some more dishes. He actually called out to someone outside. In no time, a nervous servant donned in a waiter's attire arrived with beer and appetizers, hastily placing them down before fleeing. Ling Yu, witnessing Yang Jifan's exuberance and glancing at the bewildered and frustrated Yang Yu, could no longer contain himself. With a burst of laughter, he doubled over, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Ha! Yang Yu, you fought tooth and nail, nearly became barbecue for a monkey, almost swept away by the wind. And yet here is your dad, breezing in the sea air, sipping beer, and vacationing. This is too much. I can't take it. Ha! Ling Yu's laughter echoed throughout the courtyard, brimming with unabashed mockery and schadenfreude. Yang Yu's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, unable to refute the ridicule. He could only glare at Ling Yu, who was laughing uncontrollably, then turn to his father, who was blissfully enjoying his drink. Dad, Yang Yu finally erupted, raising his voice. What on earth is going on? Weren't you under house arrest by Yonglin? Didn't he usurp your position as head of the family? Why? Why do you seem to be enjoying yourself so much? Yang Jifan set down the beer can, wiped his mouth, and sighed, his expression turning serious. It's a long story. He glanced at the door, where Yang Lin stood with his head bowed, eager to disappear, and waved him off. All right, Shaolin. This doesn't concern you anymore. You can go back to your duties. Yang Lin, as if granted a reprieve, quickly bowed and scurried away. Only then did Yang Jifan gesture for Yang Yu and Ling Yu to sit down. As for the head of the family position, it is true that I handed it over to Yang Lin. Yang Jifan slowly remarked. These years as the family head have been exhausting, filled with treachery and endless scheming. I have long desired to lay down this burden and enjoy a more carefree life. Then what about the coup? The internal purges? Yang Yu pressed on. What genuine coup is there? Yang Jifan chuckled lightly. It was merely a stage performance, a means to eliminate those old geezers who have long been irksome. Those who feast off the family while harboring excessive ambition, all facilitated through Yang Lin's hand. The greater the commotion, the more likely they are to reveal their true selves. Both Yang Yu and Ling Yu were taken aback. It can be orchestrated this way? So you reside here? Yang Yu still found it hard to believe. What of it? It's peaceful, the scenery is delightful, and there is no one to disturb me, Yang Jifan retorted confidently. What could Yang Lin dare to do to me? He hasn't even solidified his position yet. Many of his former subordinates still heed my words. If I truly wished, I could easily topple him. He treats me well. And as long as we maintain appearances, we are fine. He took a sip of beer and continued leisurely. This is what one might call stepping back to observe while still wielding influence, wouldn't you agree? Alas, this beer lacks the potency of strong liquor. After hearing this, Yang Yu was left utterly speechless. So his father had not lost power at all. Instead, he had retreated to advance. Manipulating from the shadows while conveniently cleansing the ranks and enjoying a vacation, he had been deceived along with Ling Yu and everyone else outside. Ling Yu stifled a laugh, stroking his chin and regarding Yang Jifan with a glimmer of admiration and caution in his eyes. Uncle Yang, your maneuvering is quite masterful. The old fox had concealed his depths remarkably well. Yang Yu felt a mix of frustration and amusement. A heavy stone finally lifted from his heart. Yet he felt as though he had been played by his father. Dad, do you have any idea how worried I've been about you? I thought you will. I know. My son is dutiful. I understand your concerns, Yang Jifan interrupted with a warm smile, patting his shoulder. But you've grown up now. It's time you weather some storms. Look, this misfortune has turned into fortune, and your strength has greatly increased. You've even made such formidable friends. He glanced at Ling Yu. Yang Yu was left utterly speechless. So, the fool had been himself? He watched his father casually sipping his drink, glanced at Ling Yu who wore a teasing expression, and recalled the harrowing experiences and the shock brought by Sha Ran. Suddenly, he felt that this world was far too intricate. These old-timers were not to be underestimated. He seized the beer can thrown by his father and took a large swig. The icy liquid slid down his throat, yet it could not extinguish the tumultuous fire of mixed emotions in his heart. Chapter 36, Daily Life. The colossal upheaval at the Yang family estate finally settled down with Sha Ran's intervention and the revelation of Yang Jifan's vacation-style house arrest. At the edge of the deep pit, Yang Yu observed his carefree father, then glanced at his uncle Yang Lin, who appeared pale and trembled slightly. The frustration of feeling played began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of helplessness that was both laughable and pitiable. He approached Yang Lin. Yang Lin shuddered in fear, nearly losing his footing. Uncle Lin, Yang Yu began, his tone complex. I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness regarding the door and the incident with my brother. Yang went on. He referred to his earlier actions upon his return, which had led to the door being forcibly removed and Yang when being severely injured. Now, understanding that much of this had been a collaboration between his father and uncle to clear the ranks, he felt that his outburst had somewhat undermined their efforts. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Yang Yu to apologize. He hurriedly waved his hands, forcing a smile that looked more painful than tears. And no problem. You were just concerned for your brother. It's understandable. Yang Wen is a good-for-nothing. A little lesson will do him good. As for the door, it can be repaired. He was eager to send this harbinger of calamity and the even more terrifying Ling family scion away, having no desire to dwell on such matters. Yang Jifan watched with amusement, sipping his beer without interjecting. Ling Yu, on the other hand, crossed his arms, wearing a look of amusement. His lips curled in their characteristic sardonic arc. With the situation now clear, Yang Yu felt no need to linger. With his father, the old fox, present, there was little chance of a major disaster. He was more concerned about school and Xiao Yang's training. Dad, I'm heading back to school, Yang Yu announced. Go on, go on. Yang Jifan waved his hand dismissively. Focus on your training at school, and don't fret about home. Come back often and bring some good liquor. This beer lacks punch. Yang Yu shook his head in resignation. As they departed, Ling Yu showed no interest in further conversation and turned to leave. Yang Yu bid farewell to his father and nodded at Yang Lin before departing with Ling Yu, accompanied by 2 dragons and 3 small companions, leaving behind the chaotic Yang family estate. On the way back to Shannon Academy, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Ling Yu remained grim-faced, evidently still displeased about the mechanical Tyrannosaurus being dismantled by Sha Ran. That contraption had taken considerable time, effort, and money to construct. Yang Yu, meanwhile, was processing the immense amount of information from the day, the truth behind Yu Ji's 5 sons, the reality of the Yang family's power transition, and the overwhelming strength exerted by Sha Ran and the Moonchild. Each harbored their own thoughts as they rode the Academy's dedicated hovercar back to Shannon City. In the principal's office at Shannon Academy, the principal, Zhang Baichuan, slammed his hand on the table, his beard trembling with rage. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. He pointed an accusing finger at Ling Yu, who stood nonchalantly, his voice quivering with indignation. Ling Yu, you have far too much audacity. How could you dare to drive that war machine to the Yang family estate and demolish their gate? You nearly triggered a full-scale conflict between 2 major families. Do you have any idea how serious this is? When he received the news, he nearly suffered a heart attack. Ling Yu casually dug at his ear. Unconcerned, but nothing happened, did it? In the end, it was all fine. Fine. It was only because my uncle Yang displayed great wisdom and chose not to hold grudges against the younger generation. Yang Yu quickly interjected, attempting to mediate while discreetly tugging at Ling Yu to temper his words. Is it even a matter of holding grudges? Zhang Baichuan grew more agitated. This is a matter of power disparity. If it hadn't been for that Master Sha's timely intervention, you too, along with the Academy, would have faced dire consequences. He grew increasingly fearful. Ling Yu, don't think that just because you control the Ling family now, you can do as you please. The 5 great families are deeply intertwined. You were merely fortunate this time. Ling Yu finally grew impatient, lifting his gaze, his cold eyes piercing like blades into Zhang Baichuan. Are you finished? His voice was low, yet carried an unsettling chill. My affairs are not for you to dictate. Zhang Baichuan felt the weight of that gaze, his reprimand stalling in his throat. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He recalled the rumors regarding Ling Yu's bloody purges within the Ling family, the dismantled yet seemingly more terrifying mechanical monstrosity, and the 2 inscrutable spirit beasts at his side. This principal, quite naturally, withdrew his neck, his aura deflating instantly, his voice lowering with a barely perceptible tremor. Ahem. Well, in any case, it would be best if you reported to the Academy before taking action in the future, just for the sake of having some backup, right? After all, you are still students of the Academy. Ling Yu merely snorted, uninterested in further conversation, and turned to exit the principal's office. Yang Yu gazed at the flustered principal, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He could only offer a few polite words. Rest assured, Principal, we will be more cautious in the future. I apologize for the trouble caused. With that, he quickly made his exit. Zhang Baichuan watched the retreating figures of the 2, exhaling a long sigh of relief as he slumped into his chair, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This cohort of students is truly a challenge to manage. In the following 2 days, life at the Academy seemed to revert to a tranquil routine. On the first day, in the classroom, the duo attended their lessons as usual. During the mechanical principal's lecture, Professor Galen spoke with fervor, while Ling Yu busied himself with a tablet, sketching a new mechanical design. evidently pondering how to enhance the mechanical Tyrannosaurus for greater resilience. Meanwhile, Yang Yu listened intently, jotting down notes and contemplating how to merge the knowledge of mechanical energy with Xiao Yang's light-based powers. At the cafeteria during lunch, they settled into their familiar seats. Ling Yu continued to order an extravagant array of spirit beast dishes, savoring each bite leisurely. In contrast, Yang Yu stared at his plate, somewhat disenchanted, still preoccupied with thoughts of Sha Ran and the Moonchild's formidable strength. On the training grounds, Yang Yu primarily focused on testing Xiao Yang's solar essence for duration and precision of control. The technique was immensely powerful but came at a staggering cost, necessitating the identification of the optimal timing and energy output ratio. The training facility bore the brunt of their efforts, with several targets melted into pools of molten iron. Ling Yu, on the other hand, was preoccupied with reassembling and upgrading the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. He meticulously sorted through the myriad of parts, hammering away for hours, incorporating a newly designed energy impact resistance layer and structural reinforcement module. Xiao Chuang assisted with calculations while Xiao Yu yawned in boredom. In the evening, the two strolled by the academy lake, a gentle suggestion from the principal to relax and mitigate further damage to the training grounds. Though their exchanges were minimal, the atmosphere was not awkward. They occasionally discussed skill combinations or shared lighthearted critiques about certain instructors. On the second day, during the Secret Realm expedition, the academy organized a low-tier collection task. The two were specially assigned to the same group. The process proved to be devoid of challenge, primarily involving the collection of common moonlight grass and sunstone. Ling Yu simply commanded Xiao Yu to unleash her aura, sending the low-tier spirit beasts scattering in fright. They swiftly met their collection quota. With the remaining time, Ling Yu began utilizing his mechanical domination ability to attempt modifications on the collected ores, aspiring to create some disposable explosive contrivances, euphemistically termed resource recycling. Yang Yu practiced optimizing the gathered moonlight grass using genetic evolution, successfully cultivating several commendable variants, marking an additional success. In the afternoon, they coincidentally visited the restricted section of the library. Yang Yu fervently searched for information regarding the 5 great clans, ancient legends, and the primal forces of the wind, hoping to uncover more clues about Sha Ran and the Moonchild. Ling Yu, in contrast, sought higher-level mechanical ruins, stable energy core structures, and forbidden knowledge related to lunar and shadow powers, clearly troubled by Sha Ran's disassembly techniques and eager to find countermeasures. At night, they each practiced in their respective dormitories. Yang Yu refined his spiritual energy to consolidate his level, while Ling Yu appeared to be remotely managing some of the Ling family's affairs through a communicator, issuing icy commands. Though the past 2 days seemed placid on the surface, both were acutely aware that the turmoil surrounding the Yang family and the shockwaves brought by Sha Ran had profoundly altered the landscape. In their own ways, they quietly amassed strength, preparing for the greater storm that might soon descend upon them. Chapter 37. The Insect Nest. The serene days were abruptly shattered when an urgent news bulletin disrupted the tranquility of Shannon Academy, plunging the entire city of Shannon into a state of panic and unrest. The news anchor's voice conveyed an unprecedented tension. Emergency broadcast. A large-scale spirit beast uprising has occurred in the Ling Coffin Mountain Range, located 120 kilometers north of Shannon City. A multitude of mutated insect-type spirit beasts have surged from an unknown nest deep within the mountains, rapidly spreading to surrounding areas. It is currently known that the vanguard of the swarm has breached the outer defenses, attacking several towns and villages, resulting in significant civilian casualties and property damage. The station beastmasters are suffering heavy losses and urgently require reinforcements. The City Lord's office has issued a maximum alert. We urge all civilian beastmaster organizations and individuals to assist the military in exterminating the swarm, ensuring the safety of the populace. Repeat. The Ling Coffin Mountain insect nest has erupted, and the situation is critical. All citizens, please. The broadcast displayed harrowing footage from the front lines. In the sky, swarms of flying venomous wasps darkened the horizon, their tails unleashing poisonous stingers like raindrops, striking soldiers and low-tier spirit beasts who fell to the ground, convulsing as their bodies turned black. On the ground, massive, heavily armored digging ants, akin to miniature tanks, effortlessly tore apart makeshift defenses, dragging out those who had sought refuge. Additionally, there were swarms of swift, blade-like mantises, their sharp forelimbs capable of slicing through flesh and bone with ease. The scenes were harrowing, reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. As news spread, the entire city of Shannon was engulfed in fear. However, in stark contrast to the prevailing panic, a distinctly different sentiment emerged within Shannon Academy and certain areas of the city: excitement and fervor, especially among those of modest means. who had yet to forge contracts with desired or powerful spirit beasts. Students and young beastmasters alike were invigorated by the news. An insect nest outbreak. Splendid. An opportunity has arisen. Indeed, it is said that this time, various types of insect-type spirit beasts are emerging, many of which possess considerable potential. The best part is their affordability. Insect-type spirit beasts have low cultivation costs and evolve rapidly. Although they may be weak initially, their sheer numbers compensate. Let's team up. Hurry and form teams. While the military and experts hold off the main forces, we can scavenge at the edges and capture a few good ones. Many students and low-tier beastmasters began to rally their friends, eager to seize the chance for fortune at the perimeter of Ling Coffin Mountain. For them, while danger loomed, it also represented a rare opportunity to change their destinies. In the principal's office, Zhang Baichuan paced anxiously. This is madness. Utterly insane. He bellowed at several academy instructors. Is confronting a swarm of beasts a trivial matter? It's an overwhelming tide. Once surrounded, beasts below the king level won't stand a chance of escape. These reckless youngsters. He immediately issued an urgent academy notice. Any student attempting to venture into the Ling Coffin Mountain region will face severe punishment. Though the order was given, Zhang Baichuan harbored doubts about whether it would fully deter those blinded by desire. In the classroom, Yang Yu and Ling Yu also caught the news. Yang Yu frowned deeply, his fists clenching involuntarily as he watched footage of the swarm's attack, leaving families shattered. He thought of his grandfather and the responsibility to protect the vulnerable. Ling Yu, however, bore an intrigued expression, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. An insect nest outbreak? How fascinating. Such a large-scale, low-intelligence, quantity-driven species presents an excellent source of materials. It was clear he was contemplating the corpses of the insect swarm and their unique organs, intending to utilize them for his mechanical experiments or necromantic revival. At that moment, Principal Zhang Baichuan hurried into the classroom, his expression grave. Students, you are all aware of the situation. The Academy strictly prohibits any expeditions. This is not a drill. It is extremely dangerous. No sooner had he spoken than the classroom communicator rang out. Zhang Baichuan answered, receiving an urgent call directly from the city lord's office. Principal Zhang, the situation is critical. The spread of the swarm is far beyond our expectations. Our manpower is severely inadequate, especially regarding high-level combatants. We need the Academy's support. We have organized an elite reconnaissance team tasked with delving deep into the Tomb Mountain to locate the core of the insect nest. Only by decapitating the mother creature can we truly stifle the onslaught of the insect tide. However, this reconnaissance mission is fraught with peril. We require true experts to lead the charge. It is said that your esteemed institution boasts the extraordinary talents of Yang Yu and Ling Yu. Might we request their involvement? The communication was crystal clear. The Lord's Manor is eager for Yang Yu and Ling Yu to join the elite reconnaissance team and execute a decapitation mission deep within the insect nest. Zhang Baichuan's expression shifted dramatically. He was about to refuse such a reckless proposition, sending his students on a mission that could lead to their demise. What madness is this? A calm voice broke the tension. It was Yang Yu, rising with unwavering determination in his gaze. I will go. Ling Yu lazily raised a hand, a hint of intrigue dancing at the corners of his mouth. I could use a fresh batch of high-quality experimental materials. Zhang Baichuan was alarmed. You too. Do not act impulsively. The insect nest is no laughing matter. Inside, it is. Principal, Yang Yu interjected, his tone brooking no argument. The innocent lives lost demand that someone take action. If we possess the ability, we must act. Ling Yu shrugged. It's also a favor to the Lord's Manor. It will facilitate future dealings. Don't worry, we won't die. Zhang Baichuan regarded the two, realizing he could not dissuade them. With a heavy sigh, he relented. Very well, but do exercise utmost caution. The Academy will provide you with the finest support and resources. You must return alive. An hour later, in the Academy Square, Yang Yu and Ling Yu prepared for departure. Beside Yang Yu, Xiao Yang brimmed with energy, golden light swirling about him. The azure scale dragon and the purple lightning dragon had reduced their size, floating protectively behind him. Their subdued yet formidable presence was palpable. Ling Yu was accompanied by Xiao Yu, who elegantly crouched nearby, her icy blue eyes scanning the surroundings. Xiao Chuang lay quietly, his data continuously analyzing the latest intel regarding the insect swarm provided by the Academy. Behind him loomed the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, now repaired and slightly upgraded. Its armor adorned with acid and corrosion-resistant coatings, exuding a chilling aura of lethality. The Academy had supplied a substantial array of advanced restorative potions, detoxifiers, energy barrier generators, as well as the latest topographic maps of Tomb Mountain and hotspots of insect distribution. Let us proceed. Yang Yu inhaled deeply. Ling Yu leaped into the cockpit of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, declaring, Let us go, old tyrant. They did not wait for the Lord's Manor's reconnaissance team to regroup. In their estimation, those individuals would likely be a burden. They departed the academy, racing northward toward the Tomb Mountain range. As they approached the Tomb Mountain, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and terrifying. Displaced civilians began to appear along the way, dragging their families, their faces etched with fear and sorrow. In the distance, the horizon was shrouded in a dark cloud of insects, accompanied by faint explosions and the sounds of shrieking. The air was thick with a nauseating, acrid stench. Upon reaching the frontline command post established by the military, they were met with a scene of chaos and frantic activity. Injured soldiers and beast tamers were continuously being carried away, while makeshift medical tents were filled with groans of the wounded. The calls of officers mingled with the static of communication devices and the agitated growls of spirit beasts. The frontline commander, momentarily taken aback by the youth of Yang Yu and Ling Yu, quickly regained composure upon sensing the terrifying presence of the dragons and the mechanical beast behind them. "Gentlemen, your presence here is most fortuitous." The commander swiftly reported the situation. "We have temporarily held the main force of the insect swarm at the second line of defense. But their numbers are overwhelming. We cannot eliminate them all. Moreover, new and unprecedented variants keep emerging. According to our scans, the core energy source of the insect nest lies deep beneath the summit of Tomb Mountain, but it is completely overrun by the swarm. Our personnel cannot penetrate. We implore you, you must locate the mother insect. Otherwise, our defenses will inevitably collapse." Yang Yu and Ling Yu exchanged no further words. Upon receiving the latest energy detection coordinates, they crossed the front line and officially entered the perilous zone engulfed by the insect swarm. As they stepped into the insect territory, the scene transformed into a nightmarish tableau. The ground was cloaked in a sticky, writhing carpet of fungus, yielding underfoot and oozing corrosive fluids. Dead trees were festooned with massive, pulsating egg sacs. The air was saturated with a pungent, acrid odor that stung the nostrils. Hisses. Soon, the first wave of enemies emerged. Dozens of pitch-black, blood-red-eyed acid workers appeared, their sharp mandibles poised for attack. Upon detecting the intruders, they emitted piercing shrieks and unleashed jets of bubbling, green acid. Humph. Ling Yu remained unmoved in the cockpit. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus casually swept its enormous steel tail. Boom, boom, boom. The acid workers burst apart like watermelons struck by a truck. Green acid and shattered carapaces splattering everywhere. The corrosive liquid that splashed onto the mechanical beast's armor merely fizzled, leaving faint white marks that were swiftly neutralized by the special coating. "Feeble," Ling Yu remarked. But soon, more shrill cries echoed from all directions. From beneath the fungal carpet, from rotting wood, and from behind rocks, swarms of insects surged forth. Acid workers, leaping predators, and even larger, dark red soldier ants appeared in droves. "There's quite a number of them," Yang Yu noted, his gaze sharpening. "Xiaoyang, Rain of Light." Xiaoyang leapt into action, golden light erupting from him as countless pinpoint light arrows rained down upon the insect horde. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Insects struck by the light arrows emitted smoke, igniting and collapsing. The azure scale dragon unleashed a high-pressure water cannon, sending waves of insects flying and crushing them to bits. The purple lightning dragon released a chain of lightning, arcs of electricity dancing through the swarm, leaving charred and twitching bodies in its wake. Ling Yu, invigorated, commanded, "Xiao Chuang, summon Aji, clear the field." Xiao Chuang's data eye flickered, and a portal opened. The celestial emperor-level Aji reappeared, wielding a colossal high-frequency particle blade, plunging into the swarm and reaping through them with ruthless abandon. Each strike cleared a vast swath. The battle unfolded as a one-sided massacre. Yet, the insect swarm seemed inexhaustible. After decimating one wave, another emerged from all sides. They exhibited no fear of death, advancing relentlessly, piling their fallen brethren to create a path. This could go on indefinitely. Yang Yu frowned. The energy consumption is excessive. Indeed, it seems we must go directly to the source. Ling Yu steered the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, crushing a soldier and attempting to climb aboard. The detection coordinates indicated that the core energy source lay within the valley ahead. The swarm's fierce resistance suggested they were on the right track. No longer willing to linger in battle, they pressed forward. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus and the two dragons leading the way, with Aji and Xiaoyang providing support as they forcefully advanced toward the valley. As they neared the valley, the swarm's resistance intensified. The varieties of insects encountered grew increasingly bizarre and formidable. There were moths capable of launching clouds of paralysis needles, worms that could burrow and ambush, and even beetles that unleashed beams of corrosive energy. The combat escalated dramatically. Finally, they broke through layer upon layer of resistance and arrived at the valley's entrance. The sight before them, even for the well-versed duo, elicited a sharp intake of breath. The interior of the valley was entirely enveloped by massive, pulsating, dark red biological tissue, resembling a living organism. Countless insect eggs hung densely on the tissue wall like clusters of grapes, with larvae constantly hatching and swiftly maturing to join the swarm. In the deepest recesses of the valley, an immense, semi-transparent biological sac pulsated with a rhythm akin to a heart. Through the translucent walls, a colossal, grotesque figure could be discerned, twisting and incessantly laying eggs. That was the nest mother. Encircling the mother were 4 formidable, grotesquely shaped guardians of the swarm, exuding an energy that was terrifying, far surpassing that of all previously encountered insectoid creatures. Their compound eyes simultaneously locked onto the intruders, Yangyu and Lingyu. A fierce battle was about to ensue. Chapter 38. The Nest at the Entrance of the Valley. The atmosphere was so tense it seemed as if it could condense into droplets. Yangyu, Lingyu, and their spirit beasts faced off against the 4 grotesque guardians of the nest, each uniquely terrifying and evidently evolved for the sole purpose of safeguarding the mother. 1. Heavy armored fortress beetle, the largest among them, resembling a moving mountain. Its carapace shimmered with a dark golden metallic luster, thick and formidable, adorned with spikes and dents from countless impacts. It stood at the forefront like an insurmountable wall. Aura, defense specialization, emperor level. 2. Shadow assassin mantis, slender in form. Its entire body enveloped in darkness, blending seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. Its forelimbs bore 2 enormous, razor-sharp scythes, glimmering with an ethereal light, capable of twisting at bizarre angles to deliver vicious strikes. Aura, speed specialization, emperor level. 3. Enigmatic crystal butterfly, relatively small, yet possessing extraordinarily large wings, adorned with intricate, mesmerizing patterns that flickered with faint light, inducing dizziness upon prolonged gaze. Its compound eyes resembled a kaleidoscope, seemingly capable of ensnaring souls. Aura, mental specialization, emperor level. 4. Acidic eruption queen ant, its abdomen grotesquely swollen, resembling a vast, translucent sac filled with corrosive liquid. Its mandibles could open to an exaggerated angle, continuously dripping a noxious, green smoke-emitting slime. Aura, ranged, area specialization, emperor level. For emperor level insectoid guardians, this assembly was capable of overwhelming a small army. Ugh, these 4 behemoths will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge, Lingyu remarked, his gaze turning serious as he piloted the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. We cannot afford to linger here. The swarm will only continue to swell, Yangyu stated solemnly, sensing countless insectoids converging from all directions. Roar. Leave it to us. The azure-scaled dragon lord emitted a low growl, stepping forward to volunteer. The purple lightning dragon crackled with electricity, its battle fervor palpable. Howl. Target locked. The red light in the mechanical Tyrannosaurus' eyes flared even brighter. Aji also assumed a battle stance. Xiaoyang, Xiaoyu, Xiaochuang. Be prepared to provide support. Yangyu and Lingyu commanded in unison. The fierce battle erupted instantly. The heavy armored fortress beetle let out a deep roar, initiating war charge. It barreled forward like an out-of-control behemoth, head lowered, crashing towards the mechanical Tyrannosaurus and the 2 dragons with overwhelming force. The ground trembled beneath its colossal footsteps. Old tyrant, hold your ground. Lingyu commanded the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, which responded with steel charge. Boom! The 2 titanic beasts collided with a thunderous cacophony of metal clashing and carapace shattering. The shockwaves sent surrounding low-level insectoids flying. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus exhibited greater strength. Yet the heavy armored beetle's defense was extraordinarily formidable. In the aftermath of the collision, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus only staggered slightly, while the heavy armored beetle was pushed back a few steps, cracks appearing on its shell. However, it shook its head and charged forward once more, firmly entangling the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Meanwhile, the shadow assassin mantis sprang into action. Its form vanished in an instant, only to reappear like a specter beside the azure-scaled dragon lord. Shadow side slash. 2 dark blades sliced through the air at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, aiming for the dragon's neck. Roar. The azure-scaled dragon lord reacted with lightning speed, its tail whipping out as a water barrier shield materialized around it. Bang. Sizzle. The dragon's tail collided with the scythe, producing a resounding explosion. Yet, another blade evaded the tail's defense, shattering the water barrier and leaving 2 deep gashes on the azure-scaled dragon lord's scales. Blood sprayed forth. Such blinding speed. Such treacherous attacks. The azure-scaled dragon lord roared in fury, unleashing high-pressure water cannon as it engaged the shadow mantis in combat. However, the mantis was too swift, darting about like a relentless phantom, preventing the dragon from breaking free. The acidic eruption queen ant's massive abdomen contracted suddenly. A torrent of foul-smelling, dark green acid erupted like a high-pressure water gun, directed towards the purple lightning dragon and Aji. The coverage was immense. The purple lightning dragon roared, deploying a lightning net in an attempt to intercept the onslaught. Aji activated its energy shield. Hisses. The corrosive acid collided with the lightning and the shield, emitting a terrifying sound of erosion. The lightning net dissolved rapidly. The energy shield flickered violently, on the verge of collapse. The purple lightning dragon was forced to retreat continuously, dodging the onslaught, while Aji was suppressed by the rain of acid, unable to mount an effective counterattack. The acid splattered onto the ground, eroding the fungal carpet and rock into deep craters. Most perplexing was the enigmatic crystal butterfly. It did not engage in direct assault, but instead soared to the center of the battlefield, its enormous wings beating at high speed. A silent yet soul-piercing, mental wave radiated outward. Both Yang Yu and Ling Yu were suddenly besieged by dizziness and nausea. Their mental faculties sluggishly faltered. Their spirit beasts were also affected. Xiao Yang, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Chuang exhibited slight delays and disjointed movements. Even the sensors of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus and Aji were disrupted, causing minor deviations in their actions. The enigmatic crystal butterfly's ability was utterly insidious, providing broad control and interference. The four guardians executed their roles impeccably: defense, offense, ranged attack, and crowd control, coordinating flawlessly. They quickly ensnared Yang Yu and Ling Yu's strongest forces, the two dragons, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, and Aji. The battlefield descended into a stalemate. Although Yang Yu's side possessed superior raw strength, they were momentarily unable to breach this perfect synergy. Moreover, the low-level insectoids continued to swarm in, depleting their resources. This cannot continue. Yang Yu, while using Light's encouragement to bolster his spirit beasts against the mental interference, anxiously shouted to Ling Yu. Their coordination is impeccable. We're being held back. Ling Yu furrowed his brow, striking the heavy armored beetle's back with the mechanical Tyrannosaurus' claw, shattering its shell. Yet the creature remained undeterred, pressing on relentlessly. He cast a glance toward the pulsating core of the nest deep within the valley. Damn it. These four wretched insects are dead set on keeping us at bay. Ling Yu spat, realizing they could no longer afford to waste time. A spark of determination flashed in his eyes. Yang Yu, you take Xiao Yang, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Chuang and charge in. Go straight for that mother. Leave these four behemoths and the lowly minions to us. Yang Yu was taken aback. Can you four-handle it? Of course. Ling Yu replied impatiently. Though it may take time to eliminate them, holding them off is absolutely feasible. As long as you succeed over there, these creatures will be rendered useless. Move swiftly. No more delays. Roar. Young master, hurry. We'll handle this. The azure-scaled dragon lord growled lowly, braving the attacks of the shadow mantis in agreement. Howl. No problem. The purple lightning dragon and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus also roared in unison. Aji erupted with energy, momentarily dispersing the rain of acid to clear a narrow path for Yang Yu. All right. Yang Yu hesitated no longer. He recognized that this was the best course of action available. Be cautious. We must resolve this swiftly. He shouted. Xiao Yang, Xiao Yu, Xiao Chuang. Let us proceed. With a flash of brilliance surrounding him, he activated the shield of light and surged ahead towards the depths of the valley, aiming for the heart of the nest. Xiao Yang transformed into a streak of golden light, closely following. Xiao Yu moved like a shadow, stealthily traversing the terrain, while Xiao Chuang rapidly calculated the optimal path. His data, eye flickering with fervor. Attempt to escape? The bewildering crystal butterfly flapped its wings, unleashing a potent wave of psychic energy, simultaneously commanding numerous lower-tier insectoids to obstruct their path. Your adversaries are us. Ling Yu scoffed, manipulating the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, which opened its shoulder-mounted missile bay. With a flurry of whooshes, dozens of miniature homing missiles soared across the battlefield, striking precisely at the bewildering crystal butterfly, compelling it to cease its mental interference and evade. The heavily armored insect attempted to pivot and intercept Yang Yu, but was firmly grasped by the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. The phantom mantis sought to disengage from combat, but found itself ensnared by the water tornado of the azure-scaled dragon lord. The corrosive exploder queen aimed to spew acidic venom to block their path, but was thwarted by the thunder strike of the purple lightning dragon and the precise shots from Aji. The four guardians were held in place, as Yang Yu's strongest four combatants engaged in a fierce exchange of injuries and lives. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu, along with his three companions, pierced through the swarm like a sharpened blade, plunging deep into the more enigmatic and perilous core of the nest. Behind them echoed the thunderous roars of dragons, mechanical growls, the screeches of insectoids, and the explosions of energy colliding. Chapter 39, The Insect Nest 2. Yang Yu, along with Xiao Yang, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Chuang, plunged deeper into the Casket Valley without looking back. The cacophony of battle and roars rapidly faded behind them, muffled by a peculiar, pulsating biological barrier, rendering the sounds distant and dull, as if they had stepped into another realm. Here, the air was thick and humid, suffused with an indescribable scent, a grotesque amalgamation of rot, acidity, and a sickly sweetness, each breath inducing dizziness. Beneath their feet lay not rock or soil, but a thick layer of writhing, dark red fungal carpet, exuding slime and emitting squelching sounds with each step, making it arduous to lift their feet. The surrounding walls and ceiling were cloaked in enormous, pulsating vascular tissues and grotesque tumors, emitting gurgling noises as if the entire valley were a living, gigantic internal organ. Light was exceedingly dim, with only patches of bioluminescent moss and fungi casting an eerie green or pale white glow, rendering the surroundings surreal and sinister. Was this the true interior of the nest? Yang Yu held his breath, channeling his spiritual energy to combat the toxins and mental oppression in the air. He felt as though he had trespassed into the belly of a prehistoric behemoth. Meow? Caution! Something approaches, Xiaoyang suddenly warned, his golden aura brightening to dispel the surrounding darkness. Before them, the fungal carpet began to swell ominously. Uft, uft, uft. Several extraordinarily bizarre insectoids, previously unseen, emerged from beneath the fungal layer. They lacked hard exoskeletons, their bodies instead soft and slug-like, semi-transparent, revealing flowing digestive fluids and undigested remains within. Their heads bore no eyes, only a mouth filled with spiraled, razor-sharp teeth. Corrosive devourers. The moment they appeared, they unleashed torrents of highly corrosive and viscous acid towards Yang Yu and his companions. Dodge! Yang Yu commanded, retreating swiftly. Xiao Yang reacted with remarkable speed, unleashing a light blade that evaporated a significant portion of the oncoming acid. Xiao Yu silently melded into the shadows, reappearing behind one of the devourers, and with a fierce shadow claw, she struck, only to find the creature's body remarkably resilient. Her attack proving less effective than anticipated. Xiao Chuang's data I flickered. Analysis complete. Physical resistance is high, with weaknesses identified as the internal energy core and intense light. Purifying energy. Xiaoyang. Radiant healing. Expand the range. Yang Yu commanded without hesitation. With a roar, Xiao Yang erupted in a gentle yet purifying radiance, illuminating the surroundings like a miniature sun. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the corrosive devourers, caught in the light, emitted wisps of smoke, their bodies writhing in agony. Movements growing sluggish and stiff. The corrosive energy within them appeared severely restrained by the purifying force. Effective. Xiao Yu. Target the luminous core within them. Yang Yu seized the opportunity. Xiao Yu transformed into a shadow, her claws deftly plunging into the translucent body of one devourer, extracting a pulsating, murky energy core. The creature immediately collapsed, dissolving into a puddle of pus. Soon, the peculiar insectoids were eradicated. It seemed that these creatures were distinctly different from those outside, having evolved specifically for the internal environment. Yang Yu's expression turned grave. Everyone, remain vigilant. The deeper we venture, the more perilous it becomes. They pressed onward, the passage narrowing and twisting increasingly, akin to traversing the intestines of a colossal organism. Surrounding them were immense, pulsating egg sacs, from which the chilling sound of larvae gnawing at the egg walls could be heard, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, faint cries and pleas for help echoed ahead. Help! Is anyone there? Please, save me. Yang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Was someone trapped? Perhaps the reconnaissance team from before? He quickened his pace, rounding a corner to find a relatively spacious chamber, yet the sight sent chills down his spine. Several individuals clad in tattered military uniforms or Beast Tamer attire were ensnared by a white, spiderweb-like mass of viscous mycelium, firmly bound to the flesh walls. Their expressions were filled with terror, their bodies slowly being dissolved and absorbed by the mycelium. The cries for help emanated from their mouths. They were still alive. Yang Yu immediately rushed forward to rescue them. But just as he approached, Xiao Yu suddenly emitted a sharp warning shriek. Xiao Chuang's data I blared alarms. Warning. Anomalous energy spectrum. Mental interference. It's a trap. Yang Yu halted abruptly, focusing intently. He observed a peculiar flicker in the eyes of the trapped individuals, a fleeting glimpse of an unnaturally insectoid structure resembling compound eyes. Their cries morphed into distorted echoes, overlapping as if countless voices were mimicking humanity. It was the mimicry predator. Yang Yu instantly grasped the situation. They could imitate the cries of their prey to lure them closer, then paralyze them with mental toxins. Before he could finish his thought, the faces of the trapped individuals grotesquely contorted, revealing fearsome mandibles within. The mycelium ensnaring them suddenly shot forth like white lightning, lashing towards Yang Yu and his spirit beasts. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of mental shock surged toward them. Humph! Shield of light. Solar slash. Yang Yu reacted with alacrity, activating the light shield, while Xiao Yang's blazing light blade swept outward, severing and incinerating the approaching mycelium. Xiao Yu's form flickered in the shadows, expertly severing the main stalk of the mycelium connected to the flesh wall. Xiao Chuang released a faint electromagnetic pulse, disrupting the mental shockwave. With the trap dismantled, the true visage of the mimicry predators was revealed, horrific creatures resembling monstrous hybrids of massive white spiders and humans. They emitted furious hisses, swiftly burrowing back into the flesh wall, disappearing from sight. That was close. Yang Yu exhaled, drenched in cold sweat. The interior of this nest was a veritable minefield, fraught with unseen dangers at every turn. They pressed onward through arduous trials, encountering bizarre insectoid creatures along the way, such as the spore-spraying mushroom worms and the ground-burrowing razor worms, engaging in relentless bouts of combat. Despite the absence of dire peril, their physical and mental fortitude waned significantly. At long last, after traversing a corrosive, slime-dripping esophageal passage, they arrived in a relatively vast chamber. The sight before Yang Yu left him utterly astounded once more. In the center of the chamber stood not a colossal egg, but rather a magnificent and intricate construct. A fusion of metal and biological tissue, partially embedded within the flesh wall, connected by countless thick blood vessels and nerve bundles. It resembled a colossal incubator or energy converter, its surface marked by clear metallic welds and complex runes, starkly contrasting with the surrounding pulsating biological mass. One end of the apparatus was linked to the energy source of the nest, while the other extended pipelines, injecting a dark purple, unstable energy liquid into a massive, pulsating insect egg. The energy fluctuations emanating from that egg surpassed any Yang Yu had previously encountered among the insectoids. Beside the peculiar instrument lay scattered remnants of broken experimental apparatus, several empty reagent vials, and even a few pages of experimental logs, nearly consumed by corrosion. Cautiously, Yang Yu used a light blade to pry open the slime and retrieved a relatively intact fragment of paper. The scrawled, frenzied handwriting read, "Injection attempt 73 of Void Extract." The maternal body exhibits intense resistance, yet the evolution rate has surged by 400. Insectoid units begin to display shadow and energy devour traits. Success is imminent. We must expedite. That esteemed individual requires more forces before the Stargate opens. The energy is unstable, and the risks are substantial, but there is no time to ponder. Glory to. The remainder of the text had been entirely corroded. Gazing at the fragment in his hand, Yang Yu looked back at the clearly artificial device. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Human modification. The outbreak and mutation of the nest were indeed orchestrated by human hands. Someone was conducting horrifying experiments here, forcibly catalyzing the evolution of the insectoids with some energy derived from the void. The objective was to create a formidable army of insectoids with unique traits. For the opening of a particular Stargate? To pledge allegiance to some esteemed individual? This unveiled a vast conspiracy. Just then, a resounding thud echoed. The gigantic insect egg, infused with dark purple energy, began to pulsate more violently. Cracks appeared on its surface. A chilling surge of energy, infused with the frenzy of the insectoids and the ominous aura of the void, erupted forth. Something within was about to emerge. Yang Yu's expression shifted drastically. This was dire. It must be stopped. He sensed that the creature within the egg, once hatched, would undoubtedly surpass the four guards outside in ferocity. It might even reach the level of a celestial emperor. In the valley entrance, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The azure-scaled dragon lord, the purple lightning dragon, the mechanical tyrannosaurus, and Aji were embroiled in a vicious struggle against the four insectoid guards. The azure-scaled dragon lord was marred by deep gashes that exposed bone, dragon blood staining its scales, the handiwork of the shadow mantis. It roared furiously, ensnaring the mantis with a water tornado, while its massive claws trembled the ground with each strike. One of the purple lightning dragon's wings had been corroded by acidic fluid, leaving a gaping hole. Yet it continued to roar and unleash thunderous fury, forcing the acid exploder ant queen to retreat, its carapace singed black. The mechanical tyrannosaurus bore dents and scars from the acidic burns on its armor. One mechanical eye shattered, yet its fury remained unbridled. It clashed with the heavily armored insect like two titans in combat, each collision shaking the very earth. Its steel claws tore at the opponent's shell, fragments flying. Aji, wielding celestial emperor-level strength, had already sliced through one wing of the illusionary crystal butterfly with its particle vibration blade, compelling it to unleash psychic shocks for self-preservation. unable to effectively disrupt the battlefield any longer. However, the 4 guards were equally tenacious, coordinating flawlessly, fighting fiercely to stall the 4 powerful forces on Yang Yu's side. Lower-tier insectoids surged like a tide, relentlessly draining their strength. Damn it, this is never-ending. Ling Yu cursed from the cockpit, his mechanical arm snapping around a soldier ant, crushing it with a swift motion. How is it going on Yang Yu's side? Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. An indescribable, terrifying energy wave. A blend of profound darkness, frigidness, deathly silence, and a consuming void sensation surged forth from the depths of the valley. Like a tsunami, it swept through the entire nest. All insectoids, including the 4 guards, froze momentarily, as if sensing an overwhelming dread, emitting anxious hisses. What in the world is that? Ling Yu's complexion paled. The energy made even him feel a sense of foreboding. Roar! Young master is in danger. The azure-scaled dragon lord bellowed anxiously. We must rush over. Ling Yu's gaze hardened. There was no time for hesitation. Old tyrant. Overload engine. Devastation cannon. Unleash fully. Clear us a path. The engine within the mechanical Tyrannosaurus roared deafeningly. Its crimson electronic eye blazed brightly. The thrusters on its back expelled scorching flames. All cannon ports on its shoulders and back opened wide. An unprecedented surge of energy coalesced within. Roar! It unleashed a thunderous roar. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of massive beams of annihilation energy surged forth like enraged dragons, indiscriminately bombarding the front. In an instant, the obstructing insect swarm, even a portion of the flesh wall and the 4 guards, were engulfed in a horrific explosion and blinding light. Now's our chance. Move. Ling Yu maneuvered the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, taking advantage of this self-destructive explosion to clear a pathway, charging toward the source of the energy eruption. The azure-scaled dragon and the purple lightning dragon roared in unison, disregarding their injuries, pushing themselves to follow. Aji held the rear, fending off the remaining insectoid pursuers. In the depths of the chamber, Yang Yu knelt on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. Xiao Yang stood protectively in front of him, his golden aura dimmed, breath quickening. Xiao Yu and Xiao Chuang had also sustained serious injuries. Before them, the colossal insect egg lay utterly shattered. The creature that hatched from the egg was not the monstrous entity they had envisioned, but rather a slender, pitch-black mantis, its carapace glimmering with a void-like sheen. It stood silently, exuding no detectable aura, yet emanating an unparalleled sense of oppression and impending doom. Its compound eyes were pure darkness, as if capable of swallowing all light. Its scythe-like forelimbs shimmered with subtle spatial fissures along their edges. Void Ravager, celestial emperor level, perhaps even higher. With a mere slight movement, its forelimbs sliced through the air. Whoosh! An invisible tear in space instantly slashed toward Yang Yu. Xiao Yang, solar essence. Yang Yu screamed in desperation. This was their final gambit. Xiao Yang roared, instantly transforming into a miniature sun. A cataclysmic explosion of light and heat erupted. Boom! The spatial tear collided with the solar flames, producing a piercing, rending sound. The blaze was forcibly cleaved open. The residual force violently propelled Yang Yu and Xiao Yang away. The solar essence state was abruptly interrupted. They were no match at all. Just then, boom, the flesh wall of the chamber was forcibly breached. The heavily damaged mechanical Tyrannosaurus, smoking and battered, charged into the fray. Ling Yu leapt from the cockpit, his pupils constricting at the sight before him. What on earth is this? The multifaceted eyes of the void mantis turned towards him, and another rift in space silently sliced through the air. Ling Yu's hair stood on end as the resurrection of the fallen activated instantaneously. A nearby insectoid corpse sprang to life, shielding him with a sudden ferocity. With a gruesome sound, the body and the flesh wall behind it were silently severed in twain. The cut as smooth as glass. Ling Yu's face blanched in terror, recognizing that this assault was insurmountable. Qing Lin and Zidian charged in, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation upon sighting the void mantis. Aji followed closely behind, but his frame bore the marks of battle. Everyone was cornered, pushed to the brink of despair. Damn it, let us fight. Yang Yu struggled to rise, joining Xiao Yang in a final surge of power for one last stand. Ling Yu's eyes hardened, resolutely prepared to summon more undead and mechanical entities, regardless of the cost. In that moment of dire peril, a cold, ancient voice, emotionless and resonant as if echoing from the depths of their souls, pierced through Ling Yu's mind. It had forged a pact with him. Ling Yu was momentarily stunned, glancing about in confusion. Who is speaking? His gaze finally settled at his feet, where Xiao Yu was quietly squatting. Yet at that moment, Xiao Yu's demeanor had transformed entirely. No longer the lively, cunning, or frigid creature he knew. but rather a gaze imbued with the weight of eternity and the essence of death, a supreme being overlooking all existence. Indeed, it is I, mere mortal. Though Xiao Yu's lips did not move, that icy voice reverberated once more in Ling Yu's mind, or rather, my contract master. Ling Yu was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Xiao Yu speaking? In such a tone, the Void Mantis seemed to sense an even greater threat. Abandoning its assault on Yang Yu and focusing its multifaceted gaze on Xiao Yu, emitting a shrill, wary screech. Xiao Yu, no, the true essence of the Moonchild. Xiao Ye Tianlang appeared to awaken a fragment of its being. It gradually rose to its feet. In the next moment, a shocking transformation unfolded before all. Xiao Yu's form began to swell and shift dramatically. Moonlight, as tangible as silk, poured forth from within, enveloping it. Its shape elongated and expanded, becoming ever more majestic and perfect. In the blink of an eye, a colossal wolf, rivaling the Qing Lin Dragon Lord in size, emerged, a magnificent creature cloaked in sleek, silver-white fur, with eyes resembling two cold, luminous moons, surrounded by an aura of endless lunar radiance and shadowy runes, exuding an indescribable terror. It stood there, a manifestation of the very essence of the moon, cold, silent, final. The pressure it emanated rendered its precise level of power unfathomable, as though it transcended the realm of the mundane, reaching a divine domain. This was nothing short of astonishing. Yang Yu stared, agape at the fully formed Moonchild, feeling his very soul tremble. Xiao Yang emitted a low, reverent growl. Qing Lin and Zi Dian trembled in their dragon forms, bowing their proud heads in submission, a clear display of absolute dominance from a higher echelon of life. The Void Mantis screeched in sharp, fearful tones, sensing an overwhelming adversary. It frantically slashed its forelimbs, unleashing a web of massive spatial rifts aimed at the Moonchild. Yet, the Moonchild merely regarded it with indifference. It did not move. The moonlight cascading around it merely rippled slightly. The rifts capable of cleaving all creation, upon contact with the moonlight, melted away silently, as if snow meeting the blazing sun, vanished without a trace. The Void Mantis, engulfed in terror, turned to escape, attempting to tear through the fabric of space. At last, the Moonchild made its move. With a gentle breath directed towards the Void Mantis, an intensely cold and concentrated beam of moonlight descended upon it in an instant. There was no sound, no explosion. The Void Mantis froze mid-escape, its form suspended in time. In the next heartbeat, its body began to disintegrate from within, transforming into the finest, shimmering dust, collapsing like sand sculptures, dissipating into the air without leaving a trace. A swift execution, an overwhelming, crushing annihilation. The chamber fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by this incomprehensible display of power. The true strength of the Moonchild was unfathomably terrifying. The Moonchild's cold gaze slowly turned, landing on the core of the chamber, the grotesque, pulsating insect nest, intertwined with countless blood vessels and nerves, birthing innumerable insectoids. It gazed back at Ling Yu, and the ancient voice echoed, contracted. Ling Yu, jolted from his stupor, regarded the vast, unsightly, writhing insect nest with a mix of disgust and confusion. Contract this thing? How on earth do I do that? The Moonchild's eyes flashed with impatience. Fool. Yet it continued, this is the heart of the swarm. Though repulsive, it contains the purest essence of life and evolution. By contracting it, you will gain dominion over all insectoids and even steer their evolutionary path. Ling Yu's eyes gleamed with fervor. Control over all insectoids? Command over their evolution? This was an unparalleled ability, far exceeding the value of forging a pact with a powerful individual spirit beast. How do I contract it? Ling Yu was invigorated. The Moonchild, seemingly disinterested in further elaboration, raised a forepaw and gently tapped the insect nest. A wisp of moonlight seeped into the nest, which trembled violently, emitting a mournful wail. Its size rapidly shrank, coalescing. The biological tissue on its surface hardened, energy coiling within. Eventually, it transformed into a fist-sized, dark golden egg, adorned with intricate biological patterns, pulsating like a heart, suspended in midair and radiating a gentle yet immense life force. It is ready. The Moonchild's voice bore a hint of fatigue, and its grand form began to wane, light retracting as it reverted to the familiar figure of Xiao Yu. Though now appearing slightly weary, lying on the ground, panting, the miraculous power it had just wielded must have drained a significant amount of its energy. Ling Yu gazed at the dark golden egg, his eyes aflame with zeal. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, pricked his fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall upon the egg, simultaneously channeling his mental energy to establish a contract. Buzz. The egg erupted with brilliant light. Successfully forging a contract with Ling Yu, transforming into a streak of luminous energy that merged into his Beast Taming Space. In an instant, Ling Yu felt a vague mental connection to the entire insect nest and all the insectoids beyond, as if he could sense their emotions, their states, and even subtly influence their actions. It worked. Ling Yu was elated. Yang Yu watched in astonishment, finding the rapid turn of events almost surreal, an absolute reversal from despair to triumph, and with such a monumental advantage. At that moment, the Moonchild, Xiaoyu, spoke once more, its voice weak yet resonant in Ling Yu's mind. My power is exhausted. I must sleep, shortest for several months, longest for years. Do not disturb. With that, Xiaoyu closed its eyes, slipping into a deep slumber. Ling Yu paused, then understood. Just moments ago, it is likely that the child of the moon overextended its primordial power to achieve this feat this time. Its slumber may last an indeterminate duration. He gazed at the sleeping Xiaoya, simultaneously sensing the pulsating heart of the swarm within the Beastmaster space, his emotions a tumultuous blend of elation and gravity. The crisis of the insect nest seemed to have been resolved. Chapter 41, The Insect Mother. The fierce battle deep within the insect nest and the brief awakening of the child of the moon had exacted a tremendous toll. Yang Yu and Ling Yu, accompanied by their respective spirit beasts, as well as the azure scale dragon lord and the purple lightning dragon, painstakingly withdrew from the now crumbling and lifeless insect nest. Upon reaching the entrance of the valley, the sight of the 4 insect nest guardians and numerous carcasses of lower-tier insectoids, along with the gruesome remnants of battle, made the peril of their recent skirmish starkly apparent. Ling Yu's primary concern was undoubtedly his mechanical creation. He hurried to the wreckage of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. This colossal war machine now lay in a pitiful state, its armor shattered, circuits exposed, joints corroded by acidic fluid, one electronic eye extinguished, and a gaping wound cleaved into its chest by a spatial rift, rendering it utterly inoperable and unrepairable. Damn it, Ling Yu muttered, feeling a pang of sorrow. This massive construct had demanded considerable effort and resources from him. He then turned his gaze to Aji. The Heavenly Emperor-level mechanical unit fared slightly better. Yet its surface was marred by corrosion and claw marks, with energy transmission flickering erratically, indicating severe damage and an inability to activate temporarily. What a significant loss, Ling Yu thought grimly. Although the expedition to the insect nest had yielded astonishing rewards, it had cost him 2 major mechanical combat units. He cast a glance at the small chuang at his feet. Its data I blinked a few times, seemingly downcast. It's all right, Ling Yu reassured, patting its metallic head. Out with the old, in with the new. We'll gather materials again. Taking a deep breath, he commanded Chuang, summoning technique. Aji, let us see if we can summon it again. Chuang nodded, its data eye illuminating as it began to gather energy. A faint hum resonated, and a portal of spatial transmission, considerably smaller than before, opened. A flash of light heralded the emergence of a new mechanical unit. However, this, Aji, was significantly reduced in size. Its armor appeared thinner, and the particle vibrating blade it wielded was a size smaller, exuding an energy fluctuation only at the Lord level. Clearly, Chuang's own low level, in its juvenile phase, likely elite. Extraordinary level meant that forcibly summoning a Heavenly Emperor-level unit was an overextension of its potential. Following the battle and backlash, it could only temporarily summon a downgraded version of Aji. Lord level will have to suffice, Ling Yu sighed, retracting the new Aji. Having something was better than nothing. The two, weary and burdened, along with their injured companions, spirit beasts, finally returned to the city of South Mountain. Outside the city, the tide of insects, having lost its command and energy source due to the mother body being contracted, descended into chaos, gradually being purged and controlled by military forces and civilian beastmasters. The crisis had momentarily abated. They first reported to the city lord's mansion and the academy, providing a brief account of the situation, while concealing the core secrets of the child of the moon's awakening and the contract with the insect mother, merely stating that they had located and painstakingly destroyed the mother body. The city lord and principal Zhang Baichuan were naturally filled with gratitude, offering substantial rewards and resources for compensation and healing. Observing the injuries adorning the two and their spirit beasts, with Xiaoya still in slumber, Zhang Baichuan trembled with concern, reiterating his admonitions for them to return and rest adequately. Upon returning to Ling Yu's dormitory, which resembled a high-end laboratory, Ling Yu carefully placed the sleeping Xiaoya within a temperature-regulated restoration chamber lined with soft moonlight moss and shadow crystal. Watching its steady breathing, he felt a modicum of relief. Eagerly, he retrieved the dark golden, gently pulsating insect egg, the heart of the swarm. Yang Yu approached, brimming with curiosity. How do we study this? Direct contract? He inquired. First, we analyze, Ling Yu replied, placing the insect egg onto a sophisticated analytical instrument and connecting various probes. Chuang's data, I projected a scanning beam, enveloping the egg. Soon, a set of data materialized on the screen. Spirit beast, insect nest mother, unnamed. Level, Lord level, energy core status, capable of growth. Skills. 1. Reproduction. Can consume energy to rapidly cultivate and hatch various known genetic sequences of insectoid units. 2. Summon. Can remotely summon hatched insectoid units within a certain range. 3. Blessing. Can consume energy to temporarily enhance or induce targeted mutations in specific insectoid units. Status. Stable, awaiting contract activation. Lord level. A respectable starting point, Ling Yu mused. Stroking his chin. The skills are quite practical, they are entirely strategic. Shall we see if we can optimize? Yang Yu suggested, instinctively drawn to this life form. You want to try? Ling Yu raised an eyebrow. Yang Yu nodded, focusing intently as he cautiously activated gene evolution on the insect egg. A gentle white light enveloped the egg. Yang Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed that this evolution demanded an extraordinary amount of mental strength. And the stream of feedback information was overwhelmingly vast and complex. Moments later, the white light dissipated. The data on the screen had transformed, revealing an additional line of information. Predicted evolution directions require abundant resources and specific conditions. 1. Insect mother, insect queen, leadership enhancement, accelerated reproduction speed. 2. Insect queen, insect empress. 3. Insect empress, multi-birthing insect emperor, can simultaneously manage multiple insect nests, conduct ultra-long-range mental links, and endow insectoids with primitive civilizational traits. Ultimate form speculation. Wow, Ling Yu gasped, taking a sharp breath at the sight of this evolutionary tree. The potential was staggering. From a singular mother body to the sovereign of insectoid civilization, if it could truly evolve to that extent, it would sweep across a sector of the universe. Impressive, Yang Yu marveled. Though the cost is substantial, this information is invaluable. All right, it's time to contract. Ling Yu rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the moment. He pricked his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto the insect egg, while a monumental surge of mental energy surged into it. Buzz! The insect egg erupted with a brilliant dark golden light. In an instant, it forged a robust contractual bond with Ling Yu, transforming into a streak of light that merged into his beast master space. Immediately thereafter, boom! An overwhelming and pure surge of life energy poured forth from Ling Yu's beast master space, enveloping his body and soul. His level began to soar dramatically. 31st level, Beast Spirit. 32nd level, 35th level, 38th level, 40th level. Pinnacle of Beast Spirit. Half-step Beast Sect. He leapt a staggering 10 levels, reaching the apex of the mid-tier of the mortal realm. Only then did the energy gradually subside. Ha! What a thrill! Ling Yu reveled in the surging power within him, unable to suppress his laughter. The feedback from contracting a high-potential spirit beast was undeniably formidable. Beside him, Yang Yu stared in awe, envy flooding his features. 40 levels. Your luck is simply outrageous. He had toiled endlessly, and Xiao Yang had only reached the hero level, corresponding to beast masters at levels 31 and 40. While Ling Yu had skyrocketed to level 40 purely from a contract's feedback. People truly can't be compared. Heh, just basic operations, Ling Yu declared proudly, raising his chin. Yang Yu, filled with determination, turned on his heel without a word and returned to his dormitory. He, too, was eager to grow stronger. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yang Yu gazed intently at the little son, Xiao Yang, who was busy licking its paws. Xiao Yang, come here. We cannot fall behind. He gathered all the advanced light and fire spirit stones he had collected, along with the precious sun essence, exchanged from the academy, and piled them before Xiao Yang. Then, he placed his hands atop Xiao Yang's head and initiated gene evolution once more. This time, he held nothing back, channeling his mental energy to its utmost limits. Buzz! A dazzling, pure golden radiance enveloped Xiao Yang, more resplendent and concentrated than ever before. Within this luminescence, the faint echoes of an ancient tiger's roar reverberated. Xiao Yang's form underwent yet another transformation within the glow. Its physique became more lithe and fluid, its muscular lines exuding an explosive sense of power. The coat, previously orange-yellow, transformed entirely into a brilliant, pure, and resplendent golden hue, reminiscent of liquid gold, reflecting a dazzling brilliance under the light. The intricate pattern resembling a king's symbol upon its forehead became even more complex, as if naturally inscribed by solar runes. Most astonishingly, above its shoulders, 2 miniature suns the size of fists materialized, continuously igniting and slowly revolving around it, exuding terrifying heat and light energy. Son of the sun, Daylight Tiger ascended to king level, its aura firmly stabilized at the high tier of the mortal realm. The pressure it emanated was formidable. Success. Yang Yu collapsed onto the ground. Pale yet filled with joy, he immediately checked Xiao Yang's new status. New skill. Eternal Daylight, a domain-type skill. Xiao Yang harnesses the primordial power of the sun, forcibly altering local celestial phenomena to create a domain of eternal daylight. Within this domain, all units on our side experience a 100 increase in health points, spell damage, physical damage, and movement speed. The critical hit effect of all our attacks is elevated to 400, normal 200, base damage 100, regular critical 200. And critical hits under eternal daylight become 400. The domain is perpetually filled with intense light and heat, continuously suppressing and damaging shadow, undead, and ice-type enemies. The consumption is tremendous, making it unsustainable. Too powerful. Yang Yu's breath quickened as he read the skill description. This was nothing short of a miraculous group buff coupled with battlefield control. Within Xiao Yang's domain of eternal daylight, the overall combat prowess of their team would experience a qualitative leap. Although the consumption was high, as a trump card, it could undoubtedly turn the tide of battle. Excellent. Xiao Yang. Truly magnificent. Yang Yu exclaimed, embracing Xiao Yang's neck, overwhelmed with excitement. Xiao Yang affectionately nuzzled against him, emitting a satisfied purr, while the two miniature suns surrounding it danced joyfully. Just then, Yang Yu's communicator buzzed with a message from Ling Yu. Awake. Attached was a photo, in the restoration pod. Xiao Yu had opened her eyes. Though still somewhat weak, her gaze had regained its usual sharp coldness. Yang Yu smiled and replied, perfect timing. Let's test out the new move. In the dormitory, Yang Yu and Xiao Yang shimmered with golden light. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, Ling Yu observed the awakened Xiao Yu and the insect egg in the beast controlling space, her eyes flickering. Both were rapidly growing, accumulating power for the impending storm. Chapter 42, a long-awaited calm. Following the insect nest incident, Shonen Academy welcomed the summer vacation at the end of the academic year. After the intense battles and significant gains, time seemed to stretch, transforming into a leisurely and tranquil existence. On campus, students dragged their suitcases, bidding farewell in small groups, their faces radiant with the joy of returning home for the holidays. Teachers also breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to momentarily set aside lesson plans and relish in the rare leisure. Neither Yang Yu nor Ling Yu returned home immediately. Yang Yu, while the situation at the Yang family had stabilized, found that his father, Yang Jifan, seemed to relish retirement, advising him not to disturb his fishing and drinking pursuits. Ling Yu, on the other hand, had no desire to return to her troublesome family, finding the school laboratory and dormitory far more comfortable. Thus, the two became students who remained on campus, embarking on their summer vacation routine. Day 1, an aimless beginning. As the sun rose high in the sky, Yang Yu groggily crawled out of bed. Sunlight streamed through the window, warm and inviting. Xiao Yang lay beside his pillow, clutching a newly crafted miniature sun plushie, made from cotton and luminous stones, sprawled out in slumber. Vacation. Yang Yu stretched, feeling his bones loosen. With no classes, no training, and no battles, he found the sudden idleness a bit disconcerting. After leisurely completing his morning routine, he slipped on his slippers and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. During the holidays, the cafeteria was less crowded, and the variety of food had dwindled. But there was no need to stand in line. Just as he settled down to munch on a bun, Ling Yu stumbled in, disheveled and clearly still half asleep. A yawning Xiao Yu perched on her shoulder, while a curious little Chuang followed closely at her feet. Morning, Ling Yu greeted lethargically, plopping down across from Yang Yu and immediately digging into his breakfast of double portions of bacon and fried eggs. Did you pull another all-nighter tinkering with your gadgets? Yang Yu inquired, noticing the heavy dark circles under his eyes. Ling Yu mumbled. I upgraded the data core for Xiao Chuang and tried optimizing Aji's energy system using the mother insect's energy feedback. The results were mediocre. The energy level of a monarch is still too low. The two silently continued their breakfast, exchanging little conversation, yet feeling no awkwardness. After eating, they aimlessly wandered around campus. The training grounds were deserted, and the library only opened its basic areas. So boring, Ling Yu complained, kicking a small stone by the roadside. Yeah, suddenly having nothing to do feels strange, Yang Yu remarked, gazing at the azure sky, feeling a bit lost, having grown accustomed to fighting for their lives. The sudden calmness left them both restless. Eventually, they meandered to a small lake behind the academy and settled under a large tree's shade. Xiao Yang and Xiao Yu frolicked by the lakeside, chasing butterflies, while Xiao Chuang analyzed the structure of the grass leaves on the ground. Leaning against the tree trunk, Yang Yu nearly drifted off while watching the shimmering surface of the lake. Ling Yu, meanwhile, pulled out her tablet and began sketching bizarre mechanical designs, occasionally expressing her dissatisfaction with a TCH. Day 2. Finding some fun. Yang Yu felt he could not remain in such a languid state and resolved to visit the academy's public training grounds to stretch his muscles. Although there were no instructors, he knew he could not neglect his basic training. He brought Xiao Yang to the training ground, only to discover that Ling Yu was also there. She was directing her monarch-level, Aji, conducting precision shooting tests against a metal target. Bang, bang, bang. The energy beams struck the bullseye accurately, leaving behind singed little holes. Decent accuracy, but the power is as weak as a water gun. Ling Yu scoffed, clearly dissatisfied. Upon seeing Yang Yu, her eyes lit up. Hey Yang Yu, just in time. Let your cat come over and spar with my new Aji to test its strength. Yang Yu raised an eyebrow. You want to use a monarch-level mechanical beast against my hero level? Have you no shame? TCH, stingy, Ling Yu huffed, but she still halted Aji. The two decided to have their respective spirit beasts engage in basic skill practice. Xiao Yang practiced the strength and duration of Light Shield, while Aji fired different power levels of energy guns. Xiao Yu focused on the stealth and ambush speed of Shadow Stealth, with Xiao Yang attempting to locate her using Light Sensation. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuang stood by, analyzing data and optimizing combat models. Although there exists a disparity in levels, the primary focus lies on proficiency and control, resulting in a spirited exchange during their matches. Thus, the morning slipped away. In the afternoon, the two settled into Ling Yu's dormitory to indulge in gaming. Ling Yu's gaming apparatus was a state-of-the-art immersive virtual pod, boasting dazzling graphics and an exceptionally tactile experience. To the left, there's a lurking foe. I see it. Headshot. You're stealing my kill. If you're inexperienced, spare me your complaints. The duo, adorned with headsets, shouted exuberantly, completely shedding their usual aloof demeanor. Xiao Yang and Xiao Yu curiously observed the animated figures darting across the screen, perplexed by their owner's fervor. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuang attempted to analyze the game code, only to be thwarted by Ling Yu's insistence to focus. On the third day, they busied themselves with their respective pursuits. Yang Yu resolved not to neglect his studies and ventured into the library's restricted section now that he had the access. Borrowing several hefty tomes on ancient solar worship runes and advanced applications of light-based energy, which left him dizzy with information overload. Occasionally, he would enlist Xiao Yang's help for research, endeavoring to integrate ancient rune powers into their skills, sometimes triggering minor energy surges that left the dormitory in disarray. Ling Yu, on the other hand, was entirely absorbed in his mechanical realm. He extracted various unique insectoid shell samples and energy glands collected from the hive to study their structure, aiming to enhance the armor and energy of mechanical units. The lab frequently resonated with the sounds of small explosions accompanied by his exasperated curses. Damn it! This acid-resistant coating is still inadequate. Wait, this energy conduction efficiency seems to have improved by 0.5. Intriguing. In the evening, the two would venture to a nearby street food market. Setting aside their familial legacies and powers, they were simply two young men with hearty appetites. They relished skewers, sipped chilled sodas, grumbled about the school cafeteria, and occasionally speculated about inconsequential futures, becoming the most mundane yet delightful pastime of their summer. On the fourth day, an unexpected surprise awaited. That day, Yang Yu was in the dormitory, attempting to instruct Xiao Yang on managing the range and intensity of the Eternal Day domain, striving to minimize energy consumption. The skill was formidable, but when activated, it resembled a miniature sun, nearly igniting the dormitory. Ling Yu suddenly burst in, his face alight with excitement. Hey, Yang Yu, come quick. It seems the mother insect is stirring. They raced to Ling Yu's laboratory. Within the constant temperature incubation chamber, a dark golden insect egg pulsated vigorously, emanating a soft glow. Is it hatching? Yang Yu gasped in astonishment. Not hatching. Ling Yu scrutinized the data screen. It's producing. It has absorbed the energy and materials I provided and is generating new insect units. They watched as a small opening appeared on the egg's surface, and a tiny, pitch-black creature, no larger than a fingernail and resembling a ladybug, crawled out, fluttering its wings before landing on Ling Yu's finger. Micro-scout bug, common devoid of combat capabilities, possessing exceptional stealth and rapid flight, capable of sharing vision. Wow. Ling Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. This is incredibly useful. A tool for reconnaissance. Scouting. Subsequently, several fist-sized worker bugs emerged, instinctively cleaning up the debris on the lab table using their potent adhesive secretions. Automatic cleaning? Quite interesting. Finally, a half-meter-long acid spitter bug, elite, hatched, capable of spraying a weak acid. What use is this? Ling Yu quipped. Am I supposed to water plants with it? Although the hatchlings were all low-tier units, This signified that Ling Yu was genuinely beginning to control the production and evolution of the insect race. This was a monumental breakthrough. The two eagerly surrounded the newly birthed bugs, enthusiastically studying them for the entire afternoon. On the 5th day, they returned to training. After indulging in play and research, both sensed it was time to attend to more serious matters. They returned to the training grounds, this time engaging in earnest sparring. Yang Yu took the offensive, unleashing rapid solar slashes and light blades with ferocity. Ling Yu adopted a defensive stance, employing Shadow Shield and Moonlight Barrier in succession, while Aji executed precise shots to intercept, maintaining an impenetrable defense. The two battled, drenched in sweat, continuously refining their synergy while probing each other's rhythms and weaknesses. There's a gap in your left defense. Well, your right flank is too reckless. You're wasting energy. Mind your own business. After their bout, they collapsed onto the grass, gazing at the setting sun while engaging in casual conversation. What are your plans after summer break? Yang Yu inquired. What else? Continue tinkering, Ling Yu replied. Eyes fixed on the sky. Level up the mother insect, fix Aji and the old tyrant, or maybe create a new one. There's a mountain of troubles ahead. I need to hurry and level up too. Falling behind you is quite frustrating. Haha, well, you'd better step it up, lazy deskmate. Thus, the days passed. Mundane yet filled with the warmth of everyday life. Chapter 43, The Martial Arts Tournament 1. After a prolonged period of tranquil summer days, Yang Yu and Ling Yu, two restless souls, began to feel the weight of boredom. One day, while perusing the news, they stumbled upon a sizable Youth Beast Tamer martial arts exchange tournament being held in the mountainous area adjacent to Shannan City. The prizes were lavish, rumored to include rare martial arts spirit beast skill scrolls and unique evolution resources. A martial arts tournament? Sounds rather intriguing, Yang Yu mused, stroking his chin. It could serve as a practical test to gauge the results of our summer endeavors. Huffed, a bunch of amateurs squabbling. What's so captivating about that? Ling Yu scoffed. Yet his gaze lingered on a listing of prizes, particularly a high-level mechanical energy conduction core. Well, since we have nothing better to do, we might as well give it a shot. The two concurred, and the next day, they set off to the mountainous region. The tournament venue was bustling with activity, teeming with young beast tamers from surrounding academies and grassroots organizations, all eager to showcase their prowess. Various peculiar spirit beasts warmed up at the sidelines, their roars echoing throughout the area. Yang Yu and Ling Yu registered, received their contestant numbers, and awaited their turn. The preliminary rounds commenced swiftly, with most opponents displaying mediocre skills. Yang Yu hardly had to lift a finger. Xiao Yang dispatched foes with a few casual, light blade strikes. Ling Yu, too, was disinterested in summoning his main forces, opting instead to utilize a lower tier, Aji, for swift eliminations, advancing effortlessly. After several rounds, they encountered a somewhat challenging opponent whose spirit beast was a swift wind war eagle, known for its incredible speed and ability to disrupt with tornado. Xiao Yang deployed a small-scale, radiant domain, a weakened version of Eternal Day, enhancing speed and attack, and executed a precise, solar slash that brought it crashing down. Ling Yu faced a rock giant, renowned for its formidable defense. Aji's energy shots barely tickled its exterior. Growing impatient, Ling Yu commanded Xiao Chuang to summon several freshly hatched, acid bomb worker bees, which spat acid at the giant, corroding it until it surrendered. The duo navigated their way through the tournament without significant peril, successfully reaching the top 16. As they progressed to the quarterfinals, the arena shifted to the main stage, now bustling with a larger audience and more professional judges. Ling Yu was the first to step onto the stage. His opponent was a young man clad in a white training outfit, his demeanor calm. His spirit beast was none other than a rotund, black and white creature that moved with a seemingly languid rhythm. Was that a panda? Tai Chi Panda, heroic peak. Martial arts, combat class. The panda exuded an aura of stability and grace, standing firm on the stage. A panda? Can this creature even fight? Murmured the onlookers. Ling Yu raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Just a flashy show. He snapped his fingers, instructing Xiao Chuang, Aji, take care of it. The lower tier Aji appeared, raising its energy gun, poised to fire. The young man merely smiled, unperturbed. The Taiji panda moved with an unhurried grace, its palms slowly tracing a harmonious arc before it. In an instant, a visible Taiji diagram illusion, composed of swirling air currents, manifested in front of it. Twisting Taiji. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The energy beams shot forth by Aji collided with the Taiji diagram, vanishing as if they had plunged into the depths of the sea. Immediately after, the Taiji diagram rotated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The energy beams, now reflected at an even swifter pace, returned along their original trajectory. Bang, bang, bang. Aji, caught off guard, was struck by its own attack. Although the force was minimal, it sent electric sparks cascading from its form, forcing it to stagger backward. What? Ling Yu was taken aback. A reflected energy attack? Xiao Chuang. Data interference. Ling Yu commanded. Xiao Chuang's eyes flickered with streams of data, attempting to disrupt the panda's energy flow. Yet the panda merely stomped its foot with deliberate calm. Boom. A steady seismic wave radiated outward, severing Xiao Chuang's data stream and eliciting a pained electronic shriek. Close combat. Aji. Vibration blade. Ling Yu was incensed. Aji drew its high-frequency vibration blade and charged at the panda. The panda remained unfazed, cleverly positioning its palms to intercept Aji's arm joint, using leverage to overcome strength, utilizing its own force against it. Crack. Aji felt an immense power surge through, causing its body to uncontrollably spin multiple times before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, parts scattering everywhere. Ling Yu's expression darkened considerably. This panda was exceptionally troublesome. Xiao Yu. Shadow Claw. Ling Yu called out. Xiao Yu stealthily approached the panda's rear, its claws imbued with shadow energy poised to strike. The panda, as if sensing its presence, twisted its plump body at an astonishing angle, effortlessly evading the attack while delivering a swift palm strike to Xiao Yu's abdomen. Inch force. Pooh. Xiao Yu gasped, sent flying to the ground, struggling to rise. Damn it. Ling Yu was utterly enraged. He had not anticipated this seemingly clumsy panda to be so formidable. You force my hand. Ling Yu's gaze hardened, disregarding the tournament rules. Mother insect. Swarm summon. Buzz. The space before him warped, and the ethereal form of the mother insect flickered into existence. The next moment, a thundering swarm of insects erupted from behind him, blocking out the sun. Acidic locusts. Poison stingers, self-destruct beetles, a dense mass, surged forth like a black tempest toward the panda and its master. The audience erupted in uproar. The referee was momentarily dumbfounded. Was this an excessive number of summons? This violated the rules. The young man's expression finally shifted, yet he remained composed. The Taiji panda, facing the sea of insects, took a deep breath and once more traced a circle with its palms. This time, the Taiji diagram illusion grew immensely solid and colossal. Transference of the universe. It thrust its palms forward with great force. The massive Taiji diagram spun like a gigantic grinding wheel, crashing into the swarm. A miraculous scene unfolded. The frenzied insects, upon contact with the rotating Taiji diagram, seemed to plunge into an invisible quagmire, their speed plummeting, then caught in the irresistible, flexible rotational force, spiraled helplessly. The dark cloud of insects was forcibly redirected, swirling in a large arc before colliding chaotically with one another, tumbling to the ground. Many insects even self-destructed upon impact. The swarm tactic had been thwarted. Ling Yu was left utterly dumbfounded. Just then, the Taiji panda's eyes gleamed with insight, seizing the moment of Ling Yu's astonishment. It stood upright, palms clasped before its chest, gathering a tremendous force in its palms. Chi wave technique. Boom. A concentrated white energy column erupted forth, akin to a cannonball, instantly traversing the distance to strike the ethereal form of the mother insect in midair. Screech. The mother insect emitted a piercing wail, its form shattering into nothingness. Ling Yu felt as though he had been struck, stifling a groan, his complexion paling as he staggered back several steps, nearly toppling off the arena. With the mother insect injured, he too bore the backlash. The outcome was clear. A brief silence enveloped the audience before an enthusiastic applause erupted. The Taiji panda was formidable, a middle-aged beast master, dressed in a gray long robe with a calm demeanor, who had been standing by the arena, slowly approached. He reached Ling Yu, a gentle smile gracing his face as he extended his hand to help him up. Young man, you performed admirably, forcing Abayo to reveal its true ability. Your spirit beast is quite unique. The future holds great promise for you. Ling Yu, recalling the humiliation of being thoroughly overpowered by a mere panda, scowled as he swatted away the outstretched hand, rising on his own with an icy glare. Get lost. I don't need your feigned pity. The middle-aged man paused momentarily, then chuckled, unfazed by the rejection, retracting his hand and looking towards the referee. Next. Yang Yu quickly leaped onto the arena, supporting the trembling Ling Yu. Are you all right? That panda seems rather uncanny. Allow me to give it a try. Ling Yu gritted his teeth, remaining silent, his gaze fixed on the panda, which had begun to yawn. Yang Yu took a deep breath, stepping into the center of the arena, eyes ablaze with determination as he addressed the young man and his panda. Shonen Academy, Yang Yu. Please enlighten me. The young man nodded. By Shi Dojo, Chenjun. Please. The referee signaled for the match to commence. Xiaoyang. Light shield. Be cautious of its chi techniques and leverage. Yang Yu dared not underestimate the situation. Xiaoyang let out a low growl, a brilliant light shield materializing before it. The Taiji panda once again traced the Taiji diagram. However, this time, Xiaoyang did not launch a ranged attack, but transformed into a streak of golden light, charging directly forward with breathtaking speed. Close combat. Excellent. Chen Zhen's eyes brightened. The panda met the charge, its palms poised to intercept Xiaoyang. In the instant of contact, Yang Yu shouted, "Xiaoyang, solar essence, activate." Boom. The terrifying light and heat within Xiaoyang erupted instantaneously. It transformed into a blazing miniature sun. Physical immunity. Spell damage skyrocketed. 100% critical hit. The panda's twisting Taiji barely grazed the pure, extreme light elemental energy, emitting a hissing sound. Its flexible chi was utterly ineffective against such a wild, unrefined force. What? Chen Zhen's expression shifted. Solar impact. Yang Yu pressed the advantage. The sun-like Xiaoyang barreled toward the Taiji panda. Boom! The ultimate explosion of light and heat detonated. The Taiji panda was forced to retreat repeatedly, patches of its fur singeing, eliciting a pained grunt. Its Taiji realm was forcibly shattered by this overwhelming force and brilliance. But it wasn't over. Rain of light. Yang Yu would not grant the opponent a moment's respite. Countless light arrows rained down from above, blanketing the arena. The panda, with no escape, could only endure the onslaught, left in disarray. Abeo, calm as mountains and rivers. Chen Zhen hastily commanded. The panda steadied itself, attempting to gather its chi once more. But Yang Yu would not allow it the opportunity. Xiaoyang, maximum power. Midnight sun. Buzz. Xiaoyang roared to the heavens. The essence of the sun was fully unleashed. In that instant, the entire arena, along with a considerable portion of the venue, was enveloped in an extraordinarily intense radiance. It felt as though day had suddenly transformed into the scorching noon sun of a desert. The temperature soared dramatically. The light was so blinding that it rendered one unable to open their eyes. Extreme daylight domain. Activated. Within this realm, all attributes of the little sun surged exponentially. The panda's every movement was met with immense suppression and disruption. Its energy flow became sluggish. It was over. Solar judgment. Yang Yu issued the decisive command. The little sun, embodying the essence of the sun itself, coalesced an unprecedentedly colossal and searing white beam of light, akin to a sword of divine retribution, crashing down upon the Taiji panda. The panda exerted all its strength to uphold the Taiji diagram's defense. Crack. The Taiji diagram shattered instantly. The beam struck the panda with tremendous force. A howl escaped the panda as it was violently propelled off the stage, crashing heavily onto the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. The brilliance gradually dissipated. A profound silence enveloped the venue, as all were awestruck by this sudden celestial transformation and the overwhelming power of light. Moments later, thunderous applause erupted. Victory! Yang Yu exhaled in relief, and the little sun also exited the solar essence state, panting lightly, clearly exhausted. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yu and the little sun, his eyes flashing with profound astonishment and admiration. He was not displeased by his disciple's defeat. Rather, he applauded and ascended the stage. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. He regarded Yang Yu with a tone brimming with reverence. Such pure and formidable solar power. To have forcibly shattered the Taiji realm of a bow. Young man, your future achievements are boundless. Yang Yu felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Senior, you flatter me. It was merely luck. No, it was not luck. The middle-aged man shook his head, his expression earnest, the essence of power suppression. Your spirit beast is quite special. He shifted the topic. A flicker of combat intent flashing in his eyes. However, the path of martial arts encompasses more than one form. Young man, would you be interested in accepting a challenge from another of my spirit beasts? Yang Yu was taken aback. Senior Yu. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. An aura of profound depth and strength, as solid as a mountain, yet containing infinite explosive potential, gradually radiated from him. He did not summon a magic circle. He merely stomped his foot gently. Boom. The entire stage trembled slightly. An indescribable aura of ancient battle intent and courage enveloped the arena. Behind the middle-aged man, a majestic and agile lion-shaped phantom, glowing with dark golden radiance, slowly materialized. The phantom let out a silent, yet soul-shattering roar towards the heavens. The little sun on Yang Yu's shoulder and the little moon on Ling Yu's shoulder both abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes filled with an unprecedented wariness, excitement, an intense combat spirit. An ancient and awe-inspiring name instantaneously crossed Yang Yu and Ling Yu's minds. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Yu and slowly spoke. The child of martial arts, Lu Huitian Shi. Please advise me. Chapter 44, Martial Arts Tournament 2. The atmosphere on the stage instantly grew gravely serious. The enormous lion-shaped phantom, radiating primal battle intent, gradually solidified, ultimately transforming into a magnificent lion, exuding an innate authority. Its physique was robust, muscles flowing and brimming with power, entirely covered in dark golden fur that shimmered under the sunlight. Its mane billowed like flames in the wind. In its amber eyes burned a fierce combat will and indomitable courage. Child of martial arts Lu Huitian Shi, heroic class pinnacle. It stood there, emanating a steady, mountain-like presence, sharp as a blade. Yang Yu's pupils contracted, his expression grave. He could sense that this lion was significantly more powerful than the previous Taiji panda. Its aura was more refined, its battle intent more pure. This was a true spirit beast born for combat. The little sun also sensed a tremendous threat. Its golden fur bristling, lowering its body and emitting a deep tiger's roar, instinctively gathering the light of the sun around it. Ling Yu, seated below, also shed his nonchalant demeanor, his gaze turning serious as he focused intently on the Lu Huitian Shi, the child of martial arts, quite intriguing. The audience held their breath, captivated by the majestic lion. Young man, the middle-aged man began, his voice steady. I am Wu Hong, the master of the Baishu Dojo. This is my old companion, Assure. Be cautious, it will not hold back. From Shan'an Academy, Yang Yu. Please guide me, senior. Yang Yu took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its peak. Little sun, radiance of the sun, full power, buzz. The little sun let out a low growl, its golden light intensifying, becoming even more dazzling. Its strength and speed surged instantly. The Lu Huitian Shi, witnessing the little sun's rising momentum, felt its battle intent deepen. It emitted a low, powerful lion's roar, exerting its limbs, lunging forward with great speed. Light shield, solar impact. Yang Yu shouted. The little sun, bearing the light shield, dashed forward like a bolt of golden lightning, colliding fiercely with the lion. Boom! The golden light and the dark golden figure collided violently. A deep, resounding crash echoed. Waves of energy surged. The little sun was jolted back, tumbling twice, its light flickering. Meanwhile, the Lu Huitian Shi merely swayed slightly, stepping back half a pace, firmly maintaining its ground. Its strength and stability far exceeded that of its peers. What formidable power! Yang Yu was astonished. Roar! The Lu Huitian Shi pounced again. Its claws slashed through the air with a tearing sound. Sky-rending claw. The little sun hurriedly dodged, while simultaneously unleashing solar fire line to scorch. However, the lion's combat skills were extraordinarily refined. It deftly maneuvered, its steps precise, consistently evading attacks by mere fractions or dispersing the flames with claws imbued with energy. Each of its lunges, bites, and tail whips flowed seamlessly, brimming with the essence of martial arts. Although the little sun's radiance of the sun had enhanced its state, the opponent's technique and strength were superior. For a time, it found itself on the defensive. Evade. Look for an opportunity. Yang Yu altered his strategy. The little sun began to utilize its speed advantage, constantly dodging while employing Light Blade and Radiant Orb for ranged harassment. Yet the lion's defense was robust. These attacks barely affected it. Conversely, it would occasionally explode forth with speed, landing a single claw strike that sent the little sun staggering back. The battle devolved into an intense tug-of-war. From morning to noon, and from noon to afternoon, the sun slowly traversed the sky. On the stage, golden light and dark golden figures continuously collided, intertwining, parting. The sounds of impact and roars filled the air. The light enveloping the little sun began to dim, its breath quickening, several shallow claw marks appearing on its body. Its stamina was severely depleted, though the Lu Huitian Shi also exhibited considerable exhaustion, bearing some scorched marks. Its battle spirit remained high, its gaze sharp, its offensive unyielding. The audience was utterly enthralled, applause and cheers ringing out continuously. They had been battling for nearly an entire day. Truly spectacular. This was a battle of equals. Both spirit beasts were incredibly strong. Ling Yu, who had initially watched intently, soon yawned and leaned against the little moon, feeling somewhat drowsy. He found this turn-based, head-on combat style rather dull, yet he could not deny the astonishing willpower displayed by both the man and his beast. As the sun dipped lower, the sky began to darken. The stage had become pockmarked. The little sun was panting heavily, its golden light dimming, its stamina nearly exhausted. Yang Yu, too, was sweating, his mental energy severely depleted. The luminous celestial lion's breathing grew heavier, its body adorned with additional scars, yet it stood resolutely upright. The master of the Wuhong arena gazed at Yang Yu and Xiao Yang, his eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. Young man, he began slowly, his voice tinged with emotion. You are truly formidable. You are the first young person to have battled my lion to such an extent. Your strength, willpower, and synergy with your spirit beast are beyond reproach. He shifted his tone, adopting a more serious demeanor. Had this been a regular spar, I might have conceded to grant you this honor. However, this tournament is of utmost importance to the reputation of our Baishur dojo. Therefore, I must apologize. His gaze sharpened, and he commanded, "Ah, sure. Talent, martial arts master. Activate." A resounding roar erupted from the luminous celestial lion, its majestic voice piercing the heavens. It unleashed a blinding golden aura, its muscles swelling with newfound power, its mane flickering as if imbued with flames. The battle intent in its eyes transformed into a tangible brilliance. In an instant, its aura shattered the barrier of the hero level, ascending to the monarch level. Talent, martial arts master. Temporarily elevate by one major tier, hero to monarch. After the enhancement, all attributes double. All skills are imbued with essence of martial arts, granting a 60 chance to reflect incoming attack effects. With a thunderous roar, the empowered celestial lion stomped the ground. Boom! The arena shook. It transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, its speed exponentially increasing, appearing before Xiao Yang in an instant. Imperial Fist. Wu Hong shouted. The lion's right front paw clenched tightly, channeling a violent punch, which surged forth. The air crackled with explosive energy. Xiao Yang. Absolute barrier of light. Yang Yu's pupils contracted as he bellowed, pouring every ounce of his mental power into the endeavor. Xiao Yang summoned his last reserves of strength, conjuring the most robust light shield. Crack! The moment the light shield made contact with the punch's force, it flickered violently before shattering with a thunderous crash. Bang! The residual force of the punch crashed into Xiao Yang with unrelenting ferocity. Meow! Xiao Yang let out a pained shriek. His body violently hurled across the arena's edge, the golden light extinguishing completely, struggling briefly before failing to rise. Defeated, the arena fell into a hushed silence, followed by an eruption of thunderous applause. Wu Hong exhaled a breath of relief as the golden aura surrounding the celestial lion gradually receded, reverting to its hero-level state. Yet its gaze remained imperious. It approached Xiao Yang, letting out a low growl, a gesture of acknowledgement for its opponent. Wu Hong then walked up to Yang Yu, his expression a complex blend of admiration and regret. "Young man, I apologize. Your spirit beast is unharmed. It merely exhausted itself. Take it for treatment. It is an extraordinary warrior." Yang Yu, emerging from his shock, hurried over to check on Xiao Yang, relieved to find it was merely fatigued and unconscious, with no serious injuries. A myriad of emotions swirled within him: disappointment, frustration, but predominantly a profound respect for Wu Hong and the formidable celestial lion. "You flatter me, senior. We were the ones who lost," Yang Yu replied sincerely, shaking his head. "Thank you for showing mercy to both me and Ashur. It was evident that you held back in that last punch." Wu Hong nodded appreciatively. A true champion is neither boastful in victory nor despondent in defeat. "You are a fine young man. I consider you my friend. In the future, feel free to visit Baishur Dojo anytime for discussions and sparring." At that moment, Ling Yu approached, offering him a bottle of high-grade restorative potion. "Here, for your silly cat." Yang Yu accepted it with gratitude. "Thank you." Ling Yu glanced at Wu Hong and the celestial lion, smirking. "TSK, using temporary power-ups is cheating." Wu Hong chuckled heartily, unfazed. "Little Ling, you still have that sharp tongue. Your insect-type abilities are quite intriguing. We shall spar next time." Ling Yu huffed, remaining silent. Yang Yu administered the potion to the unconscious Xiao Yang, watching as its breathing stabilized, a wave of relief washing over him. Though he had lost the match, the experience of encountering a senior expert like Wu Hong and battling the legendary son of martial arts was an invaluable gain. Wu Hong patted Yang Yu's shoulder. "After the tournament concludes, your rewards shall be plentiful. You all have great potential. The future belongs to you." With that, he led the celestial lion away, his figure tall and dignified as he descended from the arena. Yang Yu cradled Xiao Yang and, along with Ling Yu, exited the competition grounds. Chapter 45, The Black Market. The exuberance of the martial arts tournament had faded, and the languid rhythm of summer days returned, tinged with monotony. Yang Yu sat in the dormitory, observing as Ling Yu busied himself with his latest contraption. Before Ling Yu, 3 spirit beasts were seated in a row. Xiao Yu, child of the moon, lounged on a specially crafted moonstone, dozing, its body shimmering with a dim glow. Xiao Chuang, mechanical child, was connected to data cables, a screen displaying a cascade of code as it underwent self-upgrade. The newest addition, a dark golden heart of the swarm, hovered within an ecological chamber, showcasing tiny worker bees and beetles diligently constructing their nests, occasionally hatching new larvae. Ling Yu recorded data while tossing high-grade energy blocks and rare metals into the ecological chamber. Muttering, acid secretion concentration increased by 0.3. Shell hardness is decent. Next time. I'll try adding some void dust crystals to see if I can mutate a unit with spatial jump capabilities. The grandeur of his resources and the self-sustaining army he was cultivating stirred a sense of discomfort in Yang Yu. He glanced down at his side. Xiao Yang, child of the sun, was engrossed in play with a yarn ball, occasionally batting at it and inadvertently igniting a small flame with its paw, scaring itself and leaping away. Though adorable, in contrast to Ling Yu's technological prowess, it felt somewhat juvenile. The Azure-scale Dragon Lord and Purple Lightning Dragon, his elder companions, were engaged in a spirited game of chess, their auras flaring as they argued over a single move, their whiskers quivering with excitement. They were strong and loyal, but they were inherited from his grandfather, not creatures he had personally contracted. An inexplicable sense of loss and urgency washed over Yang Yu. Ling Yu had silently contracted 3 spirit beasts of limitless potential at the level of the 5 sovereigns. Although the Insect Queen was currently at a low level, its strategic value was immense. And what of himself? Apart from Xiao Yang, there was only Xiao Yang. While Xiao Yang was indeed powerful, embodying the essence of the sun, it still felt insufficient, especially when faced with complex situations. Ling Yu's diverse tactics made Yang Yu's capabilities appear somewhat one-dimensional. Sighing, Yang Yu ruffled Xiao Yang's fur, saying, "Buddy, it's just the two of us relying on each other." Xiao Yang squinted comfortably, nuzzling his palm, meowing softly. "It's all right. I'm worth 3. Despite the comforting words, Yang Yu resolved to take a stroll to clear his mind and perhaps, by chance, encounter a spirit beast with which he shared a bond and promising potential. He bid farewell to Ling Yu. "I'm heading out for a bit." Ling Yu, not looking up, waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, bring back 2 pounds of shadow alloy nails from Old Lee's shop in the east of the city. Put it on the tab." Yang Yu retorted, "Am I your errand boy now?" He huffed in annoyance before stepping out with Xiao Yang. Shannan City was vast and bustling with activity. Spirit beast shops, official breeding centers, and mercenary guild task boards filled the streets as Yang Yu meandered through the throng. The spirit beasts at the official breeding center were of mediocre quality, mostly green caterpillars, water frogs, and rock-armored turtles. All commonplace creatures with fixed skills and low growth potential, which made Yang Yu shake his head in disappointment. The mercenary guild occasionally has wild spirit beasts captured by mercenary groups for sale. However, they are either severely injured, temperamentally fierce and difficult to tame, or priced exorbitantly high. Yang Yu spotted a swift wind wolf, elite level, cub, with the seller demanding 500 spirit stones without any room for negotiation. What a blatant attempt to extort. Yang Yu clicked his tongue and walked away. With that amount of money, he would rather purchase some high-grade food for Xiao Yang. As he ambled along, he arrived at the free market in the west of the city. This place was a chaotic mlang of individuals, where vendors peddled wares of dubious authenticity. One's discernment was paramount. Yang Yu, with a mindset geared towards finding a bargain, perused the stalls one by one. "Hey there. Come take a look. An ancient dragon egg fossil. Only 100 spirit stones. It hatches into an emperor-level beast," exclaimed a shifty-eyed vendor, waving a piece of broken rock in a bid to entice him. Yang Yu remained unimpressed, while Xiao Yang shot a glance at the vendor, exclaiming, "Wong, it's fake. Just a rock. Brother, an unknown spirit beast egg unearthed from a secret realm. The energy fluctuations are intense. It could very well be a divine beast," another vendor proclaimed, brandishing a dull, lifeless egg. Yang Yu probed it with his mental energy and discerned it to be a dead egg. He decided to leave. "Young master, look at this colorful sparrow. Stunningly beautiful. It'll certainly elevate your status. Only 300 spirit stones." A vendor presented a bird with garish feathers but possessed a pitifully weak energy signature. Yang Yu sighed. He sought combat prowess, not mere ornamental beauty. After wandering for an entire afternoon, the sun began to set, and Yang Yu's legs ached, yet he had found nothing of value. It was either a scam or subpar merchandise. Squatting by the roadside, he bought Xiao Yang a grilled spirit beast sausage while munching on dry rations himself. The flicker of hope in his heart nearly extinguished. Sighing, he mused that perhaps he had been overly optimistic. Encountering a top-tier spirit beast was no simple feat, he grumbled. Maybe Xiao Yang is the only destined partner I'll have in this lifetime. Xiao Yang, nibbling on the sausage, cocked his head at him. "Wu? What's wrong? Aren't I enough?" "Of course you are. You're the best," Yang Yu replied, patting its head with a sigh, just as he prepared to rise. Resigned to buy some trivial nails for Ling Yu before heading home, a wiry old man dressed in tattered leather approached him silently. With a conspiratorial whisper, he said, "Young man, I see you've been browsing for quite a while. Your standards are evidently high. I imagine the common wares from the official market and this bazaar do not meet your expectations?" Yang Yu eyed him warily. "What is your business?" The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "You strike me as someone who knows quality. Would you be interested in seeing some truly exceptional items?" Fresh goods just emerged from the black market that you won't find elsewhere. Definitely a delightful surprise. Yang Yu's heart raced at the prospect. Though he maintained an impassive facade. The black market? Sounds like a scam. How do I know it's not a trap? The old man glanced around furtively. Lowering his voice further, what are you saying? I've been around here for over a decade. My reputation is my guarantee. I assure you, the sources are clean and brimming with potential. True, the path is a bit obscure and cannot be exposed to the light, but the prices, while slightly elevated, are absolutely worth it. He leaned in closer, his eyes glinting. I can tell you possess an extraordinary demeanor, and this little one here, he gestured to Xiaoyang, is no ordinary creature, hence my approach. I wouldn't bother with the average person. So what do you say? Interested in checking out the goods? Yang Yu regarded the old man's cunning gaze and recalled his unfruitful afternoon and Ling Yu's 3 spirit beasts. His heart raced. To go or not to go? The risks were evident. Yet what if? After a brief moment of hesitation, the yearning for a powerful new companion and a touch of defiance ultimately overcame his caution. He took a deep breath and nodded. Lead the way. Chapter 46. I'll take it. The old man, calling himself the Earth Rat, chuckled and gestured for Yang Yu to follow, leading him into a narrow, dimly lit alley cluttered with refuse. Yang Yu hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to follow with Xiaoyang in his arms. Xiaoyang perked up, its amber eyes scanning the surroundings attentively. After winding through the labyrinthine passageways, the Earth Rat halted before a nondescript back door bearing a weathered sign for a general store. He glanced around cautiously and knocked rhythmically on the door, 3 long, 2 short. With a creak, the door opened just a crack, revealing a pair of wary eyes. The Earth Rat whispered the secret code. Old Cat's introduction. Fresh goods are in stock. Only then did the door fully open, revealing a burly man blocking the entrance. Examining Yang Yu and the seemingly harmless Xiaoyang, in cat form, before stepping aside. Upon entering, a complex lang of scents assaulted Yang Yu's senses, spirit beast pelts, herbs, incense, and a faint metallic tang of blood. Before him unfolded a grand underground hall. Far from a mere general store, it resembled a luxurious spirit beast exhibition. Carefully arranged were individual display stands separated by special energy barriers, housing spirit beasts of a caliber far superior to those found in the outside market. Swift Wind Leopard, elite level. Incredibly fast. Rock-armored giant rhino, elite level. Exceptional defenses. Illusionary fox, elite level. Masters of mental deception. There was even a 2-headed fire lizard, hero level, each head spewing flames of differing attributes. Numerous well-dressed individuals, unmistakably affluent, lingered before the displays, inquiring about prices and haggling. Attendants in standardized uniforms navigated the crowd, serving drinks and delicacies. Yang Yu stood in awe. Is this the black market? The Earth Rat, stroking his non-existent beard with pride, replied, what do you think? Young man, are your eyes opened? This is where true treasures lie. Those shabby items outside aren't even worthy to carry these goods shoes. He led Yang Yu deeper into the hall. The further they ventured, the fewer the display stands became, yet the quality of the spirit beasts soared, and the decor grew increasingly opulent. Yang Yu even spotted a young unicorn, hero level. Its snowy white coat and single horn radiated purity. The price tag, adorned with a long string of zeros, made him dizzy. Several elegantly dressed men and women, adorned in luxurious silk attire and expensive spirit accessories, cast curious and probing glances at Xiaoyang, in cat form. The pure yet powerful essence of sunlight emanating from Xiaoyang could not escape the notice of true connoisseurs. Young man, your cat is quite remarkable, remarked a fan-waving noblewoman, stifling a giggle with her hand. Yang Yu offered an awkward chuckle, tightening his hold on Xiaoyang as he hurried to keep pace with the Earth Rat. The Earth Rat did not linger at these extravagant displays, but instead guided him to a secluded corner at the farthest end of the hall. There stood a rather unremarkable, even somewhat dilapidated wooden door, devoid of any sign. The Earth Rat knocked rhythmically once more. This time, a tall, gaunt figure with a pallid complexion and cold, shifty eyes opened the door. Old rat, you've brought someone new? The gaunt figure rasped. Hey, Snake Eye, this one's a big client. Here to scout for good goods. The Earth Rat responded with a forced smile. Snake Eye scrutinized Yang Yu for a moment, his gaze lingering on Xiaoyang before a flicker of doubt crossed his face. Ultimately, he stepped aside. You understand the rules, right? Don't look around. Don't ask questions, and don't cause trouble. Understood. Understood. The Earth Rat nodded vigorously, pulling Yang Yu through the small door. Beyond the door lay a narrow, cold stone staircase leading downward, the air growing damp and infused with a faint scent of sulfur and decay. Dimly lit. The only illumination came from a few wall sconces emitting an eerie green glow. Descending the staircase, they entered a slightly smaller underground chamber. However, the scene before Yang Yu made him gasp in shock. The display stands here were no longer mere energy barriers. They were specially constructed metal cages etched with sealing runes. In the confines of a cage, a myriad of spirit beasts lay imprisoned, the ambience suddenly shifting. There is a hell steed, ablaze with ethereal blue flames. Adorned with a pair of horns, its hooves leaving charred marks upon the ground. Demonic fire. There lurks a shadow demon, concealed in the shadows, its blood-red eyes piercingly visible, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. Shadow. A heart demon, perpetually whispers beguiling murmurs, its form resembling a flowing mass of sludge. Psychic demonic. There is even a raging fiend, tightly bound by chains, incessantly roaring and crashing against its prison. Pure demonic. An assembly of demonic and shadow spirit beasts. Their presence is ferocious, chaotic, and saturated with negative energy. What is this? Yang Yu gasped, stepping back in astonishment, exclaiming, demonic spirit beasts. Is it not expressly forbidden in our country to capture, study, or trade in demonic spirit beasts? The ground mole, trembling in fear, hastily covered his mouth with an unexpectedly strong grip. Little ancestor, lower your voice. Are you trying to get us killed? He whispered urgently, exasperation lacing his tone. In this place, uttering such words, Yang Yu was overwhelmed by the pungent odor of tobacco and sweat emanating from the mole's hand, forcing it away as he whispered. Still in shock, what on earth is happening? How dare you? The ground mole, panting, stared at him. What is happening? Money makes the world go round. A prohibition? That's merely for the eyes of ordinary folk. Who among the truly powerful Wuden Ti desire a formidable and rare demonic or shadow spirit beast as a trump card? Does power truly differentiate between good and evil? He gestured towards the cages. These treasures were smuggled from secret realms beyond our borders, or retrieved from ancient sealed locations. Each one is worth its weight in gold. High risk, higher reward. Do you understand? Yang Yu furrowed his brow, observing the aggressive and chaotic spirit beasts. He acknowledged their strength, yet their power instinctively unsettled him. The ground mole, noticing his expression, assumed he was deterred by the price or intimidated, and lowered his voice further. Brother, don't be frightened by their appearance. Once contracted, they become your strength. Absolutely loyal. Much more ruthless than those light or nature-type creatures. They could save your life at a critical moment. The two engaged in a hushed debate for a considerable time. Yang Yu was primarily astonished by the lawlessness of the place, while the ground mole fervently boasted about the strength and safety of these spirit beasts. Just as Yang Yu was on the verge of leaving this discomforting environment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon an unassuming stone pedestal in the farthest corner of the basement. On that pedestal lay no cage, but a solitary egg. The egg was a deep purple hue, adorned with eerie dark red veins that pulsed faintly on its surface, emanating a weak yet unsettling aura. At that moment, the small sun in his arms suddenly raised its head sharply, fixating intently on the egg, emitting a cautious growl. Simultaneously, a clear thought penetrated Yang Yu's mind. Master, that egg, it carries an immensely heavy aura. Very, very familiar. It makes me uncomfortable. It feels like the scent of a natural enemy, but slightly different. Yang Yu's heart stirred. Since the small sun is the embodiment of the sun, the source of its discomforting familiarity could only stem from some form of high-level primal power, perhaps leaning towards negative darkness. The ground mole, noticing his gaze, brightened, quickly approaching, and began to boast with fervent enthusiasm. Ah, brother, you truly have an eye for quality. This is the treasure of our establishment. Do not be deceived by its current inconspicuousness. Its origins are grand. He lowered his voice. Speaking mysteriously, legend has it that it floated out from a rift connected to the ruins of the divine realm. It is said to be a demonic egg formed from the primal power after the fall of an ancient demon god. Once hatched, it will start at the imperial level. Its potential is boundless. It may even surpass the mortal realm. Yang Yu, as he listened to this outrageous boast, his lips twitched. The ruins of the divine realm? An ancient demon god. This old man has a remarkable talent for storytelling. He could hardly be bothered to listen further, waving his hand to interrupt the old man's incessant chattering. Enough, enough, just tell me how much it costs. The ground mole rubbed his hands together, chuckling, extending 2 fingers, which morphed into 8, hesitating for a moment before finally stomping his foot, declaring an astronomical figure. 80,000 spirit stones. No negotiation. This is a favor for you as a fated individual. 80,000. Yang Yu gasped in shock. He wouldn't be able to gather such a sum even if he sold everything he owned. His entire fortune, combined with the Academy's rewards, barely amounted to a few thousand spirit stones. However, the small sun sensing could not be wrong. This egg was undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps it was comparable to the highest tier of dark primal spirit beasts. The immense temptation and the weight of reality left him in a state of turmoil. He gazed at the enigmatic egg, then at the eagerly expectant ground mole, recalling Ling Yu's 3 spirit beasts. An inexplicable surge of impulse and risk-taking coursed through him. Damn it, let us go for it. Yang Yu resolved, lacking the funds. He would borrow from Ling Yu, or use a task as collateral. I will have that egg. Just as he was about to tell the ground mole he would buy it, suddenly, a cold, haughty voice, laced with an undeniable air of authority, emerged from behind them. That egg, I will take. Yang Yu whirled around. He beheld a young man clad in a tailored black high-fashion suit. His handsome face tinged with a pallid and ethereal quality, adorned with a dark gemstone ring upon his finger, standing there unbeknownst to them. Flanking him were 2 bodyguards, their deep auras and expressionless faces unmistakably indicating their prowess. The young man's gaze swept over the dark purple egg with keen interest before disdainfully glancing at Yang Yu and the ground mole, as if regarding mere dust upon the ground. Chapter 47, The Long Family. The young man's declaration, that egg, I will take, uttered softly yet dripping with an air of undeniable arrogance, resembled a statement of a foregone conclusion. The smile on the ground mole's face instantly froze. He glanced between Yang Yu and the young man, awkwardly rubbing his hands together, bowing slightly to Yang Yu as he stammered, "Oh dear, this, brother, I must apologize." It was this young master who first expressed his desire for it. There are rules in this trade. He was evidently more intimidated by the sudden appearance of this imposing young man. Yang Yu's expression darkened immediately. After much deliberation and even contemplating high-interest loans, he found himself thwarted by this unexpected rival. The young man paid no mind to the ground mole, his gaze fixated on Yang Yu, laced with scrutiny and disdain. Who is this bumpkin? Does he think he can compete with me for possession? He noticed the small son cradled in Yang Yu's arms, in its cat form, and scoffed. Huh? And he even holding a cat? Here to browse the pet market? Yang Yu was infuriated, nearly laughing in disbelief. Before he could retort, the young man, seemingly eager to assert his strength and status, snapped his fingers. Buzz. A summoning array illuminated. A massive dragon-like spirit beast, cloaked in azure and purple scales, sprouted wings from its back, its claws sharp, materialized beside him. It was surrounded by swirling winds and arcs of electricity, emitting a deep roar. Wind Thunderwing Dragon, monarch-level. Wind Thunder Dragon. The ground mole's eyes gleamed upon seeing the spirit beast, and he immediately blurted out, his tone dripping with flattery. Ah? Isn't this the signature spirit beast of the Long family's eldest son, young Master Long Hua? My apologies. It is indeed the arrival of young Master Long. I am but a humble soul lacking discernment. Long Hua, the eldest son of the Long family, one of the 5 great families in control of the Eastern Sea region. Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon began to discern the essence of the Thunderwind pterosaur, nearly bursting into laughter. In an instant, the knowledge from his grandfather's beast encyclopedia flashed through his mind. Thunderwind pterosaur, a subdragon species possessing a diluted bloodline. The concentration of dragon blood is generally below 2. Although it boasts both wind and thunder attributes, its potential is limited, with growth to the monarch level nearing its apex. In comparison to the true dragons like the azure-scale dragon lord and the purple lightning dragon, it is akin to comparing clouds to mud. In simpler terms, it's merely a fade, appealing to the eye, yet its lineage is woefully inferior. It only serves to deceive novices like the earth rat and those lacking in knowledge. Upon hearing the earth rat's flattery, Long Hua's expression swelled with pride as he pointed his chin at Yang Yu. Boy, if you know what's good for you, scram. This egg is claimed by me. Yang Yu, cradling Xiao Yang, ambled forward, casting a casual glance at the snarling Thunderwind pterosaur, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. The Long family? Is that truly something remarkable? I laid eyes on this egg first. One must respect the order of arrival, no? Long Hua, taken aback by someone daring to challenge his authority, especially a seemingly ordinary boy, as Yang Yu wore a school uniform. His countenance darkened. Order of arrival? Humph. In this black market, strength is the only rule. Aphone, teach him a lesson. Just don't kill him. At the command, the Thunderwind pterosaur emitted a shrill cry, flapping its wings with a roar of wind and thunder, lunging towards Yang Yu with a swift claw. The earth rat yelped in fright and scurried aside. Yet, Yang Yu remained motionless, just as the claw was about to make contact with him. Roar. A more majestic, ancient, and terrifying dragon's roar erupted from behind Yang Yu. The phantom of the azure-scaled dragon lord flickered and vanished. A pressure emanating from the depths of his bloodline, belonging to a true dragon, bore down upon the Thunderwind pterosaur like an imposing mountain. Dragoness might. The scales of the Thunderwind pterosaur instantly bristled. Its advance suddenly froze. As if it had seen a ghost, emitting a terrified wail as it plummeted from the air, trembling and cowering on the ground, too afraid to raise its head. Bloodline suppression. An absolute bloodline suppression. Long Hua's smug expression instantly solidified, morphing into shock and disbelief. What? What is happening? Only then did Yang Yu leisurely approach. Gazing at the disheveled Long Hua with a smile, the young master of the Long family? Is this all? Your dragon seems rather lacking, doesn't he? You, what have you done? Long Hua was both astonished and furious. Nothing much, just informing you that not every creature with wings is a true dragon. Yang Yu's tone turned icy. Now, who should be the one to leave? Long Hua's face turned a deep shade of anger, and he waved his hand violently. Everyone. Get him. Make him pay. The two silent bodyguards behind him sprang into action. Both summoned their spirit beasts simultaneously. One was a shadow leopard, elite level, stealthily approaching. The other, a giant claw mantis, elite level, charged forward with blade-like forelimbs. Xiaoyang. Yang Yu couldn't even be bothered to move. Meow. Xiaoyang leaped from his arms, suspended in midair, a golden light flashing across its body. Impact of light. Bang. Bang. Two concentrated beams of light shot forth instantly. The stealthy shadow leopard was blasted out of the shadows, crying out as it collided with the wall. The charging giant claw mantis fared even worse. Sent flying by the light beam, its hardened exoskeleton cracking under the force. Instant kill. The two bodyguards' expressions shifted dramatically, having not anticipated the strength of the opponent's cat. Long Hua was taken aback as well, but his anger surged. Useless. All of you are useless. Uncle Yin, you take action. The bodyguard, who had been silent, exuding the most stable aura, sighed and stepped forward. He formed hand seals, conjuring a more complex summoning array. With a flash of light, a massive creature resembling a small mountain emerged, its shell adorned with intricate runes and boasting 4 heads, each corresponding to the elemental attributes of water, fire, wind, and earth. A colossal turtle appeared. 4-faced dragon turtle, peak monarch level. Earth, water, fire, wind attributes. Its defensive capabilities were extraordinarily formidable. Young man. The bodyguard known as Uncle Yin spoke, his voice steady. Spare him while you can. It is not worth offending the Long family over an unknown egg. How about stepping back? Yang Yu sensed the immense defensive power of the dragon turtle, yet felt no trepidation. Step back? Yang Yu chuckled. You're attempting to seize my belongings and struck first, and now you want me to retreat because you can't win? The Long family certainly has a grandiose sense of authority. His gaze sharpened. Xiaoyang. Essence of the sun. Play with this big turtle. Meow. Xiaoyang unleashed a deafening roar, instantaneously transforming into a blazing little sun. A terrifying wave of light and heat engulfed the entire basement. Essence of the sun. Activate. The 4 heads of the 4-faced dragon turtle simultaneously displayed an expression of grave concern. It swiftly retracted its heads and limbs into its shell. The runes upon its shell erupted with 4 colors of light, forming an impenetrable elemental shield. Futile. Yang Yu bellowed. Judgment of the sun. Transformed into the sun. Xiaoyang concentrated the ultimate light and heat, resembling a divine sword, and struck down upon that elemental shield. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated. The blinding light rendered all eyes unable to open. Crack, crack. That seemingly invincible elemental shield, before the ultimate light and heat, merely sustained for 2 seconds before becoming riddled with cracks, then shattering with a resounding crash. The residual force of the light sword slammed into the turtle's shell. Roar! The dragon turtle emitted a pained roar. Its incredibly hard shell was scorched black in a patch. Although it remained intact, it was evidently shaken severely. Essence of the sun. 100 critical hit. Effective against non-light attributes. The damage was terrifying. Uncle Yin grunted, his face paling, clearly suffering backlash. Shock filled his eyes. What kind of power is this? Long Hua was even more terrified, his face turning pale, rendered speechless. Yang Yu refrained from continuing his assault. And Xiaoyang also dimmed its radiance, returning to his shoulder, breathing slightly heavier. Maintaining essence of the sun was immensely taxing. Yang Yu looked at the stunned Long Hua, coldly asking, do you wish to continue? Long Hua snapped back to his senses, a mixture of fear, anger, and astonishment flashing across his face as he weakly pointed at Yang Yu. W exactly are you? Dare you reveal your name? Yang Yu crossed his arms. Speaking indifferently, Yang Yu. Yang family, Yang Yu. Yang Yu. Long Hua was momentarily stunned, then as if recollecting something, his eyes widened in shock. You are the one who contracted Child of the Sun, the Yang family's waste. No, that Yang Yu? He clearly recognized Yang Yu's name, albeit with a slight delay in information. Yang Yu found amusement in his appellation. Now, who is in the position to forgive whom? Long Hua's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. glancing at the now cat-like Xiao Yang, which still radiated a terrifying aura, and then at his fallen spirit beasts and the injured Uncle Yin. Realizing he had thoroughly kicked a solid iron plate today, he gritted his teeth, no longer daring to speak harshly, and shouted to Uncle Yin and the other bodyguard, "Let us go." The three of them stowed their spirit beasts, leaving the basement in utter disarray, retreating swiftly without daring to look back. The earth rat, having been dumbfounded, cautiously approached, a face full of reverence and a smile. "Oh dear, young Master Yang, forgive this old man for being blind. I failed to recognize you. Please pardon my oversight." Yang Yu, disinterested in quarreling with him, pointed at the dark purple egg. "Now, this egg belongs to me, correct?" "Of course it belongs to you." The earth rat nodded vigorously. 80,000. No, 50,000. Just a cost. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Yang Yu stated. "I possess only 3,000 as a deposit. The remainder can be settled with an IOU or secured against college credits and future task earnings." The expression on the mole's face darkened, but upon meeting Yang Yu's resolute gaze and recalling the terrifying sun cat from earlier, he could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. "Very well. Young Master Yang's credibility is undoubtedly sound." The transaction was concluded. Yang Yu gingerly cradled the ominous yet intriguingly peculiar egg, departing from the bizarre underground black market. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ling Yu was still tinkering with his mechanical components. "Back already? Where are my nails?" he inquired without lifting his head. Yang Yu ignored him, carefully placing the dark purple egg on the table. Ling Yu cast a glance, momentarily taken aback. "What on earth is this? Where did you find this coal-like egg? The energy fluctuations are exceedingly strange. Wait, this aura." He set aside his tools and approached with a serious demeanor, meticulously sensing the egg, his brow furrowed. "Demon type? And of considerable origin too. Where on earth did you acquire such contraband?" Chapter 48, Nightmare. Ling Yu circled the dark purple egg twice, his data eye scanning it repeatedly, his expression increasingly tense. The energy spectrum was extraordinarily chaotic, a conglomeration of negative emotions, with distinct characteristics of an abyssal anchor, alongside a potent residual soul imprint. He stroked his chin. "This doesn't resemble a naturally birthed spirit beast egg. Rather, it appears to be an ancient malevolent artifact that has been forcibly compressed and sealed." "Yang Yu, are you certain you wish to forge a contract with this? The risk factor is exceedingly high, with a potential for loss of control at 378. Yang Yu regarded the egg, feeling the complex emotions of both vigilance and a faint longing emanating from Xiao Yang. He clenched his teeth. "I'm willing to take the gamble. Although the mole boasts, this egg is undoubtedly extraordinary. The scion of the Long family desires it, indicating its true worth. I can't allow you to bask in all the glory alone." Ling Yu scoffed. "Suit yourself. Just don't come crying to me for help when it backfires." Nevertheless, he rummaged through the laboratory, retrieving several specially crafted binding chains and energy stabilizers, securing them around the egg. There, a bit of insurance. "Let us begin." Yang Yu took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions. He sliced his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the dark purple shell. Concurrently, immense mental energy and the power of the Beast Master Space began to flow forth, enveloping the entire egg as he initiated the contract link. Buzz. The dark red, vein-like patterns on the eggshell suddenly illuminated. A chilling, violent surge, brimming with boundless resentment and a desire for destruction, surged through the mental link, crashing violently into Yang Yu's consciousness. Yang Yu stifled a groan, feeling as though his soul had been cast into an icy abyss. Countless wails of despair, frenzied mutterings, and gory images of slaughter erupted within his mind. This was no ordinary contracting process. It was more akin to a soul-level invasion and confrontation. Xiao Yang anxiously paced at his feet, radiating sunlight, yet unable to directly intervene in this battle of the psyche. Ling Yu's gaze sharpened as he prepared to act. Just then, the egg began to tremble violently. The runes on its surface flickered erratically. The dark torrent, under Yang Yu's resilient will and the resistance of the supreme Beast Master Space, seemed to be temporarily subdued. Yet in the next moment, instead of shattering, the eggshell became ethereal. A far more powerful and refined, seemingly primordial and terrifying will descended directly into the depths of Yang Yu's consciousness. Yang Yu felt a sudden darkness envelop him, all perception severed in an instant, his body going limp as he collapsed heavily onto the laboratory floor. "Yang Yu!" Ling Yu exclaimed, startled, rushing forward to check. He discovered that Yang Yu had merely exhausted his mental energy and fallen into a deep slumber, his breathing steady. Yet his brow furrowed as if ensnared in a nightmarish dream. "What on earth is happening?" Ling Yu muttered, instructing Xiao Chuang to continuously monitor Yang Yu's vital signs and brainwave activity. Yang Yu felt himself plummeting, descending further into an endless void of darkness and coldness. Suddenly, roar! A soul-shattering roar erupted before him. The darkness was violently torn apart. An enormous, indescribably grotesque beast materialized within his consciousness. Its body was cloaked in a darkness that devoured all light, with molten crimson radiance coursing through the gaps of its obsidian armor. Its head resembled that of a skeletal dragon, with two blazing azure flames of maddening soul fire flickering in its eye sockets. Its wings were fractured shadows, and its tail resembled a bone whip capable of rending space itself. Countless wailing, vengeful spirits and phantoms surrounded it, lamenting and kneeling. Nightmare evil dragon, Tulong. Spiritual entity. Manifestation of will. The malevolent dragon lowered its head, the burning soul fire fixating on the minuscule Yang Yu's spiritual form. An ancient, hoarse voice, laden with boundless arrogance and disdain, resonated within Yang Yu's soul. Insignificant, humble insect, do you dare attempt to bind the great Tulong with that laughable contract? Yang Yu, enduring the immense pressure at the soul level, steadied his mind, for in this realm of consciousness, his will was his power. So what? I am your master now. Humph. Master? The evil dragon emitted a derisive snicker, its terrifying draconic might bearing down on Yang Yu. Dissolve the contract, at once. Otherwise, I shall shatter your soul and condemn you to eternal nightmares. Yang Yu felt as if his spiritual form were about to be crushed. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured, the power of the supreme Beast Master Space subtly bolstering him. Is that all you've got? Trying to intimidate me? You're far from it. Seeking death. The evil dragon Tulong was evidently incensed. The multitude of wailing spirits around it instantly transformed into a surging tide of darkness, emitting piercing shrieks as they lunged toward Yang Yu, intent on consuming his consciousness entirely. In that critical moment, from the depths of Yang Yu's will, the essence of the sun, belonging to the son of the sun, was fully ignited. Buzz, his spiritual form erupted in a magnificent golden light, like a radiant sun rising within the dark expanse of his consciousness. Manifestation of solar radiance. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The vengeful spirits that had lunged at him, upon coming into contact with this pure light and life force, let out agonizing shrieks, instantly dissolving, purifying, and vanishing into nothingness. Roar. The evil dragon Tulong seemed to be scorched by the sudden influx of light, letting out a pained howl as its massive form instinctively recoiled. Its essence, suffused with negative energy, was firmly suppressed by this solar power. The power of the sun. That nauseating light. Tulong's voice was filled with revulsion and a hint of suspicion. Bathed in golden light, Yang Yu felt the pressure lift significantly. He crossed his arms. In his spiritual form now, can we converse properly? I am Yang Yu, the master of the son of the sun. The son of the sun. Tulong repeated, the flickering soul fire seeming to recall something. Suddenly, it let out a derisive snort, imbued with an inexplicable sense of superiority. Humph, what of it? I am the sworn elder brother of the son of the moon. For the sake of our fourth brother, if you dissolve the contract now, I may spare your life. Yang Yu was taken aback. What? The son of the moon? That guy Ling Yu's little moon? You are its sworn elder brother? This is quite the revelation. Indeed. Tulong raised its head, seemingly regaining its composure. We four brothers were once in the heavenly realm. Its words faltered, the soul fire flickering violently. As if ensnared in a painful recollection, sworn brothers, in the heavenly realm, we survived. Its voice grew fragmented, filled with confusion and suffering. The illustrious leader, known as the nightmarish evil dragon Tulong, stands as the foremost among them. Following closely are the second, the thunderflash monkey Hatangshan, the third, the starlight unicorn Saint Ire, and the fourth, the Moonchild, Xiaoya, as you have mentioned. It strains to recollect more, yet it seems to have grazed upon some forbidden knowledge, a searing pain tearing through its very soul. A roar of anguish escapes it, as the memories that linger beyond are shrouded, invoking a splitting headache at mere thought. The immense spiritual essence of the evil dragon writhes in torment within the realm of consciousness, causing the entire space to quiver. Yang Yu watches, utterly astonished. What is the meaning of this? This formidable evil dragon is, astonishingly, a sworn brother to Xiaoya, and it holds the rank of elder brother? Were they once a band of rogues in the celestial realm? What transpired thereafter? Memories sealed away. The magnitude of information is staggering. It certainly does not sound fabricated. The agony it conveys feels all too genuine. Enveloped in golden radiance, Yang Yu descends into contemplation. If this holds truth, then the origins of this evil dragon may surpass all conceivable wonders. Furthermore, it appears to have suffered amnesia, recalling only fragments of its past. Hey, giant. Yang Yu attempts to communicate. You see, your memories are incomplete, and you know not who your enemies are. Presently, you are but an egg. Oh no, a spiritual essence. The outside world is fraught with peril. Why not accompany me? I can assist you in seeking a means to restore your memories. Surely that is preferable to wandering aimlessly alone. Oh no, a dragon? Tulong's suffering subsides slightly as it raises its head, its soul fire flickering erratically, clearly weighing its options. This human, though diminutive, wields the power of the sun that can restrain it, and is, perhaps, a companion of the current master of the fourth. This seems to be its only viable choice. Human, Yangyu, its deep voice resonates. You would do well to speak the truth. Should you dare deceive me, once I regain my strength, I shall deal with you accordingly. Before it could finish its menacing declaration, Yangyu felt a sudden vertigo, his mental energy depleted, and his consciousness was ejected from that realm. In the laboratory, Yangyu jolted awake, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Awake? Came Ling Yu's voice, as he busily recorded data on a tablet. The brainwave activity surged and plummeted, indicating a successful communication. What manner of creature is it? Yangyu sat up, rubbing his throbbing temples. His gaze complex as he regarded the now tranquil egg on the table, still exuding an ominous aura. He slowly uttered a name, the nightmarish evil dragon, Tulong. After a brief pause, he added a statement that left Ling Yu dumbfounded. It claims to be the elder brother among Xiaoya's sworn siblings. Ling Yu, huh? Chapter 49, Demon Type. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yu transported the egg into his advanced laboratory, swiftly enveloping it with an array of energy sensors, spectral analyzers, and mental stability devices. Is this really necessary? Yangyu observed the fervor with bemusement. Of course. Ling Yu shot him a glare. This entity is exceedingly peculiar. Did you not feel the mental onslaught during the contract? It nearly turned your brain to mush. We must ascertain what lies within, if a world-ending demon hatches. Our dormitory shall be the first to face annihilation. As he spoke, he directed Xiao Chuang to connect the devices. Xiao Chuang, initiate full power scanning. Analyze energy spectrum, life fluctuations, residual mental imprints. I require all data. Xiao Chuang's data screen illuminated, invisible scanning beams enveloping the magical egg. The laboratory fell silent, the only sound being the faint hum of the machinery. Yangyu watched anxiously, while Xiaoyang crouched at his feet, vigilantly regarding the egg. As moments trickled by, the data on Ling Yu's screen surged wildly. Energy activity escalated rapidly, internal life signs stabilized, and mental fluctuations grew serene. Curious, Ling Yu frowned. It appears the contract has indeed taken effect. It is accepting your mental energy. However, its foundational energy tier is excessively elevated and instinctively repels external probing. Suddenly, the dark red vascular patterns upon the eggshell glowed fiercely, akin to a searing branding iron. A far more potent and pure demonic aura, intertwined with an ancient and regal dragon might, erupted forth. The laboratory lights flickered violently. It's about to hatch, Ling Yu exclaimed, his excitement mounting rather than waning. Xiao Chuang, lock onto the energy source. Document all changes. Yangyu felt his heart leap to his throat. Crack, crack. At last, a distinct fissure appeared upon the surface of the eggshell, which rapidly expanded like a spider's web. An indescribable scent, mingling sulfur, shadows, and a hint of some ancient metallic essence, wafted through the air. Bang! The apex of the eggshell was breached from within, revealing a diminutive claw, covered in dark purple scales, trembling as it grasped the edge. The claw's tip was semi-transparent, resembling a sharp black crystal. Next, a small head cautiously emerged. It bore an appearance both endearing yet suffused with an uncanny and regal presence. Its head shape bore resemblance to Xiaoya, the wolf, albeit shorter and rounder, with two tiny, crystal-clear black horns beginning to form on its forehead. Its eyes were disproportionately large, nearly dominating its face, with slitted pupils now a clear, ruby red, filled with curiosity yet tinged with trepidation as it surveyed the unfamiliar world beyond. From its nostrils wafted two faint wisps of smoke, carrying the faintest embers. Its entire body was cloaked in dark purple, delicate yet resilient scales, reflecting a blend of metallic and glass-like texture under the light. Along its spine, a row of minuscule, shadowy spikes began to take shape. A slender tail, tipped with a small arrowhead, swayed gently behind it. It was small, roughly the size of a domestic cat, curled within the shattered eggshell, appearing harmless, even somewhat adorable. Yet the pure demonic essence it radiated, the condensed shadow power, and that faint yet profoundly elevated dragon might, unmistakably signified to all that it was far from an ordinary spirit beast. The scanning results emerged. Ling Yu gazed at the final data displayed on the screen, gasping in astonishment, his eyes widening. Attributes: demon type, dragon type, shadow type, energy spectrum, extremely pure and highly condensed. The foundational tier is immeasurable. Life form: ancient giant dragon lineage. Bloodline purity analysis. Ling Yu's voice rose in shock. Giant dragon bloodline purity, 73%? How much? Yang Yu was equally astonished, convinced he had misheard. 73. Ling Yu repeated, incredulity saturating his tone. What manner of creature is this? Do you comprehend the implications? He abruptly turned to Yang Yu. The Azure Scale Dragon Lord has a bloodline purity of around 15% at best in the mortal realm. The Violet Thunder Dragon, prior to its decline, hovered near 18%. That Wind and Thunder Winged Dragon from the Dragon Clan? It's merely a hybrid. It might not even have 2% purity. 73. This categorically falls within the realm of ancient pure-blood giants, a lineage capable of directly ascending beyond the divine realm. And it's a demon type? Not to mention a shadow type. How can these three elements possibly merge so seamlessly? Ling Yu felt his brain, reputed as the foremost mechanical engineer in Shannon City, teetering on the brink of overload. This entirely contravened all principles of energy fusion he had ever known. As the two individuals stood in utter astonishment, the freshly hatched dragonling appeared to be startled by Ling Yu's sudden elevation in volume. With a soft, almost imperceptible whine that carried a hint of grievance and fear, it instinctively retreated back into its eggshell, revealing only its large, timid eyes as it gazed apprehensively at the boisterous stranger. This reaction, juxtaposed with its formidable lineage and attributes, created a delightful contrast that was irresistibly endearing. Yang Yu observed the little creature's pitiful demeanor, and his shock gradually gave way to an inexplicable softness in his heart. He cautiously stifled his own aura, slowly extending a finger in an attempt to touch it. The dragonling watched his finger warily, its nostrils flaring as if it were trying to discern his scent. It sensed the familiar essence emanating from Yang Yu, the one with whom it had forged a soul contract, as well as the warm, albeit slightly uncomfortable sensation radiating from the nearby cat, Xiaoyang. Hesitating for a moment, it ultimately leaned forward, gently brushing its icy little nose against Yang Yu's fingertip. In that instant, a profound sensation of bloodline connection and soul integration surged through Yang Yu's heart, more vivid than during their initial contract. It recognized me, he thought, his voice softened considerably. Of course, you are its master. If it doesn't recognize you, who else would it? Ling Yu retorted, albeit with a glimmer of curiosity and exploration in his eyes. However, to possess such a high level of intelligence and affinity right after hatching was indeed extraordinary. He gazed at the screen displaying the inscriptions of demon lineage, dragon lineage, and shadow lineage, then glanced at the little creature beneath Yang Yu's finger, which was gradually relaxing and even beginning to nuzzle against his palm. Pondering, he mused, the demon lineage is characterized by ferocity and chaos, the dragon lineage by pride and strength, and the shadow lineage by secrecy and cunning. Logically, these three attributes should conflict and explode upon convergence. Yet this little one exhibits a remarkably stable energy and appears quite gentle. This indicated its exceptional potential. At this moment, Yang Yu had completely fallen for the little creature, pride swelling within him as he declared, "It's no wonder it formed a contract with me." Ling Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Come on, you merely stumbled into good fortune. However, its lineage and attributes are exceedingly unique, and the resources required for its growth will be astronomical. Moreover, it must not be exposed lightly." His expression turned grave. 73% pure blood dragon. A demon dragon, no less. If this information were to leak, not only the Dragon Clan, but also those ancient beings lurking in the shadows would leap forth to seize it. You'd find yourself in dire straits before you even knew it. Yang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing the seriousness of the situation, and nodded earnestly. "I understand." At that moment, the little dragonling seemed to finally relax completely, commencing to nibble on the remnants of its eggshell. The shell evidently contained abundant primal energy, and with every piece it consumed, its scales glimmered more vibrantly, and its aura grew slightly stronger. It devoured the shell with great relish, soon leaving nothing behind, then letting out a satisfied burp that expelled a wisp of black smoke. It staggered out from the remnants, wobbling over to Yang Yu's feet, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg before yawning and curling up, promptly falling into a deep slumber. Its breathing was steady, and it radiated a faint, dark purple glow. Yang Yu carefully cradled it, and the little creature instinctively grasped his clothing with its tiny claws, seeking a comfortable position, sinking deeper into sleep. Gazing down at this little demon dragon, which breathed steadily and was filled with dependency upon him, Yang Yu felt an immense sense of accomplishment and responsibility. "We should give it a name," Ling Yu suggested while recording data. "It can't be referred to as egg or little one indefinitely." Yang Yu contemplated its dark purple scales and mused. "It followed us back from the black market and has had a tumultuous journey. However, I hope for its future to be safe and smooth. So let us name it Eros." Ling Yu replied, "Do as you wish. It sounds rather pedestrian." Chapter 50. Source of the Blazing Sun. Yang Yu, cradling the newly hatched dragonling Eros, found himself increasingly enamored. After adequately feeding and resting, the little creature appeared more vibrant, playfully nudging his fingers with its tiny paws and occasionally emitting high-pitched, baby-like cries that starkly contrasted with its striking shadow demon dragon appearance. This little being undoubtedly possessed great potential, yet its juvenile state seemed rather frail. As Yang Yu sensed Eros' weak but pure energy fluctuations, a sense of urgency washed over him. He yearned for it to grow stronger. Let us give it a try. His gaze sharpened, focusing his mind to channel the immense spiritual energy he had amassed through multiple contractual feedbacks, which now far surpassed that of an average beastmaster. He initiated gene evolution once more on the little dragon Ling in his embrace. Buzz. This time, a resplendent light of evolution enveloped Eros entirely. The intensity and stability of the radiance surpassed all previous instances. Yang Yu felt his spiritual force surge forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Yet he maintained complete control. Within the brilliance, Eros emitted a sound that was both pleasurable and slightly painful. Moments later, the light dissipated. Roar. An invigorated dragon's roar resonated, clearer and stronger than before. Eros had visibly grown, transitioning from the size of a domestic cat to that of a medium-sized pig. It felt heavier in Yang Yu's arms. Its dark purple scales had become denser and more lustrous, glinting with a metallic sheen. The small shadowy spikes along its spine had subtly risen, and the tiny dragon horns on its forehead had elongated slightly, bestowing a more majestic appearance. Its ruby-like vertical pupils sparkled with life and sharpness. Most importantly, it emanated an energy wave that had firmly entered the realm of transcendent level. Eros had successfully made its first leap from the juvenile phase to the growth phase. Yang Yu was elated. At that moment, a searing and surging wave of draconic energy feedback surged from the little dragon Ling, coursing through Yang Yu's limbs. Instantly, a new innate ability blossomed in his mind. Dragon Blood Resonance, passive talent. As the master, your bloodline can establish a profound resonance with the contracted dragon-type spirit beast. You may actively trigger this ability to grant yourself or any non-dragon contracted spirit beast a brief dragon blood enhancement effect, increasing strength, defense, and small resistance to dragon-type skills, accompanied by a faint draconic aura. Dragon Blood Resonance. Yang Yu assessed this new ability, pursing his lips in mild dissatisfaction as he shook his head. The effect seems rather mediocre. It merely grants a low-level dragon blood buff to allies. Compared to the feedbacks from Xiao Yang's gene evolution and Light's encouragement, it pales in comparison. It appears that unless one possesses a primordial spirit beast of the caliber of the 5 progenitors, the feedback talents tend to be rather ordinary. Ling Yu, engrossed in tinkering with the mother insect and documenting various data, overheard this and, without lifting his head, scoffed dismissively. Be content. Talent skills are the rarest and most luck-dependent aspect of beast mastery. Countless beastmasters have contracted high-quality spirit beasts yet received no talent skills whatsoever. You, with a little dragon that has just hatched into the transcendent level and can also provide a practical team-boosting talent, are already incredibly fortunate. And yet you still wish to nitpick? He pointed at himself. When I contracted Xiaoya, Child of the Moon, I received no talent whatsoever. When I contracted Xiaochuang, Child of Machinery, the feedback was merely mechanical affinity, which is just handy for fiddling with parts. It was only when I contracted the mother insect, a sovereign-level beast, that I received the talent of swarm intuition, a weak influence on the thoughts of the insect race. And you still find it unsatisfactory? Yang Yu, chastised by Ling Yu's remarks, rubbed his nose and chuckled sheepishly, realizing he had perhaps been a tad too self-indulgent. I was merely speaking casually. But it is indeed lacking compared to Xiao Yang. Of course, the Child of the Sun is one of a kind in the universe. You must have exhausted all your luck for the next lifetime by signing that contract. Ling Yu scoffed, urging him to familiarize himself with his newfound abilities without being overly self-satisfied. Just as the two were exchanging banter, Yang Yu's phone suddenly rang from his pocket. He pulled it out and saw his uncle Yang Lin's name flashing on the screen. What could he want? Yang Yu muttered as he answered the call, switching it to speaker mode. Hello, uncle? On the other end, Yang Lin's voice was tinged with a mix of flattery and caution. Little Yu. I hope I'm not interrupting your training. No, not at all. What is up? Yang Yu inquired. I have some good news for you. Yang Lin's voice rose a notch in excitement. The 2 top-tier secret realms, source of the blazing sun and radiance of the full moon, which our family has been responsible for overseeing, have finally completed their renovations and will be reopening to the public. What? Yang Yu leaped up from his chair, his voice rising several octaves. The source of the blazing sun is reopening. That name is all too familiar. It is etched into my memory. My grandfather, Yang Qi, ventured deep into the source of the blazing sun in search of the legendary sun egg, which later became the sun child, Xiao Yang, only to encounter that golden tiger and tragically perish. That was the site of my grandfather's demise. It is also where I first encountered Xiaoyang. Indeed, it's reopening, Yang Lin affirmed. Little you, I know you have longed to visit, and now the opportunity is at hand. Go. I'm going right now, Yang Yu declared without hesitation, his tone brimming with excitement and determination. Ahem, little you, don't rush. Listen to me first. Yang Lin quickly cleared his throat on the other end. This reopening comes with new regulations that differ from before. Following the incident with your grandfather, the losses were too great. The Dragon Kingdom authorities, along with several prominent families, have established an extremely stringent entry protocol. What kind of protocol? Yang Yu frowned. To enter these 2 secret realms, you now need to collect the 10 element medals and the past documents from the 5 great families. Yang Lin elucidated. The 10 element medals serve as proof of your capability to handle the extreme elemental environments within the secret realms. The past documents from the 5 great families require you to complete various trials set by each family to demonstrate your overall strength and potential. Both are essential. What the heck? It's so complicated, Yang Yu exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. Was it this difficult for my grandfather back then? Alas, it was precisely the low threshold back then that led to the tragedy, Yang Lin sighed. After your grandfather's incident, everyone realized the perilous nature of such top-tier secret realms, necessitating high barriers to filter out only the truly capable talents and prevent unnecessary sacrifices. This is for your own good. Yang Yu fell silent. He understood the rationale behind his uncle's words, yet the procedures seemed excessively cumbersome. So, where do I obtain the 10 medals and the 5 documents? He asked. Don't fret. I've already sent you the locations for acquiring the 10 element medals and the trial points for the 5 great families via your communicator, Yang Lin replied. You can choose your route based on your circumstances. As for our Yang family, rest assured, I will directly stamp your documents. The other families, however, you will have to manage on your own. All right. Thank you, uncle. Yang Yu took a deep breath. Although it was bothersome, he finally had a clear goal. By the way, little you, Yang Lin added, his tone carrying a hint of gravity, the source of the blazing sun, reportedly, has undergone some peculiar changes since the time of your grandfather's incident. Once you enter, you must exercise utmost caution. I understand, Yang Yu solemnly replied. After hanging up, Yang Yu promptly opened his communicator to view the map. Ling Yu leaned in closer, intrigued. The 10 element medals? Sounds interesting. Just in time. My insect mother and new mechanical units require a plethora of rare elemental materials for upgrades. I'll accompany you. Great. Yang Yu nodded. With Ling Yu as a formidable ally, their efficiency would undoubtedly soar. They examined the map and decided to commence their quest at the nearest metal acquisition point, the water metal. Following the map's indications, the pair set off with their spirit beasts without delay. After several hours aboard the Academy's aircraft, they finally arrived at their destination, an expansive, tumultuous azure ocean. This is it, huh? Wait, doesn't this place look somewhat familiar? Ling Yu remarked, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the rolling waves below. Yang Yu scrutinized the map coordinates, then glanced at the familiar coastline and towering lighthouse below, stunned. Holy cow! Isn't this the surging sea? The homeland of the Azure Scale and Purple Lightning. He recalled previously helping the Azure Scale Dragon Lord fulfill a wish by resolving the rebellion in the surging sea. The trial location for the water metal is at the Guardian's Nest. Yang Yu's mouth twitched as he read the final destination marked on the map. Isn't that the underwater cave where the old giant turtle, Xinzhou, resided? Ling Yu also recalled the place, his expression one of disbelief. Damn it, after all this. We're back at home. The two exchanged glances, both amused and exasperated. There was no turning back. They had come this far. They descended into the water with ease, swimming toward the Guardian's Nest. Before long, the familiar, expansive underwater cave composed of coral and rocks came into view. Unlike the tense and oppressive atmosphere they had encountered during their previous visit, the cave's entrance was now immaculate. Adorned with a shining sign indicating water metal trial point, there was even a small reception desk, behind which sat a YC otter holding a registration book and a stamp. The shift in ambience was staggering. Yang Yu and Ling Yu, accompanied by their spirit beasts, swam over, bewildered. The YC otter adjusted its non-existent glasses, solemnly picked up the registration book, and gestured to the nearby sign containing the trial guidelines. Speaking in human language, through a special spiritual artifact, are you two here to participate in the water metal trial? Please register first. Trial content. Enter the nest and defeat the current guardian. Good luck. Yang Yu. Ling Yu. Defeat the current guardian? Who is the current guardian? Isn't it just? The two entered the familiar guardian's nest, their minds filled with questions. Chapter 51. Taking the back door? Yang Yu and Ling Yu stepped into the now familiar guardian's nest, transformed into a trial point, their expressions a mix of confusion. The interior of the cave had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously dark and damp, filled with an air of menace. It now featured smooth walls embedded with luminous deep-sea pearls for illumination. The floor was laid with even sand and stones, clearly delineating waiting areas, trial zones, and metal distribution sections. The service here was exceptionally accommodating. As soon as they entered the trial area, a heavy, mountainous pressure suddenly enveloped them. Before them, upon the largest, flattest rock, stood a colossal turtle, its shell adorned with ancient, arcane patterns, its head resembling that of a dragon, with piercingly sharp eyes. Slowly lifting its forelimbs and heavily stomping down upon the rock. Boom! The entire cave trembled. The water surged violently. Before them stood the formidable guardian of the surging sea. Xianzhou, peak emperor grade, water and earth attributes. Its hostile and scrutinizing gaze fixated on the intruding Yang Yu and Ling Yu. Clearly, it regarded them as mere challengers here for the trial. Who dares trespass upon the sacred ground of the trial? To claim the medal, you must first pass my test. Xianzhou bellowed with a voice as thunderous as a storm, powerful water and earth energies converging, making the surrounding water thick and oppressive, as if it sought to crush them into oblivion. Ling Yu's gaze sharpened, instinctively preparing to summon Ji and the swarm of insects. Yang Yu furrowed his brow, readying Xiao Yang for combat. The atmosphere was tense, brimming with impending conflict. At this critical juncture, a surprised, resounding voice, laden with profound respect, echoed from the depths of the lair. Young master? In the blink of an eye, an elegant and majestic azure golden dragon silhouette swooped forth from behind, swiftly positioning itself between Yang Yu and Xianzhou. It was none other than the azure scale dragon lord, sovereign level, water, dragon type. Upon its arrival, the formidable aura that Xianzhou had amassed faltered instantly, turning the hostility and sharpness in its eyes into astonishment and reverence. Its colossal form instinctively lowered slightly, as if paying homage to the azure scale dragon lord. The azure scale dragon lord paid no heed to Xianzhou, instead leaning its grand head toward Yang Yu, its eyes shimmering with surprise and a hint of reproach. Young master, why did you not inform me of your arrival in advance? This flood nearly caused old Xian to offend you. Truly, Yang Yu, Ling Yu, Xianzhou. The giant turtle appeared utterly bewildered, cautiously inquiring. Queen Azure, who is this? Only then did the azure scale dragon lord turn its head, gesturing with its tail toward Yang Yu, its tone brimming with pride. Old Xian, allow me to introduce. This is my master, Yang Yu. He is also the current honorary guardian of the surging sea, a title bestowed following the pacification of the region. Moreover, he is my lord. Thud. Upon hearing this, Xianzhou was so startled that it almost withdrew its head into its shell. The honorary guardian, the master of the azure scale dragon lord? The implications were staggering. Just moments ago, it had considered taking action against him. Quickly, it dissipated all energy, pressing its massive body as low as possible. Its voice quivering. I see that young Master Yang has arrived. Old Turtle has been blind. I beseech your forgiveness. Forgive me. Yang Yu, observing this dramatically unfolding scene, was both amused and exasperated, waving his hand dismissively. It's quite all right, Xianzhou, please rise. Ignorance is no fault. We are here merely to follow the rules for the assessment. Curiously, the azure scale dragon lord asked, Young master, what prompted you to suddenly seek the water medal? This trinket holds little significance for you, does it not? Sighing, Yang Yu succinctly explained the reactivation of the source of the blazing sun and radiance of the crescent moon's secret realms, along with the stringent new regulations requiring the collection of 10 medals and documents from 5 prominent families to gain entry. Upon learning that this was in relation to the former master, Yang Qi, the azure scale dragon lord's gaze dimmed momentarily before solidifying with resolve. Fear not, young master. This matter shall rest upon my shoulders. In the surging sea, our words hold sway. It then turned to the still prostrate Xianzhou, commanding, Old Xian, rise. Fetch 2 no? 5 water medals from the treasury. Prepare them for the young master and his friends. Xianzhou, huh? 5. Isn't the rule 1 per person? The azure scale dragon lord shot at a glare. What do you mean? Hurry. It is a rare occasion for my master to visit. What harm is there in acquiring a few more? Perhaps his friends may require them too. Yes. I shall go at once. Xianzhou, not daring to question further, clumsily turned to swim toward the depths of the lair. Wait. The azure scale dragon lord called after it. You are too slow. Lousy. Wake up and get to work. It bellowed toward another direction in the lair. Moments later, a fully purple dragon, crackling with electricity yet appearing drowsy, sluggishly swam into view. It was the purple lightning dragon, king level. Water, electric type. Roar. What is it, old Qing? I was napping. The purple lightning dragon yawned, sparks crackling from its mouth. Stop sleeping. The young master is here. Hurry to the treasury and retrieve 5 water medals. Make haste. The azure scale dragon lord urged. Roar? The young master is here? Only then did the purple lightning dragon notice Yang Yu. Its energy slightly revitalized as it wagged its tail. Roar. All right. I'm on it. Despite its current king level, it still moved with remarkable speed. In a flash of electricity, it vanished. Before long, Xianzhou had only made it halfway. Another flash of lightning appeared, and the purple lightning dragon returned. Clutching a small box crafted from deep-sea cold iron in its mouth, it approached Yang Yu, setting the box down and nudging it open with its paw. Inside lay 5 metals, radiating a soft blue glow, meticulously crafted from the purest crystal and some deep-sea metal, the very water metals. The purple lightning dragon nudged the box toward Yang Yu, emitting a gurgling sound. Roar. Here you go, young master. Yang Yu gazed at the 5 gleaming metals, symbols of triumph over arduous trials, then glanced at the azure scale dragon lord, who wore an expression of pride, and the still drowsy purple lightning dragon, as well as the embarrassingly halfway prostrate Xianzhou. He couldn't help but feel that the process had been rather too smooth. Ling Yu, observing this absurd scene with wide eyes, finally blinked in disbelief when the purple lightning dragon pushed the metal box toward Yang Yu. He pointed at the box, then at the azure scale dragon lord and the purple lightning dragon, before turning to Yang Yu. Is this it? What about the assessment, the battle, the challenges? So these medals are from your family. Just taken. And 5 at that. Ling Yu felt his efficiency-driven, logical mind as a mechanic was under severe duress. This was nothing like he had anticipated. The azure scale dragon lord, hearing Ling Yu's words, proudly raised its head. What else would you expect? If my master desires a medal, must there be a fight to the death? In the surging sea, my master's word is law. Do not think twice about 5 medals. I could even bring out the mold for my master to craft his own if he wished. Yang Yu felt a bit embarrassed by the azure scale dragon lord's fierce protectiveness, yet warmth blossomed in his heart. He accepted the box, smiling at the azure scale dragon lord and the purple lightning dragon. Thank you, old Qing, old Z. However, 5 is too many. 2 will suffice. He took 2 medals for himself, handing 1 to Ling Yu, and pushed the remaining 3 back toward the azure scale dragon lord. Ling Yu accepted the cold, weighty water medal, his expression complex, feeling a subtle sense of having taken a shortcut. However, saving time and effort didn't seem so bad after all. Where shall the young master proceed next? The azure scale dragon lord inquired with concern. Shall I send a squad of sea generals to escort you? No, no, no. Yang Yu quickly waved his hands. We must seek other medals and documents at different locations. Discretion is key. He conversed briefly with the azure scale dragon lord and the purple lightning dragon about the current state of the surging sea. Under their management, it was orderly, advising them to rest well, especially the purple lightning dragon, before departing the Guardian's lair with Ling Yu. Back atop the ocean's surface, breathing in the fresh air, Ling Yu gazed at the water medal he had received for free and could not help but remark, I now seriously suspect that your relatives are also overseeing the other medal assessments. Yang Yu, that shouldn't be the case, should it? The two exchanged glances, yet both harbored the same thought. This task of collecting medals suddenly seemed all too simple. Chapter 52, The Grass Medal. The process of acquiring the water medal had been absurdly smooth, leaving Yang Yu and Ling Yu with a subtle feeling that perhaps there was a glitch in the task. They hurried onward to their next destination, the Arno grassland, to obtain the grass medal. After several hours aboard the flying vessel, the view outside the window transformed from the azure expanse of the ocean to an endless, undulating sea of verdant grasslands. The air became refreshingly moist, imbued with the fragrant scents of grass and earth. The aircraft descended at a rudimentary reception point on the edge of the prairie. This place was a stark contrast to the opulent assessment site by the surging sea, consisting merely of a few tents and an entrance enclosed by a wooden fence. Beside the tents stood a sign that read, Registration for the Grass Medal Assessment. To their surprise, the atmosphere here was bustling, as lively as a marketplace. A glance around revealed dozens of young beast tamers gathered, most appearing quite juvenile, reminiscent of freshmen from the nearby university town. Their accompanying spirit beasts were a colorful assortment, though generally of low rank, predominantly common and elite, with the occasional exceptional beast in sight. These youngsters formed a long queue, eagerly chatting amongst themselves, their excitement palpable. Hurry, it's my turn. My claw cat, can't wait to level up. I've heard the first challenge, the Vine Sprite, is weak. My Spark Mouse can handle it with just a flicker of flame. Look, senior sister, once I secure the grass medal, I'll gift it to you for your birthday. A boy was sweet-talking a girl beside him. Huffed, it's just a grass badge, what is so impressive about it? The girl feigned disdain, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. Yang Yu and Ling Yu exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion in one another's eyes. What is going on here? A rookie marketplace? Ling Yu frowned. The duo approached the registration tent, where a middle-aged man clad in prairie ethnic attire, sun-kissed, and visibly impatient, sat. He mechanically distributed rudimentary wooden entry tickets to those in line, incessantly muttering, "Next. Move quickly. If you can't win, get out fast. Don't delay the others." When it was Yang Yu and Ling Yu's turn, the man barely looked up, carelessly pulling 2 crumpled tickets from beneath the table and tossing them their way with a dismissive tone. $100 each for entry. Go left at the entrance for the first challenge. Defeat 3 Vine Sprites to earn the badge. Don't dawdle. Ling Yu exclaimed, "Huh? $100? Defeat 3 Vine Sprites? Are you joking?" He felt insulted. "We are here for the grass medal. This is a serious assessment, not some rookie village grind." The registration clerk finally lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the plainly dressed in school uniforms, Yang Yu and Ling Yu, along with their seemingly unremarkable spirit beasts. Xiao Yang, cat form, and Xiao Yu, wolf form, with an air of disdain. He snickered. "Oh, another one bringing a girl along to show off and complete achievements, huh? All right, I get it. The assessment criteria are the same. Go left and defeat 3 Vine Sprites. Perform well, and you can show off in front of the girl, right? Hurry up. Others are waiting." He clearly mistook them for those flaunting their prowess while guiding juniors through the easiest badge. Ling Yu's temper flared. "What the hell? Who's bringing a girl here? Do I look like some idle fool to you?" He pointed accusingly at the man, unleashing his frustration. "I'm here for the badge, to achieve something significant. What's with this ridiculous attitude? Is this shoddy assessment a mere joke?" The clerk was momentarily taken aback by the outburst, then rose angrily, slamming the table. "Hey, how dare you speak to me like that? If you want to take the test, fine. If not, scram. The grass medal is the simplest entry-level badge. It's meant to build confidence for newcomers and serves as a memento for couples. What do you expect? Should I conjure a dragon for you to fight? Show some decorum." The two immediately began to bicker loudly at the registration point, attracting the attention and whispers of surrounding freshmen. Yang Yu covered his face, feeling utterly embarrassed. Just as the argument reached its peak, suddenly, a rumble reverberated through the ground. From the earth near the assessment zone entrance, a towering, giant treant, composed of thick vines and twisted trunks erupted, standing over 3 meters tall. Elite. Wood type. It appeared startled by the commotion and the gathering of life energy, letting out a deep roar while swinging its massive vine arms indiscriminately toward the registration tent and the queue of people. "Ah, a monster. Run. The assessment boss has come out." Panic ensued, with screams filling the air. The registration clerk was rendered speechless, his face turning pale. "No, this isn't right. There's nothing like this in the first challenge. Where did it come from?" Ling Yu, already irked, saw the creature emerge and, instead of being frightened, felt a surge of anger. "Damn it. Perfect. I'll take it out on you." Without summoning Xiao Yu or Xiao Chuang, he waved his hand. Buzz. Space around him rippled, and a lower-tier Aji of the Monarch class appeared in an instant. "Aji, blast it," Ling Yu commanded. Aji raised its energy cannon, not even needing to aim. Bang, bang, bang. 3 precise energy beams shot through the treant's core, joints, and energy nodes. The elite treant didn't last a second, exploding into splinters and leaves scattered across the ground. The crowd fell utterly silent. All the fleeing freshmen halted, gaping at the cold, mechanical being and the visibly displeased Ling Yu. The registration clerk's jaw dropped, his eyes nearly popping out. "Monarch level? 1 hit." Ling Yu scoffed, retracting Aji, and directed his ire at the clerk. "Did you see that? Do I need to come to your shabby place to show off?" However, just as his words faded, a voice, laced with exasperation and slight annoyance, resonated from the depths of the prairie. "Who dares to disturb my domain and slay my gatekeeper?" The grasslands parted like a tide, revealing a magnificent creature, a unicorn of unparalleled grace, its body resembling intricately carved jade, its mane and tail composed of flowing, luminous vines, and adorned with a spiral jade horn. It strode forth with elegance and mystery, radiating a powerful yet gentle life energy, its level unmistakably at Pinnacle Monarch. Verdant Unicorn. Pinnacle Monarch. Grass, wood type. It surveyed the remnants of the treant on the ground, then glanced at Ling Yu and Yang Yu, its eyes reflecting displeasure at the disturbance. "I am the true guardian of this place, loathing trouble, which is why I had that treant watch the entrance. Why have you caused such a ruckus and acted so violently?" The registration clerk, witnessing the true guardian's arrival, felt his legs weaken, stammering an explanation. Unicorn Lord. I'm not to blame. It's them. It's them yet." Ling Yu stood unperturbed, growing even more audacious. "The main event has finally arrived? Perfect. We're here for the grass medal. Hurry up, let us finish this so we can leave." The verdant unicorn shook its head slightly. "The badge is not easily obtained. To claim it, you must first overcome me." Before it could finish, Yang Yu, uninterested in lengthy discussions, commanded directly. "Xiao Yang, solar essence. Solar flare. He was pressed for time. Boom. Xiaoyang instantly transformed into a golden sun. A terrifying explosion of light and heat erupted, unleashing the searing solar flames that countered all plant life. What? The verdant unicorn was taken aback. Its life-infused wood energy was utterly restrained by this overwhelming heat. It yearned to unleash the tendrils that bound it, yet as soon as the vines drew near, they were reduced to mere ashes. It sought to summon the power of the prairie, but the surrounding grass was scorched to a crisp yellow. Rain of light. Yang Yu pressed the advantage. Countless arrows of light cascaded down like a torrential downpour, striking the unicorn with pinpoint accuracy. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the unicorn, its emerald sheen rapidly dulled, and the tendrils of its mane ignited. It was utterly powerless to retaliate. The attributes were an absolute counter. A level-crushing blow, the hero-grade essence of Little Sun versus the monarch-grade unicorn. In a mere series of attacks, within the span of 10 seconds, the once magnificent vine unicorn lay charred and smoldering on the ground. Devoid of combat capability, the arena fell into a profound silence once more. The onlookers, fresh recruits, were left utterly dumbfounded. The pinnacle guardian of the monarch grade had been vanquished in mere moments by a cat. Yang Yu approached, gazing down at the twitching unicorn, and said calmly, "Badge." The vine unicorn struggled to raise its head, its eyes filled with fear and disbelief as it beheld the duo before it. With great difficulty, it opened its mouth, releasing 2 badges formed from verdant leaves and dewdrops, exuding a refreshing aura of life, the badge of grass. Yang Yu picked up the badge and handed one to Ling Yu. Ling Yu weighed the badge in his hand, casting a sidelong glance at the pitiful unicorn on the ground and the petrified registrar. He snorted, "Should have done this earlier. What a hassle." Having said that, the two stored their spirit beasts and walked away from the stunned crowd and the quietly weeping vine unicorn that began to heal itself. The second badge secured. Chapter 53, Fire Element. Having obtained the badge of grass, Yang Yu and Ling Yu consulted their map. Their next destination was marked as the Badge of Fire, located in the Molten Fire Gorge. Fire Element, Yang Yu mused, glancing at Little Sun, who was idly licking its paws, occasionally sparking with embers. Surely this would be our domain. Sensing his thoughts, Little Sun proudly meowed, its tail flicking up a small cluster of golden flames. Ling Yu rolled his eyes. Domain? Just don't burn the testing grounds down. We wouldn't want to pay for damages. The two boarded their aircraft once more, setting off towards the Molten Fire Gorge. Outside the windows, the vibrant scenery of the prairie gradually transformed into a desolate expanse, reeking of sulfur. The ground cracked beneath them, and in the distance, towering columns of black smoke and faint red light could be seen. The temperature soared sharply, waves of heat crashing against the viewport. This place had a rather harsh environment. Yang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow. Naturally, it was called the Molten Fire Gorge for a reason. Ling Yu adjusted his environmental adaptation device, hoping the examiners here wouldn't be as easily defeated as the previous unicorn or as pedantic as that old tortoise. The aircraft descended onto a precarious wooden platform built upon a massive volcanic rock. Beside the platform stood a sign, charred black, barely legible, with the words, Badge of Fire Examination Registration Point. A muscular man, bronzed and bare-chested, clad only in leather shorts and sunglasses, lounged in a deck chair. Sound asleep, his snores thunderous. Next to him stood a small chalkboard, scrawled with crooked letters. Examination fee, 500. If you want to take the exam, pay up or leave. Rules: jump into the gorge. If you can find the fire core and return alive, you pass. Life and death are your own responsibility. No compensation for burns. Yang Yu, Ling Yu, why does this place have such a crude atmosphere? Ling Yu stepped forward and kicked the deck chair. Hey, wake up. We're here for business. The muscular man stirred, annoyed, removing his sunglasses to reveal eyes reddened from smoke exposure, bellowing. What's all the racket? Can't you see I'm napping? $500. Put the money in the box. Jump down yourself. Don't bother me. He pointed to a misshapen iron box that had been scorched, then flopped back down to continue his slumber. Ling Yu's forehead twitched in irritation, and he abruptly flipped the deck chair over. Ouch. What the hell? The muscular man tumbled to the ground, enraged. You little brat. Looking for trouble, huh? His muscles bulged, and the surface of his skin began to glow a faint red, the surrounding temperature spiking dangerously. We're here for the examination, not for suicide. Ling Yu shot back defiantly. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Jump down? What is the fire core? Explain it clearly. The man paused, sizing up the two, especially noticing the calm and collected Little Sun nestled in Yang Yu's arms, seemingly enjoying itself despite the oppressive heat, causing his bravado to wane slightly, though he remained irritated. TCH, new arrivals? Unfamiliar with the rules? He gestured toward the bottomless gorge, swirling with waves of heat and sulfurous smoke, the Molten Fire Gorge. It's filled with magma and fire element spirit beasts. The fire core is a type of flame essence crystal found in the magma lake at the gorge's bottom. About the size of a fist, glowing red. Just jump down and find it. Bring it back, and you can exchange it for a badge. Simple as that. Is it really that easy? Yang Yu inquired. Easy. The man laughed heartily, as if he'd heard the grandest joke. Kid, the temperature down there can roast steel. You'll encounter lava lizards and explosive fire bats, not to mention the occasional earth fire poison smoke eruptions. Every year, there are deluded fools who jump in and end up as roasted corpses. He crossed his arms. If you're scared, just scram. Don't waste my nap time. Ling Yu scoffed. High temperature? Fire element spirit beasts? Is that all? He turned to Yang Yu. Hey, this seems like an all-you-can-eat buffet for your cat, doesn't it? Yang Yu chuckled, stroking little Sun's head. Little Sun, it seems there is plenty of delicious fire down there. Little Sun, already attuned to the surging fire energy below, had its eyes sparkling like little light bulbs, nearly drooling. If cats could drool, meowing eagerly. Let us go. All right. Then we shall descend. Yang Yu nodded at the man, who was momentarily taken aback. Hey, kid. Protective gear. Oxygen mask. Ropes. You're not bringing anything. Ling Yu turned back, giving him a look of disdain. Country bumpkin. With that, the two leaped directly into the unfathomable, heat-blasted molten fire gorge. What the heck? Two lunatics. The man exclaimed, rushing to the edge of the cliff to peer down, only to see their figures swiftly engulfed by the thick smoke and searing heat. It's over. This year's performance will claim 2 more souls. Below in the gorge, Yang Yu and Ling Yu plummeted rapidly. The temperature was terrifyingly high, distorting the air around them. Toxic sulfur smoke filled the air, drastically reducing visibility. From below came the ominous rumble of bubbling magma and the growls of fierce beasts. Ling Yu immediately activated the propulsion system and environmental filtration of Aji, stabilizing their descent and filtering the air. Yang Yu, on the other hand, took a simpler approach. A warm golden aura radiated from Little Sun, enveloping them both. All the heat, toxic smoke, and the force of their fall were effortlessly neutralized by this glowing halo. As if they strolled leisurely. Whereas the buffet, Little Sun excitedly looked around. Soon, the first wave of appetizers arrived. Several lava lizards, elite level, entirely composed of lava with glowing red eyes, leaped from the rock walls. Little Sun didn't even flinch, simply yawning lazily. With a puff, a small burst of solar fire erupted from its mouth. The moment those lava lizards came into contact with the golden flames, their magma solidified instantly, cracking. Then, with a series of explosive sounds, it shattered into countless fragments, not even allowing a scream to escape. TSK, the flavor is rather mediocre, Xiaoyang commented. They continued their descent. A swarm of flame bats, ordinary level, surged forth like a dark cloud. Xiaoyang's eyes widened. Light's dread, a wave of invisible pressure, emanating from the very essence of the sun, spread out. Those flame bats were instantly struck down like dumplings, falling into the magma below, transforming into wisps of smoke. Too weak, far too weak. Xiaoyang flicked his tail in dissatisfaction. Where's the main course? At last, they approached the valley's floor. It was a colossal, bubbling magma lake. In the center of the lake, some glowing red flame cores throbbed and floated like a heartbeat. However, simultaneously, a gigantic, 3-headed flame python, monarch-level, coiled atop the lake's surface. Its 3 heads lifted simultaneously, and 6 eyes fixated on the intruders, emitting a threatening hiss. Clearly, it was the sovereign of this domain, and those flame cores were its private treasures. This looks promising. Xiaoyang finally perked up. The 3-headed python, sensing the pure solar fire emanating from Xiaoyang, which evoked both instinctual dread and intense desire, did not retreat. Instead, it ignited with ferocity. All 3 heads opened their massive jaws, conjuring 3 extremely compressed and terrifyingly powerful magma core projectiles, which were hurled forth with great force. Xiaoyang, essence of the sun, barrier of light. Yang Yu commanded. Xiaoyang instantly transformed into a miniature sun. A dazzling light shield unfurled in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 magma projectiles struck the light shield with great force, exploding into a rain of fire. Yet, the light shield remained unyielding. Solar impact. Yang Yu pressed the advantage. Transformed into the sun, Xiaoyang charged directly at the 3-headed python. Boom! An extreme explosion of light and heat erupted. The 3-headed python let out a heart-rending shriek as its massive body was nearly obliterated. The remnants struggled in the magma, attempting to absorb it for recovery. Purifying fire. Yang Yu offered no respite. Xiaoyang unleashed a pure golden pillar of fire, dousing the remaining form of the python. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The python's remains evaporated swiftly, akin to ice melting under the blazing sun, creating a temporary vacuum in the magma below. Instant kill. Job done. Yang Yu clapped his hands. Xiao Yang joyfully plunged into the magma lake, swimming as if in water, greedily devouring the unclaimed flame cores, savoring every bite, his radiance intensifying. Hey, don't eat them all. Leave 2 as evidence. Yang Yu shouted. Reluctantly, Xiao Yang retrieved the 2 largest flame cores. The duo easily returned to the cliff summit. The muscular uncle remained there, napping, though in truth, feigning sleep, silently mourning for the 2 madcaps. Boom. The 2 steaming, energy-rich flame cores were tossed at his feet, scorching 2 depressions into the ground. The uncle awoke, witnessing the flame cores, then glancing at the unscathed Yang Yu and Ling Yu, who hadn't even broken a sweat. His eyes nearly bulging out. You too so fast. What about that 3-headed fire python below? He stammered. Oh, you mean that little snake? Ling Yu replied nonchalantly. The flavor didn't seem too great. My cat didn't eat it, just tossed it aside. The uncle tossed it aside. A monarch-level 3-headed python, tossed aside by a cat. He picked up the 2 flame cores, feeling the pure fire energy within. Then looked at the small cat in Yang Yu's arms, who was burping and emitting a few golden sparks, his worldview shaken. The badge, Yang Yu stated succinctly. Without further ado, the uncle swiftly retrieved 2 metals crafted from volcanic crystals and solidified lava, radiating intense heat, the fire metals, and respectfully presented them. A broad smile adorning his face. Esteemed gentleman, impressive. I admire you. Here are your medals. We welcome you back anytime. Ling Yu accepted the medals, weighing them in his hand, and disdainfully remarked, poor service, dreadful environment, tedious assessment content, 1-star review. With that, the 2 boarded their flying vessel and departed, leaving the muscular uncle holding the 2 scorching flame cores, bewildered in the hot wind, murmuring to himself, are the young people nowadays so abnormal? Just bringing a cat can bulldoze through the magma rift? The world has changed. Chapter 54, Insect System. Having acquired the fire metals, Yang Yu and Ling Yu examined their map, their next destination being the insect metal. The location was marked as Gloomy Marsh. Insect System, Ling Yu mused, stroking his chin, a glimmer of excitement and cunning flashing in his eyes. Isn't this my territory? The small chuang, mechanical leopard, perched upon his shoulder flickered with data, seemingly analyzing something. The queen of insects in his beast space, heart of the swarm, stirred with a faint restlessness and longing, as if sensing the presence of its kin from afar. Observing Ling Yu's expression of impending pretentiousness, Yang Yu couldn't help but remind him, hey, tone it down. Don't end up inciting the entire marsh's insects and get us reported for cheating. PSH, if I can incite them by skill, how can that be called cheating? Ling Yu dismissed. The 2 boarded their flying vessel once more, setting off toward the gloomy marsh. The scenery outside transitioned from the scorching volcanic terrain to a chilling, damp, mist-laden wetland. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, vines entwined around them, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of humus and some peculiar pollen. The flying vessel landed on a rickety wooden platform built atop a massive, decayed tree stump. Beside the platform stood a sign, overgrown with moss, reading, Insect Metal Assessment Registration Point. A figure clad in a full insect-proof suit, wearing a gas mask and goggles, armed to the teeth to the point where even their mother wouldn't recognize them, was listlessly swatting moths with a gigantic net. Upon seeing the vessel land, he straightened up, wary. Yang Yu and Ling Yu disembarked, immediately feeling countless tiny, intense gazes emanating from the surrounding leaves, puddles, and shadows, sending shivers down their spines. Newcomers? Here for the insect metal assessment. A muffled voice, thick with nasal tones, emerged from beneath the insect-proof suit. Let us clarify the rules first. He pointed to a nearby wooden sign, inscribed with words, assessment content, delve into the marsh, locate the glowing mushroom forest, and retrieve an amber insect egg from the guardians of the illusionary light butterflies. Strictly prohibited. Use of any large-scale destructive skills. No destruction of the mushroom forest ecology. No direct attacks on the illusionary light butterflies. Special warning. No external insect-type spirit beasts or summon creatures are allowed. Violation will result in immediate disqualification and a lifetime ban from assessments. Upon reading the final line, Ling Yu's brows furrowed instantly. What does this mean? What do they mean by prohibiting external insect-type spirit beasts? He stepped forward, his tone irate. The insect-proof suit administrator scrutinized him through the goggles. Snorted, it means exactly what it says. The assessment tests your personal skills and abilities in handling insect swarms to acquire the insect egg. It's not about bringing a more powerful insect to steamroll through. Want to rely on swarm tactics or the intimidation of higher-tier insect species to scare off the illusionary light butterflies? Not a chance. This is to prevent cheating. He pointed to a detection array glowing with runes nearby, All participants must pass through this insect ban array. It will detect your Beast Taming Space. Should it discover any beings in a non-contractual state, or any insect-type spirit beasts not native to this swamp ecosystem, well, I'm afraid you'll have to leave. Ling Yu's expression darkened considerably. His greatest reliance was the Heart of Swarm, unable to summon the swarm, or even allow it to make an appearance. What kind of game is this? What if I have already formed a contract with an insect-type spirit beast? Ling Yu inquired, clinging to a shred of hope. Contracts are permissible. The administrator nodded, but summoning during the assessment is strictly prohibited. You must rely solely on yourself and other non-insect-type spirit beasts. This is to ensure fairness. Who knows if your contracted insect beast might emit the aura of a king insect and frighten the illusionary light butterfly away. Damn it! Ling Yu was nearly driven to the brink of fury, exclaiming, "What kind of ridiculous rule is this? I contracted my insect queen based on my own abilities. Why can't I utilize her?" The administrator, wearing a familiar expression of indifference, shrugged. "Rules are rules. Do you wish to take the test or not? If not, the next person is waiting." He gestured towards a group of students clad in uniforms from other academies who were indeed waiting nearby. Yang Yu tugged at the irate Ling Yu and whispered, "Let it go. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. If we can't use the insect queen, we still have other options. Don't you have Aji and Little Yu and Little Chuang?" Ling Yu gritted his teeth. But glancing at the accursed detection array left him no choice. Reluctantly, he shot a venomous glare at the administrator, cautiously concealing the depth of his bond with the Heart of Swarm, ensuring its fluctuations would not betray him, and then he begrudgingly stepped through the array. The array flickered momentarily, but did not trigger an alarm. The administrator nodded approvingly, handing them 2 maps and 2 specially designed egg storage boxes. The maps indicated the general location of the bioluminescent mushroom forest. The storage boxes can isolate energy, preventing any loss of the insect egg's vitality. Best of luck to you. Oh, and be wary of the illusionary light butterfly's hallucinatory scale powder. It's quite potent. Don't fall asleep or the swamp will swallow you whole. The two, with dark expressions, ventured into the dim, damp swamp. Throughout their journey, Ling Yu's resentment was almost palpable. Why can't I use it? My insect queen could take down 1,000 of them. What a waste of time. We could just send the worker bees to steal it. This ridiculous assessment has no technical merit whatsoever. Yang Yu could only listen helplessly to his grumbling. The swamp was fraught with peril. The trapped spider, camouflaged as dead leaves, the blood-sucking leech, suddenly emerging from the muck, and the stinging mosquito swarm. Capable of releasing paralyzing stingers, all manner of bizarre insects appeared in abundance. Yet, these minor nuisances posed no threat to Yang Yu and Ling Yu. Little Yu, child of the moon, glided silently through the shadows, her claws effortlessly shredding spider webs. Little Yang, child of the sun, radiating a soft glow, repelled the swarm of mosquitoes. The low-tier version of Aji, Lord Level, precisely detonated the leeches into oblivion. Even Little Chuang, Mechanical Leopard, could emit disruptive sound waves, disorienting any nearby insects. They bulldozed their way through and soon located the bioluminescent mushroom forest as indicated on the map. It was a scene of ethereal beauty. Countless mushrooms and moss emanating a gentle blue-green luminescence flourished within, illuminating the dim swamp as though it were a dream. Glowing spores floated in the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In the heart of the mushroom grove, beneath the largest bioluminescent mushrooms, several semi-transparent, amber-like insect eggs lay quietly in a glowing mycelial nest. Those were the amber insect eggs. However, circling around the nest were thousands of illusionary light butterflies, elite level. Insect, psychic type, adorned with complex, iridescent patterns on their wings, continuously shedding luminous scale powder. They resembled a flowing, dreamlike ribbon of light, guarding the insect eggs. A dense hallucinogenic aura permeated the air, causing dizziness with prolonged observation. This is it. Yang Yu squinted, unable to launch a direct assault without alarming the butterfly swarm. How should they proceed? Ling Yu was still fuming. Damn it. If only my insect queen were here. I could simply exert mental dominance and have them obediently deliver the eggs. Complaints aside, a plan had to be devised. Could Little Yu's shadow stealth allow her to sneak in? Yang Yu inquired. Ling Yu shook his head. Shadow stealth can evade visual detection, but it cannot escape their psychic perception or the detection of scale powder. Approaching would certainly result in discovery. Could Little Yang's light shield withstand the scale powder? It could, but it would be too conspicuous. It would be akin to carrying a lighthouse to steal something. What about Aji's long-range capture device? The energy fluctuations would alert them. The two crouched in the grass, perplexed. They possessed the power to dominate, yet were shackled by these rules. If only there were something to divert their attention. Yang Yu muttered. Divert their attention? Suddenly, Ling Yu's eyes brightened. Wait. I believe I have a solution. A trademark, mischievous grin spread across his face. He patted Little Chuang's Mechanical Leopard, Head, Little Chuang. Summoning technique, Aji, don't summon combat units. Summon a multifunctional engineering robot for me. One equipped with holographic projection and high-power speaker. Little Chuang's data eye flickered, and soon, a small robot resembling a metallic speaker with legs, topped with a rotating projector, was summoned, normal level, lacking combat capability. What on earth are you doing? Yang Yu was bewildered. Ling Yu chuckled, pulling out his tablet and swiftly navigating. Don't illusionary light butterflies love light and illusions? Let us give them something explosive. He quickly downloaded a rhythmically intense agricultural heavy metal rock track on his tablet, then designed an extraordinarily flamboyant, ever-changing disco ball holographic projection. Done. He uploaded the program into the engineering robot. Then, he instructed the robot, quietly make your way to the other side of the mushroom grove. Keep your distance from the insect eggs. Now, let us get this party started. The engineering robot stealthily crept forward. Suddenly, buzz. The deafening blast of agricultural heavy metal rock erupted. Simultaneously, a riotously colorful, flashing disco ball projection illuminated the area. The brilliance was blinding. The rhythm was infectious. In that moment, it was as if a bomb had been detonated in a quiet library. The once serene swarm of illusionary light butterflies, which had been dutifully guarding the insect eggs, erupted into chaos. At their core, they were still insects, instinctively drawn to the intense, rhythmic visual and auditory stimuli. The entire butterfly swarm was irresistibly attracted to the sudden, unprecedented mega-light orb and mysterious noise. They swirled around the engineering robot, scattering scale powder as if they were at a grand outdoor rave party. The insect egg nest was instantly left unguarded. Only a few feeble, elderly butterflies remained on watch. Yang Yu watched, dumbfounded. This actually works? Ling Yu, filled with triumph, tossed his hair back. Done. Intellectual domination. Quick, go collect the insect eggs. Yang Yu hurriedly signaled Little Yu to slip through the shadows and deftly retrieve an amber insect egg, placing it into the specially designed storage box. The entire process was silent, and the few remaining illusionary light butterflies were completely unaware. Success. Withdraw, Yang Yu whispered. The two immediately retreated. Ling Yu also remotely disabled the engineering robot. The music and lights abruptly ceased, and the bewildered illusionary light butterflies spun around in confusion, seemingly still lost in the revelry. Taking a while to leisurely return to their nest, entirely oblivious to the intruder who had pilfered one of their precious eggs. The two individuals returned to the registration point, holding the insect eggs triumphantly. The fully armed administrator, astonished at their swift return and the pristine state of their attire, devoid of any signs of battle, exclaimed, "You obtained them? Did you not disturb the illusory light butterfly?" Ling Yu, with an air of arrogance, slammed the storage box onto the table, declaring, "Inspect it." The administrator opened the box and was met with the sight of a vibrant, intact amber insect egg, which left him utterly flabbergasted. "How is this possible? How did you manage it?" He gaped, incredulous as he regarded the duo. Previous candidates had either emerged battered from fierce struggles or had employed dubious tactics that left traces behind. He had never encountered anyone who appeared to have plucked this prize with such ease, as if harvesting vegetables from their own backyard. Ling Yu pointed to his own head with a thumb, boasting with bravado, "It's all thanks to this intelligence. Do you comprehend?" The administrator, albeit puzzled, inspected the insect egg and, after confirming its authenticity, reluctantly withdrew two metals crafted from an enigmatic amber and shell, exuding a faint aura of insectoid essence, known as the insect metal, and handed them over. Ling Yu accepted the metals, not missing the opportunity to taunt, "Humph, with so many broken rules. It's still a cinch for me." After this, the two ascended the flying vehicle and departed, leaving the bewildered administrator clutching the pilfered insect egg. Lost in a haze of insecticide-scented air, utterly perplexed. How on earth had they achieved this? Chapter 55. Ling family document having secured the insect metal. Yang Yu and Ling Yu scrutinized the map, their next destination marked as the Wind Metal, located in the Howling Mountains. "The wind system, huh?" Yang Yu remarked, glancing at the map. "This place seems quite close to your home." He pointed to a marker adjacent to the Howling Mountains, labeled Ling Family Castle. Ling Yu glanced at it, his expression inscrutable, merely responding with a faint The two boarded the flying vehicle, and sure enough, it wasn't long before a vast, imposing complex came into view below. It was a colossal castle perched upon steep peaks, constructed from dark gray, unyielding stone, exuding a severe and forbidding style that instilled a sense of unwelcome. A formidable energy shield shimmered around the castle, while patrols mounted on flying beasts traversed the skies. This was the stronghold of one of the 5 great families, the Ling family. Rather than landing directly at the castle, the flying vehicle intended to circumnavigate its airspace. Heading straight for the Howling Mountains, Just as they were about to cross the boundary of Ling family territory, Ling Yu suddenly broke his silence. Stop. Huh. What's wrong? Yang Yu halted the vehicle midair. Ling Yu stood up, a hint of impatience mingled with a mocking smile gracing his lips. We need to go down for a moment. To fetch something, to avoid complications. Head to the Ling family? What for? Yang Yu was taken aback. He was aware of Ling Yu's fraught relationship with the Ling family, bordering on animosity. This sudden desire to return home was unexpected. The pass. Ling Yu's response was succinct. The passage document from the 5 great families, the one belonging to the Ling family. Yang Yu was even more bewildered. The document? Isn't that contingent upon completing the assessment tasks? We haven't even undertaken the assessment yet. Assessment? Ling Yu scoffed, his gaze laden with derision. Do I need to undergo an assessment to retrieve something from my own home? He gestured towards the castle below. Just land. Yang Yu. Observing Ling Yu's audacity as if he were entitled to a free pass into his own household, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but complied, gently lowering the vehicle before the heavily guarded main gate of the Ling family castle. As soon as the vehicle touched down, it was immediately surrounded by a squad of armored and fierce Ling family guards. The captain of the guard barked, "Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the Ling family's stronghold? Declare your identity at once." Ling Yu leisurely opened the cabin door and descended. He paid no heed to the guards, instead raising his gaze to scrutinize the castle that had been his childhood home, filled with countless cold memories. His expression flickered with complexity for a moment before reverting to a nonchalant indifference. Upon recognizing Ling Yu, the guard captain momentarily froze, his expression shifting dramatically to one of incredulity laced with a hint of fear. "Is it you? Ling Yu, what are you doing back?" Ling Yu was infamous within the Ling family. The last time he returned, he had ruthlessly purged the clan, nearly tearing the heavens apart in the process. These guards had witnessed firsthand how this abandoned heir had mercilessly suppressed any dissent. Ling Yu finally turned his gaze towards him, a cold smile gracing his lips. "What? Do I need to report my return to you?" "And no, not at all." The guard captain, now sweating profusely, hastily signaled for his men to lower their weapons and step aside, bowing deeply. "Young master Yu, please, the family head is." "I know where he is." Ling Yu interrupted, striding purposefully towards the castle's main hall. Yang Yu hurried to keep pace with him. Along the way, every servant and scion of the Ling family they encountered paled at the sight of Ling Yu, as if they had seen a ghost. They hurriedly scrambled to the sides, bowing their heads, not daring to breathe. The atmosphere within the castle plummeted to absolute zero with Ling Yu's arrival. Ling Yu, unperturbed by the reaction, had long grown accustomed to such treatment. He navigated the intricate corridors with ease, arriving directly at the core of the castle, the family head's study. Without knocking, he forcefully pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside the study, the current head of the Ling family, Ling Tianqing, Ling Yu's biological father, sat behind the desk, engaged in discussion with several family elders. Upon hearing the door swing open violently, Ling Tianqing frowned, his face contorting with anger as he prepared to reprimand the insolent intruder. However, when he beheld the figure at the door, his expression froze, rapidly morphing into shock, apprehension, and even a flicker of fear. The pen he had been holding clattered to the table. The elders' faces turned ashen, silenced by dread. Ling Yu? You. How did you come back?" Ling Tianqing's voice trembled slightly. Ling Yu sauntered into the study, his gaze sweeping over the elders who dared not meet his eyes, finally resting on Ling Tianqing. His tone is flat, as if he were merely commenting on the pleasant weather. "I'm here to collect a few items." What items?" Ling Tianqing's heart sank, an ominous premonition washing over him. Every time this harbinger of doom returned, it never boded well. Ling Yu approached the desk, leaning forward with both hands pressing against the surface, fixing Ling Tianqing with a penetrating stare. "This source of the sun and the radiance of the moon's secret realms have been reactivated. You are aware of this, yes?" "Why, yes." Ling Tianqing nodded apprehensively. "Entry requires the passage documents from the 5 great families. I need the one from the Ling family." Ling Yu continued. Ling Tianqing exchanged glances with the elders, momentarily relieved. It was merely the document he sought, not a confrontation over past grievances. "That's easy to arrange." He quickly forced a smile, instinctively reaching for the inner pocket of his opulent robe. Ling Yu's keen eyes caught this subtle movement. "It's here, isn't it?" In an instant, he moved with lightning speed, not affording Ling Tianqing a moment to react, his hand darting into his father's robe. "You." Ling Tianqing jolted in surprise, instinctively attempting to evade. But he was no match for Ling Yu's swiftness. In a mere heartbeat, Ling Yu effortlessly retrieved 2 scrolls wrapped in exquisite silk, sealed with the unique flame emblem of the Ling family. Indeed, the Ling family passage documents. Ling Yu cast a fleeting glance and casually tossed one document to Yang Yu behind him, pocketing the other with an effortless grace, as if retrieving candy from his own pocket. The onlookers in the study were left utterly astounded, particularly Ling Tiancheng, whose complexion drained of color. That document had been meticulously stamped and sealed by him just moments ago, intended for distribution only after the family assessment process was completed. How could his son brazenly snatch it away right before his eyes? What kind of decorum was this? Ling, you are being outrageous. Ling Tiancheng trembled with rage. This document. It requires the completion of the family assessment tasks too. Assessment? Ling interrupted, fixing his icy gaze upon him. Wasn't my last return from the assessment sufficient? Do you require me to undergo another? He emphasized the word assessment, the underlying threat in his voice unmistakable. Ling Tiancheng and the elders recalled the previous bloody assessment, the family purge, their faces paling in terror, their voices choked in silence, not daring to utter another word. Is everything resolved? Ling patted his father's shoulder, the motion laced with a palpable sense of humiliation. Then I shall take my leave. You all may continue. With that, he turned and departed without a trace of reluctance. Yang Yu, holding the weighty document that had come too easily, glanced at Ling Yu's arrogant yet solitary figure. Then at the cowering high-ranking members of the Ling family, his feelings a tumultuous mix as he followed suit. Their arrival and departure were fleeting. It was only when Ling Yu and Yang Yu's silhouettes vanished at the corridors and that the oppressive silence in the study was shattered. An elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow with trembling hands. And master, Ling Tiancheng slumped into his chair, ashen-faced, appearing to have aged a decade in an instant. He weakly waved his hand, his voice hoarse. Let him be. If he desires something, let him take it. As long as he does not return. Outside the castle, Ling Yu and Yang Yu boarded the flying vessel. Ling Yu, his expression impassive, activated the engine, and the craft ascended once more, heading towards the Whistling Mountains. Yang Yu glanced at the document he had acquired with such ease, then at the unusually silent Ling Yu. Unable to restrain himself from asking, was it really that simple? Ling Yu stared ahead, and after several seconds, let out a derisive laugh. His tone imbued with an ambiguous blend of satisfaction and bitterness. What else? Should I kneel and beg them for it? When it comes to the Ling family's possessions, what I desire, I simply take. In the past, I lacked the power and had everything seized from me, but now, the tables have turned. He fell silent thereafter, and the flying vessel was enveloped in silence, save for the roar of the engine. Yang Yu gazed out at the swiftly passing landscapes of the Ling family's territories, suddenly realizing that Ling Yu's return was not merely for a document. It was more akin to a declaration, a demonstration of who truly held dominion here. Chapter 56. Drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. As the flying vessel departed the stifling atmosphere of the Ling family castle, heading towards the Whistling Mountains, Yang Yu examined the document he had acquired at no cost, then glanced at the unusually quiet Ling Yu, sensing a heavy tension in the air. He decided to initiate a conversation. Hey, the next target is the Wind Metal, located in the Whistling Mountains. According to the map, that area seems quite close to the Sha family's territory, doesn't it? Ling Yu responded with a non-committal sound, projecting the map. Indeed. To the west of the Whistling Mountains lay a vast expanse labeled as the Golden Sand Sea, the domain of one of the 5 great families, the Sha family. Sha family, Sha Ran. Ling Yu narrowed his eyes, tapping the control panel. That woman is no ordinary foe. Having contracted the Moonchild, her power is unfathomable, and she is exceedingly shrewd. Yang Yu recalled Sha Ran's enigmatic presence and formidable abilities from the previous incident, nodding in agreement. She is indeed formidable. Do you think we might clash with her while trying to obtain the Wind Metal? A clash is not necessarily the outcome, Ling Yu analyzed, but securing it without effort is likely to be a challenge. The Sha family is not intimidated by me as the Ling family is, nor do they have the backing of the old green mask like the roiling sea. Sha Ran prioritizes the interests of her family above all else. Attempting to seize something from under her nose without shedding blood is improbable. What then? Should we force our way in? Yang Yu frowned. Forcing our way in is the most foolish approach, Ling Yu scoffed. To confront the head of a family who has contracted the Moonchild on her home turf? Do you value your life so little? He fixed his gaze on the border between the Whistling Mountains and the Golden Sand Sea, his eyes glimmering with a calculating smile. I have an idea. We could execute A, drive the tiger and swallow the wolf, or perhaps redirect the disaster eastward? Huh, what do you mean? Yang Yu was puzzled. Ling Yu pointed to the map. The assessment point for the Wind Metal is located deep within the Whistling Mountains at the Wind Eye Altar. Meanwhile, the core city of the Sha family, Gold Sand City, is less than 100 kilometers to the west of the mountains. Now, imagine if a commotion suddenly erupted in the Whistling Mountains, something like extreme danger, a suspected ancient relic awakening, or a powerful treasure manifesting. Ling Yu's smile grew increasingly cunning. The energy fluctuations would be so intense that they would alert the entire Sha family, prompting Sha Ran herself to lead a team to investigate. Yang Yu's eyes lit up as he seemed to grasp the concept. And then, Ling Yu shrugged. Then we take advantage of the Sha family's primary forces being drawn away, leaving their defenses vulnerable. And we quietly slip into the village and shoot without a sound. Infiltrating the wind, I alter to seize the wind metal and make our escape. By the time Sha Ran and her team arrive at the scene, only to find nothing or perhaps just a little surprise left by us. We will have long since taken flight with the metal. Yang Yu was left dumbfounded. This seems rather underhanded. Redirecting the tiger away from its mountain lair? Feigning an attack from the east? All's fair in love and war. Ling Yu retorted confidently. This way, we can obtain the metal while avoiding a direct confrontation with the Sha family, saving both time and effort, a win-win. But how do we create such a significant disturbance? It needs to be enough to rouse someone of Sha Ran's caliber. Yang Yu raised a crucial question. Ling Yu grinned mischievously, patting the mechanical leopard, Xiao Chuang, beside him. Simple. We let Xiao Chuang take the lead. He elaborated. Xiao Chuang, as the child of machinery, excels in energy simulation and mechanical creations. I can have him simulate an event akin to an ancient wind-based artifact awakening or the energy pulse and phenomena resulting from a powerful wind beast breakthrough. For instance, we could create a holographic projection of a massive wind vortex or have AG fire off a few specially designed signal flares that generate substantial light effects and energy ripples into the sky. Additionally, we could plant devices at several key points that create intense vibrations and sound waves. When combined, the effect would be utterly convincing. I guarantee the Sha family's reconnaissance system will sound the alarm at the first sign of disturbance. The moment Sha Ran senses that level of wind energy fluctuation, she won't be able to sit idle. She will undoubtedly come in person to investigate. Yang Yu envisioned the scene and couldn't help but smirk. I have a feeling Sha Ran will be furious. Perfect. That will save us trouble, Ling Yu said without an ounce of remorse. So what do you think? Are we doing this? After contemplating, Yang Yu found no better alternatives. Avoiding a head-on confrontation while swiftly obtaining the metal. Though the methods were somewhat dubious, they were undeniably efficient. Let's do it. Yang Yu clapped his thigh enthusiastically. How exactly do we execute it? The two immediately began to devise their plan within the flying vessel. A few hours later, the craft silently descended into a concealed valley deep within the Whistling Mountains. Ling Yu began to orchestrate the operation. Xiao Chuang. Commence the calculations for the energy simulation parameters. I require a simulation plan for a wind-type energy burst that lasts for 10 minutes and reaches the initial stage of the Heavenly Emperor level. Aji. Start manufacturing the Shadow Shock bombs and low-frequency resonance generators, and prepare to position them at points B3, C7, and D5. Xiaoyu. You will be responsible for the installation and concealment at these elevated locations. Yang Yu. You and Xiao Yang will maintain vigilance. Ensure that the native spirit beasts or patrol teams in the mountains do not discover our presence. In an instant, the two individuals and several beasts operated with the efficiency and silence of a special forces unit on a covert mission. Xiao Chuang's data I flickered erratically, swiftly presenting the simulation plan. The lower-tier version of Aji's mechanical arm worked rapidly, producing several specialized devices. Xiao Yu moved like a shadow, darting through the forest to install the devices with precision. Everything was prepared. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Initiate. Ling Yu commanded. Buzz. First. An immensely powerful and pure wind-type energy wave, as if summoned from the depths of antiquity, erupted violently from the center of the valley, shooting skyward. It even formed a visible azure beam of light. Immediately following this, bang, bang, bang. Several Shadow Shock bombs were detonated remotely at various locations, unleashing blinding white light and deafening booms, simulating the effects of an energy collision explosion. Simultaneously, rumble. The low-frequency resonance generators activated, causing localized tremors in the ground, mimicking the emergence of a colossal being or the footsteps of a formidable warrior. Xiao Chuang also released interference waves to shield this area from short-range communication, rendering any immediate verification of the situation impossible. In that moment, the entire northeastern region of the Howling Mountain Range transformed dramatically. Energy surged wildly. The ground quaked. Light and shadow effects reached their zenith. It was as though the ancient ruins of a wind deity had been unearthed, or as if a concealed emperor-level wind spirit beast was undergoing tribulation. Perfect. Retreat. Ling Yu, satisfied with his grand orchestration, snapped his fingers. The two swiftly boarded their flying vehicle, the engine operating at low power, silently making their way towards their true objective. The eye of the wind altar, almost simultaneously with the explosive commotion they had created in the city of Jinsha at the Sha family castle. The piercing sound of the highest-level alarm resonated throughout the fortress. Report. A Sha family guard charged into the conference hall, tumbling over himself. Family Master. In the northeastern region of the Howling Mountain Range, an anomalously powerful Heavenly Emperor-level energy response has been detected, accompanied by violent explosions and tremors. It is suspected that an ancient secret realm has opened or a precious treasure has emerged. Sha Ran, who was attending to affairs, abruptly lifted her head. Her sharp eyes, akin to those of a desert falcon, narrowed instantly. Heavenly Emperor-level energy? In the Howling Mountain Range? In a flash, she appeared atop the castle's highest observation deck, feeling the ominous energy waves emanating from afar. Such pure, ancient power of the wind. Her expression turned grave. Could the rumors of the wind deities to be true? Dispatch orders. Without hesitation, she commanded, the 1st, 3rd, and 5th guard teams, depart with me immediately. The rest remain to defend the castle. Notify the Howling Mountain Range outposts to seal off the relevant areas. Sha Ran moved with lightning speed, leading the elite forces of the Sha family toward the site of the incident at full speed. She needed to confirm this personally. It concerned the future of the Sha family. Meanwhile, Yang Yu and Ling Yu's flying vehicle had effortlessly circumvented several of the Sha family's outer sentries, which were in disarray due to the unexpected event, and silently arrived at the eye of the wind altar. The altar was situated in a massive circular depression, as if carved by the stroke of a blade. Here, the winds howled, yet it was remarkably barren, devoid of vegetation, only smooth, mirror-like rocks and an ancient stone altar inscribed with wind-type runes. At the center of the altar floated 2 metals, crafted from pure lapis lazuli and some lightweight feathers, remaining motionless amidst the fierce gusts, the metals of the wind. Surrounding the altar, the elite guards that should have been dispatched by the Sha family were conspicuously absent. Clearly, they had all been redirected due to the significant event in the northeast. The plan was a success. Ling Yu gestured triumphantly. The 2 landed effortlessly, making their way to the altar's center without obstruction. Done. Let's wrap this up. Ling Yu reached out to seize the metals. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The runes on the altar suddenly ignited. A powerful wind-binding force field instantly materialized, ensnaring the 2 firmly in place. Simultaneously, an elderly yet robust voice resonated from behind the altar. Humph. 2 little tricksters. You think you can create such a commotion and easily steal the metals? An elder, adorned in the Sha family's ceremonial robes and wielding a wind-patterned staff, emerged slowly from behind a rock, a knowing and slightly mocking smile gracing his features. I have been commanded by the family master to wait for the rabbit. I anticipated that someone might exploit the chaos to rob, and indeed, I have been rewarded with your presence. Ling Yu and Yang Yu's expressions shifted dramatically. They had been outmaneuvered. That woman, Sha Ran, had indeed kept a trump card. What to do? Fight, Yang Yu whispered. As Xiao Yang had already entered a combat stance, Ling Yu's eyes flickered as he quickly weighed the pros and cons fighting. It was certainly an option, but it would undoubtedly create even greater chaos. What if Sha Ran made a swift return? In that tense moment, Ling Yu suddenly retracted his combat posture, donning an exceedingly radiant, even somewhat feigned, smile. Ah, a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, elder. He exaggeratedly proclaimed. We are not thieves at all. We have come for an official assessment. Look, he produced the document obtained from Ling Tiancheng. We are here legally and in accordance with the rules to retrieve the metals. All procedures are in order. The commotion earlier? Oh, that was merely us accidentally triggering an ancient trap. We were just about to report to the Sha family. We never anticipated it would alert the elder and the family master. What a grave offense. He spoke with such conviction, his heart steady and his face unflinching. The elder of the Sha family was momentarily taken aback by his sudden change of demeanor and the barrage of words, instinctively accepting the document for inspection. To his surprise, it bore the authentic wax seal of the Ling family. In that fleeting moment, as the elder lowered his head to scrutinize the document, his focus relaxed. Xiao Yu, shadow assault. Target the staff in his hand. Ling Yu suddenly launched an offensive. Xiao Yu sprang forth like a specter from the shadows, aiming to seize the elder's staff. The elder was caught off guard, and the staff slipped from his grasp. The wind-binding force field disintegrated in an instant. Grab the metals. Run, Ling Yu bellowed. Yang Yu swiftly snatched up the 2 wind metals. Xiao Yang transformed into a blazing sun, unleashing a solar impact not towards the elder, but directed at the ground. Utilizing the recoil, the 2 ascended rapidly into the air. The flying vehicle was already on standby. The hatch doors flung open. The 2 shot into the craft like cannonballs. Full power. Retreat. Ling Yu slammed down the button. The flying vehicle's engine roared to life, instantly breaking the sound barrier. Without a backward glance, it sped away into the distance. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the elder of the Sha family clumsily retrieved his staff, fuming and ready to pursue, the flying vehicle had already become a mere speck on the horizon. You little rascals. The elder's furious roar dissipated in the wind. Inside the flying vehicle, Yang Yu and Ling Yu panted heavily, gazing at the wind metals they had nearly failed to acquire, their hearts still racing. Damn it, that woman, Sha Ran, is truly devious. She even left an old fox to ambush us. Ling Yu cursed. Fortunately, your reaction was swift, Yang Yu remarked with admiration. But your fabrication is quite remarkable. Elementary operations, Ling Yu replied, steadying his breath, a sense of pride washing over him. Despite a minor mishap, the plan had ultimately succeeded. The metal was in hand, and they had not encountered the main force of the Sha family. He glanced back. Let us make haste. By the time Sha Ran realizes her failure and hears the news from this side, she will surely be infuriated. The aircraft accelerated once more, vanishing into the clouds. Chapter 57, I was wrong. The aircraft sped away, leaving the howling mountains and the potentially wrathful Sha Ran far behind. Yang Yu and Ling Yu gazed at the two wind metals in their hands, the lapis lazuli and ethereal feathers shimmering under the light, exuding an aura of freedom and speed. Finally accomplished, Yang Yu sighed with relief. Now that we've obtained the wind element, that makes 5 out of the 10 metals. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved the list given by Yang Lin. The 10 metals: water, grass, fire, insect, wind, thunder, earth, light, dark, dragon. We currently possess water, grass, fire, insect, and wind, over half complete. However, Ling Yu was not as optimistic. Furrowing his brow, he tapped on the control panel. We've secured several metals. But what about the passage documents from the 5 great families? He began counting on his fingers. We obtained the document from the Ling family through my father. The Yang family will be given directly by my uncle. That leaves the Long, Xiong, and Sha families. At the mere mention of the Sha family, both their expressions stiffened slightly. The Sha family. Ling Yu clicked his tongue. We just played them for fools, stole their metals, and even incapacitated one of their elders, though not truly incapacitated, but the nature was similar. How could we possibly turn around and ask for the documents now? Sha Ran would surely flay us alive. Yang Yu scratched his head. Indeed, this has escalated quite dramatically. Should we perhaps first approach the Long or Xiong families instead? The Long family? Ling Yu scoffed. That brat Long Hua was thoroughly beaten by us in the black market. Do you think his father, the head of the Long family, would treat us kindly? He might just shut the door and unleash the dogs, dragons, on us. And the Xiong family? Ling Yu shook his head again. Those roughnecks from the north. I've heard their assessment involves the mighty strength arena. Unless you can subdue dozens of burly men, don't even think about obtaining the document. It's a hassle, a waste of time. The two exchanged glances, realizing that no matter how they tried to avoid it, they would have to confront the most daunting challenge. The Sha family. Damn it. Ling Yu growled in frustration, raking his fingers through his hair. If I had known earlier, I would have gone a bit lighter on them. Perhaps left a note of thanks? Yang Yu replied. It's a bit late for that now. Silence enveloped the aircraft, punctuated only by the hum of the engine. After a long pause, Ling Yu suddenly slammed his hand on the control panel. Damn it. He cursed. Why overthink it? His gaze hardened as he abruptly changed the aircraft's course. Turn around. Back to Jinsha City. Ling Yu gritted his teeth. What is just a document? Does Sha Ran think she can devour us? Wait, are we really going back? Yang Yu exclaimed, taken aback. Are we walking into a trap? What other choice do we have? Ling Yu shot him a glare. You can dodge the first day of the new year, but not the 15th. If we wish to enter the secret realm, we must pass through the Sha family. The sooner we face it, the better. Moreover, a defiant expression crossed his face. We are legitimate assessors, with official needs. As one of the 5 great families, the Sha family is obligated to provide access to the assessment channels. Why should they refuse us? If they dare to deny us, Ling Yu chuckled coldly. I'll make sure to share the tale of how the wind metal made its way to their altar with the other families. Let us see if the Sha family can bear such embarrassment. Yang Yu interjected. Goodness, this is a cunning ploy to coerce through public opinion. However, it seems we have no other options. The aircraft traced a grand arc as it soared back toward the recently escaped Jinsha City. This time, they did not sneak around but boldly flew directly above Jinsha City, landing gracefully in the square before the Sha family castle. As soon as the aircraft touched down, it was immediately surrounded by a throng of tense Sha family guards, swords drawn, spirit beasts growling, the atmosphere thick with tension. Clearly, word of the wind altar incident had already reached them. A guard captain, his face ashen, stepped forward, his voice ringing with authority. Ling Yu, Yang Yu, how dare you return? Ling Yu leisurely opened the cabin door, descending with an air of nonchalance, even adjusting his attire. He did not deign to glance at the guards, instead calling out toward the castle gates. Head of the Sha family, Sha Ran. An old acquaintance has come to discuss a business matter. His voice, amplified by mental energy, resonated throughout the castle. Inside the castle, silence reigned. After a prolonged pause, the heavy gates creaked open. Sha Ran emerged, her expression inscrutable. A cadre of senior members and elders from the Sha family followed behind her, each wearing a forbidding countenance. Among them was the elder who had been humiliated at the altar, glaring daggers at Ling Yu and Yang Yu, his beard nearly bristling with indignation. Sha Ran's gaze was as cold as steel as it swept over Ling Yu and Yang Yu, finally settling on Ling Yu. Her voice was devoid of emotion. Ling Yu, your audacity grows ever bolder. Ling Yu grinned, unperturbed. You flatter me, head of the Sha family. If I were not bold, how could I dare to come and discuss business with you? Business? Sha Ran arched an eyebrow. You come to my territory, sowing chaos. Drawing the tiger away from its den, stealing metals, and assaulting an elder, and now you speak of business? With each word she uttered, the surrounding Sha family members' hostility intensified. Unfazed, Ling Yu maintained his composure, even nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is precisely why I am here to discuss business. He produced the document detailing the rules for entering the secret realm, pointing to the section regarding the passage documents from the 5 great families. My brother and I are earnestly seeking to enter the source of the blazing sun and radiance of the full moon secret realms, Ling Yu stated with utmost seriousness. According to the regulations, we require the passage documents from all 5 great families. We have already secured the Ling family's document. He held up the document given by Ling Tianqing. The Yang family is also assured. Now, we are only missing the documents from the Sha, Long, and Xiong families. Locking eyes with Sha Ran, he offered a sincere smile. We thought, given your understanding and consideration of the broader picture, that you would be the most reasonable. Thus, our first stop is here. He rubbed his hands together. So, head of the Sha family, might we request your assistance with the documents? Sha Ran. The Sha family members. Everyone was taken aback by Ling Yu's audacious and brazen words. You just stole from my family and assaulted my kin. And now you come as if nothing happened to demand favors. And you speak so confidently. Ling Yu. Sha Ran could no longer contain her fury. Her voice thick with ire. Are you mocking me? Oh, head of the Sha family, how could I dare to mock you? Ling Yu feigned innocence. We are genuinely here to request the documents. He shifted his tone to one of heartfelt sincerity. Think about it, head of the Sha family. The reopening of the source of the blazing sun and radiance of the full moon is a matter of great significance for the future of the Beastmaster world in Long Nation. Countless eyes are watching. We may be insignificant figures, but we do possess some talents. He emphasized the word talents deliberately. If we were permitted to explore, who knows what beneficial discoveries we might unearth for everyone, right? But if we were to be hindered by some unnecessary minor misunderstandings, he gestured around, and thus unable to procure the documents, wouldn't that be a great pity? When the other families inquire, we would have to say, oh, the Sha family refused to provide the documents because we inadvertently disturbed them. This could tarnish the reputation of the Sha family, wouldn't it? A blatant threat. Sha Ran's expression darkened considerably. She fixed her gaze on Ling Yu, her eyes fluctuating with uncertainty. She had certainly comprehended Ling Yu's underlying insinuation. No document? We shall disseminate the notion that the Sha family is miserly, obstructing the exploration of geniuses into secret realms. Moreover, we shall embellish the narrative of how you were deftly manipulated by us. The Sha family could not afford to lose face. Furthermore, she had witnessed the prowess of Ling Yu and Yang Yu firsthand in the insect nest and had just experienced it at the Wind Eye altar. These 2 individuals were indeed monstrous geniuses. Allowing them access to the secret realm might yield significant discoveries. From a broader perspective, it seemed unwise to obstruct them. Yet, to so easily hand over the document, how could the Sha family endure such humiliation? To be bullied by juniors and still acquiesce? Sha Ran found herself in a quandary. At that moment, Ling Yu stoked the flames further. He suddenly sighed, adopting a tone of sincerity. Master Sha, I understand that our methods were somewhat extreme earlier in the Whistling Mountains, which may have led to misunderstandings and displeasure on the part of the Sha family. Thus, he seemed to have made a considerable decision. As compensation, we can agree to a condition that does not violate our principles and falls within our capabilities. For instance, upon exiting the secret realm, we could share a portion of the non-core intelligence we acquire with the Sha family, or prioritize future collaborations with the Sha family on certain matters. A carrot after a stick. Sha Ran's eyes flickered. This condition was indeed somewhat enticing, particularly the prospects of information sharing and future collaboration. She inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her fury as her mind raced to weigh the pros and cons. Refusing the document, it would immediately sever ties and forge a deadly enmity, while tarnishing their reputation without yielding anything in return. Granting the document, although it would entail a loss of face, it would maintain a facade of peace and secure a potentially invaluable commitment for the future, all while sending these 2 troublemakers away. The choice seemed clear. Sha Ran looked at Ling Yu again, her expression complex. This young man was strong, audacious, thick-skinned, meticulous, and adaptable. He was practically a prodigy. Very well, Sharan finally spoke, her voice regaining calmness but laced with a hint of coldness. I can provide you with the document. With a wave of her hand, an unwilling elder beside her presented 2 scrolls sealed with the Shah family's storm emblem. Remember your promise. Sharan fixed her gaze on Ling Yu, the implications of her threat unmistakable. Rest assured, Master Shah. Ling Yu promptly accepted the document, a broad smile illuminating his face. Though my reputation may be lacking, I am a man of my word. May our collaboration be fruitful. He pulled the still-dazed Yang Yu along and turned to leave. Wait, Sharan suddenly called out to them. The 2 halted, their hearts tensing. Was she having second thoughts? But Sharan coldly continued. Do you require me to make an introduction to the Long family and the Xiong family? She deliberately emphasized the words make an introduction. Ling Yu and Yang Yu instantly understood. Sharan was displeased that only her family would suffer loss and humiliation and intended to drag the Long and Xiong families into the fray. She might even covertly undermine them. Ling Yu turned back, revealing a knowing smile. Then, I thank you, Master Shah, for your kind words. With that, the 2 swiftly boarded their flying vessel and departed from this contentious place. As the vessel soared into the sky once more, Yang Yu glanced at the newly acquired document from the Shah family, feeling as though he were in a dream. We just managed to secure another family? He looked incredulously at Ling Yu. Your earlier maneuver was simply too audacious. Ling Yu snorted with pride, toying with the Shah family's document. Basic operations. When dealing with such grand families that value their reputation, one must employ a combination of persuasion, intimidation, and a touch of sweetness. Mere brute force or incessant pleading are futile. Let us go. Next stop. Ling Yu set the course, eager to secure documents from either the Long or Xiong families before Sharan could make her introductions. The flying vessel accelerated toward their next target. Chapter 58. Just drink and be done with it. Once they departed the Shah family's domain, Yang Yu and Ling Yu surveyed the remaining medals and documents listed. Combat medals. Yang Yu read aloud. The location is Baishir Dojo. Oh, that old rascal Wu Hong's place? Ling Yu raised an eyebrow. This was indeed promising news. Wu Hong, the master of Baishir Dojo, had contracted the formidable son of martial arts, Lu Huitian Shi. He was known for his boisterous nature, adherence to martial ethics, and had formed an acquaintance with Yang Yu, being one of the few seniors whom Ling Yu found somewhat agreeable. Senior Wu is a decent fellow. He shouldn't give us a hard time, right? Yang Yu inquired. Hard to say, Ling Yu shrugged. That old coot may appear genial, but he's quite shrewd. Moreover, those in the combat sect are sticklers for rules. We might have to engage in a few bouts. However, a familiar mischievous grin crept across Ling Yu's face as he brainstormed. To handle such seasoned veterans, we need a softer approach. Softer? Yang Yu was puzzled. Treat them. Have a drink. Ling Yu slapped his thigh. That old rascal Wu Hong is famous for his love of liquor, and he has a notoriously low tolerance. Once he's had a few, everything becomes negotiable. Is that really feasible? Yang Yu questioned. Absolutely. It's more than feasible. Ling Yu replied confidently. Let us go. First, we need to buy some liquor in the city. The strongest kind. The 2 deliberately detoured to a large city, spending a fortune to purchase several jars of a century-old brew renowned for its potency, then set off toward Baishir Dojo. Baishir Dojo was perched atop a high mountain shrouded in mist, its structure composed of massive white stones, exuding an ancient, robust, and powerful aesthetic. In the plaza, countless disciples were diligently practicing their punches, with sounds of shouts and fists slicing through the air, filling the atmosphere with vigor and fervor. As their flying vessel landed in the dojo's plaza, it immediately attracted a multitude of curious and wary gazes. No sooner had they disembarked than a tall, muscular man clad in training attire approached them, cupping his fists and speaking in a deep voice. What brings you 2 here? We seek your master, Senior Wu Hong. Ling Yu stated plainly, introducing himself and Yang Yu. The burly man sized them up, particularly noticing the spirited little cat, Xiao Yang, in Yang Yu's embrace, which seemed to jog his memory, and his expression softened somewhat. Ah, so you are guests of the master. Please wait a moment. I will inform him right away. Within moments, a hearty laughter erupted from within the dojo. Ha! What wind has blown you 2 rascals to my doorstep? Wu Hong strode out with a commanding presence. He still wore his simple hemp training attire, his muscles taut, exuding a robust aura, his face illuminated with a hearty smile. Beside him stood the imposing and majestic Lu Huitian Shi, peak hero level. Upon spotting Yang Yu and Xiao Yang, Shi let out a low growl, a greeting laced with combativeness and acknowledgement. It remembered the last time they had fought together at the martial arts tournament. Senior Wu Hong. Both Yang Yu and Ling Yu cupped their fists in respect. They maintained a basic level of respect for this genuinely formidable senior. Enough with the formalities. Wu Hong waved his hand, patting Yang Yu and Ling Yu's shoulders, which made them wince. You don't come to my dojo for no reason. Speak up. What business do you have with old Wu? Is it another fight you seek? Ashur has been itching for a good bout. Ashur responded with a fierce roar that reverberated through the ground. Xiaoyang lifted its head from Yang Yu's arms, let out a loud meow, and flashed with golden light, showing no signs of backing down. Fight, fight, fight. All you ever think about is fighting. Ling Yu rolled his eyes. Are we really the kind of people who only know violence? Wu Hong's gaze implied, it certainly seems that way. Senior Wu, our visit this time is primarily to convey our intentions. Yang Yu was about to elaborate when Ling Yu abruptly interrupted him, magically producing 2 sealed jars of fine wine from behind, each adorned with a red paper label inscribed with aged for a century, 3 bowls down. It's mainly because it's been so long since we last met. I've missed you, Senior. I've specially brought 2 jars of exquisite wine to share a few cups with you and discuss life. Ling Yu's face was adorned with an earnest smile. Wu Hong's gaze was instantly captivated by the 2 jars of wine, his nostrils instinctively flaring as his eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, 3 bowls down. Aged for a century? Wu Hong licked his lips, his smile growing ever more radiant. Good lad. Thoughtful indeed. He eagerly seized the jars, eagerly breaking the clay seal. An intoxicating aroma of rich, robust wine wafted through the air. Delicious. Fine wine. Wu Hong inhaled deeply, a look of rapture on his face. Come, come. Enough standing around. Let's go inside and talk. With one arm draped around Yang Yu and the other around Ling Yu, almost squeezing the breath out of them, he warmly ushered them into the quiet room behind the dojo. Ashur and Xiaoyang exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of resignation in the other's eyes, and they reluctantly followed suit. Inside the quiet room, Wu Hong promptly ordered several large platters of sauced beef and peanuts to accompany the wine, producing 3 large bowls and filling them to the brim. Here, let's start with one. Wu Hong raised his bowl, unceremoniously clinking it against those of the 2. Then tilted his head back, gulping down an entire bowl in one go. Huh, refreshing. Wu Hong wiped his mouth, his complexion instantly blooming with color. Yang Yu and Ling Yu stared at the bowls in their hands, each larger than their faces, filled with no less than half a kilogram of strong liquor. Their lips twitching. Drink up. Why are you dawdling? Do you look down on me, old Wu? Wu Hong glared, with no choice. The 2 could only steel themselves, taking small sips. Spicy. Too fiery. Wu Hong paid them no mind, pouring himself another bowl, chatting boisterously as he drank. Speaking of which, the last martial arts competition was truly exhilarating. He clapped Ling Yu on the shoulder, almost causing him to spit out his drink. You lad. That mechanical contraption was quite fascinating. And that bug. Cunning. He then patted Yang Yu. And you, Xiaoyang. That tiger of yours. Impressive. The power of the sun. Dominating. Ashur had been raving about it for days. Ashur roared in agreement from the side. After several bowls of wine, Wu Hong's chatter was unrestrained. He regaled tales from the southern skies to the northern lands. From how he once felled a wild bull with a single punch in his youth to how he wooed his wife, becoming more elated with each drink. His voice booming with laughter. Yang Yu and Ling Yu found it impossible to interject, merely nodding along, pouring him more wine. Wu Hong was genuinely delighted. His generous nature thrived on interaction with capable young individuals. Though Yang Yu and Ling Yu's methods were somewhat flashy, their strength was undeniably solid, appealing to him. After several rounds of drinks and a meager sampling of the dishes, Wu Hong's face was flushed, his eyes glazed with inebriation, and his speech slightly slurred. I burped. He leaned on Yang Yu's shoulder. I say, you 2 lads, your visit today surely isn't just to see old Wu, right? If there's something, just say it. He pounded his chest. Whatever I, old Wu, can do, I shall do without hesitation. Yang Yu and Ling Yu exchanged glances. The opportunity had arrived. Yang Yu hurriedly spoke. Senior, your keen insight is commendable. We indeed have a small matter to trouble you with. The source of the fiery sun and radiance of the full moon secret realms have been reactivated. You are aware, yes? Yes. Wu Hong nodded. A splendid place. Your grandfather, that rascal Yang Qi, was right there. He sighed at the thought of Yang Qi. To enter the secret realms, one must collect the 10 elemental badges and the 5 family documents. Yang Yu continued. We wish to obtain your combat badge and the clearance documentation from the Baisher dojo. Wu Hong's eyes widened. Yang Yu and Ling Yu felt a tightness in their chests. Would there be a test? However, Wu Hong suddenly slammed the table. What a trivial matter. He waved his hand, drunkenly proclaiming, isn't it just a measly badge and some documents? Ashur, go. Fetch the combat badge from my drawer and our dojo stamp. Ashur, huh? Are you sure? Hurry. Wu Hong urged. These 2 lads suit my taste. They are real men. That badge is just gathering dust anyway. Give it to them. Ashur shook his head in resignation, turning to leave. Before long, he returned with a box and a stamp in his mouth. Wu Hong took the box without even looking and shoved it into Yang Yu's hands. Here. The combat badge. He then took a breath, slapped the stamp onto a blank document presented by Ling Yu with a resounding thud. Done. Wu Hong handed the stamped document to Ling Yu, then raised his bowl once more. Come. To celebrate. Another round. Yang Yu and Ling Yu, cradling the warm badge and document they had just received, were utterly bewildered. They just obtained this. No tests. No challenges. Just a drink. This was far too easy. Ling Yu reacted quickly, raising his bowl, even though it still held a substantial amount. Senior, your generosity is awe-inspiring. I salute you. He forced down the remaining liquor, wincing at the spiciness. Wu Hong laughed heartily. Good. Refreshing. He too downed another bowl. Then, with a thud, Wu Hong collapsed onto the table, snoring thunderously, thoroughly incapacitated from drink. Assure. With a face of resignation, Yang Yu and Ling Yu. The two exchanged glances, then looked at the heavy badge and document in their hands, feeling as if they were in a dream. Is this really it? Yang Yu whispered. What else could it be? Though Ling Yu's face was flushed, he remained relatively sober. Let's skedaddle. If this old drunkard wakes up and changes his mind, that would be troublesome. The two carefully rose, bowing to the slumbering Wu Hong and assure. Thank you, senior. We take our leave. With that, they tiptoed out of the quiet room, hastily returning to their flying craft. The vehicle ascended swiftly, departing from the Baisher dojo. Only after they had flown a considerable distance did they finally exhale in relief. Who would have thought that the most seamless acquisition would come from the combat division? Yang Yu mused, gazing at the combat badge crafted from an unknown metal, shaped like a fist, exuding a sense of power. Thus, as it turns out, Ling Yu concluded with pride, sometimes, when fists fail to resolve a problem. He waved his finger. One must rely on their drinking prowess. Chapter 59, the last one. Inside the flying craft, Yang Yu and Ling Yu scrutinized the list of the remaining 3 badges: Shadow, Light, and Dragon. The Shadow badge lay within the Eternal Night Gorge, while the Light badge resided in the Holy Radiance Cathedral. Yang Yu recited the locations, furrowing his brow. The 2 places were polar opposites, one engulfed in darkness, the other radiant with light, and they were situated quite far apart, one to the east and the other to the west. Traveling together would be a waste of time. Ling Yu decisively declared, we shall split up. He pointed to himself. I'll head to the Eternal Night Gorge for the Shadow badge. My Child of the Moon, Xiao Yu, and Child of Machinery, Xiao Chuang, are well suited for dark environments, and I myself excel in shadowy maneuvers. He then pointed to Yang Yu. You shall go to the Holy Radiance Cathedral for the Light badge. It's essentially a buffet for the Child of the Sun, Xiao Yang, with no difficulty whatsoever. What about the Dragon badge? Yang Yu inquired. We'll regroup afterward. Ling Yu glanced at the time, and they decided to split up to save time. All right. Yang Yu nodded in agreement. The two set their rendezvous coordinates, and their craft landed at a fork in the road. Keep the communication open. Call if there's anything. Ling Yu said, tossing Yang Yu a specially designed communicator. You too. Be careful, Yang Yu replied as he accepted the device. The two exchanged a high five before summoning their respective spirit beasts suited for their journey. Ling Yu mounted Xiao Yu, the Moonchild, in wolf form, transforming into a shadow that silently melded into the dark forest leading towards the Evernight Canyon. Yang Yu, on the other hand, rode Xiao Yang, the Sunchild, in tiger form, who galloped with golden hooves, akin to an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the Cathedral of Holy Radiance, leaving a warm trail of light in his wake. Yang Yu's line, Metal of Light, Cathedral of Holy Radiance. Xiao Yang's speed was astonishing, and in no time, they reached the Holy Radiance Plains. At the center of the plain stood a majestic and awe-inspiring cathedral, crafted entirely from pure white marble and glazed tiles. Shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, the Cathedral of Holy Radiance. The area was suffused with light, embodying warmth, peace, and a sacred atmosphere. The air was fragrant with incense and the lingering echoes of hymns. Many monks and nuns clad in white robes prayed quietly or walked outside the cathedral. The arrival of Yang Yu and Xiao Yang did not incite panic. Instead, the pure and radiant aura they exuded brought a sense of comfort to the monks. An elderly man, benevolent in appearance and garbed in a bishop's robe, approached with a smile. Young traveler, welcome to the Cathedral of Holy Radiance. Your warm light power is truly refreshing. Yang Yu politely bowed. Greetings, Your Excellency. I have come to participate in the Medal of Light assessment. The Medal of Light? The old bishop's smile widened. For the impending reactivation of the secret realm, is it? He seemed to be in the know. Please, follow me. The bishop led Yang Yu to an outdoor, baptismal pool at the back of the cathedral. The water was crystal clear, yet emanated a rich essence of light energy. The assessment is quite simple, the bishop instructed, pointing to the pool. Allow your light-type spirit beast to enter and guide it to absorb the holy light essence. When the water's radiance reaches its zenith, the metal will naturally appear. This is less of an assessment and more of a gift, he added. Only spirit beasts with pure hearts, resonating profoundly with the light, can evoke such abundant holy light. Yang Yu nodded and addressed Xiaoyang. Go ahead. Xiaoyang had long been eyeing the delectable holy light, and upon receiving the command, joyfully meowed and leaped into the baptismal pool. Buzz! The instant Xiaoyang entered the water, the entire pool erupted into a frenzy. Endless golden holy light surged from the depths, akin to countless rivers converging into the sea, wildly flooding into Xiaoyang's being. Xiaoyang blissfully squinted his eyes, his fur standing on end, radiating brilliance that surpassed the sun. The entire cathedral of holy radiance was enveloped in this sudden, intense glow, as if a divine miracle had descended. The monks and nuns were left dumbfounded, dropping to their knees in prayer. The old bishop stood in awe, trembling with excitement. Heavens! What pure source of light is this? A miracle. A true miracle. This process lasted a full 10 minutes. Xiaoyang, like an insatiable abyss, greedily absorbed the holy light, his aura steadily ascending, showing faint signs of a breakthrough to the monarch level. Finally, as the radiance of the pool began to settle, a metal crafted from pure light crystal, engraved with solar patterns, warm and dazzling, the metal of light, slowly floated up from the bottom and gently landed in Yang Yu's hand. Thank you, young emissary, the old bishop exclaimed, grasping Yang Yu's hand with fervor. Your spirit beast has given the holy light its finest sanctuary. Please wield this power wisely. Yang Yu accepted the metal, feeling the surging light power within, and rejoiced at Xiaoyang's growth. Thank you, Your Excellency. The entire experience was effortless, enjoyable, and even yielded an extra reward. Xiaoyang had a hearty feast. In high spirits, Yang Yu mounted Xiaoyang and departed from the Cathedral of Holy Radiance, heading towards the rendezvous point. Ling Yu's line, Metal of Shadows, Evernight Canyon. In stark contrast to the light and tranquility of the Cathedral of Holy Radiance, Ling Yu, riding on Xiao Yu, stealthily entered the Evernight Canyon. Here, sunlight was perpetually absent, cloaked in darkness. The landscape was dominated by jagged rocks, twisted dead trees, and a pervasive black mist. The air was heavy with a chill and the scent of decay, occasionally interrupted by eerie rustlings and whispers. At the entrance of the canyon, there were no reception points, only a gaping abyss of a cave. Beside it stood a nearly rotting wooden sign, inscribed in dark red, Assessment for the Metal of Shadows. Infiltrate the deepest part of the Shadow Demon nest and retrieve the Shadow Crystal. Life and death are your own responsibility. Ah, still as ominous as ever, Ling Yu scoffed, leading Xiao Yu and Xiao Chuang into the cave without hesitation. The interior of the cave was even darker, with a terrain as complex as a labyrinth. Lurking in the shadows were shadow bats, petrified lizards that could meld into the rocks, and phantom demons skilled in mental assaults, all mounting relentless attacks. However, for Ling Yu, this was as easy as coming home. Xiao Yu, the Moonchild, was the sovereign of shadows. Wherever it tread, low-level shadow creatures fled in terror. Xiao Chuang, the mechanical leopard, equipped with data vision and infrared scanning, effortlessly unveiled all traps and disguises. The low-tier version of Aji's precise targeting shredded any monster daring to approach. Ling Yu couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger, casually strolling through the darkness as if on a leisurely walk. They effortlessly found the deepest part of the nest, wherein Shadow Pool exuded dense shadow energy. At the center of the pool floated a shadow crystal that constantly twisted and absorbed all surrounding light. As Ling Yu reached out to grasp it, suddenly, the water surged. A formless shadow demon, composed entirely of pure shadow, monarch-level, lunged forth, unleashing a silent mental shriek. What a nuisance, Ling Yu remarked, unfazed. He didn't even need to give a command. Xiao Yu merely regarded the shadow demon with mild annoyance. Moon's gaze. The shadow demon, as if encountering a nemesis, emitted a piercing wail, its massive form instantaneously freezing before dissipating like smoke, purified by Xiao Yu's primal power. With that, Ling Yu effortlessly retrieved the shadow crystal. The moment he grasped the crystal, it melted, transforming into a metal crafted from obsidian and shadow metal, radiating a chilling allure, the metal of shadows. Ling Yu casually tucked the metal into his pocket and turned to leave. The entire assessment process was efficient, cold, and devoid of drama, even simpler than Yang Yu's experience. Ling Yu mounted Xiao Yu and headed towards the rendezvous point. At the rendezvous point, Yang Yu arrived first, in high spirits as he awaited Ling Yu. Before long, a shadow flitted by, and Ling Yu silently appeared before him. How did it go? Smoothly? Yang Yu inquired. Of course, Ling Yu replied, tossing him the cold metal of shadows. It was pitch black. I almost dozed off. Yang Yu accepted the metal and handed over the metal of light. My side went quite well too. Xiao Yang had a grand feast. The two exchanged medals, both feeling that their separate endeavors had proven remarkably efficient. Only the final piece remained, the Medal of Dragons. Ling Yu gazed at the list. The location marked as Dragon's Breath Volcano. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he thought of the Long family. Yang Yu's expression also grew grave. The Long family brought memories of his grandfather's demise and the enigmatic Golden Tiger. Let us go, Ling Yu declared, his eyes icy. It was time to pay a visit to the Long family. The two regrouped and headed towards their final destination, the territory of the Long family, the Dragon's Breath Volcano, which was also the prime suspect. Chapter 60. Futility of Please. The aircraft surged forward at full speed towards the Dragon's Breath Volcano. The closer they drew, the more oppressive the heat and dryness of the air became, infused with sulfur and an unsettling pressure. In the distance, a colossal volcano, belching thick smoke and magma, came into view. Surrounding the volcano stood an imposing cluster of castles, dark red and black in hue, the stronghold of the Long family. Yang Yu stared out the window, his gaze as frigid as Ling Yu's. The death of his grandfather and the trail leading to the Golden Tiger all pointed here. Humph. A bunch of arrogant fools relying on their meager dragon blood, Ling Yu scoffed. Today, let us make them aware of their folly. The aircraft descended unceremoniously onto the vast plaza, constructed from black volcanic rock, belonging to the Long family castle. As soon as they landed, they were surrounded by a contingent of Long family guards clad in dragon-scale armor, mounted on various dragon-like beasts. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Who dares trespass upon the sacred grounds of the Long family? Barked the captain of the guards, astride an earthfire lizard dragon, elite level, exuding arrogance. Ling Yu leisurely disembarked from the aircraft, disregarding the guards, and shouted, Long Hua, come out. Where is your father? His voice, amplified by psychic force, echoed throughout the castle. Soon, a boisterous laughter resounded. Ha! I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just you two defeated pawns. What? Haven't had enough in the black market. So you come to my Long family to meet your demise. Long Hua swaggered forth, flanked by a throng of young scions from the Long family. He wore a condescending and mocking smile, accompanied by a thunderwing dragon, Lord level, that had previously cowered at the sight of Xiaoyang. Long Hua, spare us the banter. Ling Yu replied, uninterested in his antics. We are here to participate in the Dragon's Medal assessment and to obtain the Long family clearance documents. Let us do this according to the rules, swiftly. Assessment? Documents? Long Hua scoffed as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. You think you are worthy to partake in my Long family's assessment? To obtain our documents? He pointed at Yang Yu, the useless scion of the Yang family. Then he gestured towards Ling Yu, the illegitimate child of the Ling family. My Long family's supreme dragon trial is not meant for lowly bloodlines like yours. Now get lost, or... He patted his thunderwing dragon. Be careful not to become a snack for my pet. Laughter erupted from the Long family youths, filled with taunts and jeers. Yang Yu's fists clenched tightly. Ling Yu's expression turned icy. It seemed that reason would yield no fruit. Since he refused to adhere to the rules, Ling Yu's voice turned frigid. We shall abide by ours. He stepped forward, beckoning towards Long Hua and the arrogant young generation behind him. Come at me together. Let us save time. Arrogance. Long Hua seethed with rage. Attack. Tear them apart. In an instant, the young scions of the Long family summoned their spirit beasts, predominantly various earth dragons, winged dragons, and lizard dragons, mostly at the elite and extraordinary levels. Roaring as they charged forward, Long Hua's thunderwing dragon unleashed a tempestuous breath attack. Xiaoyang, Yang Yu merely stated. Meow. Xiaoyang instantly transformed into a golden, ferocious tiger. Sun's essence activated. A terrifying blaze of light erupted. Rain of light. Solar impact. Like the scorching sun melting snow, the spirit beasts charging forward emitted piercing cries upon contact with the extreme light and true sunfire. Their scales melted, flesh torn. They fell in droves, utterly defenseless. The thunderwing dragon bore the brunt, blasted away by a solar impact, crashing into the wall, charred and twitching, incapacitated. Within 10 seconds, all of the Long family's young spirit beasts lay defeated on the ground. Long Hua and his companions were also thrown off balance by the dispersing energy, looking disheveled with expressions filled with terror and disbelief. Waste, Ling Yu coldly snorted. Let those who can fight step forward. Impudence. Within the castle, several powerful auras surged forth. A number of Long family elders burst out. Their spirit beasts were evidently stronger. Among them were a two-headed flame dragon, king level, a rock-earth dragon, emperor level, and even a three-headed venom dragon, imperial level. Youngsters, cease your rampage. The elders, both astonished and enraged, commanded their spirit beasts to attack. Flames, venom, and boulders rained down upon them. Now this is intriguing. Ling Yu's gaze sharpened. Xiaoyu, lunar eclipse. Xiaoji, firepower at maximum. Heart of the Swarm. Summoned the self-exploding venom bees. Yang Yu unleashed his full power. Xiaoyang. Solar Field. Purifying Fire. In an instant, light and darkness intertwined. Machines and swarms roared. True Sunfire purified all things. The power of the moon corrupted everything. A fierce battle erupted in the plaza of the Long family. The Long family elder spirit beasts were indeed formidable, particularly the Imperial-level, three-headed venom dragon, which proved to be a significant challenge for the pair. However, Ling Yu and Yang Yu's lineup was simply overwhelming. Son of the Sun, hero-level, exerted attribute suppression. Son of the Moon, hero-level, was bizarre and hard to defend against. Child of Machinery, elite-level, summoned the Lord-level, Shao Ji. Heart of the Swarm, Lord-level, unleashed endless swarms. 10 minutes later, the two-headed flame dragon was reduced to cinders by Xiaoyang. The rock earth dragon's shell was shattered by Shao Ji's cannon fire. The three-headed venom dragon fared the worst, simultaneously corroded by lunar eclipse, scorched by purifying fire, and bombarded by self-exploding venom bees, its three heads obliterated, barely hanging on. The Long family elders were all wounded. Their faces pale as they gazed at the two individuals before them, resembling war gods, along with their monstrous spirit beasts, their eyes brimming with fear. Is there anyone else? Ling Yu stood atop the ruins, coldly surveying the scene. Silence reigned. Long Hua and the young scions had long been paralyzed with fear, huddled in a corner trembling. Just then, a voice, filled with authority and fury, boomed from the depths of the castle like thunder. Enough! A terrifying Imperial-level pressure descended, fracturing the ground of the entire plaza. The current head of the Long family, Long Aotian, emerged with a grim expression. Behind him, the space warped, revealing a colossal, overshadowing, Imperial-level lava fire dragon, covered in dark red, lava-like scales, exuding a cataclysmic aura. Two little bastards. Long Aotian's eyes burned crimson with murderous intent. Daring to wreak havoc in my Long family, injuring my kin, destroying my spirit beasts. Today, I shall make you pay in blood for your debts. Fire Dragon. Annihilation Dragon's breath. He roared. The lava fire dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a dark red lava column capable of melting mountains. Descending upon Yang Yu and Ling Yu with Imperial-level terrifying power, aiming to obliterate them completely. Not good. Yang Yu and Ling Yu's expressions changed dramatically as they sensed the lethal threat. Xiaoyang. Sun Barrier, maximum output. Xiaoyu. Shadow Barrier. Aji. Energy Deflection Field. Swarm. Flesh and Blood Shield. The two combined all their defensive measures in an instant, fighting desperately. Boom. The devastating dragon breath crashed violently against the layered defenses. Crack. Crack. The shadow barrier shattered. The energy field overloaded. The swarm shield evaporated. Finally, it struck hard against the sun barrier. Ugh. Yang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. The brilliance surrounding Xiaoyang dimmed instantly. Though they barely held on, both suffered immense impact and temporarily lost their combat ability. Humph. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Long Outyin sneered. With the next blow, I shall send you on your way. Fire Dragon. The lava fire dragon gathered strength once more, condensing a more terrifying breath. Yang Yu and Ling Yu struggled to rise, but their injuries were too severe. At the critical moment, howl! A fierce yet insatiably greedy and authoritative dragon roar erupted from Yang Yu's embrace. A dark purple shadow shot forth from Yang Yu's Beast Taming Space like lightning. It surged with the wind, instantly transforming into a nightmarish evil dragon Turang. Transcendent level. It appeared to be completely awakened by the Imperial-level fire dragon's breath and the pure essence of dragon blood, descending into a state of extreme hunger and madness. In a flash, Turang directly ignored the terrifying dragon breath, turning into a shadow and pouncing onto the lava fire dragon's neck. With a wide-open mouth, it bit down fiercely. Splat! The teeth imbued with demonic essence and devour rules effortlessly tore through the lava fire dragon's scales and defenses, firmly embedding itself into its bloodline core. Roar! The lava fire dragon unleashed a roar of shock and pain. It sensed its precious dragon's origin bloodline being frantically siphoned away, power rapidly dissipating. What the hell is this thing? Long Outyin was aghast. He attempted to command the fire dragon to shake off Turang, but it was utterly futile. Turang clung on like a parasite, voraciously consuming. The lava fire dragon visibly withered and shrank. The Imperial level pressure plummeted. Sovereign level, monarch level, king level. In mere seconds, a once majestic Imperial level fire dragon was reduced to a shriveled creature no larger than a common dog, with a weak aura and dim scales. A mere fire lizard? Dragon bloodline purity, nearly zero. Turang, seemingly unsated, released its grip with a satisfied burp, exhaling a plume of sulphurous black smoke. Its crimson eyes surveyed the area, locking onto the injured, fallen dragon-blooded spirit beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It transformed into phantoms, frantically darting around the arena. Each time it pounced upon a dragon-blooded spirit beast, it drained it dry. Not even the remains of the earth fire lizard or the two-headed flame dragon were spared. Where it passed, cries of despair filled the air. All dragon-blooded spirit beasts were reduced to ordinary wild beasts or lizards. The proud dragon blood heritage of the Long family was being rapidly depleted. Long Outyin watched helplessly as his family's foundation was destroyed, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Yet, due to the backlash from his severely injured spirit beast, he fell to the ground, unable to intervene. Yang Yu and Ling Yu seized the opportunity to catch their breath, astonished by Tu Rang's frenzied display. Soon, Tu Rang drained the last dragon-blooded spirit beast in the arena, flew back to Yang Yu's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling him, then yawned and retreated to the Beast Taming Space to sleep and digest. The entire Long family plaza fell into a deathly silence. All the dragons had turned into lizards. The members of the Long family looked ashen-faced, as if the sky had fallen. Yang Yu took a deep breath and approached the collapsed, despondent Long Outyin. He pulled out a blank passage document from his pocket, along with a pen, and presented it to Long Outyin. "Sign here, Mr. Long." Yang Yu's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Long Outyin trembled, gazing at the youth who had destroyed everything he held dear, and finally, in humiliation, accepted the pen and signed his name on the document. Then he shakily retrieved the Long family's dragon medal, a medal shaped like a dragon scale, from his pocket and handed it to Yang Yu. Yang Yu accepted the document and the medal, inspected them, and nodded. "Tu Rang, let us depart," he called out, even though Tu Rang was asleep, turning to leave. Ling Yu lagged behind. He strolled over to the prostrate Long Outyin and lifted his foot, pressing the sole against Long Outyin's head. He ground it down forcefully. "Old fool." Ling Yu's voice was icy. "Do you wish to live?" Long Outyin shuddered, tears of humiliation mingling with blood as he hoarsely pleaded, "I do. I beg you. Spare the Long family." "Beg?" Ling Yu scoffed. "It won't do you any good." He pressed down harder, nearly crushing Long Outyin's skull. "Remember today?" Ling Yu's tone was chilling. "If you dare to play tricks again." He did not finish his sentence, but the murderous intent was palpable. Having said that, he withdrew his foot, not sparing Long Outyin another glance, and turned to catch up with Yang Yu. The two ascended the flying vessel amidst the fearful and despairing gazes of the Long family members, departing with an air of finality. Chapter 61, Gathering Together. The flying vessel departed from the desolate ruins of the Long family, suffused with despair and the stench of sulfur, heading northward. Only one document remained on the list. Bear family. Yang Yu examined the information, noting that the Bear family resided in the northern wilderness, known for their brawn and endurance. The assessment task was Giant Strength Arena, which sounded exhausting. A group of muscle-bound simpletons. Ling Yu rubbed his still throbbing temples. Evidently, not having fully recovered from the brutal battle at the Long family and the subsequent humiliation, hoping they would be sensible and not force him to dismantle another family. The flying vessel traversed the vast wilderness, and the temperature gradually dropped. Below appeared a fortress complex built from massive granite and hardened frostwood, rugged in style and exuding a sense of strength, known as the Bear family fortress. Unlike the ominous and fierce aura of the Long family, the Bear family fortress emanated a heavy, solid, and straightforward feeling. The flying vessel landed in the training ground outside the fortress. Upon landing, they were met with thunderous shouts, heavy impacts, and the roars of some large spirit beasts from within. The two stepped off the flying vessel, immediately engulfed by a wave of heat and the scent of sweat. In the expansive training ground, hundreds of Bear family disciples were diligently honing their skills. Some were lifting enormous stone blocks, others wrestling with bear-like spirit beasts, and some were swinging heavy warhammers at each other, all radiating a primal sense of strength and masculinity. A tall, burly elder clad in a bear fur coat, with a rosy complexion and a warm smile, quickly approached. "You've arrived, shall you?" The elder's voice boomed, carrying an inexplicable familiarity and warmth as he directly called out Ling Yu's name. Ling Yu frowned, eyeing him warily. "Who are you?" The elder showed no sign of being perturbed by Ling Yu's coldness, chuckling heartily. "Ah? Truly, those in high places forget the past. I am Bear San, the third elder of the Bear family. When you were just a wee lad, around 5 or 6 years old, your father brought you to our Bear family as guests." The elder's face broke into a mischievous grin as he reminisced. "You and my little cub, Bear Jia, had quite the fun. Do you remember? Once, the two of you clandestinely indulged in my treasured beast blood wine, becoming utterly intoxicated. That night, you shared a single bed." And as the old man continued to regale tales, his enthusiasm only grew. "The result? Ha! You both ended up wetting the bed together." The map you drew was quite the spectacle. In the morning, you even accused each other, leading to a brawl. Ha ha, puffed. Yang Yu, who had been on alert nearby, could no longer contain himself upon hearing this and burst out laughing, slapping the ground in mirth. Ha ha, you wet the bed. Ling Yu ha ha ha, and you drew a map? Ha ha. Ling Yu's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, veins standing out on his forehead. Wishing he could summon Aji right then and there to obliterate this old coot. Shut up, old man. Ling Yu gritted his teeth. Who remembers such nonsense? Oh dear. The young ones are so thin-skinned. Elder Xiongsan chuckled. That rascal Xiong Jia often reminisces about you. He says you were the fiercest fighter when you were young. Just then, a booming and delighted voice rang out from the other side of the training ground. Yugo? Is that really you? A young man, nearly 2 meters tall with a broad back and sturdy build, clad in thick fur, approached with large strides. His face bore a resolute expression, and his eyes sparkled with unreserved joy. Upon hearing this address, Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback, raising his head to behold the approaching youth. A flicker of warmth and surprise broke through his icy demeanor. Is it really you, Xiong? Ling Yu seemed to finally dredge up this name from the recesses of his memory. Yes, it's me. The young man named Xiong Jia nodded vigorously, excitedly patting Ling Yu's shoulder, the sound echoing. You go. It's been ages. Must be over a decade, right? You've changed so much. But I recognized you at a glance. Ling Yu regarded his exuberant old friend, akin to an overly enthusiastic husky, then glanced at the still laughing Yang Yu and the grinning elder Xiong San, feeling a rare sense of awkwardness and helplessness. Well, I suppose you've bulked up a bit. Ling Yu's tone softened slightly. Of course. Training every day? Xiong Jia flexed his rock-like muscles. So what brings you here? Did you come to find me? Yang Yu, having laughed to his heart's content, leaned closer to Ling Yu, lowering his voice. Hey, let us catch up after we handle our business, all right? First, let us secure the documents. Ling Yu shot Yang Yu a glare but nodded nonetheless, addressing Xiong Jia. Xiong Jia, we can reminisce later. We come with an important matter. We need to enter the source of the blazing sun and radiance of the full moon secret realms. And we require your family's passage documents. Passage documents? Xiong Jia paused. Then his eyes lit up with understanding. Oh, right. I heard those 2 secret realms are opening soon. There are quite a few rules. He scratched the back of his head and grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Sure, no problem. Ling Yu and Yang Yu exchanged glances of delight. Was it really this easy? However, Xiong Jia's tone shifted, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. But, you go. Rules cannot be broken. If you want the documents, you must follow our family's customs. Fight me. Xiong Jia pointed to the nearby mighty arena. If you defeat me, you can take the documents. Ling Yu sighed, knowing it wouldn't be that simple. Fine. He nodded. A straightforward fight was indeed the most direct approach with someone as blunt as Xiong Jia. Great. Xiong Jia exclaimed with joy. He stepped back a few paces, his hands coming together forcefully, summoning a glowing magic circle. Roar. A deafening roar erupted as a colossal creature, resembling a small mountain, covered in silvery fur with wild blue arcs of electricity dancing across its body, descended upon the arena. The thunderous giant bear, peak monarch level, landed with a thunderous crash, exuding an aura of terrifying power and thunderous pressure. You go. Come on. Xiong Jia leaped onto the arena, his excitement palpable. Ling Yu sighed and stepped onto the stage as well, surveying his old friend, whose battle spirit was aflame, and the formidable thunderous giant bear, contemplating his options. Using Mother Bug? That would be too much of a bully, and the spectacle would be quite embarrassing. Using Aji? A mechanical creation against such a powerhouse would create too much noise and be hard to control. Using Xiaochuang? Support would be fine, but direct confrontation wouldn't suit. It seemed he could only call upon Xiaoyu. Ling Yu thought, stealing a glance at the eagerly anticipating Xiong Jia. He had to control his strength. He couldn't let Xiong Jia lose too embarrassingly. After all, they shared a history of childhood mishaps. Xiaoyu. Ling Yu summoned the Son of the Moon. Howling Night Wolf, hero level. Xiaoyu appeared on the arena with elegance and an icy demeanor, its silver gray fur shimmering with moonlight, starkly contrasting the raging thunderous giant bear opposite. Wow, you go. Your wolf is so cool. Xiong Jia's eyes brightened, though his battle spirit surged even higher. Thunder. Thunderstorm domain. Thunder palm. The thunderous giant bear stood on its hind legs, its paws enveloped in devastating lightning, striking towards Xiaoyu with incredible speed. Ling Yu's gaze sharpened. Xiaoyu, Shadow Shroud, to evade, Moonblade, to harass. In an instant, Xiaoyu's form blurred, effortlessly dodging the thunder palm, while its claws extended, unleashing a few harmless moonblades that merely sparked against the bear's thick fur. What incredible speed! Xiong Jia exclaimed. Thunder. Thunderstorm stampede. The bear stomped down, unleashing a violent lightning explosion centered around it, engulfing the entire arena. Ling Yu commanded, Xiao Yu, shadow barrier, to block. A thin shadow shield appeared before Xiao Yu, perfectly absorbing most of the thunderstorm's impact, causing it to stagger back a few steps. Impressive. Xiong Jie grew more exhilarated, astonished that Xiao Yu could withstand the thunderstorm. You go. You're just as strong as you were in our youth. Ling Yu replied, It's all right. He maneuvered Xiao Yu, struggling to evade and counterattack, creating an intense back and forth that was evenly matched. On the arena, lightning flickered, shadows danced, creating an atmosphere of fierce intensity. Below the stage, the disciples of the Xiong family watched with fervor, cheering for their young master. Elder Xiong Sen stroked his beard, nodding appreciatively. Not bad. Xiao Yu has made significant progress over the years, able to hold his own against Jie Heiress, thunderous giant bear. Only Yang Yu. Leaning against the arena's edge, Yang Yu yawned, bored, and pulled out his phone. He began scrolling through the news, reading novels, and even playing a casual game. Come on. I know Ling Yu's strength all too well. This is practically a Pacific Ocean of leniency. The act is far too contrived. Finally, having completed a round of his game, Yang Yu glanced at the sky, feeling it was about time. He stowed his phone and lazily called out to Ling Yu on the arena. Hey, Ling Yu, are you done playing? We should get going. Ling Yu, finally waiting for this cue, felt his demeanor shift in an instant, no longer concealing his intent. Xiao Yu. Ling Yu's voice remained calm, moonlight impact. Having merely been toying around, Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly erupted with cold moonlight. The surrounding moonlight intensified, and a terrifying power far beyond before swiftly coalesced. With a mighty roar, it unleashed a silver beam of light, so refined it seemed capable of freezing souls, directly piercing through the thunderous giant bear's protective lightning barrier and striking its chest with precision. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated. The colossal, thunderous giant bear, akin to being struck by a high-speed train, let out a pained whimper, its massive body launched off the ground, crashing heavily against the protective barrier outside the arena. It then slid down, dazed and momentarily unconscious. Instant kill. The entire arena fell into an instantaneous silence, as if the very air had been sucked away. The cheers from the descendants of the Bear clan were caught in their throats, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Elder Bear San's hand, which had been stroking his beard, became stiff, his eyes wide with astonishment. The excitement and combat fervor that had adorned Bear Jie's face evaporated, replaced entirely by shock and bewilderment. He stared blankly at his ace, who had been dispatched in a single blow, then glanced over at Ling Yu and Xiao Yu, who stood across from him, their demeanor calm, as though they had done nothing at all. You good? Bear Jie's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Ling Yu leapt down from the arena, approached Bear Jie, and gently patted his shoulder, this time without forced thank you for the match. His tone remained unperturbed, almost scholarly. Bear Jie, in a daze, fumbled in his pocket for the Bear clan's pass document, a sturdy piece of leather paper emblazoned with the mark of a bear's paw, and handed it to Ling Yu. Ling Yu accepted the document, examined it briefly, and nodded. All set, he said to Bear Jie. Try to drink a little less in the future. A veiled reference to Bear Jie's embarrassing past. With that, he turned and departed, his movements devoid of hesitation. Yang Yu, grinning, followed suit, casting a cheeky wink at Bear Jie as he passed. Brother, your acting was commendable, referring to Ling Yu's performance. Bear Jie, feeling as though a realization was dawning upon him, experienced a tumult of emotions, his face shifting from red to pale, ultimately settling into a rueful smile of understanding. Elder Bear Sen gazed at the retreating figures of the two, murmuring to himself, I'm getting old. Today's youth truly are formidable. Ling Yu and Yang Yu boarded their flying craft, departing the Bear Clan fortress. The final document was secured. Ling Yu tucked the Bear Clan's document away. Oh. Yang Yu stretched lazily, 10 medals, 5 documents, all accounted for. The duo exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with anticipation and gravity. Source of the fiery sun, and radiance of the bright moon. Chapter 62. Radiance of the bright moon. The flying craft, now laden with all the medals and documents, returned to the joint entrance management office of the source of the fiery sun and radiance of the bright moon's secret realms. The atmosphere was even more solemn and tense than before. The 5 great families and the Academy Alliance had stationed their elite guardians, with layers of checkpoints and exceedingly stringent inspections. As the two disembarked, they inhaled deeply and approached the familiar registration window. The same stern-faced administrator from their last visit was seated behind the counter. Upon noticing Yang Yu and Ling Yu, his expression was one of complexity, clearly having heard about their various exploits during the collection of medals and documents. Back again, the administrator adjusted his glasses. Have you gathered everything? Indeed, Yang Yu and Ling Yu replied in unison, placing before him 10 metals of various shapes, each shimmering with different elemental hues: water, grass, fire, bug, wind, thunder, earth, light, dark, dragon, alongside 5 hefty documents sealed with the wax insignia of different families: Ling, Yang, Sha, Long, Bear, covering the entire table. 15 items in total, each radiating brilliance, their energy signatures interweaving, capturing the attention of surrounding staff and those awaiting assessment, their eyes filled with astonishment and envy. The administrator meticulously examined each metal and document, proceeding slowly and with great care, repeatedly verifying the seals and energy signatures. Notably, his lips twitched upon seeing the documents from the Long and Sha families, casting a glance at Yang Yu and Ling Yu that spoke volumes of admiration. Unfazed, the duo maintained their composure. Once all items were confirmed, the administrator nodded approvingly. He retrieved a silver-white metallic box, intricately engraved with complex runes, and carefully placed the 10 metals and 5 documents into their respective slots within the box. Then, closing the lid, he pressed his hands upon it, infusing it with energy. The box vibrated violently, emitting a dazzling white light. Within, the metals and documents seemed to dissolve and reconstitute. Minutes later, the brilliance subsided. As the administrator opened the lid, the original metals and documents had vanished, replaced by 2 palm-sized badges, shimmering with 10 colors, each embodying the essence of 10 elemental forces. The front adorned with the emblems of the 5 great families, and the back featuring a pentagram insignia representing the secret realm entrance. Here you go. The administrator handed the badges to Yang Yu and Ling Yu. These are your sole credentials for entering the secret realm. Blood binding is required. If lost, they cannot be replaced. Upon receiving the badges, they felt their weight, imbued with immense and intricate energy. They pricked their fingertips, allowing drops of blood to fall upon the badges. The badges absorbed the blood, flashing brightly, and automatically affixed themselves to their chests, as though they had grown there. Which secret realm do you wish to enter? Source of the fiery sun, or radiance of the bright moon? The administrator inquired. Yang Yu and Ling Yu exchanged a knowing glance. Radiance of the bright moon, they replied in unison. This had been their premeditated choice. The source of the fiery sun was the site of Yang Yu's grandfather's demise, potentially harboring the most direct clues and the greatest dangers. They resolved to first explore radiance of the bright moon, to accumulate experience and enhance their strength before ultimately confronting source of the fiery sun. Very well. The administrator manipulated the control panel. With a rumble, a massive archway crafted from an unknown black metal, intricately etched with countless star and cold moon motifs, began to glow in the back of the hall. Beyond the doorway lay not a wall, but a swirling vortex of deep purple, exuding an icy, deathly stillness. The entrance to the radiance of the bright moon, secret realm, had been unveiled. A chilling, desolate aura, one that seemed capable of freezing souls, emanated from within, sending shivers through all present. Proceed, the administrator instructed gravely. Remember, within the secret realm, life and death are your own responsibility. The entrance will reopen for 10 minutes 1 month from now. Should you miss it, you shall remain inside forever. Yang Yu and Ling Yu took a deep breath, finally checking their own states and spirit beasts. Let us go. Ling Yu stepped forward first, approaching the frigid void gate, with Yang Yu close behind. The composite badges on their chests emitted a faint glow, resonating with the entrance. They passed effortlessly through the icy energy membrane. In an instant, the world before them shifted. Space warped around them, and a powerful sensation of weightlessness and dizziness engulfed them. Moments later, they found themselves on solid ground, eyes wide open, alertly surveying their surroundings. Before them lay a realm beyond description, a bizarre world that defied language. The sky was an eternal, starless deep purple, a colossal, cold moon, radiating a pale, chilling glow hung ominously at the center, casting a haunting light that sent shivers down their spines. The ground was a frigid, gray-black wasteland of barren rock, devoid of any vegetation or flowing water. In the distance loomed distorted, grotesque silhouettes of black mountains. The air was thick with a dense, icy negative energy and undead aura. Breathing and felt as though their lungs were being encased in ice. Their very souls trembled. Desolation, coldness, expansiveness, a sense of despair enveloped them. This cursed place. Ling Yu frowned, instinctively tightening his clothing, though it provided little warmth. Be cautious, Yang Yu whispered, sensing that beneath this stillness lay countless hidden dangers. As if to affirm his intuition, a series of unsettling sounds, rustling and crackling, echoed from the shadows and rocks surrounding them. Immediately, countless translucent, twisted apparitions, exuding a malevolent aura of resentment, ghosts, skeletons, and zombies, began to seep forth from the ground, rocks, and even the very air itself. Their eyes, if they possessed any, shimmered with a gluttonous and ravenous glow, fixated upon these two intruders, who radiated an intoxicating vitality. Undead beings. Thousands upon thousands. Like a relentless tide, they surged from all directions. In an instant, the two were encircled. Good heavens. An undead calamity. Yang Yu felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, bracing himself for battle. Ling Yu's gaze turned icy as he instantaneously summoned Little Moon, Child of the Moon, and Little Chuang, Mechanical Leopard. Yang Yu too promptly summoned Little Yang, Child of the Sun. At this critical juncture, a plaintive yet majestic roar, imbued with unparalleled authority and insatiable greed, erupted from Yang Yu's beast-keeping space. A shadow of dark purple shot forth with a whoosh. It grew in size with the wind, swiftly transforming into a nightmare evil dragon Tuolong. Transcendent level, though not yet massive, it radiated a menacing aura, entwined with nightmares and shadows. Tuolong seemed to be utterly stimulated by the overwhelming negative energy and necrotic essence, plunging into a state of ecstatic fervor. It floated in midair, unleashing a roar that resonated with contempt and a voracious desire, directed at the vast horde of undead. Buzz. A supreme pressure emanating from the source of demons, and the abyss surged forth from Tuolong, rapidly expanding outward. It was an aura that transcended ordinary life and death rules, darker, older, and more despair-inducing. The effect was immediate. Those once clawing and frenzied undead beings froze in place upon sensing Tuolong's presence. The ghosts trembled, their forms becoming more transparent. The skeletons rattled, their bony frames shaking like chaff. The zombies emitted fearful whimpers, attempting to retreat, yet unable to move. Their crimson or ghostly green eyes brimmed with primal terror, as if they had encountered their ultimate nemesis. A predator above all predators. The entire undead tide was, astonishingly, cowed into submission by Tuolong, creating a bizarre vacuum around them. Yang Yu and Ling Yu, once again stunned by the overwhelming aura of their own companion. Impressive. Ling Yu managed to utter 2 words. Tuolong seems particularly effective against these creatures. Yang Yu expressed his astonishment. Naturally, Ling Yu rolled his eyes. It is the nightmare evil dragon. Demon type. Shadow type. It thrives on negative energy and souls. To it, these low-tier undead are merely walking potato chips. Crunchy and crisp. As if to validate Ling Yu's assertion, Tuolong gazed at the trembling sea of potato chips before it, excitedly licking its lips, if dragons possess lips. Then abruptly opened its mouth wide. Abyssal devour. A formidable suction emanated from its maw. Dozens of the nearest ghosts, without even a scream, were torn apart, compressed, transformed into streams of pure negative energy, and swiftly consumed by Tuolong. After finishing, it burped, releasing a plume of black smoke, still craving more. The undead tide collectively recoiled in fear. All right. Yang Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It seemed that for now, they were safe. Don't let your guard down. Ling Yu cautioned. Tuolong can handle the lesser beings, but there will undoubtedly be more formidable foes within the secret realm. No sooner had he spoken than a low, venomous roar erupted from beyond a distant black mountain. An even greater, more concentrated necrotic pressure swept toward them. A towering figure, exceeding 5 meters in height, clad in shattered armor and wielding a massive axe, with ghostly blue soul flames flickering in its eye sockets. Death Knight. Monarch-level. It charged forth on a skeletal steed, also wreathed in spectral flames, a nightmare warhorse. Wherever it passed, low-tier undead hastily retreated. Here it comes. Ling Yu's gaze sharpened. The Death Knight was evidently unaffected by Tuolong's oppressive presence. It raised its massive axe, pointing it at the two, letting out a battle roar. The undead tide behind it began to stir once more, attempting to follow it into the fray. Little Yang. Yang Yu shouted. Meow woof. Little Yang instantly transformed into a golden little sun. Essence of the sun, activated. Boom. An infinite expanse of light and heat erupted. Brilliant solar flames radiated from its core, spreading outward in wild abandon. Wherever the light reached, those low-tier ghosts, skeletons, and zombies melted away like snow before the blazing sun, emitting shrill screams as they vaporized into wisps of green smoke. In an instant, within a 100-meter radius centered on the two, the area was cleared. All low-tier undead were purified to nothingness, leaving only the solitary Death Knight and its nightmare warhorse. The Death Knight, its charging stance frozen in place. The soul flames in its eye sockets flickered violently, clearly scorched by this overwhelming power of light. Little Moon. Lunar impact. Little Chuang. Aji. Firepower suppression. Tuolong. Entangle it. Ling Yu seized the opportunity, issuing a rapid series of commands. Little Moon's silver beam struck the Death Knight squarely in the chest, causing it to stagger. The low-tier version of Aji, energy cannon blasted against the Nightmare Warhorse, shattering its bones into a cloud of debris. Tuolong excitedly lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the Death Knight's shoulder, voraciously consuming its necrotic energy. The Death Knight let out an enraged roar, swinging its massive axe in retaliation. The battle instantly escalated into a fierce struggle. Yang Yu and Ling Yu stood back to back, directing their spirit beasts as they engaged in ferocious combat with this potent undead creature. Chapter 63, The Radiance of the Full Moon 2. Relying on Tuolong's abyssal pressure and Little Yang's solar purification, Yang Yu and Ling Yu fought their way through the seemingly endless sea of undead, forging a bloody path toward the depths of this desolate world, where a colossal, menacing black castle loomed, as if constructed from countless bones and shadows. The closer they approached the castle, the more powerful and bizarre the surrounding undead became. Hellfire skeletons, ablaze with ghostly blue flames, began to emerge, alongside wailing banshees capable of unleashing mental shrieks, and even abominations, formed from a confluence of countless vengeful spirits. The battles grew increasingly arduous. Although Little Yang's solar flames remained dominant, they consumed energy at an alarming rate. Tuolong feasted with delight, yet the enemy's numbers appeared inexhaustible. This cannot continue. Yang Yu gasped for breath as a barrier of light shielded them from a wave of banshee wails. Their energy was depleting too rapidly. Ling Yu's gaze turned icy as he regarded the castle, sprawling like a colossal beast in the distance. Little Moon. He suddenly spoke, Moonfall. Having silently torn apart the approaching undead in its wolf form, the Moonchild, Xiaoya, paused momentarily upon hearing the command. It lifted its head, its eyes swirling like a nebula, deeply locking onto Ling Yu's gaze. Its expression was complex and inscrutable, seemingly torn between struggle and a profound sense of release and anticipation. As if returning to its essence, a low, prolonged howl resonated from it. Buzz. An indescribable aura, surpassing even Tuolong's demonic pressure and Little Yang's solar radiance, erupted from Little Moon's being, a more ancient, colder, and supremely transcendent presence. Its silvery gray form suddenly illuminated. An endless, pale, and frigid moonlight surged forth like a tidal wave, emanating from it, and sweeping outward in all directions. Wherever the moonlight traversed, time seemed to freeze. The once crazed howls of the hellfire skeletons, sirens, abominations, and all manner of undead creatures came to an abrupt halt. The soul fires in their eye sockets quivered violently. This was not the fear instilled by Turang, but rather a profound reverence and submission that sprang from the very depths of their souls, confronting an absolute sovereign at the brink of life itself. Thud, 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 like a cascade of toppled dominoes. From near to far, all undead beings, regardless of their strength, deeply prostrated themselves before Xiaoyu, pressing their heads tightly to the ground. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, afraid to move a muscle. In that entire expanse, tens of thousands of undead fell utterly silent. Only that floating moon, suspended above Xiaoyu's head and seemingly becoming the center of the world, the cold moon shadow, silently radiated an absolute royal authority. Yang Yu, dumbfounded. Ling Yu, with a profound gaze, seemingly having anticipated this, yet tinged with an imperceptible gravity. Turang, huh? Xiaoyu, or rather. The Moonchild in its lunar state, walked gracefully and coldly along the path where the myriad undead bowed in fealty. Wherever it passed, the undead dared not even tremble. This road leading to the Black Castle instantaneously became unobstructed. The journey was smooth sailing. The two followed closely behind Xiaoyu, entering the ominous, skeletal castle with varied emotions. Inside the castle, the darkness deepened. The walls were inlaid with various ghastly white bones, and cold black mist flowed upon the floor. The air was thick with the stench of decay and potent necromantic magic. They descended without encountering any obstacles, for all the undead sentinels had already prostrated themselves before their arrival. At long last, they reached the castle's lowest level. Here lay an immense circular hall. In the center of the hall stood an altar constructed from obsidian and unknown beast bones. Before the altar, with its back turned to them, stood a figure. It was a skeleton clad in a tattered, oversized black mage's robe. Its skeletal frame possessed an ancient quality, reminiscent of jade, rather than the typical pallor of ordinary undead. In its left hand, it cradled a soul crystal the size of a human head, within which countless gray nebulas swirled, intermittently revealing anguished faces. This was the soul-devouring crystal ball. The crystal orb emanated a bizarre power that absorbed souls. In its right hand, it grasped a staff over 2 meters long, crafted from a shadowy metal. Its shaft entwined with cold, azure runic chains, topped with a wailing gem that dripped black energy droplets, the eternal night staff. The staff stood there, and the surrounding light and sound seemed to be devoured by its presence. Hearing footsteps, the skeletal mage slowly turned around. Its eye sockets held no soul fire, only two swirling voids of profound darkness. It gazed at the moonlit Xiaoyu at the forefront, its jaw slightly parting, producing a dry, hoarse voice imbued with an ancient rhythm and an indescribable reverence. "You have come." Ling Yu's brow furrowed instantly. This tone did not seem like that of an intruder. Rather, it felt like a long-awaited arrival. What was happening? Ling Yu, on high alert, instinctively placed a hand on the summoning device for Aji. Yet the skeletal mage paid him no heed. Its entire focus was directed at Xiaoyu. At that moment, Xiaoyu appeared to be drawn by some unseen force, moving toward the skeletal mage and the altar in a dreamlike trance. "Xiaoyu?" Ling Yu sensed something amiss and called out. Xiaoyu did not respond, continuing to advance step by step. The skeletal mage regarded the approaching Xiaoyu and, to their astonishment, slowly knelt on one knee. It placed its precious staff and crystal ball before itself, lowering its proud skeletal head. "Noble sovereign of the moon, Lord Yuying, you have finally returned. We welcome your awakening." Its voice brimmed with excitement and devotion. Ling Yu and Yang Yu were struck with a profound shock. Yuying, Xiaoyu's true name from a past life. Immediately following this, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Xiaoyu, Yuying, halted before the altar. It did not gaze at the kneeling skeletal mage, but instead lifted its head, addressing the empty space above the altar, uttering a string of ancient, obscure syllables infused with the chilling power of law. This was certainly not an ordinary wolf's howl. It was a language, an ancient tongue imbued with supreme power. The skeletal mage also raised its head, responding in the same ancient language. Its tone was even more fervent, as if reporting something or conducting a certain ritual. Ling Yu and Yang Yu could not comprehend the words. Yet, they could sense the energy in the air converging toward the altar at an astonishing speed. A dire premonition surged within them. "We must interrupt this," Ling Yu decided instantly. He intended to summon Aji. At that moment, thud, 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 the heavy sound of metal boots striking the ground echoed from above the staircase. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, clad in pitch-black armor adorned with vicious spikes and deep scratches, the Hell Knight, descended step by step. With each step it took, the ground trembled subtly. It bore no weapon, yet its armored hands were the most fearsome of weapons. Beneath its helmet, 2 points of blood-red soul fire blazed fiercely, locking onto Ling Yu. Bone Tyrant Slaughterer Salazar, Emperor-level peak. Simultaneously, a little girl in a white dress, barefoot and cradling a tattered teddy bear, silently appeared at the staircase's entrance. She appeared harmless, yet her eyes were pure black, and her lips curled into an eerily twisted smile. An unsettling aura of resentment and a field of mental contamination radiated from her. Annihilation Sorceress Annette, Emperor-level, mental type. Salazar and Annette descended the staircase, neither attacking but instead kneeling silently on either side of the altar, forming a triangular formation that shielded Xiaoyu, Yuying, at the center. 3 Emperor-level terrifying undead. All knelt in unison. The energy at the altar surged to its zenith. A complex and immense magic array, woven from pale moonlight and dark death energy, abruptly arose from the altar, enveloping Xiaoyu entirely. Not good. Ling Yu's complexion changed drastically. He charged recklessly toward the magic array, intent on pulling Xiaoyu away. "Get away, mortal! Do not disturb the awakening of the sovereign," shouted the kneeling skeletal mage. Abruptly raising its head, it did not even rise. It merely waved the Eternal Knight's staff. Buzz! A finely honed death shockwave was unleashed in an instant. With a resounding crash, it struck fiercely against Ling Yu's chest. Thud! Ling Yu was utterly unprepared, feeling an overwhelming and terrifying force descend upon him. His body was as though it had been struck by a speeding train. Blood gushed forth as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the distant wall. Darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to faint. "Ling Yu!" Yang Yu exclaimed in horror. Xiao Yang erupted with a radiant burst of sunlight, ready to charge forward. Yet, Salazar merely rose silently, casting a glance towards Yang Yu with his crimson soul flame, an oppressive aura of death and slaughter, reminiscent of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, descended upon them in an instant, pinning Yang Yu and Xiao Yang firmly in place. They could not move. Even their energy flow became sluggish. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. They could only watch helplessly as the dark, arcane formation spun wildly. Endless moonlight and deathly energy enveloped Xiao Yu like a cocoon. After a long while, the brilliance of the formation gradually faded, the cocoon shattered, and what appeared was no longer the silver-gray wolf, but a creature of colossal stature, more than twice its original size, seemingly sculpted from the finest moonlit gemstones, each strand of fur shimmering with cold lunar radiance. A complex and esoteric lunar insignia emerged upon its forehead, its limbs stepping upon ethereal blue flames. And trailing behind it was what appeared to be a miniature night sky, the ancient moon god wolf. It slowly raised its head, its eyes no longer swirling nebulae, but rather two bottomless pools, cold and indifferent, as if they had seen through the rise and fall of eons, the absolute zero gaze. Its attention fell upon Ling Yu, who was just struggling to rise, blood still staining the corner of his mouth. A cold, authoritative voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated deep within Ling Yu's soul. Mortal, dissolve the covenant between us. I shall forgive your transgression. Ling Yu felt as though struck by lightning. Clutching his chest, he stared incredulously at the giant wolf before him. Both familiar and strange. Who are you? He rasped, his voice hoarse from injury and shock. What have you done to my Xiaoyu? The giant wolf, Ying, offered no reply. It seemed disinclined to converse further with Ling Yu. Indifferently, it turned its head, stepping gracefully and coldly towards the staircase leading to the upper levels of the castle. Salazar and Annette immediately stood in respectful unison, following closely behind. The skeletal mage also rose, retrieving its staff and crystal ball, turning toward Ling Yu and Yang Yu. In its deep eye sockets, unmasked killing intent finally surfaced. Ants that dare to defile the sovereign, your value has been exhausted, it declared, brandishing the staff of eternal night. The soul-devouring crystal ball unleashed a terrifying suction. The black droplets from the wailing gem transformed into countless anguished, wailing spirits, rushing towards the two like an overwhelming tide. Damn it! Yang Yu roared. Xiao Yang unleashed the most potent rays of sunlight in a desperate attempt to resist. Turang also let out an angry roar. Yet, in the face of a fully charged Imperial-level necromancer's assault, their resistance seemed utterly futile. A crisis, an unprecedented crisis, had descended.